Yeah, it's probably not good. Not a good idea. Alright, let me change to Spyro, the category. Oh, do they have the trilogy on here? Oh yeah, do you hear the music? Because I don't know if I added the audio right. Okay, good, good, good. Oh my god, they have so many Spyro categories. Oh my god, there's so many. Well, I don't know which one I'm playing yet, hang on. Oh, it's playing a whole... what the fuck? Spyro the Dragon... Wait, have I even played this one? This is the one I know the most. Okay, let's just play Year the Dragon. Do they have that? No, they don't have it on the category. What the heck? Is this the 2018 version? I don't know, the trilogy remake thing? Oh wait, they do have Year the Dragon. I found it! Yeah, it didn't- when I typed it in, it didn't pop up, but I see it now. Wait, is that the right one? It's gonna be awesome when I get a second monitor. Yeah, Year the Dragon. Oh! Okay. Hi Josh! How's it going? Okay. It's weird hearing out of one ear, just hearing music. Okay, I'll at least try it. Surely I can do it with keyboard and mouse. I don't know. Can't really hear it right now. Oh, you just got home? Nice. Is the game quiet? Or is it just my ear? I don't know, I can't tell. Evil furry.
Get her! Stop her!
I think it freezes the
We managed to capture the eggs, Your Highness. Every last
freezes the
one.
video when I tab out.
Excellent.
This is why I need a
Maybe
second
we'll amount
monitor.
to something after all. Now go guard the
I kind
tunnels.
of miss the
Stop
old
anyone
school
from coming
look
through.
though, because this is the remake. Yeah, I'll turn it up a little bit in a sec.
the eggs?
The holes came out on the other side of the dragon worlds. We found some of the eggs.
Yeah, hang on. It pauses it when I tab out. Oh yeah, it was so quiet on my mixer. Oh wow, I love Crash Bandicoot. I have that one too.
Find the eggs and
But
bring
I'm
them back, Spyro.
worse at that
You're our
one.
only chance.
You got it!
That's me, I'm Spyro. Yeah, it feels a little weird on keyboard. Oh, the classic music. Yes, I'm a dragon. How do I double jump? Let's glide. Okay, Isabel. Graphics like Fortnite. Yeah, I miss the old school look. Okay, so spacebar glide. It feels a little like delayed when I move. See how it goes. I have a controller, but it's just I just don't like using it.
To quickly center the camera behind you, tap the center camera button. You can also look all around
Two?
by pressing the action button.
Okay. Get better finger. The Xbox 360 controller just like hurts my hands. It's just like a weird shape. I want to get the. I keep hitting my head on this cute little Toy Story plushie that I have on my mic. Yeah, I want to. Oh, what the fuck? I want to get the PlayStation controller.
So, you're the one in charge of rescuing the eggs, huh?
Eggs.
How sad.
Is it
Look
still
here,
too quiet?
Dragon. If you know what's good for you, you'll turn around and crawl back into that hole you came through. Those eggs belong to us now.
Eggs? Why
And
did she
I've
say
hidden
like
them in
eggs?
places you'll never find in 1,000 years. Besides, even if you could find any eggs, our expertly trained armies
I
would
already
hunt
found
you
one.
down and take them back. Do I make myself clear? If I find you here again, I am going to be very angry, and you won't like me when
No, I
I'm
never,
angry.
I never thought about that, Zippy. That is funny. Wait, I'm gonna turn it up a little bit more. That should be better now. Ooh. Yeah, it pauses it when I tab out. Do you sneeze? Ooh. Oh, oh. Ah! What's going on? What the? Like, I'm getting all janky with the controls. Okay, I'm gonna go to the first level. Yeah, because I have a Xbox 360 controller, but it's packed away and I don't really like it. But I'm trying to see if these controls are alright. What the? Oh, I thought that was the other guy.
Oh my, can you help us? Hordes of ferocious Rhinox have overrun our town and kidnapped the mayor.
How much does a PS controller cost? I have no idea. Because I don't know if it's like a specific one or something. Because like it's better if you can just plug it straight into your computer. You don't need like a thing to sync it. Oh yeah, flame these. I remember those. These guys are cowards. fight me. Oh, sorry.
We showed those two bullies. If they hadn't outnumbered me 2-1,
Is this an Italian map?
finished
Yeah, I
them
don't know. I
off
think they're
ages
like
ago.
different cultures each map. Yeah, when I run, it's like a little bit hard to steer. Oh! Alright, I'm supposed to kill those for butterflies. It's so sad killing a little frog. Yeah, I attacked him by accident. Alright, so there's a line. I'm kind of slowly remembering this.
This Rhinoc is too big to charge. You'll have to flame him using the attack button.
Yep. Oh my god, his face. Yeah, that was easy. I need 100% on gems. Vanessa. Wait, what is this? Is that a button? Or just a weird... I don't know. I thought it was a button. No, I didn't make it. Oh no, he squished me! No. Now Pix is blue. Okay, first level is really easy so far. Wait, I need to go back up there. Music's so great. Oh, there's gems on there. Wait, how do I stop firing? Oh. I don't want to have to come back here. I have to go back up. I want all the gems. Hey, Peter. Is that how you say it, Peter? Pet R. Oh no, I forgot the glide. What's up? Peter. I don't know how to stop gliding. Like, I don't know how to drop down. How do I drop down? I don't want to... What do you have
Hi,
to say?
Spyro. Each
Hi.
time a fairy zaps you, like this,
Oh yeah. Checkpoint,
it
right?
means your progress has been...
Yeah. What the hell? Okay. Oh, I need that frog! Eat it! Frog equals butterfly for some reason. Yep, that was a very big one. Hello, mister?
Thanks for the help.
I think I could have worn him down sooner or later.
Oh. Huh? Why can't I move? Oh. It's like kind of janky, the keyboard controls. Don't miss the gems, Pix. It's called Pix, right? Or am I not remembering right?
Thank you for rescuing our town.
Little dragon
As
side.
mayor, I awarded you with one of our famous giant chicken eggs.
Oh. Oh. Hello,
I'm
baby.
sorry. That was the ugliest chicken I've ever seen.
Oh, it's
Hey,
a skating
Spyro.
one.
I found this gladiator training arena that also makes for a pretty cool skate park. Care for a test of your boarding skills? I bet you can't catch all 15 lizards running around here.
Bet I
Just come
can.
back if you want some boarding tips from the master.
Get the gems. Oh shit. Ah! Get the gem! Them pigs! The gem! Okay. Gnarly. Totally tubular. Alright, I have to be on a skateboard to get them. I just want the gems. Oh, wait, how do I... Uh-oh. Wait, this is actually kind of hard. How do I stop there? Frick. Oh, I got it. How do I do like a trick on the ramp with it? No, I don't want to go there. There's a way to stop on that ramp, but I'm trying to... I don't know the key for it. Or like go up the ramp properly. Do a little spin. Oh, there's gem, 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 gem. Oh shit, I don't know how to get up there. Oh. I was on a shit. Ah, how do I go higher? Oh, what the fuck? How do I get more speed? I'm doing something right. What? Okay, I don't know the control. Oh, hi, Buck. How you doing? I don't know the control for this. I'm supposed to stop here, like, do I press space? Oh, it's spacebar that's slow. Okay. Skirt, skirt! Can I just run up and... No, I can't. It's gonna stop me. Oh, it's hard to hear me over the music? Yeah, I'm probably mumbling too, sorry. Put it down to 10. There we go. Oh, thank you, Bog. Yeah, it freezes my game when I tab out. Okay, this time. No, not this time, I didn't get it. Oh, thank you, Barry. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I had to jump, okay. Yeah, my fave game too! I love this game. Yeah, I had this on PlayStation as a kid. I'm playing the remake version. Wait, you were streaming this recently? Whoa, what a coincidence. Yeah, I just randomly decided to play it today. Okay, so I jump, okay. Whoa!
Hey, that
2 in
was
1.
great! And while you were boarding, I found this in a lizard burrow. Alright, if you can catch all the lizards before time expires without wiping out,
I don't know
might
if I
be
played
able to
that one.
scrounge up another egg.
This was the one. This was the exact one that I had on PlayStation as a kid. Year of the Dragon. I don't think I can do this challenge. I think it has a timer, if I remember right. But I do need that gem. Yeah, it's got a timer. I'm playing on keyboard and mouse though, so it feels a little bit janky. It'd be better with a controller. Damn it, I can't turn! What? I still fell from that?
Ah, too bad. Maybe go get him.
Okay, I'm just get the gem and leave.
Too bad. Well, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I could do it, but I don't want to keep failing over and over again. I want to do the other levels. You get another egg for it. Where's the gems though? Well, I can always come back to this one. Oh, that's... No. Isn't there another... Oh, whatever. Yeah, they did a good job. I kind of missed the old school look though. It looked really cool. I'm back. First level done. Giving up, huh? Is this game for babies? I'm not giving up. I'll go back to that level. Do it later. Just money bags.
Spyro! My, how funny to see you here. Why, I haven't seen you since we defeated Ripto
Oh,
in
this is the
Avalon.
kangaroo one.
Well, my business went into a slump after you left, so I came here and struck up a nice deal with the local sorceress. Lovely woman she is. Seems to be very fond of dragons, too.
For pig babies, I'll have you know.
I'm getting paid a fortune to keep Sheila the kangaroo locked up. Ha ha! This
Sheila's
pesky
the
animal must
perfect
have been
name for
causing
a
a lot
kangaroo.
of trouble for that poor sorceress. I suppose I could accidentally let the kangaroo escape if you were to pay me, say, a small fee.
Wait, is the one you were playing... Oh wait, do I have enough?
Ah, Spyro, I love your sweet naivete. Your kind-hearted nature might
Naivete.
be your downfall someday.
Yeah, was the one you were playing
But
the
for
one where
time being,
Spyro looks all like
it's
ugly?
making me rich.
I remember there was one remake that was like that.
I hope you appreciate this favor I'm doing in letting you out.
That's good of you, mate. No hard feelings, eh?
Right. After all, I'm just doing my job.
Yeah. I reckon you be one of them dragons then.
Yeah, named Spyro.
Never
Oh, is there
thought
an
I'd
event?
see one.
How long's the
You
event
dragons
for,
used to rule this
Derren?
entire world, you know? Then all of a sudden you left. Poof.
Dragons used to live here?
Oh, I said, was that the one you were
They say
playing?
it
Was
was
that the
over
one where
1,000
Spyro looks
years
really
ago, I
ugly?
think.
Because I know there's
And
one
they
where he
just
looks like...
left?
He doesn't look like
Yeah.
this, he looks
and
different.
The weird thing is, after they left, all the
don't know
magic
which
in the
one it
world
was
just
there.
sort of went with her. I mean, they say this world used to have magic coming out of the
Josh.
wazoo. Flying ships, singing forests, wishing stones, you name it. But when the dragons left, it all just dried up.
Is
Oh,
that why
2
some
weeks,
of
we
the
got plenty
portals
of
don't work?
time.
Yeah, they're starting to fade out too, one by one. Well, I gotta get back home and do some damage control. Come visit anytime you like.
The one afterwards? Oh, okay. Jam. Get it! Let's go.
Thanks again,
Yeah,
Spyro.
another Aussie
Now I have to
kangaroo
find out
level,
what
let's
that
go.
nasty sorceress has done to my home while I was locked up.
Wait, why'd they change Moneybags? Moneybags is classic. Oh, I play as Sheila now. This is
While
perfect.
you were gone, a bunch of Rhinox kicked us out of our houses.
Wait, where am I?
It's okay though.
Country am I
Bobby,
in now?
Pete and I are working on a clever plan to take them back.
Yeah, his post accent's so funny. Oh look, it's a booby! A blue-footed booby! Let's kick him off the edge. Oh. That was gonna be boring. No, I'm not doing it right. Damn it. Boing. Ah, damn it. Is that a kiwi? No, it's not a kiwi, it's a booby. CocoNeko, hi! How you doing? Okay, now I got it. Boing. Oh, he's following me. Okay. Take that. Oh, I'm helping them, okay. Another booby! Look, he flies! Ew, what's with his face? Looks like an alien! Looks like an alien head. Oh no, you're okay, CocoNeko. Did you just finish? Sorry if I'm not talking right into my mic. Kinda looking at the chat to my left and my mic's to my right. For our stream, nice. Boing. Oh, hello, mister.
Ah, home at last. Here, I was saving this to make an omelette, but I think you deserve it more.
Wait, what accent is that? Hey, Addy. Oh, he's dancing. He's happy. Wait, what's with my camera? What did I? Oh, did I press F? What the heck? I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I was thinking, is it Swedish? What's a kangaroo doing in Sweden? Just making sure I'm getting all. Oh, there's something up there. Oh, how do I do the down? Oh wait, is it German? Now I don't know. How do I do the down attack? Oh, oh shit, I don't know how to do the attack. I need to like slam down. I'm on keyboard and mouse, so this is weird. Wait, maybe it's right click or left click? Fuck. Damn it. Wait, what would it be? Okay, it is control. That's really awkward on keyboard. Sorry. There is also Catgirl, a pink Mancoon? Oh, cool! Wait, I'm gonna have. Let me tab out. I wanna. There, I sent you a follow, Barry. I'll try to catch you next time. Yes, that's very cool. Yeah, it was left control. But it's like really awkward. Oh yeah, true. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I was trying to click it. Boing. Ooh, so icy. Hello?
Last time we tried to get past this moose, he knocked Billy clean through a wall.
Moose.
If you don't mind, we'll just hang out here while you give him a good kicking.
Sure. Oh wait, I probably needed that. Ah! Okay, now we're good. Scary moose. Oh! Oh, there's another moose. A moose? He's got like meat hanging from his horns. Is a moose actually that aggressive? Mises? Mooses? Moose? Okay, I don't think there's anything else in there. Oh, okay, Barry. Oh, controllers look as well, that's why. They can and ram you, yes. Oh my god, so they're aggressive? They like actually charge at you and shit? Oh, again, I'm sorry if I'm not talking into my mic properly. Yeah, I figured it was moose. It just sounds funny saying mises. Oh god. My left ear that I can't hear out of, I just heard something, and I don't know if it was in the game or like I'm just tripping. Or like I thought I heard something, I don't know. It sounded weird. Wait, deer eat meat? What? I've never even heard of that. How did I not know this? If they're like really hungry, they will. Okay, I'll kick it for you.
Hey Sheila, let's play a joke. Takes this egg and smash it on Billy's house, okay? I need to get him back for the last time he butted me off the cliff.
It's Jenny. He's happy again. Boing. Oh, it's a hat. I thought it was a piece of like flesh. It's just a hat.
Those Rhinox have taken over. There'll be no stopping them unless we can smash their huts. They're too big to smash with your kick attack, though. Try using your stomp attack to smash them
You just
instead.
did the fun chicken dance even on his face.
You stomp their huts, okay? You remember how to stomp, don't you?
Yes.
Just
I can stomp. What's he doing? Later. Ow! I need one of those little boobies. Blue-footed booby. Eat it. Oh! Yeah, it's a hat on his head. It was blood. His flesh. Little hidden one. No life. Hey, Arcade, do you remember when I was getting hit by that security camera in Outlast Trials last time? I was just standing there. I looked at the clip of that and I didn't realize, but I couldn't hear it at all because my left ear is completely blocked. I can't hear anything at all. So when it was to my left and I was just standing there, I didn't know that it was like beeping or anything. I was literally just standing there. God damn it. So it looks even worse because I was completely deaf on that side.
thanks for the help, Sheila. Ooh, you can have this egg I found in my house.
Yeah, I watched the clip, I turned my headset around and put the, I put it the wrong way around and I could hear the beeping in my right ear where it was supposed to be my left and I was like, oh, it was actually beeping that whole time, I never heard it. Yeah, I didn't know what was happening, I didn't know it was coming from like directionally because I only had one ear. I mean, I can only use headphones, so I don't have like speakers or anything. But it's whatever. Okay, there's something up here. Ooh, little secret place. Yeah, I don't have computer speakers. What did I say? Did I say computer speakers? Oh, you can change the option to mono? I hate messing around with settings and stuff though. Isn't it supposed to say 100 out of 100? 98. I'm missing some gems. Oh, I want the gems. That's so sad. Where are the gems? I want them. Both sides get all noises, stereo, left side gets left noise. Yeah. Is that easy to change? Because I hope I remember how to change it back when I can. Did I play the original? Oh, I can't. There was one that I played in school, I remember, because they had like a PlayStation at the school, but I can't remember which one it was. I think it was probably the one before Year of the Dragon, so I don't know if I played like the original, but I played the original Year of the Dragon one. Oh, here's the gem! I missed that. Or, no, it's not the last gem. There's still a gem. Let me turn my aircon on. He's so happy. There they are, I found them. Yay! We did it! Let's go home. 100%. I don't know what do you mean, Sephi, because I'm so bad with computers. Just crank up the volume? No. No, because then it starts hurting if it's like too loud. Because it's like trying to hear, but I can't hear it. Oh, 10, sorry. I thought you were asking something else for some reason. Hey Chuck, how are you going? Oh, a little cutscene.
Look out, Hunter. It's the scary sorceress.
I've warned you already. This place isn't safe for small dragons and pussycats.
Huh? Thanks, but I think we can look after ourselves.
Try looking after this.
Oh wait, I think I remember the statues one too. That might have been the one I played at school. I'm trying to remember.
Come back when you finish witch school, okay?
Say, is it just me, or is she kind of cute when she's angry?
Wait, does that change it for my stream as well, or just my headphones, if I change it to mono? Oh, I found it. Okay, I turned mono on. I just have to remember how to, or I'll ask you if I forget how to turn that back off. Because I'll probably forget, knowing me. Oh. Oh, whoops. Yeah, she does kind of remind me of Lola Bunny, actually. Lola's cousin. Yo, Spyro! Is the game actually muted? Or is it just when I was tabbed out? Huh? Ugh. So you're saying me changing it to mono changes the... Oh, it probably changes all my OBS shit or something. Yeah, let me just change it back. Is it back now? Is it back? Yeah, I changed it to mono, so it's not back. So now it's... No. Sophie, you broke my game! You broke it all! No, I'm just kidding. Why? Why would it mute everything? So you can still hear me, you just can't hear the game? Why? Why would that break all of my settings? I don't get it. It's OBS. The fuck? See, this is why I hate settings and stuff. I'm not kidding. I hate shit like that. Like, why? I'm not kidding. Like, if it's anything like settings related, like trying to fix something, it just drives me absolutely nuts. Why would it break that? Like, I can't even imagine, like, what, like, what could cause that? What is the issue? I don't get it. All I did was switch mono on my PC. Wait, so if you put mono on, is it supposed to, like, change the stream audio as well? I thought it was only for my headset. Ugh. I'm not asking ChatGPT. This is the story of my fucking life, dude. Like, I'm not even joking. Changing it in-game? Like, it just changed the game to mono? I don't know, but yeah, make it make sense. I don't get it. Yeah, I'll try to re-add the audio source. Why? Why would it? I don't get it. I'm just adding the audio source. Hang on. Why would I don't my brain is so baffled now. Like how does changing my headset to mono change my OBS audio setting that I manually added? Like I just don't get it. No, it's not. I took it off mono because I thought that taking it off mono would fix it. I wonder if it somehow messed up every single, like you like you don't understand. I have a manual audio setting for every single game that I play. I have to add it every single time. So if it messed up every single one, that's actually so annoying. Why would it do that? It's not using predetermined. God. I just hate technical stuff. I hate it. I don't know if that's like, I don't know. I don't know if that's like my dyslexia or something, but that just irks me so much. God.
Do you like the active camera mode? If not, I can set it. Okay, I won't.
Oh, maybe it is the stop flying. Hang on, I haven't tried that. Oh. Oh yeah, it is, you're right. That's what I was trying to do before when I was gliding. I was like, how do I stop gliding? That was before I knew how to slam, so that makes sense.
I see an egg at the bottom of this lake.
An egg?
I would go get it, but I don't want to get my fur all wet. Maybe you could get it. You can dive underwater by pressing the charge button when you're on the surface, and charge underwater by holding down charge as well.
Got the egg. Oh, I remember the whale level. It's like one of these homes, but it's a whale. It has like a whale in the little pond thing. It kind of scared me as a kid. Oh, I need more eggs for that one. You don't remember him being able to swim? But you don't. That means you don't remember the
I'm late for a dinner party
Oh, I
at the
don't have
Tiki
enough.
Lodge, and the portal to my home just stopped working. Maybe the portal will reactivate after a few more dragons hatch.
Is it a Kiwi voice actor? How many eggs do I have? Oh, I just need one more egg. There's probably one here somewhere. One more egg. Yeah, in this one there's a whale. There's a home that has a whale in it as well. Okay. Oh, it's Sparks. I've been calling him Pix. Damn it. Wait, isn't Pix the fairy? I don't know. Oh, I don't have it yet. Oh, this is where we get all the people. Okay, I don't know. Let's go. Sparks, aka Pix. I think this is Pix. Is this? Oh no, that's Zoe.
Do you like the active camera mode?
Who's Pix then? Why was I saying Pix?
The passive mode. Okay, I won't change.
Sparks, okay.
To get the best glide, press the jump.
Thanks, Buddy Bones. Okay, we need that egg. Ooh, this looks cool. Oh. Hello?
The Rhinox have shut down our cloud generator, and I may never see a rainbow again.
Oh, this one. Cloud generator.
If my wings were big and strong like yours, I could easily glide across here.
Just make sure there's no gems.
The metal armor those enemies are wearing protects them from
Wait,
the
I got
dragon
Spyro Year of the
If you
Dragon
hold
for
down
my
the
birthday
charge
too.
button, you can defeat them with your charge attack.
I've already attacked them, but that would have been more helpful before. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what that noise was because it didn't sound so weird. Is there supposed to be something here? Oh, sneaky little gem. Ouch. Big egg. Never mind the concussions, yeah. What the hell was that? Someone's singing up there. How do I get up there? Oh, there's more gems. Oh, it's money bags.
Well, well, if it isn't my favorite dragon. The sorceress has put me in charge of guarding these bellows. However, I might look the other way if I was distracted. Counting gems.
Hey Lucia, how you going? Do I have enough gems? Oh yeah, I do.
Ooh,
Sure, whatever.
yes. Precious, precious gems. Well then, Spyro, you may now use the bellows anytime you wish. Best of luck on your little egg hunt.
Okay. Who's singing up here? Oh, it's this guy. You're doing well, that's good. My day's going alright so far.
To get your longest glide, press the jump button at the very top of your jump, and use the action button to hover at the end of your glide.
Wait, the action button? Oh, I wasn't supposed to leave yet. But why did I need to glide? Or hover, why did I need to hover? Easy jump. I'm gonna have to go back there for those gems now, I forgot to grab them.
Oh, you activated the bellows. Maybe I can get the cloud generator working again.
It popped out an egg! I saw that.
The Rhinox must have been using this thing to clog up the cloud generator.
That's what's clogging my ear as an egg. Hey. Okay, I need those gems though. Damn it. Oh, does this take me back? Oh, there's a whole thing up here. Eh? Oh. Went into a whole other level.
We usually wake up our rain cloud at the crack of dawn, but these
Oh my God.
mischievous spirits are stopping our bells from ringing.
Holy shit, Luisa! What the heck? Oh my god! We hit the goal again! Oh my god. Thank you so much, Luisa! Or Lucia, I keep saying your name wrong. I keep saying Luisa. Lucia. Oh, thank you, Lucia. That's awesome. Yay, we got the goal! Yes, yes! Oh, thank you so much. Wow, look at all the subs. Oh, Ega got one too. Oh, that's so cool. Yay! Yeah, we had a sub goal. But we just hit it all in one, I think. Yeah, that's like an all-in-one goal. Wow. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh gosh, this sounds so weird with my ear. Oh no! It was like it was like reversed. Up is down, down is up. I think. Yeah, down is up. Okay. Oh god. Oh, this is so disorienting. Okay, no, I think I need to change that. It's so disorienting.
Bach had a cheered 100 biddies.
Oh my god, Buck! Thank you! Ah, wow! Oh, it's like a hype train started. We got a hype train! Wait, do you get the hype? Does anyone get the train conductor icon? There's like a little train icon. Yeah, thank you so much. That's awesome. Ah, look at all the emojis. Oh my god, Seppi, the bot tricks. Thank you. Now both the bots have both the bots have a sub now. That's so funny. I didn't even know that you could do that until you did the Kofi one.
Beat our all-time high level of 2.
Oh, all-time high level of 2. Wow. The bot can use emotes now. That's hilarious. Yeah, the golden train. I saw that Phoenix had like a little train icon last time. Wait, you can actually set it to use the emotes? I thought you were joking. Wait, that's actually really cool. Damn. That's so cool. Yeah, oh, by the way, I said at the start, but I don't think everyone was here, but I had to log back into the Botrix, so the watch time should be working now. Although I don't know if it like reset it, so it might not work like proper yet. Because before it was saying like 5 minutes for people that were watching for like over an hour. But it's because I activated my 2FA, so it logged everything out. That's why it wasn't working. Is that working now? 9 hours and 50 minutes. That sounds more. That sounds more correct now. Wait, does yours still say 5 mins? No, it says 5 hours, 5 mins. Oh no, that's the Botrix. Never mind, wait. Wait, why don't I see your one? No, yeah, it says 5 hours, 5 mins. I think it's working now. Yeah, 55 mins, that sounds more accurate. Because before it was saying like the most random, but it was just because it got logged out. Oh, that's good that it like
00100 donated $100.
Oh my god!
Let's get this new goal net.
Oh my god, Josh! Oh! Oh my god, thank you so much. Oh my god, now we got the goal. Wait, what does that goal say? I can't remember what I put. Starting goal. Oh yeah, I didn't know what to put, so I updated it. Thank you, Josh. Oh my god, it's so quiet now because I have the game paused. I don't have any music or anything. It's just me. It's just me. Yeah, thank you so much, Josh. That's awesome. I see on my OBS the little hype thingy, the little emojis bouncing around everywhere. It looks so funny. Yay! Hype, hype, hype. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Oh, what was it changing? I don't even. Oh yeah, the looks thingy. It's like the camera up down thingy. It's this, isn't it? Oh, thank you, Barry. Thank you for the headpats. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, I think it's this invert mouse flying thingy. Or... Oh wait, do I turn it on or off? Did I just turn it off? Okay, we'll try this. Let's give it a go. But I have to pick up the... Oh no, I still got it. Wait. Okay, I ran out of time. I'm gonna try again. I think I did change it. It feels a little bit better, but it's still like very slow turning. Wow, Seppi! Oh my god, the game sounds so loud. I can't even hear the little notification. Thank you for the 101 biddies. Wow. Oh my god, do you hear the game sound when I'm tapped out? It's like going crazy. Oh, the hydrate! I gotta hydrate. This is actually so helpful. Game sounds like a blender sounds. Yeah, I don't know what the it's even worse with one ear. Oh wait, I earned a loot box! Open my loot box. I got an emoji! Share it. That's what I got. I got that from a loot box just now. A Twitch loot box. I only That's so cool. Oh my god, the audio. Jesus. Oh god, okay, I need to. No, I missed it, damn it. Why is the audio going so crazy in that one spot? Wait, there's a little egg thief down there, I saw him! No! Where'd he go? I hear him! There he is! Get back here! No! Wait, which way did he go? Oh shit. No! Damn it. He's cheating. Okay, I got him. It's Brian. This map sound is so annoying. Get the gems and go. Ah. Millie's in, hi! Yeah, you got the little paw icon now, yay! That's so cool. Yay, thank you for the follow. Wait, does it gift you people that... Is it because you were in the chat already, or does it just... It like randomizes it? Oh, that's actually so cool! Thank you, Millie's. I appreciate it. Yeah, this yeah, let me this level, I don't let me just get all these things and then get the gems and get the hell out of here. All these bells. So much going on. Okay, that's all. Little happy Cloud now. Oh god, he's really happy Cloud. Oh yeah, the twin CocoNeko, that was so funny. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I was so happy I met them. Oh my god, this level. I need the gems too though. I'm sorry for all the bells. Pigs, please! Or no, not pigs. Sparks, I keep calling them pigs. Get the gems and go. That's gotta be all the gems, right? No, there's more gems, damn it. Yeah, you got the little trains! You get the hype train. You're on the hype train. Okay, there's no gems up here, right? Okay, we're good. Jump back down. Yeah, I see you both with the hype train. Lucia and Seppi. Little train icon, that's so cute. Oops. Oh, thank you, Zach. I can barely. I'm gonna turn my game down a bit. I can barely hear the alerts. Turn it down to like 5, it was just getting a bit too loud. What is that squeaky noise? No, but wait. Oh, thank you for the scratch. Wait, but you didn't steal the train, did you? Because I see you both with a train. Oh, you know me from CocoNeko as well. Yeah, they joined my stream once and I was like, oh my god. It was funny because I actually looked up, because someone was asking which CocoNeko I was, and I looked it up and I actually saw them like 8 months ago. And then they showed up in my stream. So yeah, there's another CocoNeko. That was pretty cool. They're in the Discord too. Feel free to join the Discord if you want. Yes, I have a twin. Oh, I tried to balance it on my head. Oh, you play Valorant with them. Oh, yeah, that's so funny. You're double CocoNeko. Wait, you stole the train from Bach? Oh, wait, so, but how many trains can you have? Because I see 2. I thought like you could all have one or something. Cocoverse expanding. I hear a little squeaky noise. Where's that coming from? It's so hard for me to tell where it's actually coming from because of my ear. Stole the bits train. Oh, so there's like a bits train and a sub train? Oh. Oh, okay, I get it. That makes sense. Oh, there's a very sweet art as well. Oh, hey Phoenix. How you going? Okay, I need to go get my gems too though. Oh, wait, can I stop flying up if I fly in this thing? No! No, I can't! I can't stop! Damn it. It only just shows me it. No, not the bell place again. You're doing good? That's good. That's good, that's good. So I think I just have to go this way. Just want all the gems. Oh, you had to sleep during the day? Do you like usually take naps? I hate naps. I mean, sometimes they're okay though. It's just sometimes they make me feel worse. Actually, I had a nap the other day because I needed some rest. Wait, did I go this way? I didn't. So that's what that thing was for. I saw that before. So now all these little things spawned. Never got into naps? Yeah, I'm not a nap person really. I prefer to get as much sleep as I can all in one. One nap a year. Yeah, I had to take a nap the other day and it wasn't too bad. I felt fine afterwards. Oh no! We got our first death. Was that our first death? I think. Okay, we got the checkpoint. Wait, where? Okay, we got a gem that we missed. Okay. No, I won't do it again. I just need to jump higher this time. There we go. Oh, there's more guys. Oh yeah, the gems were over there. No, not again. I wasn't like right on the edge. Damn it. Oh, Spyro noob. How many lives do I have? Oh, 10. That's okay. Just quickly. Wait, was that another gem there? Is the game audio like too quiet now? It was just getting kind of loud before. We already killed that guy, I'm pretty sure. It's fine. Or you could just not shower. I'm just kidding. Ow! Shocked me. No. Okay. Jesus. Why did I dash? God. Yeah, I got ball. I am supposed to jump from here, aren't I? I think. I'm gonna do a running start. Ledge jumping. Yeah, this is the best. This is the best boss. Why is it so hard? 228 gigabytes? Wait, is that what? You actually downloaded that much? How long did that take? Yeah. No, I didn't even glide that time. Why? God damn it. I'm trying to like running start and then glide. Thank you, I need that. $5 hours, that's not that bad. Sephi might get it. Okay, I'm not doing something right. Maybe I have to hover. Oops, wait, I closed my chat by accident. My Pookie. Yeah, maybe it is from somewhere else. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not doing it. Like, there's an extra thing you have to do or something. But, actually, let me try to go this way. Oh, this guy's back. Get out of here. Well, this one gave you a tip to hover at the end. Maybe that's why it was giving the tip for the other jump. I don't know. I read it too. It says 47 gigabytes, but... Oh, maybe it did like a patch thing or like a... Yeah, I don't know. No, don't. Okay, we're back here. How else would you get up there? Because this thing takes you up into a portal up in the sky, but I don't know how to cancel it to fly. I think that is the jump, the one that I was failing. Because I can't cancel out of that one. That one just takes me to there. Yeah, there's no... Yeah, I can't cancel it at all, so that's the only other way. Or, yeah, I can't, that's not high enough either. How do we get up there? It has to be this. No. I don't know why I'm dashing. I'm trying to like get momentum or something. Maybe I'll just come back to it. Giving up again? Yeah, I probably just... Because if you just jump like this, but then if you hold it a bit more... I'm thinking I might have to hover. Wait, okay, let me practice hovering. It's just really weird on keyboard. He's singing again. Yeah, yeah, okay, it's F. That's a really awkward thing to press. Yeah, F gives you a little... Okay, let me try that. Or it's over here. Yeah. That's why they were telling you at the other thing, giving you that tip. Uh-oh! Oh, I almost didn't make that. Okay, I'm gonna mess it up again. Yes, I did it! It was F all along. What a weird key. Yay. Ah! Oh, whoops. It's also the look key, so that's kind of awkward. Okay, the egg. Yay! I learned something. I don't think that's all the gems, but whatever. We did it in the end. Oh, hello?
I saw something shiny in that cave over there. Let's go check it out. You can
Oh.
get there by hovering. To hover, just press the action button at the end of your glide.
Yeah, see, that would have been helpful.
Oh, I almost forgot. I found this egg.
Thanks for the egg. What the hell? Why is he walking in slow-mo? Whoa, dude. Oh. That's wait, what's his name again? I already forgot. Damn, I forgot his name. What in the hell is that thing? Hunter, that's right. Actually, it's getting too cold now. I want to turn my aircon off. My aircon's right in front of me, so it gets cold pretty quick. Oh, there's a thing right here. I don't even need that. I'm blind. Okay. Now we can go to the other place.
At last, my portal is working again. Come visit me at the Tiki Lodge.
I'm gonna turn it back up a bit. Let's go. The Tiki Lodge. It's working again.
Rhinox are running rampant around here, but I can't get anyone out of the Tiki Lodge long enough to do anything about it.
That's kind of a strange accent. It's like kind of Kiwi, but not quite. Oh, I need a key for that one. Ah! Looks like Pumbaa from Lion King. Oh, don't whip me. Oh yeah, he sounded different. No, it's not the same. It's like a fake accent. It's not like a actual. It's like someone doing it. I mean, it's pretty good for a fake accent. No, no. No. Ooh, slug. Oh, that was an egg. Ricky. Yeah, it sounded more Aussie than Kiwi, but I think they were going for Kiwi. Oh no! Oh no! I needed that slug. Oh god! Sparks is dead. I'm gonna die. Oh god! I need a slug. Sparks is dead. I have to pick up the gems myself now. Okay. You go have your shower. I'll see ya. No, they're trying to kill me. Yeah, we got Sparks back. But he's all green. Aw. His little face. Laters.
Be sure to keep your friend Sparks the Dragonfly healthy, Spyro.
Yeah,
If
thanks
his
for
health is
the
low, torch a little
thanks for the
creature like the
advice.
slug below me to release a butterfly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too. We gotta feed him. Oh! Eat the butterfly. This map's kinda cool. Legendary Hunter! Oh, we were just talking about Hunter. There's a character in here called Hunter. What's up? Yeah, it keeps giving all the little advice things right after I need it. It's almost condescending in a way. Yes, welcome, welcome. Neko girl. Girl. Chilling after an all-nighter and researching for some references on Pinterest. Oh. Damn, wait, so have you not slept yet?
Here, take this egg. They were giving them away at the Tiki Lodge last night.
Wait, that was the whole thing? That was a really short map. Must be something else here. Oh! You have not slept yet? Oh my god, you must be so tired. I can't really all-nighter anymore. I used to do it all the time, but I just don't have the energy. Oh, the bird guy! Okay, we don't have him yet. So we'll have to come back to this world when we have him unlocked. It's up to like 4 PM. Oh. Money back.
Spyro, you're just in time. I saw 2 egg thieves run through this door. Well, actually they paid me to guard their hideout, but that's irrelevant. I'll happily let you through the gate to chase them down for a small finder's fee.
300 gems.
Thank you, Spyro. And best of luck catching those dastardly egg thieves.
Thank you. Yeah, I knew there was going to be something else on this map.
Are you the dragon looking for all those eggs?
See, that's a real
Because
Kiwi
I
accent.
saw a shifty-looking character with one over there.
Actually, the way he said character almost sounded like more African than Kiwi, but... A South African accent is actually kind of like similar to Kiwi accent. If that was a fake accent, that was actually really, really good voice acting, so that sounded Kiwi to me. Oh! 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 What the hell? I need the turbo for this. Oh yeah, okay, it's a race thingy. Just wanna get all the gems. I love the music for these. Oh, I hear him. Wait, yeah, true. It's an investment. I'm getting some back. Wait, can I just... Oh. Wait, how do I... The hell? Oh, I don't have it yet. Okay, I can't break that yet. Because this is supposed to, I remember this is supposed to be like turbo boost. Shotguns. He didn't say turbo. Oh, there he is! Come back here! Get that back. Yeah, I remember this level. Catching up slowly but surely. Jeez, I'm losing a bit of speed there. Ah, come on! Okay, okay. Moira. Careful.
Hey, there goes another one. He was really fast.
You can't request Pyramid Head in this.
To catch him.
You can request Spyro. Hi Mordecai, how are you? Oh, that's a cute emoji. Anyone other than Pyramid Head? Hey! Get back here, you! Okay, now we're fast. God, he's so scary looking. Give it back. Oh, I went past him! Oh, dang it. Now he's... Nah, 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 nah. Oh my god, he's so scary looking up there. Mario jump, man. Oh, you have fries? I'm kinda hungry again. I already had a sandwich. Oh, he's yawning. Can you ricochet up the rock wall? Wait, really? Oh, I have to hydrate? I do always have water with me. One singular fry. That's very generous. Ah, get him! No, I did it again! Oh, got him. I like landed on him. Kermit. Kermit the Frog here. Okay, is that... now I can break this thingy. Oops. Whoa, it's like a chunk of them. Your regrets Kermit the Frog. I think that's everything in this map.
Those guys ought to be locked up.
Yeah, that sounded like a real cute accent to me. I don't know. Okay, I guess we're... Oh! Ouch. Yeah, my chat still does that refresh thing. I just have to reopen it real quick. Oh, the key! I found it! Okay. Now we go back to the start. Oh, that was a bad idea. Now I lost him. Or... Yeah, do I have to go all the way back? Oh, it sounded so sad. Oh wait, I can't go back, can I? Oh wait, oh, well that works, whatever. Yay! It's not all of them though. Well, I guess we still have that other level that we haven't
Well,
unlocked.
it looks like it's just you and me. I'll keep a lookout while you sort out the Rhinox.
Okay, let's go home. Oh! There's one here. Oh, there's a level! Oh no, that's just return home. Okay, so I could have just flown over there. What the hell? Whatever. Whatever. Wait, can't he spin when he's flying? I don't know how to do that on keyboard. Yeah, we made most of our money back. Oh, we don't have enough for this one yet? Wait. Oh, we need 14 more? That's a lot of eggs. Do I have enough? Why wasn't it lit up then? And what is this one? Oh, it's a flying one, I think. Hello, Lucio.
Yay! My portal is working.
Oh, okay, we do have
I'll
enough.
see you at the
I thought it meant 14 more. Let's go. The world's biggest omelet. Oh, it's underwater.
While I was gone, my friends borrowed the Rhinox submarine. Then they took it for a joyride. And then they smashed it into a big pile of rocks. Oddly enough, the Rhinox failed to see the humor in their actions and stuffed my friends in the jail cell behind you.
Yeah, hi Parisa. Okay. Oh. What the hell? Little duck. Oh, they're shooting at me. It's kind of hard to... Oh, can I smash this? Oh! Oh, the camera... Maybe I should change the camera. Get back here. Oh, that's the little thing, okay. Hello? Ah! Yeah, I'm having fun with it. It's nostalgic. Hope you're doing well too. Oh, wait, why does it sound like a chicken? It was a duck.
Your progress in a world? You can press the guidebook button to open the guidebook.
Thank you. Yeah, what the hell? It sounds like a chicken. Oh! Someone in that one. What the hell? Oh. Yay! Thank you, Mordecai! Woo! Now you got a paw! I'm so happy. I was wondering if I could smash those pineapples. Yay, thank you Mordecai, I appreciate it. Gosh, I can barely hear those alerts, but luckily I can see them pop up in my phone chat. Yeah, I'm so hoping my ear gets better soon. Oh, oh god. The hell? Why weren't they throwing them before? Stop it. Yeah, I wonder if I can smash these pineapples. These giant pineapples. Yeah, it's like Donkey Kong, that's what I was thinking too. Oh, lunch break, okay, enjoy your lunch. I'm getting kinda hungry again too. Oh, nah, I can't smash it. It's just part of the map. Wait, I can go down here though. Huh? Oh, there was an egg right there, I didn't even notice. Oh. Oh, they were on their lunch break. I thought you said you were going on yours. There's not that much down here. Oh, there's a guy. Ah, it's so hard to aim it. Got him. He dead. I think I have to launch out. Nope. I'm so fast. Oh. Oh, good night, Boongar. Sorry I didn't say that. Hope you have a good night. I want lunch. Uh-oh. Donkey Kong. Oh. Oh, it's another Shiloh level. Kangaroo. Oh. Wait, is this where we came from? I didn't see this over here. Hello?
You can hover to get more distance when gliding. Just press the action button at the end of your glide.
It seems... Is that how I do it? Oh, wait, that seems close. Oh, wait, I did it too. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, that seems further. Yeah, I think... I don't know if I do it from this one or the second one. That seems so close though. It seems closer than the other one. Ah. Oh, it's so close. Maybe I do need to a bit higher. Oh. Chat refreshed. That definitely seems a little bit too far though. Yeah, maybe it is the second step, I don't know. Nah, I think it's the second one. I don't know. I'll come back to it. Ah! Get back here. Get back here. Ah! Scary octopus. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the way to do it. I just need to get slightly... Yeah, I just need to... Oh, it's because S goes backwards. I keep doing S to go up. Or like to maneuver. Why would I want to go backwards? Yeah, I'd prefer if I could use S as like the control to look up. Just trying to make sure I'm getting all the gems too. It's not that bad without controller, but it's not as good for sure. Maneuver. Wait, what is that vortex? Ah! Let go of him!
My plan worked! That dumb octopus dropped the jail key while he was shaking me. Now I can free my friends!
Oh, so cute.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. One of the Rhinox had this egg in his lunchbox.
They all say egg instead of egg. Wait, but what was this over here?
Used to have a dragon egg for you, but instead I used it to test our ultra-high-speed superfluidity tunnel.
Yeah,
The good news is that it made it to the end of the tunnel without a scratch. The bad news is that there's no way to get it back out now. The tunnel is chock full of Rhinox and floating mines. The only way to retrieve that egg is to defeat every single Rhinox in the tunnel.
Okay. Ah!
Dynamic characteristics. From now on, all of our submarines
It's
will
making
be
me hungry
egg-shaped.
now. I want an egg omelet. It's Duke. No, don't sneeze on me again. Okay, that's done. Oh, sorry. Damn, I was trying to get this. Wait, is there any gems still? I feel like there's probably a gem. Nope. Just hit a child. It was an accident. Wait, oh. Is this where we started? Any little gems hiding? Nope. Oh, we could try that jump again, actually.
I can't Wait until the Rhinox build a new submarine. Next time
Oh,
it's
is this
my
different?
turn to drive.
Okay. Yeah, we're back here. I did it! Hello.
I would have crashed that submarine if Sal hadn't tried a handbrake U-turn during an
Oh wait,
inverted barrel roll.
there was a Sheila level here too. I remember now. Give me the gems. Oh no!
Oh, hi, Spyro. Some of my seal friends are trying to take down a Rhinoc fortress. I'm about to go and lend a foot. I love the smell of singed Rhinoc in the morning.
Let's go. Ow!
Hi, Sheila. The Rhinox have built a fortress on our beach, and we're going to blow it to smithereens. We just need you to take out all the turrets for us. We're lighting the bomb now, so just make sure to stomp all those turrets before the fuse runs out,
Okay, no problem. Just don't blow me up. No! It was the last one. Damn it.
Ready to try stomping the turrets again?
Go back to Spyro. Oh my god.
Yippee! I'll light the fuse on the next bomb.
I got bonked. Oh god. Jesus.
Wow, I can't believe I survived that blast. It's a good thing I kept this egg nice and safe in my pocket.
No, that was my second try. Okay, let's just pretend that was my first try.
Our beach is your beach.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. That's nice of you, Hunter. Wait, they have something to say?
Our beach is your beach.
Yeah, I can call it the first try in the YouTube short. No one will ever know. Okay, hero request going back to Spyro. I don't think she can go underwater, can she? No, there's nothing under there. Let's go. Where's Spyro again? Okay, oh, didn't. Oh, these respawn. Okay, I think we're done with this level. Hey, Phoenix! Yeah, let's go back home. How are you doing, Phoenix? That's another level down.
Let's head on over to the balloon.
Oh, we already got the balloon? Oh, okay. Apparently that's not all the gems, but whatever. Let's go to the next world. Oh. It's a very fast balloon. Oh wait, do I have to do a boss fight? Oh. Wait, why is there no audio? Hello? What's going on? There's no game audio. All of a sudden. I don't know why. I'm good, Phoenix. How are you doing? Why is there no audio? You can still hear me, right? I just can't hear the game. Yeah, I'm in the window. It just randomly didn't have audio for some reason. Maybe I'll just skip that. Yeah, we got audio again. We gotta do a boss fight. Ooh, scary. Oh, Sheila's here.
When I heard the sorceress was planning to ambush you, I got here as fast as I could. No worries though. This wussy green toad will be no match for the two of us.
Okay, let's do it. Do I just bump him? Oh, okay, go for it. Okay. Oh! It's rolling now. It's roly-poly. Oh god, he's getting closer. Oh no! Take this! Take this! Bonk. Oh, oh god. Oh no! He's getting really close. Oh no! He almost got me! Hey! Oh shit. Oh no, he's got flames now. Hey! Oh! Oh no, I ran off the edge. Oops. Oh god, oh no! Wait, what if I flame him? Oh, damn it. Wait, I don't have sparks now. I'm gonna die. I already failed. Oh, there's a little sheep. Sparks. No, 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 no. Ow, no, 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 I ran at the edge. Okay, I know what to do though. You can do it. Oh, no, he bumps me too. Go. Oh, he doesn't have the flames yet. Get off. Well, how long does he have flames for? Damn it! Ah! He's laughing at me. There we go. I just have to wait out the flames. Little sheep. Oh no! We've almost got him. Oh shit. No, 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 don't squish me. No. Ah! And he has a flame attack now. Where's the little sheep? I need a sheep. Ah, no! There's a sheep. Oh god, oh god. Oh, we did it. Die! Weird frog lizard thing. Yay. Oh yeah, is it the one with all the sheep that you can just farm for ages? I used to do that all the time. Yeah, you can farm lives. There's no like music or anything when you... Wait, is there anything in here? Oh, there is. Oh wait, is this the one I was thinking of? Oh, no, I didn't mean to! I didn't mean to jump in it. Oh yeah, the bunnies! It wasn't the sheep, it was the bunnies. I remember now. Oh, the sorceress.
Dragon, you've managed to survive longer than I expected, but you haven't the slightest idea what sort of dangers lie ahead of you. I suggest you grab your cat friend and whatever eggs you found and hightail it back home while you still can. I'm telling you this for your own good, you know.
The bunnies! Yeah, isn't it like every 10 bunnies or something you get a life? Or I don't know, I don't remember. But there's so many bunnies. Oh, I hear a little egg thief. Oh, yeah, I didn't see the yo. Hey, what's up with them? I hear him. He's taunting me. Hello, Hunter?
Hey, Spyro! Zoe told me that if we hit that doodad up there, the portal will open.
Oh, the
Why don't you
doodad?
try spitting this rock at it? When you've picked up a rock, try using the action button to...
Yeah, I did, but I pressed it on you.
When you've picked up a
No!
rock, try using
It's the same
action
key.
button to aim.
Oh, no, oh, oops. Does he spawn another one? Oh, he does.
When you've picked up a rock,
No!
try using the action button to
Damn it. Oh, Hydrate. Oh, it's Ocean! How are you going? It's good to see you. Thank you, I hydrated. How you doing? Okay, aim. There we go. I guess I'll go in there then. Yeah, I'm playing Spyro. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, this is...
Those crummy Rhinox
I remember
forced us
this
to build
tune.
a statue of the sorceress. Then after we built it, she complained it was too ugly. Huh. If you ask me, the statue
Josh.
is far prettier than she is.
I kept clicking it on the guy. Oh my god, what the hell? Stop. Yeah, I remember this tune. This, oh, I remember this level. It looks so different, but I remember it. Oh, I got the rock. I'm choppy cheeks. Choppy cheeks. Oh, I missed. Oh no! Oh, there's another rock. Damn it. Ah, he dodged it. Ah! Scary thing. Stop dodging it! Damn it! I want to kill him. Okay, there we go. Ow, he still spit something at me. Yeah, this tune. Oh my god! This is the one with the little skeleton the skeleton dance guy. I remember that. Oh, damn it. God damn it. He was crawling around, just kill him like that. Oh, I can't reach it. Oh, wait, the bones! Yeah, the little skeleton! I remember the little dance. This might be my favorite level. I lost sparks again though. Not good. No, I'm dead. I got flattened. I probably should have saved that sheep. Okay, whatever. I still got the gems for that. Yeah, I got flattened like a pancake. What's that noise? I heard someone. Oh my god. It's Gladys. No! Oh, I almost ran off the edge. Oh, the little sheep goes fully naked. Poor thing. Damn it. Why? Oh, get this gem. Need to check these corners. Oh, there's one above me. Ah. Is there a little thingy? There's no lava here. Oh, a rocket. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, did you see that? I was like just about to flatten me. These jackhammers, what the hell? What the fuck? The noise.
I'm almost ready to reveal my latest piece of real-time four-dimensional performance art. I call it Hideous Exploding Witch number 9. Now, if you can just light the 3 rockets around here, my masterpiece shall be complete.
Okay. Cool. The last one?
I forgot I hid this egg inside the statue. I hope the explosion didn't hard boil it.
It's Peanut. That's cute. Oh god, these scary things still. I need a rock. This. Oh damn it, I was facing the wrong way. I think I remember this one. Isn't it like a dog or something? Oh no, this is just an escape thing. But I think that level has like a dog level. I vaguely remember it. So many first batches here. It kind of seems like there's more than... I don't know. I don't know how it works. Oh, I want these gems. What do you have to say, buddy?
Isn't this the wildest skateboard park you've ever seen? Once you've mastered a few tricks, you could really rack up a huge score in this place. What do you say I show you some moves? Let's start with something easy. You can jump off the end of ramps by pressing the jump button.
Hey yo.
I'll show you how to do it once, then it's your turn.
Okay. Huh? Okay. You just do nothing?
Okay, now try doing a roll. You can roll in midair by holding down the action button while steering left or right with the left stick.
Oh god, this is gonna be weird on keyboard. Gnarly. Oh, I went forward. Was this? Oh, stacked it. Oh god, okay, yeah, it's weird on keyboard. Yeah, it would have been helpful last time. It's really, really awkward to hold
nice roll.
A
Now
and
let's
F
see you
at the
pull
same
flip.
time.
Flips are exactly like rolls, only you push forward or back on the left.
Wicked. Oops, I didn't. Oh, I forgot to hold F. Damn it. Oh my god, it's so awkward. Okay.
Whoa, you must be a natural. Now let's see if you can pull off a half-pipe spin move.
Better on
The blue
keyboard.
ramps
No,
are
it's so
half-pipes.
awkward.
You can do a spin move by jumping at the top of the blue ramp, then steering left or right in the air.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out last time. I was like, how do I make it so it just jumps?
All right, you nailed it. Now let's see if you can do a 900. Get as much height as you can, spin 2.5 revolutions in the air, and land back on the ramp.
Damn.
Now that was a 900. I have to admit, you've got some skills, Spyro. But before you get too cocky, let's see if you can score some real points on the giant ski ramp. Do whatever moves you want, and see how many points you can get. Wow, you learn really fast. Well, then again, you are being trained by a master boarder. Speaking of which, I was just practicing this nearly impossible new move that I call the Nasty Nort.
What the hell, Josh?
Just about pulled it off when suddenly I ran smack into this dragon egg and wiped out. Okay, I made that up, but you can still have this egg.
Oh. Give me them gems. Wait, I kind of want to run around. It's really. Oh, I need to stack it. Oh, I can't run up there. How do I get that thing then? Ah! How do I get it? Oh. Okay, I just want the gems. Yeah. So funny that Hunter's in the chat too. It's the Hunter. Okay, I just want to. Let me stack it. Oh, the balloon. Yeah, I don't know how to get these gems. Get them, Sparks. Maybe I can fly. Oh, I have to go on that way. Next Tony Hawk. Damn it. I have to like land on there somehow. I don't know. Guess they're not that important. Whatever. Oh, there's more gems over there. Damn it. Is there a way to go faster? Jesus, I didn't expect to get that much air. Oh no, I'm stuck. The game wasn't expecting me to do this. Damn it. How do I get unstuck? No! What the hell? Okay, maybe I just reload the level or something. How do I do that? Exit area. Okay. Wait, how do I get out? Oh. Yeah, I got stuck. But where's that? Or maybe it's not this level that has the dog one. Oh! Give me that bone! Yes, I got a bone. Oh! Where the heck? There. Oh, you're back, Phoenix. Welcome back. Yeah, I want to get the bones. Oops. Okay, well, how do I get... Oh, there's heaps of gems over there. Oh, there's a bone up there too. How do I get up there? Oh, fuck. My bad. Okay, whatever. Oh wait. How do I get him? Jump like that? That's kind of weird. Okay, we got another bone. 2 out of 8. Oh god. Maybe I gotta go back to where I was originally. Oh look, there's another bird level over there. But we don't have him yet. Little penguin guy. Maybe I go over here? Wait, have we been here? Oh god, there's a lot of things over here. That's a lot of Coco cats. Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's heaps of them. Wait, can we unlock him here? No. So we have to come back to these when we have him, I guess. Oh yeah, it's working now. Wow. A day and 4 hours. Wait, we didn't go in here, did we? Ooh, what is this?
I was playing catch with my pet wolf, Farley.
Oh, yeah, the dog
but I
one.
accidentally threw his ball down this hole,
This
and
is
he
it.
went in after it. Now he's stuck down there, and I feel so helpless, sitting up here, listening to his steadily softening whimpers.
Yeah, it's probably because
cry,
you
wolf.
were watching for
Never
the
cry,
longest.
wolf.
And then it stopped working when I activated my 2FA. So it still had your progression that you already had, I guess. Yeah, this is the dog level I was talking about. There he is! Oh my god, he looks so creepy in this remake. Hello? Go fetch. The doggo! Yeah, I vaguely remember this one, but I remember like the OG version. Oh, wait, what? But I didn't even put it on the button, he just went to the button. Oh, I just headbutt it. Concussion, that's okay. Oh. Oh, I killed him with the ball? Oh, they're scared of him. I see. Just making sure I'm not missing gems. Get the gem. No, don't squish him. Wait. Oh. I assume you go on there? Oh, Nope, no, it's good to maneuver it. Nope. Or maybe we go on this button. Oh shoot. Go get the ball! Damn it, what have I done? Okay. Oh. Wait, I'm not. I think I'm supposed to be over there. Okay, There we go. Oh, no, I wasn't saying that. Damn it. Why am I struggling with this? Damn it. There we go. Okay. I'm guessing I gotta smash that. Oh, that was the whole of them? I was expecting
You
longer.
found Farley! How can I ever thank you? I
Farley.
mean, I could give you this old egg, but Farley's been chewing on it and it's kind of slimy. Oh well, it's the thought that counts, right?
The egg. Yeah, I don't know how to get those friggin' bones. Yeah, this doesn't seem right. Maybe I jump over here? That doesn't look right either though. Oh, you can't like walk on this. It's a little weird. Huh? Oh, wait, this is the right way. There he is! I need to get all the bones! Oh my god, it looks so weird in the remake.
You're doing great. Please find the rest of the bones so we can put my friend back together.
Okay, oh, there's one there. Oh! Hold on. How do I get up there? Gotta find another way around. Man, how the frick do I get up there? I'm forgetting now which ones I've killed and which ones I haven't. Oh, there's one over there too. Wait, I could have still gotten that one. Or, oops. Do I need, maybe I need the bird guy to do it? Oops, I need to use that. Ah! Yeah, I wonder if I'm supposed to fly around with the bird guy or something. Oh, hydrate. I might get something to eat soon. Yeah, I don't know how to get the bones up there. Damn it. Guess we'll come back when we have the penguin. Oh yeah, I forgot we're in a new world. Yeah, I'll go back to it later when I have the penguin there. Maybe I unlock him in here and I just haven't explored this world enough yet. Or this home. Yeah, these bunnies spawn like crazy on farm life. There's one. We got it. Motherfucker. Money bags. Oh wait, yeah, this is a penguin. This is a little cage. This is who we needed.
My good friend Spyro.
Damn it,
The
I should have
sorceress
explored
caught
the
this
world first.
naughty bird letting off rockets in her fireworks
Oh, thank
factory.
you, Hunter.
But I'm willing to
Thanks for
release him
stopping
into
by.
your
I
custody.
appreciate it.
Provided you pay his outstanding fines.
Do I have enough? Yes.
Ha ha! What a sucker! That is... It's a far, far better thing you do today, Spyro.
Look at his
than
face
you
in the
have ever
background.
done.
He hates
And,
him.
Well, so forth, etc. You get the idea.
I'm gonna bail him out. See ya, Hunter. Have a good one. We got him!
Sergeant Bird, 90068. Awaiting orders, sir.
I think you'll have to find your commanding officer for that. Hey, what are those things?
These are the latest military hardware. BBX-9 rocket launchers, state of the art.
So why didn't you use them to escape?
Because I have limited ammo, and I wanted to conserve it. For this.
Shit, he fucking killed
Where'd
him.
you come from? I thought dragons had all been dead for 1,000 years or something.
Well, the rumors of our extinction were slightly exaggerated. We just wanted a little peace and quiet.
Well, if it's peace and quiet you want, you should stay clear of my homeworld for a bit. I reckon I'll be blowing up Rhinox for weeks. Cheerio!
So cute. Let's do his world then. And then I wonder if that unlocks it for the other ones as well. I don't know.
I have to train the hummingbirds. They must be in peak physical condition if we're going to take on the sorceress.
Hero change.
Sir, the situation is this. Yesterday, at 1845 hours, the Rhinox invaded. We defended as best we could, sir. But without your leadership, we couldn't put up an effective resistance. By 1900 hours, the rest of the squad was captured, and the Rhinox had complete control of the base.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Yeah, I guess they're French. Wait, is he French too? Or he's got a little card in his hat. Oh, little ladybug. Oh, they're like homing beacons. Okay, how do we get out? What is that? Oh, there's a guy over there. Oh, we go up here. Hello?
I recommend you take the enemy out with your rockets by pressing the attack.
Okay, thank you. I got auto aim.
Sir,
Oh,
I've
my
captured
gem.
the enemy rations. They won't march far on empty stomachs.
Hey, Iowa. I think I skipped a gem.
Sir, the Rhinox have blocked the way out of this next cave with a security door, and I don't think you'll be able to blast your way through this one. I recommend you land on the weights
How you
and carry
doing?
them to the pressure-sensitive security switches on either side of the door. When in position, press the charge button to drop the weight. Press the action button once to look down, and press it again to look up, sir.
Okay, yeah, I did miss a gem. What was making me miss that? Oh, well. What the? What was that? Wait, did she give me an egg or anything? Probably not.
Request permission to.
Oh, you got woken up by the puppy. Oh, good. I need this ladybug. Its face. Wait, what are these little groundhog things? Oh. Got him. Am I missing anything? I think that's everything.
He's fighting a good fight, sir.
That's what I was hearing. Ow. I thought she was going to say something.
Mission accomplished. It's great to have you back, sir.
The hell? Oh no. Oh no, it was the action button. Oh, I just... okay. The mouse is kind of weird to move on this.
orders, sir.
French army tugs. Okay, sleep well, Isla. Thank you. Oh god, I have to make my way back. There's not even a ladybug here or nothing. Ah! Okay, we made it. There was one more thing to blow up with this at the very start, but I can't really be bothered going all the way back. Let's get back in there. Yeah, I don't want to go back. First try. Okay, we can try and get the bones. Oh, what's happening? Another cutscene. Oh, there's no sound again. The cutscenes like don't have sound anymore. The hell? That's weird. Ba ba ba. Scary. Yeah, the cutscenes were working earlier. I don't know why it's not working now. Piranha Plant Mario. Oh god. It's just completely silent, so awkward. Okay, he saves her, he's the hero. They fall in love. Yeah, I wonder why there's no sound on. Maybe I accidentally clicked something. I don't know. I want Bone Boy. Where is he? This was the one, wasn't it? I think so. Now that we have Penguin. Oh, wait. Oh no! Killed myself because I got distracted by the bone guy. Maybe I could just turn when I go up there? Or maybe it respawned them all. But yeah, I must have, because didn't I have that one? I have to collect them all again? Oh. That was the wrong one. Keep dying. just gonna run straight in.
I'm ready to patrol the towers and the perimeter of the islands whenever you want me to.
Oh.
It's good to be back in action.
I thought so. Okay, that makes more sense. Now I can collect the stuff easier. I was like trying to get them the hard way. Sparks? In case it doesn't pick it up. Wait, penguins can't fly. Is there not a tower up here? No. One more bone. Where's the other bone? Here? Oh, here he is.
Here, have this.
Wait, I didn't pick up that
keep
gem.
it as a souvenir, but I don't have room in my luggage.
Oh wait, to the bone dance.
My friend is feeling much better now. Oh no, he started his bone dance again.
Let's go. The classic bone dance. What? He does a... No, it's different. Why is he doing a Fortnite dance? Oh, the music is different too, damn it. The classic was good. I missed the old one. But he still did the Dancing in Moonlight. That's the one he does. Why is he Fortnite dancing? Damn it. No! That's not old school. Damn it. I'm such a boomer when he's doing the disco dance. That's what's nostalgic to me. Damn. Whatever. Yeah, I want to watch the old one. Wait, let me find it. Spyro Boom Dance original. I found it! Oh my god, it's so old.
Thank you, Spyro.
Oh, hang on.
Thank you, Spyro. Now I can put my friend back together. Please, take this as a token of my appreciation. A fairy left it with me a little while ago.
Oh my god, it looks so old. The song's so good too. I mean, it's kind of like a Fortnite dance, actually. It's kind of similar, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty much the same, but they made that little dance a little bit more Fortnite-y than the floss. Alright. It took me away from that tower. I missed a gem. Damn it. I don't remember which tower it was now. Oh, it was here. Yes, I missed a gem. I knew it. Oh god, oh yeah, I still need that thing. But I need to smash it. Okay, we're done. Cool. Darling. Okay. Wow. Oh, I get boost at some point. These bunnies spawn straight away, it's crazy.
When you see ladders or walls that look climbable, just jump onto them and you'll grab them with your claws.
Oh, hydrate. Oh, is this the swamp one? The music is really nostalgic though. Oh my god.
That guitar was mean.
Oh, the haiku.
I thought I was a goner. Thanks for saving me.
Yeah, I remember this haiku one. Like the kendo? Huh. Oh no! Luckily there's a little random ledge there. It's like they knew I was gonna fall. Huh! The fuck? Little mosquito. A lobster? Swamp lobster? Oh, we need another key. No. Wait. I'll go over there later. Money bags.
This door is jammed shut. Only the power of gems can hope to move it. You've made a wise choice. It will mean more eggs for you and more gems for me. Best of all, Spyro, I can stop speaking haiku. What a sweet relief.
Dragon, much braver than I by far. Here, take this.
An interesting name.
When all lamps are lit, there is a secret in here. that I will show you.
Oh, okay. Oh, another Sheila.
This swamp smells so sweet. The springtime trees are fragrant. I'm off to kick butt.
Oh.
We have the bombs here. We must destroy the egg cage. But we just go boom. Kangaroo can help. You can clear the path for us. Will Sheila help us? Yes, it's bombing time. Here I come, my little eggs, to free you at last.
Now, damn it.
Ow! I went... Yes, it's bombing time.
Huh? He's doubling back? What? Why does he double back?
Ow! I went... Yes, it's...
What? He doubles back on it.
Ow! I went... Yes,
Okay, just gonna get the timing right.
time. Here I come.
No, I can't get to him fast enough. Yeah, that's kinda hard.
Ow! I went... Yes, it's...
I'm gaming.
cage remains. Will you now help my brother to free the last egg?
Oh, again?
If you clear my path, I can blow up the egg cage. Yes, it's Bob.
Oh, he doesn't go to that one, damn it. No, he's tricking me! Ah. No! Oh! Okay, he goes to that one. Okay, got it.
I went. Yes, it.
He doesn't go to these ones. Wait, did he go to this one? I don't remember now. I don't think so. Or did he? No. Okay. Where is he going? Oh no, the rock! No! Why is he going that way?
Ow! Ow. We will
Pull himself up. Where even is he? The hell? Sir? What? Didn't I click yes?
We have the bombs here. We must. Yes, it's.
I thought I clicked yes. Oh, he blew up the rock already. No.
Ow! Yes, it's.
Oh no! I tried to jump and I accidentally pressed controls.
Ow! I went. Yes.
Okay, we got this one. Why does F look and then controls also look like what the? Oh wait, he's gotta go around first. Yeah. There we go.
The eggs are all free. 2 dragons are born today. Sheila's my hero.
Maybe I'm getting sick again because I'm feeling like the body ache's kind of sick. Damn. Gonna hand out, not getting tired. Oh, okay, have a good night, Josh. Thank you again. I hope you have a good night. Oh, there's another one, secret wall. Oh, it was just one little gem. See you, Josh. That's everything. Oh, there's a rock. Bye-bye. Oh, I see another one. Okay, that should be everything. Oh no, I have to get all the signs
When all
again.
lamps are lit, there is a secret.
Alright, the lamps. Is this the last lamp? Oh, it's open. Secret hole. Oh, that's not the one. Huh? A boss fight? Oh wait, do I use that? Uh-oh. Oh. Ah! He's a wizard! The fuck? Oh no, I aimed it that way. Damn it. You can spawn crocodiles. Or alligators. Maybe. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it just takes me back. Oh, hydrate. There was an area I didn't do. Wait, does a lobster attack me? Oh no, he just does the little pincers at me. Oh, there's an egg. No point. Oh. Oh! Oh. Can I not get up there? Frick. need to find a key still, too. Wait, now I forgot how I got up there again. Oh, a gem. Gotta go all the way around. No, I don't make that. Damn it. Damn, I don't make that. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna maybe make something to eat. But that's not too bad on keyboard and mouse. Oh god, I wish. I'm gonna put something on and then go see what to eat. Oh, actually, a coffee would be amazing, actually. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Year 2023, the day just after Christmas, first responders figured it was just another day at work until they were about to be dispatched to a massive building fire in Spyro, Wisconsin. A female had made a trip to Walmart with a simple task in mind: to pick up oatmeal and mayonnaise. After quickly finding the item she needed, she decided to take a detour through the aisles, casually browsing items that caught her attention. She soon found herself drawn toward the craft and fabric section, an area she often frequented for art supplies and materials. While browsing some art folders, she reached into her pocket to call her mom. Instead of finding her phone, she felt a lighter, and in a moment of impulse, took it out and lit an artificial plant nearby. Not realizing how quickly the fire would spread, she panicked and hurried out of the area without telling anyone what had happened. During the store's evacuation, she took out her phone and quickly recorded the fire burning in the craft aisle, yelling for people to leave.
What the? Everyone move from the area! Everyone move from the area!
What began as a quick errand for oatmeal and mayonnaise soon turned into a $7.6 million disaster.
Get over!
Upon arriving, the officer observed several people evacuating the building and quickly retrieved his fire extinguisher.
Big gets it. Get everybody out. Montreal, we got heavy smoke.
During the quick sweep of the store, they noticed thick smoke pouring from an area near the center of the building, making the fire's location seem suspicious.
Let's just go. I'm more worried about people. Are they out? I don't know. Blocking the sprinklers here. Yep. Ethan.
Oh, Jesus.
She's outside. Sorry,
You're all right. Let's just sweep and make sure everybody's out. Yep. Is everybody out?
I think everybody, yeah.
Okay, you get out. Just get out.
Yes, sir.
Just let it go.
Yeah.
I'll grab this section. I'm gonna go down and I'll go that way. Yeah. All right.
45-17, can you copy?
Make sure everybody's out. 48, go ahead. I'm helping them sleep here.
Yeah, I'm in here with you. I got grocery cleared except for the far west aisle.
I cleared the back. I told everybody to get out.
Yep. Where the is it?
It's in the craft section, but 30, are you 10 too?
He needs to get out of there. That boy loves running into smoke.
He took that, he went in that way. I think as long as we got everybody out.
I think everyone's out.
Ethan! Ethan! Ethan!
There's some sort of a sprinkler.
Yeah, the sprinklers are going.
Oh.
Hear it.
Yeah. Oh, there's water.
Yeah.
Badger buddy!
What was that?
Is everybody in the back room?
I went through the back. Everybody was going out back.
You should head outside.
Okay.
Oh, it's nice down here. Oh.
I went through the back. There was some guys, and I was telling everybody's out. So I was yelling.
I don't know where Ethan is, but
Ethan was just on the radio. He was all right.
we should not be in that thick shit anymore, I don't think.
We might as well get
front and double check that side.
Yeah. Get everybody away from the front too, because they're going to be coming in hot.
I bet you that's some dumb kid did this.
I told you, Sarge. I told you.
Don't
I told you.
Do not speak.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh, this is locked at the pharmacy?
Yeah.
It's going. It's got to be going in there. Look at that.
Wait, is anyone still there?
Y'all here. Oh yeah.
I just
Yep. Gotta get some
Wait, is the
doors
audio
pulled,
even
like,
working?
wedged
I forgot
open.
to check.
The hell's the difference?
Why does my mouth look like that when I have my glasses on? What the heck? I swear my model's mouth looks different when I have my glasses on. Like the teeth.
There's a
look different
fire
or
exit,
something.
Badger. Don't even think about it.
Crowd in front.
Yeah. We should get some doors wedged open.
I don't know if it's me or if it feels like it's getting warm in here.
I think that sprinkler system would be.
That stuff will get worse. Just get all this stuff out of the way for these fire guys.
It thinks I'm
yeah, it
like
is getting
angry
warm down
eyebrows
here.
because I have my glasses on. I can't see
We
my
got
eyes or
everybody
something.
away from the front when they come screaming in.
No, that's what he was telling Ethan to do. This ain't good, boss. This ain't good.
I'm gonna grab my car and park up in front of these doors here.
Okay. I couldn't get too much searching done.
No, it's getting worse in there. It's going. Oh, it's sweet help the drain.
You want to take yours, Ethan, and block off that driveway? Never mind. People need to leave.
People need to leave, but
Yeah.
I can stop them from coming in.
Yeah, block one lane off. You guys have the slightest clue what started it, we'll probably want to pull footage and make sure when some kids are doing something stupid in there, I guess.
I mean, we definitely will. We know like where it busted the most was like where we have artificial floral. I mean, it's really bustable.
Yeah, my fear is that some kids did something stupid, you know, kind of worst case. But
yeah, I mean, impossible.
Right.
That's all you got. That's it.
Need help dragging anything anywhere?
Where's the hydrant? Bring it right there. Bring it there.
Wait, it's 8 p.m.
Take this one.
I played Spyro for that long? What the heck? Hey, do you hear it, Septi? Is the chrome audio working?
You want to flush it first? Nope. No, I'll be alright. Come on. It's been a while, but I can still do it.
I can't believe it's 8 p.m. already. I didn't realize how late it was. I thought it was like 5.
During the fire,
Oh, you
78
hear it? Okay,
employees
good.
and 165
Yeah, I'm
customers
gonna
were
order something to eat
inside,
real quick.
but
I want
thankfully,
coffee.
no one was injured. However, in different situations, others may not be as fortunate when they unexpectedly become victims.
Oh,
Seriously
good.
injured in an accident,
I was just
medical
AFK for
bills
a second.
piling up. Insurance companies often give you the runaround.
Yeah, I didn't
It's a
realize
nightmare
how much
scenario
time
too
passed.
many
How long was I
face.
playing
Fighting
Spyro
insurers
for?
alone can be frustrating.
Wait, how long have I been live for? Almost 2 hours? Or almost 4
deserve
hours?
better.
Sorry.
That's where today's sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. As America's largest personal injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan has over 100 offices and 1,000 dedicated lawyers, all working to make sure you get the compensation you deserve if you become their client.
No, I'm gonna get food now because I need like a... It's kind of late to get coffee now that I thought it was like 5 p.m.
Malpractice and defective
Crazy.
products, their attorneys are ready to fight for you if you become their client. What sets Morgan & Morgan apart? You can submit your claim in just 8 clicks from the comfort of your couch. No sign-up fees, and you only pay if they win
Sorry,
your
I'm
case.
not skipping
It's
the
that
things
simple.
and looking
You
at my
can just
phone.
head over to www.forthepeople.com/code bluecam, found in the description, or by scanning the QR code on your screen from your phone's camera. You can fill out your details, and their team will take it from there. No hassle, no stress.
Water! Yeah, this sucks. Just do, back up, do, yup. That's gonna be addressed. That's nice to know. Alright, we're good. Yep. This John, store manager?
Yep.
I got his point of contact information for dispatch. I told him just to hang around over here in case the chief needs something from him. Yep. Your guys' street department in today?
Should be.
Have them bring up some barricades and just close it off. Bottom entrance. Yeah, leave this down.
Never too late for coffee. I feel that.
Let's go, buddy. What the f*** is his deal? Which one? Where is Mike? You see that? I made a hydrant.
It's been a while.
You're getting the friggin' guard tracking, man.
Made a hydrant.
Does anybody know if they did that? No, sounds like they're all yelling on the radio, so the guys out here can't understand what they're saying. Are you gonna need like any more room here for more trucks or anything?
I wonder if that truck is still up there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Can't hear a damn thing in there, can you?
Everybody's hollering the mics and you can't hear it.
Yeah.
That's fire now.
As far as he knew, yeah.
Fabric.
Yeah. Like fake flowers and stuff, yeah.
Where is he? I don't know. Oh, okay. Everybody's hollering for I know.
Hey, is it our radio that's not working? I just wonder if it is.
I think it's everybody.
Oh.
It might be something
It's yours.
too.
Just yours, dude.
Yeah. It's probably something to do with the building.
Oh, well, engine one's in there. I opened those doors down there. The main entrance ones? Yeah. There's a fire exit against that west-east wall.
Okay.
If you pop that open, I think that's the closest one to the source of it, yeah.
You want me to try and sink in and look?
Can't do anything. Can't go in the building.
Back off, Amy. What are you doing?
I'm trying to get you some camera coverage.
We'll get it. They got it knocked down. Worst case scenario, there's some dumb kids.
After the fire was contained, police spoke with Sparta Area Fire Chief, who noted that the fire seemed sus and requested a review of the security footage.
If you would review the cameras, I'd be real curious to see what you see.
I am too. What I got here was the location of it, and Jake said that, like, something's wrong. Yeah. In the middle of the store.
There's nothing combustible in that alley, that aisle, in that fabric section, as far as anything that would ignite it. I think either somebody put something in there, flip something in there, so that, you know, get it as slow as you can get it.
Yeah, that's our plan. As soon as we can get in that office, we're going to go look and see what we got.
Officers then contacted an asset protection employee to access the surveillance cameras. While reviewing the footage, they observed the suspect igniting the fire before casually walking around to assess the situation. She was later seen standing outside the store among other customers, appearing anxious and uncertain about where to go. Eventually, she made her way to a blue SUV, watching the shitfest unfold before driving off shortly after first responders arrived. A clear image of her face was captured from the security footage. This photo was then forwarded to another officer, who was able to positively identify her as 17-year-old Emma Smith, using a school ID photo.
There's a fire right there.
Yeah. Oh, Christ.
That one hurry.
Like I said, this person seems like they're acting off.
Looks back.
There's smoke right there.
Yeah. Bingo.
It almost looks like they're wearing like one of those bomber hats.
Was that him?
I think so.
Right, that's him right there.
Right there.
Yep, yeah. He's backing up just a little bit.
See right here by this guy?
He's on just behind him. He's
Right
tucked.
here.
Yep, there he is.
It looked like he had his phone out, like he was taking a video or something.
Yeah, it could have been.
See if Erickson can reach out to some of his shithead kids and check their Snapchat feed.
Yep, right there.
That's an oh shit look if I've ever seen one.
You ain't kidding.
Ooh! Oh boy! What did I do?
Definitely looks like a female.
It's a female. Probably should refer this to the school resource office.
Got a video of it from inside.
Really? Who is it?
Oh, that's way after. Holy balls. Emma Smith from Street.
Total box right now is just over 7.6 million. I mean, it's going to be a total loss. I don't know what's going to be saved. Like for sure, all the apparel's gone, right?
Yep.
Wait, do you have the flu? I think I'm getting like a cold or something. Or it could be from my ear. I don't know if it's... I feel like it's probably... The ear infection is probably from the cold.
Value in the box.
I don't know which way around, but...
Sounds like he might be contacting DCI.
But like I don't have any other symptoms. It's just like every now and then I get like a weird achy feeling in my body. Like, you know, like the flu achy feeling? Body aches?
Nobody's going anywhere till DCI gets here in a couple hours, so they're on their way from Madison now.
I was gonna ask if you were there, Phoenix. Was it you who said if someone said is hypnosis real or something the other day?
Police visited the address on file and saw the same blue SUV from the security footage parked outside.
Oh, you don't?
Hello.
Oh.
I'm Detective Bray. Is Emma home?
Yes.
Wait, you never get sick or your friend?
Can we speak to her?
Okay. What'd she do?
We will sit on.
Oh, it was you. I was gonna watch some hypnosis videos as well.
Fire?
I'm just ordering food and coffee.
She tell you about it?
She told me she was there shopping.
You never get sick. Oh, I'm jealous.
She didn't want to
I usually get sick from other people.
She's a possible.
Like everyone's always sick before
As
me.
Emma came downstairs to see who was there, she likely realized she was in deep shit.
Oh, you didn't know the body ache thing. Yeah, sometimes with cold and flu you get like body aches and pains.
Chat with us for a second.
It's like a weird feeling.
You wanna have a seat? I'm Detective Bray. This is Sergeant Lotus. Were you at Walmart today?
She's an arsonist.
Okay. What'd you go to Walmart for?
Oatmeal and mayo.
Oatmeal and mayo.
Oatmeal and mayo.
Did you go with anybody?
Together? Just kidding.
No? You seem a little nervous. What's going on?
Because it scared me genuinely.
Oh, you never experienced the body ache thing? Oh, damn. I think it's for like worse flus and stuff.
Fire.
Okay.
Or like,
where were you at when you saw it?
like viral infection or something, maybe, I don't know.
I was ready to go check out, and I was in the ladies' bra section, and then someone was saying, oh, there's a fire. And then I saw it, it started reaching the ceiling, and then I said, everyone move away, fire, fire, fire. I have a video if you want to see.
Okay. Well,
Oh, you didn't know
Walmart
that?
has a lot of video cameras there. A lot of them.
You don't mix your mayo with oatmeal.
Pretty much cover the entire store.
Oh, that sounds so gross.
Okay. So did you
I just bought some oatmeal, like the pre-packaged ones. It's vanilla flavor. They're probably not good, but I like the vanilla flavor.
Because when
It's
I
actually
was
pretty
going
good.
to check
I mean, it tastes
out
good.
in
Probably not good for you,
Mayo
but
mayo in your hands?
and then I set it down right where
you never
the
sick for more than
refrigerator
3
was
days.
in the
What?
self-checkout aisle. There was one where it's not in there, but it's like
Oh, I
right
see.
outside of it, and I put it there, and then I walked out.
I'm yawning already. I need my latte.
When you were, why were you going through like the section with the bras and stuff?
I always take a shortcut, and plus, I read on my hand that I needed socks.
Okay.
I know you got some for me, but I usually like to wear black socks, and so I was gonna get those. I didn't.
Wait, really,
see
Sophie?
that happen.
Okay. Were you
I've been
anywhere
sick a
else in the
bunch of
store?
times, and sometimes it like lingers for a
Where would
while.
that have been?
I was looking
Like
at
it doesn't
art
fully
bags
get better, it kind
in
of
the art supply
lingers.
section.
Sometimes for
Okay.
ages.
What else was in that aisle?
What do you mean?
What
That's
other
annoying.
items were in the aisle that you were in?
Markers, sticky notes. It was just typical art stuff.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Were you in any other aisles?
I was in that aisle where it happened, but
What aisle was that?
that was the art section where the paints and stuff were.
Okay.
How do you know what happened there?
Because I saw it when
How
I
would
turned.
you be able to see it?
Because everyone was turning and pointing.
How
and
would you be able to see what
because
was
when
in
I
the
was
You're lucky.
because when I was walking away, the art bag section, it was on this side, not the other side by the clothes. It was near where you would find home stuff. I was looking at the art section, and then I was gonna walk away, and then I went in the fabric section to the socks and the bras, and then that's when someone said, "Oh my God, look, there's a fire," and that's when I turned around, and I made the stupid decision to just stay and videotape it instead of leaving, and I watched it over multiple times, and it's
Oh, I used to
pretty
get
clear to me
migraines a
that
lot
it
too,
was
but then I started drinking
in that
caffeine and it seems to stop them. But then if I don't drink
Did you see
caffeine, I
anybody
definitely
else
get
in
one.
the section where fabrics were and stuff like that? No.
Nobody else was in there?
There was an old lady, I think, with her family, and they were near it, and then this
Wait, is there
other
another
person
video
that
playing?
I was standing near was saying, "Everyone move from the area,"
No.
and then I started shouting that too, and you can
Okay.
see it in the video.
Do you have the video?
Mhm.
You still have it?
Mhm.
Can I come with you?
Sure.
So she's on camera walking out of the aisle, like moments before the fire starts.
And nobody else was in the aisle?
Not that we can see. And nobody exits the aisle from either side. And her demeanor coming in and leaving are very different.
Are you being serious, Phoenix? I'm jealous. I get headaches all the time.
That's me.
Well, not like all the time, but
There was nobody else in the aisle with the fabrics and stuff when you were down there except for an old lady?
And her family, I would presume. And then that's when everyone started walking out the door. And I followed with that.
Okay. So, do you remember where you were right before people started saying there was a fire?
I was walking where those home items were.
Mhm.
I was walking out of that aisle after I was done looking at beads and stuff.
Okay.
And then that's when I went to go look at the art bags in the other section. And then I walked out, went near this other old lady who was shopping. And then, I was wearing my hat, so I don't know.
I thought that was my
if
phone.
I missed it or something, but I was walking in the fabric area. And then I felt like some kind of heat a little bit. And that's when I went to the bra section. But no one else was around me. Everyone was just shopping and everything.
And you felt heat? How long after you left that aisle?
Just like a split second. And then
Why is that?
that's when I saw all the smoke and everything. And
But
when
no one else was in the aisle and then you felt the heat?
I mean, I use it
Okay.
for
It's time for you to be honest.
IRL because I don't like texting. I actually don't really text at all.
So, Emma, there's the footage shows you leave the aisle where the fire started, moments before the smoke starts rising up from the shelf, and your behavior when you walk out of that aisle you're obviously paying attention to what's happening down there. You can see your head turning and like looking down there several times.
Because I'm usually paranoid about people following me.
Okay.
I do have moments where I get overly paranoid and it makes me act erratically, and she can back that up.
Okay.
And I'm sorry.
I can understand that, and I'm not saying that you're this bad person who's trying to hurt anyone or anything like that. But the footage shows you coming out of where that fire started.
I
and
know,
you're the only one there.
And as soon as you leave, we follow you all the way through the store. And I mean, you're trying to cover your face when you're walking out of the door.
No, I was in panic doing this.
Okay.
What did you start it with?
I didn't have anything. You can check my whole room, my whole body, person, everything. I don't have anything.
I'm not asking you if you have anything. I'm asking you what you started it with.
I didn't start it with anything.
We need you to be honest. Okay? There's lots of footage. You're clearly in a panic right now. So what did you start?
The state crime inspectors are coming to check the fire, and they're going to be able to tell us exactly how it happened. Like, not like it maybe happened this way or it maybe happened that way.
What did you start with?
My lighter.
Okay. Where's the lighter at now?
It's in...
Where's the lighter at now? Emma, where's the lighter
It's
at?
in the kitchen where...
I don't want you to touch it. I want you to tell me where it's at.
What's gonna happen to me? Please tell me.
Tell me where the lighter is.
Emma, this is a felony. That's the
Where's the lighter
short
at?
stick of it. I didn't mean to do it. I'm sorry. I really wasn't thinking.
Okay.
I don't take my meds today, and I'm impulsive.
Okay.
Where's the lighter at?
It's in the kitchen. When you walk in, there's like a cabinet right here. There's the garbage. Next to the refrigerator first.
Okay. I'm gonna walk you over there, and I want you to show me where it's at. Okay? I don't want you to touch it. Okay? So let's go grab it. Don't touch it. Just show me where it's at. Which one is it?
Green.
The green one?
Is she gonna get arrested for this? Go to jail. Please be honest with me.
Come back out here. We're not done yet. So what did you start?
Huh?
What did you start on fire? What did you light?
I lit one of the leaves of the fake plants, and I really didn't mean to.
What do you mean? Explain that to me. Help me understand.
Because I wasn't thinking about anything that could have happened at the end. I didn't even think about that. And I feel really guilty. But
So,
I
help
really
me
don't
under-
want to go to jail.
Seriously, you could have hurt somebody. Do
I
you
know,
not understand
that's
the
why-
gravity of the situation?
No,
child?
I do now, and I'm really
Just
sorry.
help me
Please.
understand. Calm down. Take a breath.
I don't want to kill myself.
You're not going to. Calm down.
Emma.
Why did you start the leaf on fire? Let's start with that. Just take some breaths and explain it to me. Why you did that.
I don't know. I don't know why I did it.
Okay.
I just...
Do you like fire or what?
I do.
Okay.
I couldn't help myself. I mean, I could. I don't know. I just wasn't thinking straight, and
So what did you want the outcome to be?
I thought it would just die out.
Did you
I swear I didn't.
see it start to burn more than you expected, and is that when you walked away from it?
I started to panic, and I felt really bad.
Have you ever had other fires, like controlled ones, before?
Just in my own room, but
Okay.
I swear I don't know.
What do you burn in your room sometimes?
Paper.
Just pieces of paper?
Up in your room?
Not often, but just
the
my
cat.
intention was to just go to Walmart and get the oatmeal and mayonnaise and just walk out. But I got distracted because I wanted to, get a container of some sort in the beads aisle.
Wait, is it gonna
But
play
then
again?
When I was searching
Yeah, it
around my
is.
pocket to see, just to ask my
I
mom
hear the
something, that's when I felt the lighter, and I did
So
all
why-
that was just
Why did
blurred
you have
out.
do you smoke?
I
You smoke cigarettes or why did
no,
you have?
no.
Where did this green lighter come from?
It was
No,
in my room
that's too many
for-
hydrates.
for months on end already.
Don't do
and
92.
when I put on my pants, it was already in there because
Wait, it's not playing now.
I probably forgot it
What
in
happened
the
to it?
dryer. And I was washing my pants. I don't know why I carry it,
It
but
broke.
it's not
It
cigarettes,
broke.
but I used to smoke weed,
Okay.
but that stopped too.
Okay. Why did you put it in the drawer down
Thank you,
here?
Zippy.
Okay.
Because when I was driving home, I was shaking, and that's when I realized.
It's like your hand coming through the screen. Like on the side.
Just so I have
Coming
it
out the
clear,
chat.
You just wanted to start the leaf on fire?
I swear
For
I
what? For what reason? Just explain. For
I
what
didn't
reason?
have a reason. I can't think of any kind of reason that I would do that.
Okay.
And I swear I didn't mean to, but.
So, you left and you came back here, or did you stop anywhere else?
I came right back here, but I went to Quick Trip first because I was going to get gas, but I didn't park in the gas station, and I just wanted to go home because
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my
I
food.
don't even remember doing it. But
11K points, book. Wow.
I don't have a reason.
Okay, I'll be right
I
back.
don't have a motive or anything. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I didn't want to get in trouble, but I did anyway. I don't know why I did it. I really don't.
Okay. So, did you go into the store at Quick Trip? Did you try to start something on fire in Quick Trip? So, what did you do when you went
I
into Quick
went
Trip?
in the Quick Trip. I went to the bathroom, and I looked at myself in the mirror and started crying. And then I just walked out and went home. I will
Why?
pay any amount of money
Just
to get
listen.
rid of this, please. I don't
Listen.
want my life to be
Listen.
fucked up.
Did you? Which direction did you come in at? Because you're parked this way.
I really can't remember doing it, but like I said, I knew I did it, and impulsivity has always been a problem with me, and I'm really not trying to blame it on that, but I don't remember doing it. I just know that when I was walking out, I was shaking and I couldn't feel my limbs, and I just regretted it. And I tried exercising right before you guys came here to ease my anxiety, but I feel really guilty. I really didn't mean to do it. I don't know what was going through my mind. So bad.
It's just stuff. Okay.
I'm so
It's
glad
nobody
I didn't
got
hurt
hurt.
anyone.
Nobody got hurt. Nobody got hurt. It's just stuff. Okay.
I will pay all the damages. I don't care how.
You're not gonna have enough to pay those damages.
No, you're not. What am I gonna do? Wait, what's gonna happen?
Well, the stuff is, like you said, it's just stuff. Okay, you'll never have enough to pay to replace that stuff, but it's Walmart. They have insurance for
I'm being so
taking
serious.
care of that.
I'm so glad I didn't hurt anyone.
Oh, nobody got
No,
hurt.
you're right. Nobody got hurt.
God, I feel so bad. I don't know what came over me to do it. I just can't think of a single reason.
Did you try to put it out, or did it just get so big so fast that you couldn't?
When I saw it spreading, I wanted to go back, but I freaked out and I didn't say anything.
Did it spread fairly quickly?
I didn't mean for it to happen.
Explain to me how it spread.
I don't know. When I told you I was walking away from it, I looked back and it just reached the ceiling and I was like, holy shit, I freaked out.
Where on the shelf was the leaf that you lit? Was it like waist level? Was it down lower?
It was waist level.
About waist high?
I didn't want that to happen, period. Now that I just don't know.
So how quickly did it get big?
Really fast, like
Okay.
less than a minute.
Yeah. How long did you stand there for and watch it?
I was frozen in place in that bra section for a split second, and then,
Could you see it? Could you see the fire from the bra section?
all I saw was just the top of it from the shelf to the ceiling.
Okay, so you could see it going over the top of the shelf. How long did you stay in the aisle once you lit the leaf?
I looked at it for a split second, and then when I walked away, that's when I finally realized, and that's why I acted fidgety in the video, because I wanted to turn back and put it out, but I was freaking out because I didn't want to get hurt. I burned myself before, and it hurts, but I also... God, can I please still go to school?
I imagine, yeah, you'll go to school at some point.
What do you mean at some point? What's gonna happen?
We will be arresting you.
You better go get some pants on and shoes up.
I'll be coming with you. So just go slow.
I swear, I'm not a pyromaniac. I don't. Oh God.
So, at the age of 17, she can be.
I saw the emojis bouncing around my screen when I came back in.
Listen.
Please, I'm
Calm
so
down.
sorry.
Listen. You're 17, okay? Right? You're gonna be okay. You have a long life to live. You're gonna be okay.
It'll ultimately be up to the courts if they want to proceed with this. Okay.
For
If they want to
other
proceed
minor
with this.
You're gonna be fine. You made a big mistake.
Yeah, I was just grabbing my food.
But luckily, that's
And I got iced
a
latte.
big company that can
I'm
handle.
so stoked.
Okay.
I need this.
But there's definitely gonna be some consequences for it. Okay. Do you have any weapons up here? Don't.
I'm sorry.
What do you have? What's that?
Just the blade that I use
Okay.
sometimes.
Don't touch it. You're fine. Let's throw on some sweatpants and some socks.
Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh God. I don't remember. Do you have a body cam?
Yes, I do.
Oh Jesus Christ. This is so embarrassing.
Oh, hello.
Is this gonna be published to YouTube?
No.
Akudo.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm already filled with shame.
Well, I can't promise that, but
Oh God.
yeah, just don't. That's not what you need to be focusing on, right?
She just got in trouble for vaping weed in the classroom.
Okay.
You will be staying overnight.
Is this her phone?
Oh God. They're gonna let me know when the bond is tomorrow, love. What's your biggest?
Holy shit. I could have been a murderer. You're not, please. I love you.
Breathe.
I'm sorry.
Breathe.
I don't mean to be this way. I really hate myself for this.
Remember, it's just stuff. Okay.
Breathe.
I really wasn't thinking when I did it, I swear.
Baby, I love you, but you need to breathe, okay? Breathe. It's gonna be okay.
I hope.
I mean,
After all this, I mean. Okay, I'm ready.
this is a lesson learned.
Yes, it is. Oh, Jesus. God.
Oh my God, 6 hour assignment.
The car before you go.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
And just breathe, okay? Like your mom said.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting
No.
sick.
Protective brace
I can feel it.
Stuff, okay?
I know, but
Nobody got hurt.
I'm not a bad kid, I swear.
Emma, I know that. I told you that in the house. I know you're not a bad kid.
I'm really
Okay.
grateful that you guys understand. I mean, not that you understand, but that...
Oh, no, we're not like
The delayed head
don't
pat.
think you did this 'cause you're a bad
Oh no,
person
it was
or
a
wanted to
fast
hurt
head
anybody.
pat. It came up before the notification.
I wasn't aware of my own movements.
Thank you.
I understand.
Oh,
So here's how it's gonna look in there, okay?
I feel
You're gonna be by yourself. They won't put you in like a big cell with a bunch of people, okay? So they'll get you kind of changed out and everything like that, and you'll be in probably just a.
Can you push my glasses down?
You'll just be in kind of like a booking cell.
Oh,
by
thank you,
yourself,
Akudo.
and then, you'll go see the
I'm
judge
not an
tomorrow,
idiot sandwich.
So embarrassed and just shameful. Oh, God.
Do you have anything in your pockets at all? Okay, I'm just
Oh
gonna
my
search
God,
real
we got
quick.
our full goal.
I would give you a hug and apologize, but I'll...
Oh, it must have auto updated to 210.
I understand what you're
So
saying.
auto
Yes,
updates.
I get it.
You know how sorry I am.
I do.
I see that notification now.
Oh, God.
We have a very, very short trip up to the jail, so.
So I have your phone. Okay. Do I have permission to look through it? Yeah. Will you?
Please don't message anyone.
Oh, absolutely not. We'd never do that.
Is it okay if you unbuckle? If that's
Oh.
allowed.
By diamond, do you mean the VIP?
Any tissues? If not, that's okay. By the way, I gotta say, you are quite attractive. Sorry, that other guy is too. Sorry. Oh my God. This is what I mean. I don't think before doing anything.
I've had a lot weirder stuff said to me from people back there before.
Hey, Sparta with one.
You got it. You guys are my first VIPs. Hell yeah.
Turn right here.
It does look good with the founder badge
You're gonna go
too.
right where the blue square is, and then just have a seat
Very
right
pink
there,
and
okay?
purple.
Just breathe them, and there's nothing in here that's gonna get to you, okay?
Wow.
Given that the incident could potentially rank among one of the biggest shit shows in history, Emma was charged with felony counts of arson of property, first-degree recklessly endangering safety, criminal damage to property, misdemeanor disorderly conduct, and she was released a few days later on a $5,000 cash bond. Almost a year later, Emma pleaded guilty to 2 felony charges, while
Yeah,
the
it said
remaining
shit show
charges were
twice
dismissed but
with
read
the
in.
AI voice.
According to the AP store manager,
Actually, I don't know if that's AI. I can't tell if it's an AI
resulted in
anymore or
approximately
like
$20,000 in building
like a
repairs,
voice actor.
around $2 million in cleanup costs, and roughly $8 million in merchandise losses. Ultimately, Emma was sentenced to 8 years of probation with the following conditions: serve 60 days in jail and pay $8,636,000.
For some reason, I thought that said 8 years in prison.
Restitution. However, if Emma plays her cards right on probation,
60 days
she will
in
only
jail,
be required to pay $1 million in restitution by December 2034.
Oh my god.
Head over to codebluecam.com and check out our great selection of quality-made merch that won't disappoint.
Oh my god, 80? What the hell?
In the early morning hours of June 28, 2024, police responded to a residence in Holman, Wisconsin for a domestic incident. A 33-year-old man named Tyler allegedly arrived wasted at a residence where the homeowner had temporarily allowed him to stay. He became aggressive, attempted to kick open the door, and forced several individuals to hold it shut. At one point, he even brandished a knife. Police responded quickly due to the weapon. One individual restrained Tyler in a headlock until officers arrived, where he resisted arrest before being taken into custody. Tyler was subsequently booked on misdemeanor charges of criminal damage to property, resisting arrest, and disorderly conduct. He was released the same day on an $800 cash bond with conditions prohibiting contact with the residents. 18 hours after his arrest, dispatch received a report of Tyler urinating on the roadside. Given his history of alcohol misuse, past resistance to law enforcement, and the fact that he was headed toward the residence he was ordered to avoid, multiple officers responded to the scene.
Watch time and follow
An
each.
officer soon observed Tyler lying on the shoulder, reeking of alcohol, after a 7-mile hike fresh out of the La Crosse County Jail.
Dispatch update.
What's going on, Tyler? You good?
You know my name?
Yeah. You alright, bud? What happened? I saw you fall.
Yeah, I fell.
You hit your head at all?
What?
You hit your head at all?
What?
Did you hit your head?
No.
Okay. Alright. I just want to make sure you're alright. Did you expose your penis in Alaska?
What? Someone called in. You're just wearing
What a
the same
casual
stuff
way to
that they
ask that.
described.
Did you happen to,
No? Where are you headed to?
Holman.
What are you gonna do up there?
Take my truck and go home.
You know you have no contact up there, right?
So are 2 bonds on him?
I do, but
And you're...
how else am I going to get my truck?
Misdemeanor bond, he's got no contact with a couple parties either.
Are you intoxicated? How you gonna drive, man?
Oh, is that on a no drink? Wild.
Probably not asked. I'll just have you stay seated for now.
Nope.
Don't get up.
No,
Don't get up.
Why?
You're gonna fall over and hurt yourself. You're already bloodied up and everything. You got cars coming. You don't want that.
Make sure you're good, man. 768-135. You're gonna make contact with the complainant and figure out what we're gonna do here.
I literally just got out of jail. I'm walking to my truck.
Did you walk all the way from the jail to here?
Yes.
Oh, did you really?
Yes.
How long did that take you?
2 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I assume it would. Yeah, it's quite a walk. So, your truck's on drive still?
Yep.
Wow, that is a record. He just got out of prison.
What's your plan once you get your truck?
Go to my dad's.
Yeah.
He fought with our guys last night.
Eventually, the officer who had arrested him 18 hours earlier arrived at the scene.
You've been drinking though, haven't you?
I have not.
You have not?
He's like 6'7" when he stands up. He's big.
I just want to see you get in your truck and drive anywhere. That would make any sense. You got a phone on you or anything?
What?
The phone on you or anything?
My phone's on me.
You got a phone, so we got to call somebody. You can get a hold of somebody, right?
I can't do that.
Yeah, okay. Should have just called somebody for a ride. That would have saved you a lot of time.
I'm almost there.
I mean, yeah. Relative from where you walk from, you're almost there, but you still got probably 2 miles to go.
Why were you holding me down? Why?
He's not holding you down. He doesn't want you to stand up so you don't fall over.
I'm not going to fall.
Just stay. Just stay. You're good, bud.
Holding me.
Hey, just stay there.
Tyler, just take a seat, man. Here, buddy. It's fine. I just want you to sit, too.
Can I please just stand
Here, have a Skittle. Let's talk about it.
No, can I please just stand up?
Tyler, I know you talked about so I talked to you last night. You mentioned staying at your dad's house. Is that not working, or what's going on with that?
Did I talk to you last night?
Yeah, there's a lot of people there, so you probably don't recognize me.
No, I was blackout drunk last night, so I don't know.
I got you, man. Have you been drinking today at all since getting out?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate you being honest. Okay, did they explain your bond conditions or anything at the jail?
No contact, yes.
Okay. So the problem is, if you walk to that house right now and go into the driveway, they're going to call us back.
Not unless they don't know I'm there.
He got arrested, just got out. He's driving this way. He tripped over.
Yeah, did you say Skittle? I thought he said Squiddle or something else. I thought I was just mishearing it.
Well, of course they knew I was there last night, man.
Yeah.
So how am I going to get my truck?
Well, do you feel like you're good to drive right now?
Yes.
How much have you had to drink today?
I've only had one Twisted Tea.
Okay, how long ago was that?
Like he was horizontal with the ground.
2 minutes ago.
Okay, where was that at? Was that just off of 35? Did you go to a bar off of 35, or where'd you get the alcohol?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
He said he just got out of jail. He's been walking when he stopped to get some drinks.
Why? Why do we need, 6 cops? For me?
You had a rough man last night. Special guy, man.
Oh, special guy, he says.
Every time
That is a lot of
talked with you
cops.
and got out with you, you've been resistive when we've tried to talk with you. You've pulled on us, you pushed us, like you've never been cool with us. That's why there's so many of us here.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over the traffic.
Yeah, so the reason there's so many people here is because every time police have interacted with you, you haven't really followed what we've said and you've been against us and you fought us.
Okay. Am I being detained?
You are right now, yes.
Why?
Did they explain why we were called here? So we were called here because somebody drove past and called in that you had your piss out and that you were peeing right next to the road.
So am I being detained or am I free to go?
No, I was not. That's the information you got. I know that's the information you got, but no. That's not what happened.
What happened? Somebody misunderstood? I mean, did you fall and your pants fell down? I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out. That's it.
Yeah, you all are.
So we're in front.
I remember you.
Yep.
Am I being arrested?
You're just detained right now.
Yeah, so the person that spoke with the one that called us in, he's going to be here in a minute or two, and he's going to tell you kind of the game plan of what's happening. Because he talked with the person that saw you peeing on the side of the road, essentially.
Is there anywhere else you can go? Because if you go up drive, you're going to go back to jail. We'd rather not arrest you.
I need to get my truck out of there. So
You can't drive, dude. You're hammered. You can't even walk.
I'm not hammered.
It's windy, and I can smell it off of you from here.
I'm not trying to bust your balls. I just don't want you to get any more crap for no reason.
As bad as Tyler wanted to get his truck and drive off completely plastered, there's no doubt he'd cause an accident and endanger others. And if you're a victim, the consequences don't just end at the scene. Seriously injured in an accident, medical bills piling up, insurance companies often give you the runaround. It's a nightmare scenario too many face. Fighting insurers alone can be frustrating. Lowball offers, endless paperwork, and delays. You deserve better. That's where today's sponsor, Morgan, you can just head over to www.camera.
That's the problem, is if you just let him go, he doesn't want to come with us, and he's just going to keep falling. And if he was actually exposing himself on Highway 35, intoxicated,
I feel like this is it's gonna be a show.
He's already stated his intentions are to go get his truck and drive. I was like, so just real quick, I don't know. I'm guessing the complaint doesn't have anything done with it.
Yeah, so he never saw any junk, but he turned his back to the road and was just peeing. Yeah. So, I mean, I can push a DC, but...
Well, that's what we were just discussing. I mean, he's not super cooperative. He said he's going to walk into home and get his truck and drive. He's drunk. The problem is we let him go. He's just going to keep falling. He's going to keep pissing him.
The complainant said, so the complainant was southbound and driving by, and this guy had his back to the road. ground. It looked like he was peeing.
Did he fall in front of you, or is he like on the ground when you got here?
No, he felt like, dude, he was horizontal with the road.
What happened was they told you to leave because it sounds like you're being kind of a dick to everybody there. Then you tried to kick in the door, you broke the deadbolt, shredded it through the door frame. When we got there...
Is that why I got the criminal damage?
Yeah, so when we got there, I had you in a headlock because nothing else was working.
Did he really?
Yeah, because nothing else was working to get you under control.
Where's he going?
Home.
So he'll drive where he's got a no contact? I mean, do we go sit there and arrest him on the no contact?
He said he's going to get his truck and he's going to drive that truck.
Yeah, but he can't go to the house.
No, he knows that.
Right.
But he's like, well, they don't know I'm there. I'm like, well...
I don't remember any of it.
And you had a knife out too. Your switchblade.
Did I really?
Yeah, you did not.
So that's why I got the weapon enhancer.
Yeah, so we don't want to repeat of that, man.
Well, we told him he can't go back to the house, right?
Yeah, they made it very clear.
I'm extra. I'll go sit at the house if you want.
We can do it too. I just
fucking walked from lacrosse to here
I hear you, man.
until you motherfuckers stopped me.
I hear you, man. We just don't want you to get into more legal trouble with us.
I don't either.
Yeah.
So just let me go.
Well, he's gonna kind of give you a game plan.
Oh yeah, here we go.
All right, Tyler, real quick.
What's shaking bacon?
No, we got a call that you were pissing with your back to the road. Is that what happened?
So what's the game plan right now?
Yeah.
You're not going to do
Oh, because he's calling him a pig.
He's going to go back to the fucking house. That's so we're just discussing. He's not going to make it from here to that house without more people calling. Because he's going to be falling and pissing. I can't believe he's not on a no drink.
I think Hanson put him on a no drink.
Right, but I mean the courts. I mean, I'm not saying you guys didn't. I'm just saying I can't believe the courts and fucking put him on a no drink. Just be done with it.
Oh, that was in the show? I thought that was my phone.
Okay. All right, you're good to go. You are good to go.
I just went grabbed my phone off the charger.
Oh, he's going to throw this bag of Skittles at somebody.
What's up?
Shaking bacon.
Not much.
You guys have fun over there?
Not right now.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
No, man, we're just trying to find out like a good plan for you because you're going to walk back to the house and we're going to get called there.
No, you're not.
We're going to sit out there and make sure you don't go there. I'm just telling you.
All right, well.
Can we bring you somewhere else? I don't want to see you get in trouble over something stupid.
I just want to get my truck out of there.
Dude, we can move your truck to a different driveway, but you're not driving today with how drunk you are right now.
Can your dad come get your truck?
I don't want to impose that on you. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
I think he would rather that though than see his son go back to jail.
I've been to prison, dude. I don't give a
I think he cares though.
Yeah, he probably does. I don't, especially after all the shit that happened last night, man. Like, I just...
Yeah? Yeah, I can smell it on him. He's swaying pretty heavy. And he said he's going right back to the house. So we're trying to give him every opportunity.
Oh, that's going to be a fight too, you know.
Yeah, no matter what, it's going to be kind of a crap show.
Where are you going? Your dad's?
Yes.
Will he come get you?
No.
No? What's your dad's name? You're not going to give it to us?
No matter.
No matter. Do you have your phone on you now? Can you message him?
My phone's off. Out of minutes. Out of minutes. Why I'm walking from jail.
It's quite a hike.
What?
I said that's quite a hike. That's a long walk.
Well, I made it this far.
Looks like a couple tumbles along the way.
If you don't want our help, you're good to go, man.
I'll see you later.
That's your choice.
It's the only choice I have.
What option? Any of the ones that these guys are offering you?
They weren't offering me jack shit. Man, what the
What? We literally told you we'll drive you somewhere else.
Drive me? You're gonna drive me?
Where do you want to go? Besides drive, because that's not an option.
Yeah. I passed him. He was at the Sunfish. He was walking at a good clip. I mean, not quite speed walking, but
wonder if he stopped at the one there just north of that. And
I mean, he's in bad shape.
I don't think he's like incapacitated, but he's
well enough to tell me to F off.
Yeah.
Someone will give you a ride, man.
You got that serious face, though.
That's a haircut.
You got the buzz cut. You got the haircut for sure.
Well, I picked the right profession then.
Yeah.
These guys are offering to give you a ride, man. You just got to tell them where you want to go, other than drive, and they will get you there. Take the option. Don't go back to jail. You got the out. Use it.
I think I heard them even offer to move the truck. You just can't drive it tonight.
And you can go get it tomorrow when you sober up.
Move the truck?
We can move it to like the Festival Foods parking lot for you if that works better.
You can?
Yeah, I can do that for you.
Yeah, I told him he's free to go.
He's just hanging out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told him he's free to go.
Excellent.
I can do that, but you're drunk right now, so don't drive tonight.
I want to, but if you can move it out of there, I would be very keen to that.
Okay, do you got your keys on you?
I do.
I'll grab those then.
That's a good idea.
I don't like this.
Not reaching in for any weapons or anything. It's a lanyard.
trick shot.
Okay, here's the deal. If we move your truck, we're giving you a ride somewhere else, though, because you're not driving it tonight.
So the deal is, if we move the truck for you, you have to accept a ride from us to go somewhere else just for tonight.
Where?
That's your choice. Do you have any other friends or anybody else?
Dude, why would I be walking from lacrosse if I had? Dude, it was piss pouring rain.
It was.
And
yeah, it was.
And here's the other thing, because like moving it off the property is a huge thing for you, right? Because then you don't have to worry about getting a standby, anything like that. We're helping you big time, but we're not giving you your keys till you're sober, because I ain't gonna be the one responsible for you driving. You know what I'm saying?
You know how good I am at drunk driving.
Not very good, because I had a hit and run with you, if I remember correctly, and you were probably plastered that night.
Drunk driving.
What was that?
Fall asleep behind the wheel.
Falling asleep behind the wheel?
Because of cocaine.
That's not any better. But I appreciate you telling me you were behind the wheel.
Oh, did I? Oh, did I?
Well, I mean, you kind of already did before, but...
I didn't say shit before. How the f*** are you gonna hit me with the f***ing guy driving without insurance charge? I mean, you said you got it all on video.
Hey, we're not even worried about that right now. That doesn't matter. Let's get you somewhere safe. Let's get you somewhere safe. That's it. They're trying to help you. They really are.
Oh, that's what they all say. Oh, we're just trying to help you, man. Tell us what you want us to hear.
If you don't want the help, then I'd just walk away. I really would.
All right, bye.
See ya.
Keys.
Yeah, you're gonna go right back to the house.
No, I'm not.
Where are you going then?
Wait, so he is free to go.
Where are you going?
I don't answer questions.
I'm sitting by your truck, man. You get in it, you're going to jail. I promise you that.
Send me to prison. Be my 4th DUI.
Then why do it?
I have no other option. Oh, I made it a long ways already, bud.
You're good to go, man. I just don't want to see you
Being
again.
detained, I'm not free to go.
I'll see you later.
No, you're free to go, man.
All right. Well, so are you guys. Bye.
We're in for you.
Bye.
You're walking down the side of a highway.
Bye.
You're good to go, man.
Bye.
Take it easy.
God, he's on.
Hey, you guys looking to come up to Holman later?
Yeah, you like earn things. I don't know.
What's up?
Yeah, it's called subpoints. It says I have 39 out of 40
Oh, yeah, there's
sub
wiring in there and all
points.
sorts of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But 34
you gotta
sub.
have wiring for lights, right?
Yeah.
What is for?
What's your plan, man?
Wait, he's still there? What's going on?
You can't steal it, but...
Were you the one I saw last night, or was it...
So, I was there last night. So you were already on the ground when we got there. So you were already on the ground. You're already like bruised up. All we did was put you in cuffs and basically pulled you into the car.
Okay.
But remember a couple months ago when we found you under like a different porch? You were like blackout drunk under somebody else's porch a couple months ago, and we had to deal with that.
I do remember that.
Do you think you got a problem with alcohol?
Do I think I have Man, alcohol is a problem with me.
It looks like it.
Oh, it looks like it, he says.
No?
Yep. Riding your high horse, man, just...
You're free to go, man. Why are you hanging around?
I'm waiting for y'all to leave.
Well, the reason we're parked here is we don't want anybody hitting you when you're walking on the side of the road.
I'll be fine.
The second you walk away, we leave.
I'll be fine.
I will just walk to the front of that squad car then, and then we're out.
Bye, Felicia.
Later.
I'm sorry, yeah, I don't know.
What if one
And there was also a goal I could add as well under the other goals. It was like sub points or something.
Not just the spotlight. My heart was beating for a second there. I don't think I can keep up to that.
We got some stuff to take care of.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Police continued to closely monitor Tyler as he walked, stopping at a gas station along the way to buy more alcohol. Meanwhile, additional officers went to the residence to intercept him if he attempted to enter the premises.
Oh, I don't see it anymore. Oh yeah,
Which one of you
plus
guys was here
goal.
last night? All
Plus
of you? All right, so here's the
progress.
deal. Tyler is on his way up here. He has no contact with you guys. He has no contact with
Plus
the resident.
program.
He's
I
made
don't
it
know
clear
what
that
that
he's
is.
coming here, and we can't stop
But yeah, you
him
can add it
until
to a
he
goal
at least
that
gets
adds it here, I'm
drive.
guessing.
Once he gets to
But I don't know
drive,
what it's
he's
for.
going to jail. But I just want to let you guys know that his intention is to come up here and get his truck. He is extremely intoxicated. So the off chance that we're not here, which our plan is to have all of our guys around the area.
He like comes close to his truck, like I'm gonna call.
Even if you see him coming up the road because my concern is he's going to get in his truck and he's going to drive. But
Yeah,
do you
I think
have
I saw
any
Roto
problem with
someone had a goal
seeing
for that.
on the property? So
On
there's
that,
a
but I
possibility
didn't know what it
that
was.
if he gets too close, we're just going to lay
Yeah, I
spikes
didn't
behind his
understand it
tires
either.
in the off chance that he runs and makes it up here. We don't want him to get in his truck and make it anywhere.
His license are revoked.
Yeah, and I know that, and I dealt with him after he crashed his truck, and he just told me...
He has numerous weapons in there, like, he's just, like...
Is he a felon?
Yeah, he went to prison for armed robbery or breaking entry.
Weapons as in firearms?
No, he has
Like, knives and, like...
blow dart gun, I think?
Stuff like that. Well, there's a BB
firearms.
gun or, like, a small little rifle, like, maybe BB gun or pellet gun, but that's about it. That's in his...
Are you cool if I walk up here?
Yeah.
I don't... Whatever that is, there's a lot of white powder.
Oh, yeah.
In like a vacuum seal bag.
He ended up using coke to who? To you guys tonight?
Well, so I made it. Oh, there's a gun. They said he had like pellet guns, but pellets a little thick to be a pellet gun.
It might be a pellet gun.
Obviously, last thing we want to have is a repeat of tomorrow, so we're trying to get
No,
some things
I
worked out.
don't want to repeat it tomorrow. You know how scary that was? Like, I was
for a
shaking.
cake,
I was
I swear.
terrified.
Yeah, I can only imagine, dude.
Like, dude, we fought so hard to keep that fucking door closed.
Yeah, he's a big fucking dude, too.
Well, exactly. It took all three of us. It took me, him, and fucking Uncle. You know, like, mind if I look at those like, they'd run over that and nails deploy out over these? That's cool.
Do you want to go on Holman and go see if we can find him?
While waiting at the home, police noticed a rifle inside Tyler's truck. Given his status as a convicted felon, they conducted a vehicle search and discovered that the firearm was actually an air rifle.
Look at it really quick, Pa. Look at it really quick. We got time. We got time. You're good.
No rush.
What?
What?
I didn't ask you anything.
Why the f are you going through my truck? Is there any reason? Why? What?
Making sure you got anything you're not supposed to have.
Okay, so am I being
Great question.
detained?
I never said anything to you. No, you're not detained.
Okay, well, then why the f are you going through my truck unlawfully?
It's not unlawfully.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You're a convicted felon. You got what looks like to be a gun in there.
It's what?
You said you're a convicted felon and you look like what has to or would be a gun in there.
I don't have a gun.
Yeah, it's an air gun.
Yes.
Yeah, so we were looking for.
Well, I can legally own them.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so why the f are you going through it?
Because we didn't know it was an air gun. Thought it was a real gun.
It wasn't in the open.
Yeah, it was concealed, which doesn't make it very easy to see, right?
Yeah. So you couldn't see it. Why the f are you going through my truck?
So we could see it. Are you just going to stand there all night, or what are we going to do?
What are you gonna do?
I'm asking you. You're the one standing out here.
I'm the one wondering what the f is going on.
I just told you, sir.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, sounds good.
Ooh, typical cop answer. Okay.
What's your plan there, boss?
What?
Are you just going to walk around, or what are you going to do?
Don't worry about me.
Okay. Are you going to get your truck?
Oh, you guys already got it.
I don't have
It's
your truck.
getting
It's sitting right
dark
there.
now.
Out of here, cops.
You're good to go, dude. I had Brenda report, and she doesn't know why. She doesn't know if the judge didn't do it or if her office didn't ask for it for the no drink, because we'd have been done with this, how long ago.
Here we go.
Get on the ground. You're under arrest. Get on the ground.
On the ground now.
Why?
Get on the ground. Get on your knees.
Why?
Get on.
Put your hands behind your back.
Dude, what did I do?
You're under arrest for bail jumping.
Why?
You can't step foot on the property.
I can't.
You were told that several times. Made it very clear to you.
718, we're 95.
I don't know.
We gave you every option in the book, Tyler.
What the f? Why are you going through my truck? I'm on the neighbor's property, by the way.
Roll over.
I don't have any weapons.
Oh, the points thing, yeah.
Sit up.
Get the keys out of my pocket. Thank you. To protect
It seems like he just likes messing with law
You're not been, bud.
enforcement.
Wait, you might.
Yeah, you're really going to jail.
Really?
Yeah. You're no contact with this residence. Hop in.
Yeah, I'll f***ing hop in, bitch. Told you I'd see you later.
You did, and I warned you that you were going to go to jail if I saw you later.
Dude likes alcohol.
Like, this would be a textbook example of how a no drink would be very helpful to us.
Asked him if he had a problem with alcohol, and he said alcohol is a problem for him.
Not gonna lie, I didn't know I couldn't stand on the property.
Oh yeah, was it
We
a
told
year?
you, dude.
No, you didn't.
They call it
Yeah, we
a
did.
truck.
We told you couldn't come up here. We didn't want to take you to jail.
Why were you there waiting for me?
Because we told you couldn't come on the property and you said you're going.
Yeah, apparently that was a long walk for nothing. Just to go back to where I f***ing came from. By the way, that was definitely an unlawful search of my vehicle.
Well, we believed it was a firearm. We grabbed it. We confirmed it wasn't a firearm, and we put it back, and we didn't search beyond that. So you talked to the district attorney's office. They informed us that we were okay. I promise you, man, we would have given you a ride. We weren't screwing with you.
I don't know,
I'm sorry. I don't trust law enforcement.
I get it, man, but
Americans
I promise you,
are,
we
like,
didn't want you
big
to go to jail. We know you're intoxicated. You got some other stuff going on. We wanted to just get you somewhere safe for the night, so we didn't have to worry about this.
Anytime
I guess that
hear
makes sense
law
they call it a
enforcement say, "Oh, I'm just here to help you," in my mind, it's just a joke. Literally, just got out of fucking jail and walked up there just to go back to fucking jail, man. Just straight back to where I started. You guys were just sitting there waiting for me, just waiting. Yeah, I'm sure you saw me wave at you a few times too, man. There's the Burger King I just walked past how many hours ago?
Wait, so
but guess what
did they find? Because he had an airsoft, right?
Back in there.
Was it actually
At the jail,
cocaine?
he provided
Wait,
a
was that my
PVT
phone?
breath sample,
God,
which
I keep thinking it's
resulted in
my phone.
0.261.
Good?
Yep.
All right. Let's have you sit down. Let's want to go sit over there.
Over where?
Over there. Oh, thank you, brother. Just sit there.
My phone
Ultimately,
radio.
along with the charges he
sounded
faced
like the
earlier that
little,
day,
like,
he was
I
also
don't know.
charged with misdemeanor bail jumping and initially received a $300 cash bond. However, it was later changed to a $500 signature bond. Almost a month later, Tyler was arrested again on charges of resisting, disorderly conduct, and criminal damage to property. Given his bond conditions, it was likely another alcohol-related
I have
incident.
a completely blocked ear. I'm deaf in one
Want a
ear
deeper
right now.
look into the channel or craving
So it
additional
sounded like a
content?
Snapchat
Explore
notification or
Code Blue Cam
something.
on Patreon for exclusive content, behind-the-scenes access, giveaways, and much more.
Okay, we're gonna watch the hypnosis.
We're continuing on to the next phase. So far, batting 1,000. Everybody.
This is real, Phoenix.
See the light up there, the one right in the middle? Stare at it. Choose whichever one is in the middle for you. As you focus right on that light, realize you're about to be hypnotized very quickly, simply because you already are. We set the trance up slowly, subtly now.
Oh no, don't get
We're going to
hypnotized.
unleash it. We're gonna allow it to go
Hypnotized. I
through
said
different parts of your
hypnotized.
unconscious mind as you focus further all the time. Like everybody, to imagine your own unconscious mind, what hypnosis would actually feel like if it were to come upon you. What would it look like? Close your eyes now and listen to
Yeah,
this.
certain people are more
I
susceptible
want
to it.
everybody
Some
to
people
begin
aren't
to pay
very
particular
susceptible.
attention to the muscles in the back of your neck. In a moment, those muscles will be so much more relaxed than they were just a moment ago.
So he would have done a test to the whole audience and then picked out the ones that were susceptible.
Your head will drop immediately. at the
So
count
all of them
three.
are probably somewhat susceptible to it.
Never go back heavily. Always go forward, chin towards your chest. That's on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Let it happen now. That's right. And as
I don't
it
like his
continues to
voice. It's
happen,
kind of creepy.
and you can begin to discover that this feeling, this name that we call hypnosis, can continue to allow itself to work its way through your own body in the way that seems completely appropriate to you, using your own
You can,
intelligence to
you
guide you
definitely
through the
can.
process with the discovery.
It's like
as you
releasing
continue
tension.
To imagine now. Imagine
also,
more
sorry if
now
I'm
what it
yelling.
would feel like
I'm
as
half
this
deaf right now,
relaxation
so-
continues to spread down your shoulders. And as it spreads down your shoulders, go into it further. You know what that would feel like, don't you? Because as you allow this feeling of relaxation to come upon you in a way that is completely comfortable, allowing you to get completely relaxed, listening to this.
Oh God.
If anybody around you makes noise or touches you,
That's
that's
kind of
okay.
sus. Like,
Go
what if he
further.
like hits his head? Oh no.
Listening to this happens all on its own.
Oh,
The mere
God, they're all
passing of
falling on top of
time
each other.
causes
No,
the
that's
induction
awful.
to continue to increase and allows you to focus even more than you were just a moment ago. That's right, deeper again. With no stress, No pressure at all. What would it feel like to go deeper? You already know,
Guys, look at that guy on the right. He's just
because
laying
you
on
can
his
go
head.
deeper either 5 seconds from now
Ow.
or now. Let it happen.
Oh, that looks like it would hurt.
See the guy? All right, we're going to continue to go further.
Oh my god, that's awful. They're like throwing like rag dolls on top of each other and shit.
You're free to go back, buddy. We're going to send a few more people back.
Oh my god.
If I touch you on the shoulder, I'm going to send you back into the audience. We need to sift the group out a little bit more. If I
Yeah,
touch
so
you on
these
the
ones
shoulder,
it
you're
didn't really
free
work
to
for
go
them,
back.
so he's sending them out. Oh, Jesus! What the fuck? Oh my god! It's like, oh, sorry, I'm being too loud. It's like the Peter Griffin fall and how his body's all slumped like that.
Listening to this,
Damn, she
if you've
fell
got any
hard.
stress in your lower back, I want you to imagine a far more comfortable position.
Yeah, the Family
See
Guy
it in your
death
own mind's eye.
pose.
You're going to find it at the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2,
Oh,
and
God.
3. Change your position now. That's right. Get more comfortable. Feeling fantastic.
Sorry, I keep.
As you allow. Listening to this. If I touch you on the head way deeper, now let it happen. That's right. Use your arms to guide you and change your position and go further, feeling fine. Relaxed even
everyone's,
deeper.
like,
That's
broken their
it.
neck
No
and
stress, no pressure at all. Feeling fantastic. If anybody around you moves you, if anybody around you touches you, that's okay.
Yeah, you need to get hypnotized, Seppi.
It looks like
Potential
death
neck
back
injury
here.
included. Oh my god.
If I touch you on the head, I'm going to awaken you just for a moment. Wide awake now. Hey, how are you, man? Stand up for me for a second. How you doing? Hey, what's your first name?
Bryce.
Bryce, come on over here, Bryce. Follow me. Watch the bodies.
Oh, the guy laying in the chairs.
Shake my hand, Bryce. Sleep again. Relax there.
I could hypnotize you with the tape. Ah, that looks like it hurt.
Go into it further. That's how we do it. As you allow yourself to focus. No stress. No pressure at all. That's it.
You're getting very sleepy. Actually, no, don't get sleepy.
This is the game I've come up with. It's called Waking Dead, and this game is designed to put whoever plays it into a catatonic trance. Basically means their sort of brain goes unraveled, they go into a vegetable-like state when they play the game. All right? Now, this doesn't work on everybody. It'll work on about a third of the people that will play it, and it will only last a few minutes, but that'll be long enough for me to do what I want to do.
At your peril.
Another flash. Always going. One more. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go in. What's his name? Fabian. That's fine. Just do exactly what I asked you to do. Come with me. Come with me. Right back. Right back.
Oh my god. Wait, what is this? this a horror house?
Come at me. Silence, please, while I sit on the horn.
Thingy. Oh, I didn't need that. Did not need that. Wait, did they make it out like he just fell into a dream? Oh my god. As if you would even be scared enough to shoot, wouldn't you just like be stunned? Oh god. Oh my god.
I shall exploit my anonymity and try some daylight robbery in the financial capital of the world with a wallet full of blank paper. This is a little cheeky. Hello, very good. I'm kind of interested in maybe one of these bands down here. These are platinum, are they?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's very nice. So, can you tell me about it? So it's...
This is a platinum ring with a giant
Mm-hmm.
4,500.
4,500. Mm-hmm.
Nicely it's finished.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Okay, fantastic. Well, I will take that as it is. I'll give you cash for that, if that's okay. Thank you.
All right.
Great, lovely. I'll let you box that up. Thank you very much. What's the nearest subway here? Just on the corner down there. So is that north or south that way? Oh, no.
He has like
that's west that way. Okay, so that's right north up there. I've been thinking the wrong way. Thank you very much indeed. So straight down there on the corner.
Uh-huh.
Fantastic. And yeah, I was a bit intimidated about using the subways here, but my friend just said, take it, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I was a bit intimidated about that, but that's great. So straight down there, that way down on this corner?
Yep.
That way on that, straight down there. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, goodbye. So number 6 has not won.
No, it hasn't won.
So you shouldn't get anything on this at all.
No, it's worthless.
This is worthless.
Oh, I saw,
Absolutely
I saw this clip in a different video.
All right, 1 minute, I'm straight
dog
back.
racing one.
Now, why are you looking at him?
Where's he going? Surely he can't draw money. Don't believe it. I don't. How come? I don't believe it.
All right.
As much as that.
Do you want to know how it's done?
Yeah, tell me.
That's just the start. That's only £2. That's just the start. I'll show you how it works. Just follow me. Just follow me, all right? Put your hand on your head. Put your hand on your chest. Put your hand on your wrist. Excellent. Now that's your elbow, not your wrist, all right? But the point is, you follow what I say. You take my lead, all right?
Okay.
It's just a control game, all right? That's all I'm doing here, just at a much more advanced level, all right?
Frodo is
Now here's what I
here,
want you to
he's
do.
saying he's the
We'll do a
devil.
couple more races.
Yeah.
Each time,
Emperor.
you bet on the dog you're sure is going to lose.
Okay, no problem.
Right? Right, let's go and collect our losings. You look her right in the eye.
Yes.
You've just got to trust me and don't be nervous about it. This will work. And it will work because you'll believe that it will work.
Okay.
You look her right in the eye.
Yeah.
You hand her the ticket and you say, this is the winning ticket. And you just believe that from the bottom of your soul.
This is the winning ticket.
This one's not a winner.
Not a winner? This is the dog you're looking for. Try again, you may have misread it.
Oh yeah, sorry, you have one, sorry.
Fantastic.
Good grief. Can you come? Can you come for the next meeting?
Yeah.
20, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 90.
Thank you very much.
Yours to keep. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it legal?
Sleep. Just
This
stand and
is the
sleep
winning
quite comfortably.
ticket.
That's good. And again, you see, it's not just about your hands and forearms. This is your entire body.
Oh, it's like
The
a
brain
compilation
controls
of
the entire body.
hypnosis.
With the water temperature plunging further, I'm going to test Chris's hypnotic responses in a way that has never been done before. I'm going to get him to immerse his whole body in the ice bath. After only 15 minutes in water this cold, Chris's vital organs will start to shut down. After 30 minutes, he could die.
Wait, what? No,
But
it
if through
doesn't, does it?
hypnosis Chris is able to create the false reality that the water feels warm, he won't feel the pain and will be able to stay immersed in the ice-cold water. After 1 minute in the water, Chris's heart rate has dropped from 136 beats per minute to 107. At 50 BPM, the paramedics will be forced to step in. Okay, we're going to bring you out, but before we do, what's that like at the moment?
It's awkward, like
Awkward
this.
position, but apart from that?
Yeah, it's fine.
Absolutely fine. The water is now 1.4 degrees away from turning into a solid block of ice, and his heart rate has dropped to 85 BPM. He's clearly very capable of dissociating himself from the freezing temperature. The test is a success. When I grab the side of the bath, the suggestion will clear. At the moment, it's completely comfortable. And watch what happens when I touch the side of the bath. Okay, I would step out. We're going to wrap you up and get you into a special thermal tank that will just bring you back to a normal temperature. That's good. Now, this slack state that you see here would continue for some time in the seance until the spirits arrived. And when the spirits arrived, the medium would change. He or she would transform from the slack state to one of absolute physical rigidity that becomes solid and rigid and tense. And if you tried to move an arm or a leg, you couldn't. They were locked into place. And the mediums would use this bizarre transformation as proof of their spirit possession. There's an image here of a medium from the 19th century demonstrating a clearly impossible physical feat as proof of her possession. Now, I'm going to remove your blindfold. You can keep your eyes closed for the moment. That's lovely. I'm going to show you this here. You're going to look here and you're going to see a plank of wood suspended across two chairs. I want you to look there and see this. A plank of wood. And as you look at that, I want your mind and your body to absorb this and realize, learn what it would be like to be this rigid, solid plank. And back down into that sleep. That's lovely. Good. Now, watch what happens when I tell him that the spirits arrive. You will see him change, transform from the slack state that you see here to one of absolute physical rigidity. His body will become rigid and solid and tense. The spirits arrive now. That's good. Locking into place. Tighter. Arms
He also
locking into
said that
place.
some of
Tighter.
them actually believe
There they
that
go.
they're
Locking
psychic
tighter
or whatever.
and tighter. The arms locked to the side of the body. That's good. You see, when we tip him back, he's rigid, solid, and upright. He doesn't bend in the middle. He just goes back like a statue. So we've got you tipping you right back one. That's good. And he can hold himself here quite comfortably.
The hell?
Locked into place.
But
Tighter.
what if it didn't
That's
work and he just broke
an
his neck?
impossible physical state. It's impossible.
Is hypnotist and the neck breaking potential?
Now you'll see the mediums would remain like this for days. For now, we'll remove our friend, but you see, as we remove him, he remains absolutely rigid, the whole body solid, even as we lever him to an upright position. The legs remain locked in place as he comes up, and he only goes back to his previous state when I tell him that the spirits are now leaving.
I don't know,
That's
to be honest. I don't know when I'm going to end.
That's good. Excellent. Let's bring you around to face the front.
Like I could do.
Remove your blindfold. You can keep your eyes
I'm probably
closed for
gonna
the moment.
sleep at
Your eyes
like
do not need to open
2 a.m. or
until you are fully wide awake and relaxed. Take a moment.
being hypnotized. Oh, okay, thank you, Buck. Have a good night. Sleep well. I appreciate it. Build up the head pet stock. Sorry, I got a buttermento in my mouth. They're so good. What the fuck is this? What the hell?
Hi, my name is Nathan. I'm from North Carolina. My
Oh, I don't
brother
really know
and I,
this
looking on the
channel.
right side of the car, saw these 3 triangular aircraft of some sort that were floating perfectly still. They were probably 30 or 40 feet higher than the water tower.
Wait, have
so
we
they
seen
might have
this
been 100 feet in the air. They were in like a perfect triangular pattern, the 3 of them. They had a light under each corner and a slightly bigger light
Area
under
52.
in the center. We thought, this is crazy. Neither one of us said anything when we first saw
Alien
them.
pop
And then we
culture
passed
name.
them and we got out of sight of them. And I
That's
was
pretty
like,
cool.
did you see that? My brother was like, oh my gosh, yeah, did you see that?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debriefed. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we are going to be looking at the final part of the read-through from the Lacerda files. This is a meeting between this guy in Sweden who met with an alleged reptilian female by the name of Lacerda in the year 99 and 2000. We've gone through
If we
their
did, I don't
anatomy, their
remember it.
biology, how they communicate telepathically, where they dwell, how they reproduce,
What the hell?
where they're from, the origins, this
I feel like we
intergalactic
did
war
click
that
something
happened, and
weird like
finally
that,
we
though.
ended with the science part. And this was probably the heaviest chapter that we've read so far, but it basically instructed us on
Oh,
what
speaking of
propulsion
aliens.
systems they use.
New Stories Lost. Oh my god, this is fucking long too.
Welcome, everyone. We're excited to share our...
Huh? It doesn't let me cook it. What the hell? Hello? God, why is it like this?
Welcome, everyone. We're excited to share our pick of episodes
did
from the
click it.
1980s that we've compiled for you. These are stories that stuck with us,
This was
not
uploaded
just because
today.
they're strange or hard to explain, but because they echo a time that shaped who we are. Growing up in Sweden in the 80s shaped a lot of what we do today. It was a great time in many ways, but let's be honest, it wasn't exactly magical or fantastical. Sweden was already a deeply secular country. Most of us had 2 TV channels, and if you grew up in a farming community, like some of us did, you lived in a world where common sense ruled the day. Keeping your feet on the ground was seen as a virtue. Dreaming too big, or believing too much in yourself? That was something people side-eyed. There wasn't all that much to feed the imagination. In school, we read the Swedish working-class canon. Stories filled with grime, hard labor, hunger, and
Oh,
death.
yeah, so I'm guessing this guy is
The churches,
Swedish.
stripped of mystery since the Reformation, didn't offer much comfort or wonder either. Even the priest didn't seem to believe the communion wine turned into blood. But in that stripped-down world, something started to stir. A quiet
is-
longing.
Game
Our
of
first case is from 1983 and involves a game of chess that ends in a way none of the players could have foreseen. Picture this. You're sitting across from your opponent, fully focused, when suddenly, they vanish into thin air right before your eyes. No explanation, no warning.
Wait, what?
Just gone. It would still be several years before shows like The X-Files and Twin Peaks fed our craving for the strange and unexplained. But for this chess player, reality delivered a mystery no TV show could match. It is late afternoon on New Year's Day, 1983. In an apartment in Kalmar, southeastern Sweden, 2 young men are playing chess. One is the 25-year-old son of the house, and the other is a friend, who is a few years younger. The son moves a black bishop, and his friend counters with a white rook
Wait,
while
he
sighing
put this.
loudly.
Is this a re-upload? Did
Actually,
he put this
they are
in
quite bored with the
another
chess
video?
game, but this is the only thing they can think of to do. New Year's Day
Yeah,
is a
he must
holiday
have
and everything is
re-uploaded
closed,
this.
from cinemas to bars. In addition, there are only 2 TV channels in Sweden in the 80s, and on one of them is Ivanhoe, which they have already seen 100 times, because it is always shown on New Year's Day, and the other one is off the air. In the next room, the father is reading a book. His wife has gone to work the night shift at a retirement home, and he is taking the opportunity to rest. However, the chess game continues. The son makes his move. Black pawn to e5, and his friend immediately makes his counter move, white knight to f3.
Yeah, maybe he
He looks up at his
compiled
opponent
this or something.
triumphantly.
I feel like I've seen this chess thing. Ew, the betterment though has lemon on
Suddenly, the
inside
bedroom door
though.
opens. The father is surprised because it is just him, his son, and his friend at home. It had been at least 15 years since his son had disturbed him while he is resting. After switching his eyes from the text in the book to the figure in the doorway, he sees that it is not his son, but his son's friend standing there. What is going on? The father immediately asks. It takes a little while for the young man to say what he has to say, as if he finds the whole thing very uncomfortable. Finally, however, he only asks briefly if the father has seen his son. The father doesn't really understand what he means at first. Just before he went to his room to rest, they had both been sitting on the sofa playing chess. The young man says that he is gone. The father still doesn't understand and asks what he means by that. He replies that he had just moved a chess piece, and when he looked up he was gone, as if he had vanished into thin air. The father smiles and gets up from the bed. He calls his son's name and goes to the bathroom door and knocks. There is no answer, so he knocks and calls again. Finally, he feels the handle, and the door is unlocked. He turns on the bathroom light and sees that it is empty. He goes back out into the hallway and into his son's bedroom. The door is half open, and it is also empty. He goes back through the living room and into the kitchen, but he doesn't find him there either. He goes back to the living room, where his friend looks questioning. The father walks past him and out into the hallway again. On his way to the front door, he opens the broom closet, feeling very silly. Why would his 25-year-old son hide in the broom closet? But of course, the closet is also empty, and the father continues to the front door. He opens the door and calls his son's name out into the stairwell. He waits a short while before turning back inside. He shouts to his son's friend that the jacket and shoes are still in the hallway. Is he joking with us? He asks himself, having never seen this behavior in his son before. To be on the safe side, he goes back to his son's room and looks at the last place he can think of where he might be, under the bed.
Charged my phone up
He
again.
kneels down and looks, but all he sees is a dusty old table hockey game and some socks. He stands up and shakes his head. Now all that remains is to wait. It is New Year's Day and everything is closed. Moreover, he must have gone out in the cold without his jacket and shoes. He is here, the son's friend calls out. When the father comes back into the living room, he first sees the friend staring at the sofa. And when he also looks at the sofa, he does indeed see his son sitting there. He is even paler.
Okay.
Sweat is dripping from his temples, and he is struggling to keep his arms and legs still. Where did you go? Asks his friend. I don't want to travel again, the son answers with panic in his voice. The father and the friend look at each other with concern. Both are equally paralyzed by the strangeness of what is happening. It's impossible that he could have gotten out and back through the front door without one of them noticing. And it's also impossible that he could have hidden somewhere in the apartment. Come and hold me. I don't want to leave again, cries the son. They both go and sit on either side of him. There was a bright light and I was picked up by a spaceship. The father does not know what to think. It is obvious that the son is delusional, yet he cannot explain that he actually disappeared. Hold on to me, he shouts. The panic in his voice is clear and both the father and his friend take a firm grip on each arm. Suddenly everything went gray and I was back home again. In just a few seconds he starts to shake and turns bright red all over his body. Even the whites of his eyes turn red. They barely manage to keep him on the couch. However, the friend begins to lose his strength and screams everything he can in his ear, and then he suddenly stops shaking. The father tells the friend to stay seated while he runs to the hallway and calls an ambulance. When the paramedics arrive, they also have 2 police officers with them. But the son willingly accompanies the ambulance, and both the father and the friend go to Kalmar Hospital. The first thing the doctors do is to check if he has been drinking alcohol, but he has very little alcohol in his body, probably just residue from the previous New Year's Eve celebrations. They also examine his general condition but find no particular problems, but he is kept overnight as a safety measure, and more tests are carried out the following day. Although the article does not say if these revealed anything special. However, also according to the article, the police confirmed that 2 men had accompanied the ambulance in what they described as a case of mental illness. The father says he never believed in such things before, but now claims, as does the son, that it was not a case of psychosis but a real abduction. The father also claims that the son has no history of mental illness in the past.
They claim they got abducted, and they did like a regression hypnosis.
Our next case is one of the channel's earliest creations, and contains everything that characterizes a classic UFO story. A lone car on a deserted country road in the middle of the night. A strange craft that suddenly appears out of the darkness. Small beings behaving threateningly, and a terrifying experience that forever changed the life of the main witness.
Phoenix, I thought you, for some reason, I thought you said cola beer, because we don't have cola beer here, but it was in Perth. Oh, I love cola beer, but no, I don't like ginger beer, no. Do you? Is this one of those questions where it's like a trick question? Yeah, this. Regression hypnosis of
Go deeper and deeper, deeper asleep. Far asleep.
It was kind of scary.
Deeper and deeper. Fully relaxed, all muscles are relaxed.
Like, do you hate it?
Relaxed. You will not be anxious or distressed, but you will remember everything and you will tell me everything. Yes. I think I will stop. I will stop.
Have we seen this? Have you guys seen this?
Stopped. And Betty said, "Look, there's a star moving." And I look and I see a star.
I haven't seen it. He's under regression hypnosis for this. They said they had like missing time for like 2 hours and they don't remember what
We
happened.
are seeing a satellite. And then I pulled over to the side of the road. And Betty jumped out her side, on her side, with the binoculars. And I got the chain. And I hook it to the dog on her collar.
That's a cute dog.
And I say, come on, Dulcie, let's get out. She jumps out. And I look toward the sky, and I look back to Dulcie and walk her around the trunk of the car. And I'm saying, hurry up, Betty, so I can get a look.
It's good. I don't like ginger beer.
And Betty passes the binoculars to me.
Yeah, because we don't have it here. It's only in like Western Australia for some reason. I don't know why. I'm so confused. I literally thought that like I somehow dreamt it or something. I was like, does this not exist? Like,
it's an airplane.
It's my favorite drink ever, and we don't have it here.
It is an airplane. You can see, I think, you can see the rows of windows. And it is an airplane. And I tell Betty this. And give the binoculars back to her. And I am satisfied. And I drive, and Betty is still looking, and she said, Barney, that is not a plane. It is still following us. And I stop, and I look, and I see it is still out there.
No, it's not beer. It's just called that for some reason.
So I search for a place to pull off the road. And I see a dirt road to the right of the main highway. And I think this is a good place I can pull off. And if any car comes, it won't strike me. And I am thinking, this is strange, because it is still there. And Betty said, I think she said, I am mad with her. I said, I believe Betty is trying to make me think this is a flying saucer. Was it light enough to see? It was just a light moving through the sky, and I heard no noise. And I think, this is ridiculous. And Betty, it is not a flying saucer. What are you doing that for? You want to believe in this thing, and I don't. And
I don't think we really have root beer. Or we probably do.
No sound, whatever.
It's not like
I want to hear a jet. Oh, I want to hear a jet so badly. I want to hear it. Why do you want to hear a jet? Because Betty is making me mad. She is making
when
me angry.
Spyro, I left off in the second home world.
Look at that.
Did like
It's strange. It's not a plane. Look at it.
levels on
And I keep thinking it's got to be. And I want to hear a hum. I want to hear a motor. How far away was it? It was, it wasn't far. It was about 1,000 feet, I guess. 1,000 feet? 1,000 feet. Did it go back and forth, or did it go in circles like a plane does? It would go toward the west, and without looking as if it turned, it would come straight back. It would go like I think of a paddle and a a ball with a rubber. And you hit the ball, and the ball goes straight out and comes straight back without a circle. And I think only a jet could fly that fast. And I am hoping I can find a good place where I can stop and really see this thing, whatever it is. And I see a wigwam, and I recognize this place, and I feel safe. I feel less in the barren hostility.
What is this place?
Wooden area.
What is this place?
It is Indian Head. I had been there before, and I feel comforted that I see a familiar place. And I think I will get a good
Start
look at
from the
this.
start or restart it.
Because
It's gonna get to the
Betty was
good
very
parts.
annoying. She was annoying.
They're just driving in the car.
Telling me, look,
They had
and I
missing time, and so they're
can't
trying to
look.
regress
I
to
have
see
to drive the car.
what they don't remember.
I want to wake up.
You're not going to wake up. You're in deep sleep. You're comfortable, relaxed. This is not going to trouble you. Go on. You can remember everything now.
It's
This is
right
one of
over
the
my
most
right.
famous cases.
God. What is it? And I try to maintain control
Yeah,
so
I'm
Betty
just looking
cannot
forward
tell
to it. I
I
don't
am
really like soda
scared.
that much anymore. But I also don't call it
God,
soda.
I'm
I just
scared.
call it soda now.
It's all right. You can go right on, experience it. It will not hurt you now.
I got to get my gun.
I'm scared.
All right. All right, that's all. Stop. Go to sleep, Steve. You forget now.
Oh,
You
Lord.
forget it now. You've forgotten.
Give him water right now.
Calm now. Relax. Deeply relaxed. Deeply
Poor
relaxed.
Bonnie.
You will not have to make any outcry. But you can remember it now. Keep remembering. You feel you have to get your gun. This is going to harm you, you felt.
I open the trunk of my car, and I get it. And I get back in the car,
All right, just keep reasonably calm.
and I put it
Yeah,
in my
make sure you
coat,
eat.
and then I get out.
It's way
with the
too
binoculars.
terrifying. Yeah, he was
And
really,
it
really
is
scared.
there. And I look, and it shifts over, and I think, I'm not afraid. I'll shoot it down if I'm not afraid. And I walk out, and I walk across the road. And there it is up there. Oh, God damn it!
Calm down. Calm down. It's there, but you can see it, but it's not going to hurt you. Go on.
Why doesn't it go away? Look at it. There's a man there.
Calm. It's not going to hurt you.
There's a man. And is he a captain? What is he?
Is he a captain? What is he? What?
It's gonna look at me.
Just a minute. Let's go back a little bit now. You say it's there. Did you say it was 1,000 feet away?
Oh, no.
1,000 yards?
It doesn't look that far. It's very big. And it's not that far. And I can see it tilted toward me.
Tilted? What does it look like now when you say tilted? Did you see wings?
Looks like a big pancake with windows and rows of windows.
It's a big pancake.
And lights of, not light, just one huge light. And
rows of windows like a commercial plane?
Rows of windows. They're not like a commercial plane because they curve around to the size of this pancake. And I say, my God, no. I have to shake my head. I got to, it can't be true. This isn't there. Oh, it's still there. And I look up and down the road. Can't somebody come and tell me this is not there? It can't be. And it's... Oh.
You're still asleep, but you can see it all clearly.
It's there.
You sure it's there?
Yeah.
You weren't having a dream?
It's there.
You'd had no sleep that evening?
I touch my right arm. It's not my right, it's my left arm. And then I touch my right arm, and it is my left arm. I'm confused.
You're clear now. You're relaxed.
It's still there. If I let my binoculars fall and dangle from my neck, and then start over again, maybe it won't be there. But it is. Why? What do they want? What do they want? One person looks friendly. He's friendly looking. And he's looking at me over his right shoulder. And he's smiling.
Could you see him clearly?
Yes, I thought...
What's his face like? What does it make you think of?
It's round. I think of a red-haired Irishman. I don't know why. But I think I know why. Because Irish are usually hostile to Negroes. And when I see a friendly Irish person, I react to it by thinking I will be friendly. And I think this one that is looking over his shoulder is friendly.
So he's a friendly
over his shoulder. Was he facing away from you?
Yes, he was facing a wall. And
you saw him through this window, or you said there was a row of windows?
It was a row of windows. Just a huge row of windows. Only
Irish
divided
are
by
aliens confirmed.
Struts or structures that prevented it from being one solid window. Or then it would have been one solid window. And the evil face on he looks like a German Nazi.
So one looks like an Irishman, one looks like a Nazi.
Did he have on a uniform?
Yes.
What kind of uniform?
It was black. He had a black scarf around his neck, dangling over his left shoulder.
You pointed it out as if it were on you.
I never noticed that before.
You had a black scarf on your neck. How could you see these figures so clearly at that distance?
I was looking at him with binoculars.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Did they have faces like other people? You say one reminded you of a red-headed Irishman.
His eyes were slanted. I see it so. His eyes were slanted. But not like a Chinese.
What was Betty doing all this time?
I'm not close to her. I don't know.
You're out there by yourself now? You don't think of her. Is she saying anything?
I can't hear her.
Did you make any outcry to her, the way you did to me?
I can't remember. I don't know. I did not.
You would remember it if you did.
I did not. But I know this This creature, this leader is telling me something.
He's telling you something. How? How is he getting it to you?
I can see it in his face.
Do you see his lips move? Yes.
No, his lips aren't moving.
Yes, go on. He's telling you.
And he's looking at me.
What did he tell you?
Stay there and keep looking. Just keep looking and stay there. And just keep looking. Just keep looking.
Could you hear him tell you?
Oh, I gotta pull these binoculars away from my eyes. Because if I don't, I'll just keep staying there.
Could you hear him tell you this?
Oh, no, he didn't say it.
You felt he said it.
I know.
You know he
Just
said it.
there, yeah. Just stay there, he's saying to me. It's
All right.
pounding in my head. Just
All
don't
right.
pull the binoculars away. God, give me strength.
All right.
Pull them down. Run! Pull these binoculars down and run. God, if there's a God, give me strength. I gotta get away. Oh, Betty! You gotta get away, Betty!
All right. Calm down.
I'm driving. I
Calm
gotta
down.
get away.
How could you be sure he was telling you this? Calm down. You're still asleep. How could you be sure he was telling you this?
His eyes. His eyes. I've never seen his eyes before.
But you said they were friendly. You said they were friendly.
Oh, no. Not the leaders. I said only the one looking over his shoulder.
Oh, I see. The leader was
friendly.
How did you know the other one was the leader?
Because everybody moved. Everyone was standing there looking at me. But everybody moved to these levers or in the back, or they went to this big board. They looked like it looked like a board. And only this one with the black shiny jacket and the scarf stayed at the window. I'm driving.
You going back into the car now?
Yes.
You put down your binoculars, did you?
I got him down.
Yes. And you got into the car. Did you speak to Betty?
Getting a hold of myself. I'm saying...
Don't you just love cozy, spooky videos? Especially before bed.
You got great fortitude. You can drive the car. And I told Betty to look out. The object was still around us. I could feel it around us. I saw it when we passed by the object.
Wait, so it skipped the...
I got into the car.
That's all he recalls?
It swung around so that it was out there. I knew it was out there. Yeah, it's out there. But I'm not where. I'm lost. It's funny.
Yes, speak a little louder.
I know. Route 3. Oh, those eyes. They're there in my brain. Oh, please. Can I wake up?
Stay asleep a little longer.
Oh.
We'll get through this now, all right. We'll get through it all right. All of your feelings, tell me. It won't upset you so much.
They're there. Isn't that funny? Out of the woods.
Yes.
That crazy dog. She stays in the car all the time. That's funny. She stays in the car.
She doesn't bark, do anything?
She just stays there.
What about Betty?
Okay, enjoy your dinner, Sydney.
Isn't she saying anything?
Oh. I don't know. understand. Are we being robbed? I don't know.
What makes you think you're being robbed?
I know it's in my mind and I don't want to say it.
Well, you can say it to me. You can say it now.
They're men, all with black jackets. And I don't have any money.
Oh my god, the men in black.
I don't have anything. I don't know. Oh. The eyes are there. Always the eyes are there. And they're telling me. I don't have to be afraid. Is there an accident down the road? What's the red? The bright red.
Bright red?
Yeah.
What is that?
Orange and red.
Where is that?
Right down the road.
Down the road.
I don't have to be afraid. But they won't talk to me.
Who won't talk to you?
The men.
In the vehicle?
No, they're standing in the road.
And where are you? You're in the car?
No. I'm just suspended. I'm just floating about. Oh, how funny. Float about. Is it floating? No. I want to get back to the car, but just floating about.
You really floating about, or is that the way you feel?
The way I feel.
You're still outside of the car?
No.
You're in the car.
I'm not in the car. I'm not near the car. I'm not in the woods. I'm not on the road.
Well, where are these men?
I don't know.
On the road.
I don't know. I'm just floating about. Oh, geez. That's the funniest thing, Betty. Funniest thing. I never believed in flying saucers, but I don't know. Mighty mysterious. Yeah.
Mighty mysterious?
Well, I guess I won't say anything to anybody about this. It's too ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it's really funny. Wonder where they came from. Oh, geez, I wish I had gone with them.
You wish you had gone with them?
Yes. Oh, what an experience to go to some distant planet. Maybe this will prove the existence of God. Isn't that funny? You look for the existence of God in other planets. Were you scared? I wasn't.
I wasn't. He was terrified.
Wasn't anything anyway. It's really ridiculous this year and I'm talking about it. Well, we're getting into Portsmouth a little later than I expected.
All right, we'll stop there. You'll be calm and relaxed. You will forget everything that we have been right here.
A group of men, they came and they assisted me.
Okay, who assisted you?
These men.
They assisted you out of the car?
Yeah.
What you said? Mm-hmm.
I am only thinking of mental pictures because my eyes are closed. And I think I am going up a slight incline and my feet are not bumping on the rocks. It's funny, I thought of my feet bumping on the rocks, and they are going up smoothly, but I'm afraid to open my eyes because I am being told strongly by myself to keep my eyes closed and don't open them. And I don't want to be operated on.
You don't want to be operated on. What makes you think of an operation?
I don't know.
You were thinking about this when you were there on the road?
I was thinking about this when I was lying on my stomach.
Where were you lying on your stomach?
I thought I was inside something, but I did not dare open my eyes. I had been told
that they played it.
They took me and carried me up this way. No. And I thought, are they putting a cup around my private parts? And then it stopped. And
so he skipped that part before and they went back and did it,
how funny.
Speak a little louder, please.
Funny.
I thought, how funny if I keep real quiet and real still, I won't be harmed, and it will be over, and am walking, and I am walking and am being guided, and my eyes are closed, and I open my eyes, and there is the car, and the lights are all tight, and she is grinning back at me, and we both seem so elated, and we are really...
Oh, I've seen this one. She like punches one of them in the face or some shit.
We're driving along. I don't know where we are. I don't even know how we got here. We've been driving, and I don't know how long, and we haven't even been talking. I just been sitting here feeling that something's going to happen. And I'm not really too afraid. Except right now I am. At that time I didn't feel afraid. I figured, well, maybe we're lost, but so what? We'll come out somewhere. And they open the car door, and there's not very big men. And there's 1, 2, 3 next to me. And then there's 2 men behind us.
I didn't hear that.
2 men. There's a car door, and there's 1, 2, 3 men.
Yes.
And then there's 1, 2 more behind them.
Yes.
And one man puts his hand out.
This is his wife, Betty.
I don't know what happened.
You can remember everything now. What do these men look like? Could you see their faces?
No.
How were they dressed?
Alike, somehow or other.
Did they have on any uniform, or were they in ordinary clothes?
More like a uniform.
Uniform. Does it resemble any uniform you know?
I couldn't see. There's a couple of men behind me, and then his body, and he...
The hell? Skip.
There's a man on each side of him. And my eyes are open. My body's still asleep. He's walking and he's asleep. And then I begin to get mad. And they go, who the heck are these characters and what do they think they're doing? And so I turn around and I say, Bonnie, wake up. Bonnie, why don't you wake up? And he doesn't pay any attention. He keeps walking. And I keep going a little bit further, and I turn around and I say his name again, Bonnie, wake up. He doesn't pay any attention. And then the man who's walking beside me here says, oh, is his name Barney? Yes. I turned around and I looked at this man, and I figured it's none of his business. So I didn't speak to him. Did we keep walking? And I tried to wake Bonnie up again. He said, Bonnie, wake up. And he doesn't. So the man said, he asked me again. He said, is Bonnie his name? Then I wouldn't ask him. So that he says, don't be afraid. You don't have any reason to be afraid. We're not going to harm you. But
The subtitles
we just
are
want
bad.
to do some tests. When the tests are over with, we'll take you and Bonnie back and put you in your car. And you'll be on your way back home in no time. And so, I mean, he was sort of reassuring in a way, but I can't say that I trusted what he said. And I wasn't sure what was going to happen, and we kept walking, and Bonnie was still asleep, and then...
You mean he was walking in his sleep?
Yeah, he was just like sleepwalking.
These men spoke good English?
Oh yeah, fallen angel. Thank
only
you.
one spoke, the one who was on my
You
left.
got a sub, didn't you?
Yeah, he said, and then he was more or less...
I think I remember seeing your name in the gifted subs. Yeah.
He had an accent.
Oh, thank you.
He had sort of a foreign accent. But
Morning,
he was
Rhoda.
very, business-like. So then we
Listening
kept
to
walking.
the Betty and Barney Hill regression
came to-
hypnosis.
A clearing. And there was... We came to the clearing, and there was... Oh, I wish it was lighter so I could get a better picture of that.
Wait,
There was a ramp and a door. The object was on the ground.
The object was on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, she's
I
still
think it was
under.
the same one I was watching in the sky. And there were trees, and there was a path, and there was this clearing. And this object the clearing I could see just about filled up the clearing. And they're taking me up to the object. I don't want to go on it.
Welcome back,
I don't know what's going to happen if I go on it. I
How
don't
was
want
your
to go.
din-dins?
And I go up the ramp, and I go inside, and there's a corridor to the left.
Oh no.
I go up the corridor. And
Oh, you're
there's a
tired,
room.
Rhoda.
And they start to take me in the room. Some of the men come in the room with this man who speaks English and me. They stay for a minute. I don't know who they are. I guess maybe they're the crew. But they only stay for a minute. And the man who speaks English is there, and another man comes in. I haven't seen him before. I think he's a doctor. And they came in the door. And I think he's got, I don't know how our nervous system is, but I hope that we'll never have nerve enough to go around kidnapping people right off the highways, like he's done. And he tells me to take off my dress. And he told me to take off my dress, and then before I even have a chance hardly to stand up to do it, the examiner, my dress has a zipper down the back. Down the back? Yeah, it has a zipper down the back. And the examiner unzips my dress. It goes way down to my waist, the zipper does. And so I slip my dress off. And so I don't have my dress or my shoes on. And there's a next over away to the stool, and then there's sort of in the middle of the room is a table. Something of a table. It's not up very high, about the same height as the desk.
Oh, she didn't say the part where she punched one of them in the face.
I lie down on the table, on my back, and he brings over this, how can I describe it? They're like needles. There's a whole cluster of needles, and each needle has a wire running from it. So then they roll me over on my back, and the examiner has a long needle in his hand, and I see the needle, and it's bigger than any needle I've ever seen. And I asked him what he's going to do with it, and he said just a simple test to hold her face. And I asked him what, and he said he just wants to put it in my navel. It's just a simple test. I don't know, it will hurt. Don't do it. Don't do it. And even though it won't hurt. And he sticks a needle into my navel. And I'm crying, and I tell him it's hurting, take it out. And then the leader, he goes over and he puts his hand, runs his hand in front of my eyes. And he says, I'll be all right. I won't feel it. And all the pain goes away.
It's almost like they're hypnotizing her, if this even is real and not some fake or psychological phenomenon.
Dad. But I still, the pain goes away, but I'm still sore from where they put that, I don't know why they put that luggage in my navel. I tried to tell them they shouldn't do it. But
did they make any sexual advances to you?
No.
They didn't.
No. I asked the leader, I said, why did they stick the needle in my navel? And he said it was a pregnancy test. And I said, well, I don't know what they expected, but that was no pregnancy test here. And he didn't say anymore.
People say at the time that wasn't a pregnancy test, but now it is or something.
Examiner was helping,
but she
he helped me
wouldn't
get
have
up off
known
the
that.
table. And I swung around, and he gave me my shoes, and I put those on, and got down on the floor. And my dress was there, and I put my dress on. And I was going to zip it up, and he took a hold of the zipper at the top and pulled it up. And then, I said, I can go now. I can go back to the car. And he said, Barney isn't ready yet. And so then I began to get worried, and I asked him why it was taking so long with Barney. And he said, well, they were doing a few more tests with him, but he'd be right along in a minute. And there was a cabinet there, and the doctor, the examiner, he had gone out of the room There was
going
just
to bed
the
now,
leader
Phoenix?
and me there.
So there was a
Okay, have a good night,
And
Phoenix.
the man who did the examining,
Sleep well.
he did the testing, and he left.
Don't have
And
nightmares.
so there was just the leader and me. And so I felt, I was grateful to him because he had stopped my pain. And now I wasn't afraid at all. And so I started talking with the leader. And I said to him that this had been quite an experience.
You haven't had a nightmare before either.
It was unbelievable that no one would ever believe me. And that most people didn't even know he was alive. And that what I needed was some proof that this had really happened. So he laughed, and he said, well, what kind of proof did I want? What would I like? And I said, well, if he could give me something to take back with me, then people would believe it. And so he told me to look around, and maybe I could find something I would like to take. And I did, and there wasn't much around, but on the cabinet there was a book, a fairly big book. So I put my hand on the book and I said, could I have this? And the leader laughed, and he asked me if I thought I could read it. And I told him, no, I laughed too. I said, no. But I wasn't taking it to read. That this was going to be my proof, that this had happened. That this is my proof. And so he said that I could have the book if I wanted it. And I picked it up, and I was delighted. I mean, this was more than I'd ever hoped for. He went over across the room to the head of the table, and he did something. He opened up. It wasn't like a drawer. He sort of did something in the metal of the wall. There was an opening, and he pulled down a map. And he asked me, had I ever seen a map like this before? And I walked across the room, and I leaned against the table, and I looked at it. And it was a map it was an oblong map. And he said that the heavy lines were trade routes. And then the other lines, the solid lines, were places they went occasionally. And he said that the broken lines were expeditions. So I asked him where
Alien expeditions.
Where was his home port? And he said, where are you on this map? And I looked and I laughed and I said, I don't know. So he said, well then, if you don't know where you are, there wouldn't be any point of my telling you where I am. And he put the map, the map rolled up and he put it back in the space in the wall and closed it. And I felt very stupid because I didn't know where the Earth was on the map. And I asked him, well, could he show me? Could he open up the map again and show me where the Earth was? And he just laughed. And then I got the book. I still got the book. I'm carrying the book. I got it in my hands. It's a big book. And so I went back to the cabinet and put the book down and started to look through it again. And there was all of a sudden this noise out in the hall, and some of the other men come in, and with them is the examiner, and they're quite excited. So I asked the leader, I said, what's the matter? Did something happen to Barney? What is that? It's something to do with Barney. And the examiner has me open my mouth, and he starts checking my teeth, and they're tugging at them. And I asked him, what are they trying to do?
What were they doing at them?
They were tugging at my teeth. Yes. And the examiner said that he was very excited, and he said that he said that they couldn't figure it out. Barney's teeth came out and I didn't. And I was really laughing. And I said that Barney had dentures and I didn't, and that's why his teeth would come out. And so then they asked me what were dentures. And I said that people, as they got older, lost their teeth. They had to go to the dentist and have their teeth extracted, and they put in dentures. Or a person, sometimes Barney had to have dentures because he had a mouth injury of some sort, and he had to have his teeth extracted. All these things you ask me, I don't know. I'm a very limited person when trying to talk with you. But there are other people in this country who are not like me, that they would be most happy to talk with him, that they could answer all his questions. And maybe if he could come back, if we could make arrangements for a meeting, maybe I could, if he gave me time enough, somehow I could find these people, and I could arrange for him to meet them. And it would have to be done so there'd be no danger involved. I wouldn't want him to be exposed to any danger. But I don't know how I could do it. I don't know how I'd work it out somehow. But if he could come, I want him to come back. I want him to. And he's just looking at me. And will you come back? Can we work out something? And then his questions would all have answers, and other people could get all the things I'd like to know too. And he says, I don't know. It's not my decision to make. So I said, well, could you discuss it with the person who does have the decision to make? And he said, yes. And I said, well, if you do decide to come back, if it can be worked out, I would need time. It would take some time. I just couldn't go out on the spur of the moment and round up people to meet with you. It would have to be people that we knew would be all right and would have the background and all. And I wouldn't even know where to meet him. And he said, don't worry. If we decide to come back, we'll be able to find you all right. But I said, but I don't live around here. I don't live in this area. And he said, we'll find you. And I said, how? How will you find me? Out of millions of people. And he said, we will. We always do find those we want to. And I said, well, now what do you mean by that remark? And he just laughed. And then Barney's coming. They're bringing Barney out. I hear the men out in the corridor. And I said, Barney's coming. And he said, yes, you can go back to the car now. And I got the book. And Barney's coming out. And Barney's eyes are still shut. Good heavens. He sniffs an awful lot.
How was he scared?
I wonder if he made him keep his eyes shut or if he's scared. So, they, now it's time to go back to the car, and the leader said, come on, we'll walk back to the car with you. I said, all right. I said, but I wish I knew if you were going to come back. And he said, well, we'll see. And we're out into the corridor. Barney's behind me with his eyes shut. There's a man on each side of him. And I'm all ready to go down the ramp when some of the other men, not the leader, but some of the other men are talking. I don't know what they're saying, but they're very excited. And the leader is saying, he's saying something, and they're undecided about something. And then, the leader comes over and takes my book. And I said, I'm furious. I said, you promised me I could have the book. You gave me a word I could have it. And he said, I know it. He said, but the others object. They don't want you to have it. And I said, but this is my proof. If you take the book away from me, I'll have no proof that this has happened. And he said, that's the whole point. They don't want you to know it's happened. They want you to forget all about it. And that's why I'm taking the book. I won't forget about it. You can take the book, but you never can make me forget about it. Because I'll remember it's the last thing I ever do. But I want the book.
Oh, thank you, Rampage.
He won't give it to me.
Hello.
And he says, he laughs. He said, maybe you will remember. I don't know. I hope you don't. But maybe you will. But it won't do you any good if you do. Because Barney won't. Barney won't remember one single thing. And not only that, if he should remember anything at all, he's going to remember it differently from you. And all you got to do is get each other so confused you won't know what's going on.
For the past 4
If you do
turn
remember,
my volume up, sorry.
if you forgot it anyway. And I said, why?
I just turned it up for this video because it's quiet.
Because you can't scare me, because I won't forget it. I'll remember it somehow. So then he said, all right, now, come on, let's go back to the car. We'll take you back to the car. And, I've been standing there on the side of the ramp
when she
talking
punches
to him.
one of them in the face.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not in the regression.
I'm
I just
not
remember
mad
that
now.
from something.
And they've taken Barney ahead.
Yeah, I
while we
opened
were
it, but
talking.
then my volume was too loud.
So the other men are going
We're like
ahead.
40% right now.
And he said, I had no objections to you having the book, but the others object. And they have as much right to make this decision as I do. So I said, all right.
Hey, Greasy.
I won't be mad at you.
I'm listening to Betty Hill regression hypnosis, the Betty and Barney Hill abduction
It is the
case.
most, I wish I could be able to have some
I already
proof
listened to
of
the
this,
Barney one. He's like
because
screaming and
it's the most
freaking out.
unbelievable thing that's ever happened.
Hi. Yeah, it's one of the most famous alien abduction cases. Supposed alien abduction. They like did regression hypnosis on them because we were watching hypnosis videos before. Why do I keep getting recommended The Mysteries of Solitude? What is this? Oh, it's that same channel, that's why. Two times speed. Oh shit, it's too loud.
Whether you are the believing Christian, a seeker of wisdom, or simply intrigued by the wonders surrounding solitude, this video will resonate with all. Because within the Gospels lies a mystery few dare to explore. Between the miracles and teachings, crowds and disciples, Jesus kept slipping away into what the ancients described as lonely, desolate places. And this action happened not once, not twice, but so often that the apostles made special note of it, willing himself away not only from the crowds that adored him,
Yeah,
but also his close
watch
circle of
videos in
disciples.
2 times
Whether you
speed.
view Jesus as God incarnate, or the archetype of humanity's highest potential, solitude whispers something profound
about
about
the
what it means
big
to be human.
J.
And as we will come to see, it is an essential necessity for mental health, as essential as the health, exercise, and food provide the body. It's a sacred, necessary space that's not only been lost amid the loud bells of the Christian praise for church and community, but also buried beneath the desires, distractions, and constant connectivity plaguing modern society. Consider the paradox of Jesus' account. God became human to be with humanity,
Is it too
yet repeatedly
fast?
chose to be alone. Questions arise. What is the purpose of spending time alone? What do you do in solitude? And why is this act so rare in modern times? And not only
I
has this
just saw
human act
Jung
been
in
drowned out
the
and lost, but there's
thumbnail.
also an interesting stigma surrounding solitude in the collective consciousness. A stigma that we will come to see as justified, but nevertheless there lies a stigma that most unconsciously possess. Think about it. When a child misbehaves, they're sent to their room. A student acts up, they're isolated from their classmates. Similarly, in prison, a prisoner in trouble may be sent to a place called solitary confinement. Obviously, a large part of the stigma is fear-based, but there's also other reactions many unconsciously draw towards the idea of solitude. For example, if a group of friends ask you to come hang out with them, and you reply that you're intending to spend the night alone, the reaction may be of sorrow, feeling bad for you, or worry that something's wrong, or disgust, calling you a loser. Yet behind it all lies the divine irony of the biblical accounts of Jesus' moments in solitude. And it is through his example where our questions can be explored and the stigma broken. Now you may be thinking I'm taking one line of scripture and making it out to be more than it is. The only reference I've used thus far is found in the book of Luke, where it's written that Jesus often withdrew to lonely places. But as you continue to look into his life with solitude in mind, you realize there has to be a point to it all. Take the simple yet puzzling line from the book of Mark. Very early in the morning, while it was still dark, Jesus got up, left the house, and went to a solitary place. He didn't just seek a solitary place in the home, find a quiet place to be one with the one he's already one with, but he deliberately sought out a desolate place to be completely alone. Again, regardless of how literal or allegorical you read Jesus' account, one has to ask why the God in flesh would have to act, will, himself to a place to be alone. This deliberate act deserves as much respect and attention as the acts of healing and teachings he's performed. Perhaps we've overlooked something profound in the ancient narrative. So let us begin our journey into solitude in the beginning. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. If the Word is God, then the Word and God are one. And if this is the beginning, then it's safe to say that the beginning is a rather solitary place. Just like your beginning, or my beginning, or any created being's beginning. The womb is a barren, lonely place life begins. Our first movements occur in solitude.
I'm not
It's
gonna
a
watch
natural part
this
of
whole
being,
thing.
and yet that stigma we discussed in the introduction continually
phone
haunts
real
such
quick.
naturalness, which leads us to the first account of Jesus in solitude. Just after his baptism, he is led, not by choice but by spirit, into the wilderness to spend 40 days in solitude, tempted by the devil. It's not a lovely, beautiful place of retreat, an escape, a vacation before he starts his mission, but a place almost all would avoid. And we see why this deeply rooted stigma surrounding solitude plagues us all, because it is in this space where one encounters such figures like the devil. Speaking of the devil, there's something rather curious to note about this figure in biblical accounts. We find this presence not only scattered throughout the New Testament, but also deeply rooted in the Old Testament as well. And of course, we still speak of this figure today. This consistency points at a space outside birth and death. The devil isn't bound by space or time, but exists in what we might call the archetypal realm, the mysterious space we all share in our collective consciousness, or rather collective unconsciousness. It is a metaphysical essence, and this essence is not sought after by Jesus to rid before his ministry, but it's encountered when solitude is entered. And it's a rather tempting encounter. Temptations of the realm of the psyche, that metaphysical space, and it represents impulses of desire that move through the mind of us all. So we already see before the teachings, the crowds, the disciples, Jesus entered solitude, and it served a metaphysical purpose. Through this, we're beginning to see the connection of solitude and the realm of the psyche take shape. Solitude seems to slip the door open of the underconsciousness, that unconsciousness moving within a conscious subject. Psychologically, the encounter with the devil is a nod to Carl Jung's concept of shadow work, that coming to communion with the parts of you that you'd rather keep in the dark. Solitude provides the right environment to have the presence of awareness to see such subtle inner movements. Because in solitude, the masks fall away, the performances end, and the raw psyche emerges.
Oh, the
While these
joy
emerging movements may be
thing?
of a good or holy nature, say the instinct to break out of an addictive, destructive habit, the psyche is whole, and movements also bring forth darker essences. No wonder the avoidance, the punishments connected to solitude. Even Jesus didn't choose to enter solitude to rid the devil. Again, he was led. Instead of hiding, repressing away the devil, asking God to get rid of it, taking a pill, seeking a therapist, distracting himself, Jesus faced it, and in that, it lost its influence. Without a heart-to-heart with that realm below, all remains as it is below, continually influencing its above. To this, one has to ask, if Jesus didn't spend time in solitude, those 40 days before his ministry, does the devil follow influentially in his footsteps? Bringing this to a more modern view, if one doesn't allow space to be with oneself, their tempting instincts, impulsive thoughts, and emotions hidden just below the threshold of conscious awareness, they all follow you in your footsteps throughout life. Think
And
of the
yeah,
time
he
when
was
you
calling
acted,
him
or
the
better put,
devil and
reacted, in a
stuff.
way you look back on in pity or confusion. Why did I do this? Where did this all come from? That wasn't quote-unquote me. Just as Jesus not only faced the devil, but was able to purify himself from such
that's really
temptations, one facing their shadows loosens their energy within oneself and transforms their state of being. Again, one must ponder, if Jesus didn't spend time in solitude with his temptations, would the devil have influenced his ministry? And one last key point to note on the devil is that he's never killed by Jesus. While it doesn't come back to tempt Jesus in biblical accounts, there's an interesting line about the devil following Jesus' 40 days in solitude. When the devil had finished all this tempting, he left him until an opportune time. While solitude at first stimulates the fearful shadows, there is a purifying experience that follows. But this doesn't mean that the shadows just die. You cannot expect to enter solitude once and heal all shadows forever, because just as the devil left him until an opportune time, the shadows are always waiting for the ego not only to give them energy, but to unconsciously possess it. Now, as we continue on in the account of Jesus, we find another important time solitude is entered. This time not for the purpose of unconscious purification, but for guidance, wisdom, intelligence. Another connection between solitude and the psyche. Just before an important decision in Jesus' ministry, it is said in Scripture that Jesus went up to a mountainside to pray and spent the night praying to God. When morning came, he called his disciples to him and chose 12 of them, whom he also designated apostles. Here, before choosing his apostles, Jesus entered solitude along a mountainside and prayed to God through the night. So we see in solitude, it's not just about facing unconscious forces within, but also a sacred space to gain wisdom, intelligence, even simple guidance on decisions in one's own life. And this is not to say information and knowledge cannot be gained outside you, but it's important to remember that intelligence also comes from within, and it's in solitude where that inner intelligence flourishes. Now, there's an act that we continue to see throughout Jesus' time in solitude, the act of prayer, and I will later explore the importance to this in solitude, but I do want to veer away from the Christian story for a moment, because there's others throughout history whom also encountered the same truth. Consider Nietzsche. He is said to have discovered his most profound insights during long, solitary walks in the mountains, claiming that all his truly great thoughts are conceived while walking alone. Or the account of Nikola Tesla, whose most groundbreaking ideas didn't come in his
Both
lab, but came in complete
INTJs.
isolation. Ideas like the alternating current motor came to him in vivid detail during these moments of solitary contemplation. Even someone like Albert Einstein emphasized this connection between solitude and insight. He wrote that the solitude of a quiet life stimulates the creative mind. His theory of relativity came to him in quiet moments of deep solitary thought. Anyone familiar with Carl Jung, or watched my series on his Red Book, will know that he came to his insights, that being his entire psychology, from his time spent alone with his unconscious. Maya Angelou knew this truth as well, as she would rent a hotel room to write, alone, for hours, understanding that certain voices only spoke when all others fell silent. What these figures understood was that it is not just about an absence of others, it's a presence of something else. Something that speaks only when one dares to be alone with herself. This is why Thoreau went to Walden Pond. Why Virginia Woolf demanded a room of her own. They discovered that certain kinds of knowing, certain depths of understanding, certain heights of creativity only occur in that sacred space of solitude. So far we've seen how solitude excites the unconscious. It brings forth wisdom and intelligence. But there's also another side of the psyche that would help complete it whole, that being the emotional side. As we turn back to the account of Jesus, we see such an event. Jesus was informed that someone close to him, the man who baptized him, John the Baptist, died. The following scripture follows this news. When Jesus heard about what had happened, he withdrew by boat privately to a solitary place. In most accounts of Jesus alone in solitude, we find him praying. The only accounts he doesn't pray are his 40 days with the devil and this event, where he takes a boat out alone. As I said, we'll get into the idea of praying soon, but for him to not be praying and to perform this act after such news seems to all point to some kind of emotional processing, as it's so easy to cover up emotions, to busy yourself, to attempt to not see them, to have support to ease it all. But similarly to shadow work, facing emotions, understanding your emotions, which are you, allows them to not be so unconscious and chaotic, so possessive, but rather consciously experienced, realized, and healed. Without the ability to face one's emotions, their energy possessively remains below, awaiting arousal. Now, I know there's nothing specific saying this is any kind of action of emotional processing, although one definitely can make the inference. But as I continue on in Scripture, with this time alone, there may be no other reason for this action. As I continue in Scripture, when Jesus heard what had happened, he withdrew by boat privately to a solitary place. Hearing of this, the crowds followed him on foot from the towns. When Jesus landed and saw a large crowd, he had compassion on them and healed their sick. The first insight to note is that the crowds were following him while he was all alone. An all-knowing, divine yet human figure, whose mission is to be with people, to spread the good news, would know their crowd is wanting to be with him. Yet he continues in solitude, alone, in a boat. And of course that all happens after just learning of the passing of a man who baptized him. And then secondly, more subtly yet eye-opening, is what happens when Jesus returns after solitude. He didn't return to land to be with the crowd. The scripture didn't say Jesus withdrew by boat to a solitary place, saw the crowds, and went to them to heal them. But rather he was alone in the boat. The crowds followed him. When he finally landed, not to be with anybody, but alone, he then saw the large crowd, and then had compassion on them. And in my opinion, the notion of compassion drawing him to the crowds instead of just going towards them re-highlights the significance of solitude and the emotions. At first glance, solitude may seem selfish and egotistical. Yet you'll notice in the 3 examples we've explored, it serves beyond the mere individual. Yes, bearing evil impulses, cleansing consciousness of such unconsciousness serves your own state of being, but also the world around you. People outside wouldn't be victim to your evil or distorted impulses lingering just below the threshold of awareness. Receiving sparks of insight or creativity benefit you, but can also become something that benefit the world. Giving your emotions your full awareness and attention not only clear your own being from their possession, but also bring the subject to the archetypal reality of the emotions, providing one a natural empathy for others, as emotions are common to all beings. There are other events in Jesus' life we could explore where he enters solitude, such as when he, just after entering solitude in a boat following the news of John the Baptist's death, sends off a crowd of 5,000 he fed, along with his disciples, to be alone again. Or when aware of his imminent capture and death, he left his disciples multiple times to pray alone. But it's time to shift the focus off the effects of solitude and open up to what solitude is in itself. What is solitude? What causes one to be in solitude? And why is solitude different than just merely being alone? We'll begin with the reason why I chose the Christian literature, out of many other spiritual and practical examples, to focus in on solitude. Jesus' life is a life lived with balance at the cornerstone of its movement. This video, Solitude, is not about removing community from the human experience, and the way to well-being is solely found in escaping away from the world. But as Jesus shows, it is an essential part of the whole of being human. His example, unlike many other religious or spiritual traditions, provides a to and fro, in and out, and in solitude and in the world, a balance of which we can all use in our modern bias reaching to, out, and onto the world in its community of materials. Jesus is not someone hiding in a cave, walled in a church, nor solely living with the people and things of the world. He is both in the world and in himself, and thus lives the essence of life. In this, Jesus provides, in whichever way you view him, an example of a life lived in well-being, not being as you wish, nor as another wishes you to be, but the living of life itself. And so I say all this because solitude is the other side of community. They are opposites, and opposites, just like heads and tails, are two halves of the same thing. One affects the other, and the relationship is a depending factor of the whole system working in harmony or in distress. Without the earth, spirit is unconscious and uncreative, and without spirit, the earth is empty and lifeless. If you remove tails from a coin, it's no longer a coin. Thus, without solitude, or without community, the core of one's being is affected. These thoughts lead to something lingering in many of you, I'd suppose.
That's the same exact analogy that I've used. You just used the same one.
And the true need is not a
Now
video
I feel
solitude,
smart.
but a video on how to strengthen the human community.
I'm
And this is a valid point. Not only the truth about many
You can't
individuals,
remove
young to
one
old,
side of the
spending more time
coin,
alone,
'cause
but the
then
fact that the
there'd be
human
no
community is
coin.
fragmented and conflicted. But when you think about it, who is actually spending time in solitude that is alone? Are there not video and phone calls, emails, websites, apps, messages, games, music, foods, stimulants, and the other 10,000 ways to fill the aloneness?
What the fuck?
Spending time alone is turned into an electric and stimulated community. There's another will, a willingness to be alone with oneself. In Scripture, there's always an act into solitude. Jesus
So
took a boat to be
smart.
alone, went up to the mountainside, left the house. There is a willingness, say, to enter it. And so it is up to the individual
Yeah,
to allow
like I was
or
saying, how
distract it away.
people are like,
To distract or ignore
if
solitude is
there's
to
a
turn it back
God,
on your soul.
why
And to
does
enter
he
it is to turn it
allow
back on the world.
suffering?
Entering solitude,
It
it's
seems
willing,
like a
can be
silly
seen as a
question
removal not only
now
of people,
to me.
but anything that'll distract or stimulate your awareness. As solitude is a place where awareness and attention are
There
preserved
has
for
to be
consciousness itself.
suffering.
Solitude is a true, incestual heart-to-heart, an act not for the health and well-being of the body, but the well-being of the realm of the mind, the psyche, the soul. Like the body which needs its essential necessities to function rightly, and without it breaks down, the psyche reflects the same. If you continue to eat without a moment of fasting, you'll become sick. If you move without stopping, at some point you collapse. If you stay awake without sleeping, you'll deteriorate. And so psychologically, if one is solely living in an outer connected community, the psyche breaks and fragments itself into it. But a will to be alone with oneself regathers such fragmentation. A blurry picture of solitude is beginning to take shape, so it is time to bring back something I've promised to speak on: prayer, as well as its relation to solitude. Just like solitude, our idea of prayer seems to have been distorted. Prayer in ancient times was not an egotistical act of begging, wanting, whining, but something other. And as we turn back to New Testament scripture, Jesus speaks directly on prayer. He says to his disciples, "And when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in synagogues and on the street corners to be seen by others. But when you pray, Go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father, who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you. And when you pray, do not keep on babbling like pagans, for they think they will be heard because of their many words. Do not be like them, for your Father knows what you need before you ask him. There's a lot to be said about these few words on prayer. First, before praying, Jesus says something the individual must do, an act of shutting the door, or metaphorically willing oneself alone into solitude, and this all happens before prayer. Additionally, this act of solitude and prayer is not directed towards anything physical, nothing of the world, but towards the unseen, which Jesus names the Father. An unseen essence as unseen as the psyche, as unseen as thoughts and emotions, as unseen as the instincts and temptations which arise from a space unknown. And this unseen spirit not only sees what is done in secret, in solitude, but rewards, or if ignored, punishes one accordingly. And the last and most essential point to add from this section about prayer is the limit of words used. Jesus says when praying, don't babble yourself away and distort conscious awareness, but it is the Father, or whatever name you want to provide the nameless, unseen essence, that knows what you need before you ask it. These thoughts turn prayer inside out.
Thank you, you made it better. What's a good one to watch? Does he talk about Jung in like all of them? Ow. Not all of them. Ow. Ow. Thank you. Ow! Don't get headbutts and smacks. Ow! I hope you run out of points. It's 800 for that. Ow! Oh, did you misclick? But that'd be funny if you did. Oh, I didn't see it. It's delayed. Or maybe just the notification was delayed. Ah. Oh my god, so many of them. Have I watched that one? I think the thingies are delayed because it stays for so long. Oh yeah, I am chewing gum. How'd you know? Do you hear it? Am I not spelling it right? Damn it! How do you spell it? No, it's not coming up. This one? Jordan Peterson's Nightmare? Wait, this looks amazing. Wait, I wanna watch that. Jordan Peterson's Nightmare.
Before we address Chapter 14's titular structure and dynamics of the self, I would like to quote Edward Edinger's interlude. In the Ion Lectures, Edinger reminds us of what Jung has been trying to do with this book all along. He states that Jung is trying to excavate the contents of humanity's collective unconscious, and he does this just like an archaeologist excavates the contents of an ancient civilization. Quote, he has to dig them out, and then order, classify, and present the artifacts, the data gathered by his excavation. In the case of the collective unconscious, the archaeological data that Jung is trying to derive is found in religions, myths, and fairy tales, which correspond to collective dreams and fantasies. By excavating these psychic contents, Jung is trying to determine patterns. He determines these patterns by looking at the similarities between cross-cultural dreams and fantasies, and draws conclusions on how they reflect the nature of the psyche. One such example I will cite is a concept we have been discussing for the majority of this series. Jung's
Oh, this is a series? Oh! Oh, it's a whole series. Oh, this is 14? Wait. Okay, I didn't see that.
For the past...
Oh, I really want to I want to get this book. Yeah, I want to read Ion.
In respect to the videos on this channel, people really seem to like it when I combine psychological concepts with popular culture. They tend to be my most popular videos, whether
Why are
it's
they in
the
French?
psychoanalysis of Silent Hill or the unconscious
Ooh.
madness of The Shining.
Wait, we gotta watch. Oh, is Addie still here?
One question
You love
I have
Pyramid
received
Head.
from some people is what made me decide to study psychology in the first place and then apply it to video games and movies. Well, believe it or not, it is thanks to a YouTube video I saw in late 2016. I'm sure many of you have heard of a man named Jordan Peterson, the clinical psychologist from Canada who first came to notoriety back in late 2016 and who has grown in popularity ever since then. Well, back when he was teaching at the University of Toronto, he would record his lectures and post them on YouTube. One specific lecture he gave was what ultimately motivated me to study psychology. It was given back in 2014 on the famous Swiss psychoanalyst named Carl Jung. As my regular viewers already know, Jung is a mainstay in much of my content, and it's because of Peterson's lecture here that I started reading Jung. If it weren't for this lecture and Peterson's subsequent lectures, I would never have done videos on Silent Hill, Shadow of the Colossus, The Heart of Darkness, and more. Almost everything that Peterson brought up in this lecture is something I have gone out of my way to study. Almost everything I've studied from that lecture
Light
and from
mode?
other
Yuck.
lectures has been integrated into my own content. Except for one thing. There is one thing that Peterson brings up in this specific lecture that I have not studied. That is up until very recently. The thing that he brings up is the subject of this new series of videos. Allow me to play you a brief clip from this lecture. It will serve as an effective introduction.
Now for Jung, he wrote a book called Ion, for example, and if you want to have nightmares for the rest of your life, that's a really good book to read. I mean, that book just terrified me, because Jung, what he did in that book basically was investigate the fantasy that he believed that all of Western civilization had been predicated on for the last 4,000 years. Now, because Jung really believed that what drove human beings was, and it's a Piagetian perspective in some weird ways, was the revelation of the successive unconscious revelation of fantasies were at the forefront of our movement into unknown territory. So it's like there's unknown territory, and then there's known territory, but there's this weird intermediary space between them. And that intermediary space where you kind of know but kind of don't know, that's where your imagination plays. And of course that's the case, right? Because when you encounter something and you really don't know much about it, you imagine what it might be. And so it takes on the structures of your imagination. And so in some sense, what you're dealing with as you move through history, you expand your domain of knowledge into the unknown, is you encounter your own fantasy. Anyways, if you want to know about that, you could read like volume 9 and 9.1 and 9.2 of Jung. One's called Archetypes of the Collective Unconscious, and the other's called Ion. But like it'll take you a while to crack them. You have to beat your head against those books quite a bit, because what Jung is outlining in some sense is so shocking, it's almost impossible to grasp. Once you get the picture,
once you do,
all of a sudden things flip around because you understand what he's talking about. But before then, man, it's tough
I
going.
know exactly what he's
The
talking
one
about.
thing
and
about this
only
lecture
one
that has
smidgen.
perpetually
I'm only
intrigued
talking
me
about a
was
smidgen.
Peterson's citation of Jung's book called Ion, and how it supposedly would give those who read it nightmares for the rest of their lives. Naturally, upon
Wait,
hearing
what?
this fact, Ion was the first book from Jung that I tried to read. I wish somebody could have told me that this would end up being a bad idea, but not because the
Oh.
book gave me nightmares. At first. The reason why it was a bad idea is the same reason why you don't start watching
Yeah, I
Game of
wanna
Thrones in
start
the middle of the 5th season. Carl
somewhat,
Jung wrote Ion expecting that those who read it would have read a substantial amount of what he wrote leading up to
Yeah, you
it.
gotta
When I
read the
began
other
to
stuff
understand
first.
Jung's more basic concepts like the shadow, the collective unconscious, psychology's links to religion, Ion began to open itself up to me. When that happened, I started to see what Peterson was talking about. I started to understand what it was that gave him nightmares. Now, granted, he's likely being somewhat facetious when he says you will have nightmares for the rest of your life. Yet, there's likely some uncomfortable feeling motivating that choice of words. After all, when I had the opportunity to briefly talk to Peterson back in late 2017 at one of his public appearances,
Oh, wow.
I talked to him briefly about Ion, and when I did, his first response to me was, "Oh, that's a terrifying book." I think it's fair to say that if something terrifies you, it's something that you tend to think about on a regular basis. It's something that has permanently altered your character in some way. I think it's fair to say that, because when I reread Ion and started to get what Jung was talking about, it really helped me to understand the motivating forces that drive Peterson and his utterances. Much of what he said in his public biblical lectures and his university lectures seems to branch off from the content of this book. With that
Well,
in
yeah,
mind, I
and
thought it
Big
might be
Five,
useful
which
to
is
explain to people
essentially
what this book
pretty
says.
similar
My
to
mission with
Jung's
this new
stuff
series
anyway.
of videos is to go through Ion and do a video for each chapter. I will present the basic message of each chapter, the arguments Jung presents in favor of that
yeah, let's
message, and how
go.
these contents might terrify somebody like Peterson. I believe this will be useful not just to people who are fans of
They type
Peterson, but also
Peterson
to people who aren't.
INFJ
By
as well.
understanding the psychological and metaphysical assumptions that drive somebody like Peterson, one can critique them. We can determine if they have some sort of value or if they have no value whatsoever. My approach to this content will attempt to mirror Jung's approach to his own content. As Jung said in the foreword for this book, he did not write as someone confessing faith, but merely as a physician, a psychologist. As I present the content in this book, I will attempt to present it as an unbiased researcher. Emphasis on the word attempt. I will try not to pass judgment on the validity of the content, but merely present it. That way you can derive your own conclusions. My understanding of this content will be based on my own interpretations, but those interpretations will be aided from two sources. On the one hand, I will be citing a study done by two Jungian analysts called the Ion Lectures, written by Edward F. Edinger and edited by Deborah A. Wesley. I have also watched several streams about Ion from a YouTube channel called Uberboyo. The two gentlemen who have done those streams, Stefan and James, have given me their blessing to do my own series of videos on Ion.
Ooh.
To conclude this preface, I would like to provide a brief introduction to the first chapter of Ion. Let's start by laying out what an ion is. In the simplest terms, it is a long period of time, an age if you will. Obviously the use of the word ion can be subjective. The amount of time one refers to when saying ion depends on the person saying it. For Carl Jung, the type of ion he is referring to is that of the Platonic month, which is a period of 2,000 years. As for what a Platonic month is and why it lasts 2,000 years, here's a diagram to help you. This is from the aforementioned text, the Ion Lectures. What you see here is a basic diagram of the universe. The dot at the center is the sun. The dots orbiting the sun is of course the Earth at different periods of time. The big circle that encompasses all of this are the constellations in the sky. Note the astrological names given to each section of the circle.
Is Eon the
Note
same
these
as
two
Ion?
dots in the circle representing Earth's orbit. One says
Or is
180
Eon pronounced
and
Ion?
another
I'm
says
confused.
2080. At any time between these 2,000 years, if one were to look at the sun from Earth at the spring equinox, you would see the constellation of Pisces in the sky. At the moment, the constellation in the sky seems to be moving from Pisces to Aquarius. Throughout the course of Ion, Jung focuses on the period of 2,000 years, also known as the Ion/Age of Pisces. He does this because throughout this period of 2,000 years, there was a serious change going on in the psychology of the Western man.
Yeah, aren't we going to
Namely,
the
how
Age
the
of
symbol of
Aquarius or
Christ
something?
entered the world and defined the age of Pisces as the Christian Ion. Jung investigates why Christianity had such a strong influence on people from a psychological perspective. He investigates a lot of not just Christian, but religious symbology and the forms it emerged in during this age, namely the symbolism of Christ as the fish, and how that coincides with the age of Pisces, which is also symbolized by fish. Before we get to any of that, however, it is necessary to understand how Jung conceptualized the human mind. He does this for the first 4 chapters. It is only around chapter 5 that things become, as Peterson would say, terrifying. Once one understands what the ego, the shadow, the syzygy, and the self are, the contents of Ion open up. In the next video, we will start with the ego.
Oh, buffering? Huh? Hello? Are you trying to run fucking ads? Bruh. Oh no, it's because it was a different... Wait, what? But we're only halfway through. The fuck? The hell was that? Did we watch it all? Or why did it say half? Okay, whatever. We're going into ego. YouTube's borked. Good lord. Goodness gracious.
The first 4 chapters of Ion deal with Carl Jung's conception of the human mind, or to be more precise, the psyche. The 4 primary aspects of Carl Jung's model are as follows: the ego, the shadow, the syzygy, also known as the animus and anima, and the self. The persona is not relevant for the purposes of this discussion. In order to understand the latter 3 components properly, one must start with the ego. In the simplest terms, the ego is you, or rather it is your consciousness. The ego comprises everything about yourself and the world around you that is conscious, knowable, representable. This is the most basic piece of information that you need to know about the ego. Granted, there is other valuable information that Jung provides about the formation of the ego, as well as its relations to the other components of the psyche. First of all, the ego has 2 components. One is the somatic factor, or body. The other is the psychic factor, or mind. In order for the ego to develop, one must first become conscious of themselves, and this happens through an intermingling of the somatic and psychic factors. The process of developing consciousness begins in early life. When one is an infant or a toddler, one is not necessarily conscious of themselves right away. This is because they are under the care of one's parents or other guardians. Instead of it being you interacting with and acting upon the world by your own will, the world happens to you. You only become conscious when your body interacts with its environment. Say when you are a baby and you're crawling around, you come across a rattle. You become conscious of the rattle and its function by picking it up and shaking it around. The more time the child interacts with its environment, the more it begins to realize that it has its own ego, that they are a subject acting upon objects. This is a process that continues throughout one's life. The more one analyzes unknown or unconscious objects, be they physical objects or pieces of information, the more conscious one becomes and the more one's ego develops. This is an important piece of information that I must harp on because it's relevant for the rest of the book. In respect to the human psyche, the more unconscious contents that one integrates into their consciousness, the more the ego grows. In Jung's mind, the whole point of life is to continuously integrate the contents of one's unconscious mind into your conscious mind, until both consciousness and unconsciousness are brought into balance. In Jung's mind, at the end of this process, the ego becomes the self. We will discuss that more in Chapter 4. There is one more important factor about the ego we must discuss before this video concludes. There is also the matter of free will and how the ego uses it. The debate about whether or not free will exists or not is irrelevant here. Let's just assume that the ego has free will, or has the illusion of it, for a second. In Jung's mind, it seems that the ego only has free will in the realm of consciousness. This free will, however, finds its limits when it comes across unknown or unconscious contents. When the ego comes into contact with unconscious parts of its psyche, those unconscious parts have a sort of autonomy. They tend to act upon the ego. For example, when one gets angry, it is the unconscious force of anger that takes over your conscious ego. In extreme cases, it can be almost impossible to prevent oneself from feeling angry. It is only by willfully confronting the unconscious contents of our mind, or the unknown contents of the outside world, that we can become conscious of them, understand them, and thus limit their effect on us. In some cases, if one is unable to properly confront these unconscious/unknown contents, they might completely subsume and manipulate the ego. These forces that threaten our ego come in many forms, two of which that Jung discusses are complexes and archetypes. In regards to complexes, if one encounters a radical communist or fascist, often you won't be speaking to the person. You will be speaking to the complex that has subsumed their ego. It is only when one becomes conscious of the complex, that unconscious content, that it can be alleviated. As for examples of the archetypes, the next 3 chapters of the book are based around that very concept. We will discuss the most accessible archetype in the next chapter when we discuss the shadow. In future videos, I will include a segment where we discuss the supposedly terrifying elements in the selected chapter. Because this is the first chapter, and the chapter was only a couple of pages, there is not, as of yet, anything I think should be considered terrifying. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, make sure to give it a like, make sure to subscribe so you can see future videos in this series. Also, if you want to support the work I am doing here, please consider going to my subscribe.
These are pretty short. I'm excited to watch these. Not excited about YouTube's ad loading. Fuck you. Sorry.
I will begin this video by referencing something I brought up at the end of the last video, the concept of archetypes. In Jung's mind, an archetype is a universal pattern to human existence. For example, every human being has a biological mother and father. That is a universal pattern and archetype for human beings. When it comes to caring for a child, depending on how successful the mother and father are, the closer they come to representing the archetypal or ideal mother and father. Now, these archetypes are obviously ones that occur externally. What about the archetypes that occur internally? That will be the focus of the next 3 chapters. The most accessible of the inner archetypes is the shadow. It is easy to access once one accepts that human beings are imperfect and can have negative qualities. All of those contents about oneself that one doesn't like fall into the shadow. The shadow occupies the unconscious realm of our psyche. While not all unconscious contents are shadow contents, like positive memories one might recall, most remain unconscious because they are difficult to integrate into one's conscious being. I briefly referenced something in the last video that I said would be left for Chapter 4, and I still intend to leave the majority of that discussion for Chapter 4, but it's relevant to bring up again. In order for the ego to grow in consciousness, it needs to integrate unconscious contents and bring them under its control. This integration is called the confrontation with the shadow. In successful cases, a human being will recognize a certain negative quality about themselves and either destroy that quality or control it so that the quality doesn't negatively impact their lives. In unsuccessful cases, 2 things might happen. Like I said in regards to complexes in the last video, the shadow has the potential to subsume the ego and bring it under its control. The person then becomes an avatar for the shadow and will do its evil bidding. A good example of the shadow possessing the ego occurs in the film Apocalypse
Persona
Now. The
is
character of
based
Colonel
off of
Kurtz,
this.
the main antagonist of the film, goes from being a decorated officer in the US Army to a man that will decapitate those who displease him. For more information on how Colonel Kurtz exemplifies the shadow concept, please refer to my two-part series on Apocalypse Now, which I will link in the description box.
And
now, the
music.
assimilation of the ego to the shadow is one thing that can happen during the confrontation with the shadow. If the ego isn't assimilated right away, or only partially, the outside world will mirror one's shadow. Now, what does this mean? Well, imagine a person that doesn't succeed well in social situations. That inability to socialize would be a negative quality, one that the person tries to suppress inside their shadow. The natural consequences of this suppression will be its projection onto one's environment. Every time that socially awkward person sees people engaged in conversation, they will become resentful and bitter. They will wonder why the world is so malevolent, why people are so terrible and unaccepting of them. If they were to overcome this pitiful state, they might begin to ask how they might be contributing to the problem, how their lack of personality or empathy might cause people to shy away. Until this happens, however, the shadow will continue its projections indefinitely. Confrontations with the shadow continue throughout one's life. These confrontations range from very simple moral lessons to ones that are impossibly bleak. Despite that unfortunate psychological fact, confrontations with the shadow are necessary. There needs to be an unconscious realm to give dimension to the conscious realm. Otherwise, neither can exist. It's like if light were to exist without darkness, or darkness without light. It's an impossibility. Jung theorized that in order for the ego to grow to its highest peak, the Jungian self, one must confront all of the contents of one's shadow. Only then can one's psychological and physical being achieve perfect balance of the opposites. Conscious and unconscious, good and evil, etc. Now, in regards to what Jordan Peterson might find terrifying about this concept, I believe it's self-evident. The notion that there must always be a negative shadow side to every aspect of life, that there has to be a greater darkness to permit greater light, and that we have to encounter it at some point, is nightmarish. At some point, we will all have to be like Winston Smith in 1984, facing the possibility that his face might be eaten by rats. At some point, we will have to be like Kurtz, choosing whether to be a friend or enemy of horror. At some point, we will have to be like Jesus, and face the most brutal of deaths, despite our innocence. If we don't, we risk being assimilated by the shadow, and all of our work in favor of the good becomes null and void. In the next chapter, we will discuss another archetype of the unconscious mind. The shadow is a sort of general term that encompasses a large amount of unconscious contents. There are specific sections of the shadow that belong to specific archetypes. Two of those unconscious archetypes are the anima and the animus, also known as the syzygy. Thanks so much for watching. If you like this video, make sure to give it a like. That really helps me out a lot. Make sure to subscribe so you can...
Anima animus. Anima animus. Anima animus.
In order to best explain what the anima and animus are, I will quickly reference two basic concepts we have learned about in the past two videos. Number one, the necessity of integration. In order for you, the ego, to grow as a person, you must integrate unconscious contents by bringing them into conscious territory. One way this integration of the unconscious happens is through what Carl Jung calls the confrontation with the shadow. In order to survive in a world that is constantly threatening you, it is necessary to confront the negative, threatening parts of life so one can analyze them and bring them under some form of control. The confrontation of these negative things extends throughout one's life, from basic moral lessons to seemingly life-threatening tasks. These confrontations of the worst evils and terrors are necessary and unavoidable. The reason why this is the case is explained with concept number 2, the necessity of opposites. In order for one's inner light, one's consciousness, to grow in size, it is necessary for there to be a greater darkness. After all, there can be no light without darkness, and a light can only shine its brightest when there is a greater darkness to define it. What this psychological fact implies is that all human beings have a negative side, a side full of dark traits that we desperately try to keep unconscious. After all, if we don't keep them unconscious, they might contradict the image we collectively try to project to others, that of a moral, hard-working member of society. Nonetheless, that side is there, just as there is a negative side to everything. It is only by coming to terms with this negative unconscious side that our positive conscious side can grow. Now that we have reestablished these two basic concepts, I can properly explain what the anima and animus are. When Jung says that there is a negative side to a human being, this is a sort of general observation. What we haven't discussed are some of the specific contents one can find in their shadow. One of these opposite contents that you can find internally inside your own shadow is the opposite of your gender. If you are a man, there are feminine tendencies inside your unconscious mind. If you are a woman, there are masculine tendencies inside your unconscious mind. These opposite tendencies are unconscious contents that one must integrate and bring under control. For a man, these unconscious tendencies can be collectively referred to as the anima. For a woman, they are referred to as the animus. These archetypes of anima and animus are often kept unconscious because they are difficult to reconcile with our conscious existence as a man or woman. If one is a stereotypically masculine brute, it will take a long time for that man to recognize his capacity for empathy and meekness. If you're a woman and are a stereotypically feminine damsel, it will take a while for that woman to develop assertiveness and reflection. When a man recognizes that he has an inner anima, and vice versa for females, it is necessary to bring these classically feminine and masculine traits under our control, to make use of the positive feminine and masculine traits and rein in the negative ones. This will take a while though. Often before one recognizes their inner anima or animus, two things can potentially happen: projection and possession. Let's start with projection. In episode 2, I mentioned that a person might project their shadow onto the world around them if it isn't properly integrated. When this happens, the world will take on an evil, malevolent character. The same thing can happen with the anima and animus, but instead of it being projected onto the world, it's projected onto members of the opposite sex. For example, let's say a man encounters a particularly attractive woman. This woman might be attractive for her looks, her brains, her interests, or many other things. The man sees these various qualities as positive ones because they reflect all the positive qualities of his inner anima. After a certain period of time, the man becomes smitten with this woman. She's perfect for him. Unfortunately, as humans are wont to do, he will project only the positive aspects of his inner anima onto her and ignore all the negative ones. Let's say this man gets into a long-term relationship with this woman. After a while, he starts to realize that even though she has all these positive qualities, she has a lot of negative ones. She's messy, she's rude, she does drugs, whatever. Eventually, this hypothetical couple breaks up. When this happens, the man might say to himself, "Wow, she is not who I thought she was." Well, who said she was what you thought she was? You only thought she was this angelic figure because you were projecting this archetype of the feminine spirit onto her. You didn't love her for who she was, faults and all. You loved her because you thought she was the physical manifestation of your inner anima. For the most part, the reverse is true for a woman. If you want to see some severe examples of animus projection, look at some old videos of women fainting in the aisles while watching Michael Jackson or the Beatles back in the day. The men are handsome, rich, talented, and sensitive. They are projecting their inner animus onto these men. As we all know, however, a decent number of famous people are complicated and troubled behind the scenes. Moving on to possession. This is where things can get potentially ugly. Like how the shadow can subsume a person's ego and turn them into a monster, the anima and animus can subsume a person's ego and turn them into an avatar. Possession is usually instigated after the man or woman has a negative experience with somebody of the opposite sex, be they a father, mother, brother, sister, lover, etc. To use Jung's words, when a man is anima possessed, he becomes prone to irrational moods. When a woman is animus possessed, she becomes prone to irrational opinions. If you're having a hard time conceptualizing this, allow me to cite you a couple of examples. In regards to animus possession, I'll cite something related to Jordan Peterson. One of the pivotal moments in Peterson's career was his interview with Kathy Newman of Channel 4. This was a pivotal moment, not just because of the amount of attention he received after this, but because of all the internet memes this interview generated. The focus of these memes centered around Kathy Newman's combativeness with Peterson. Generally speaking, she either argued against everything he said, or she tried to turn what Peterson said into something fitting her ideological worldview. Vis-a-vis, so what you're saying is... The purpose of this was to make Peterson out to be some sort of evil, underhanded trickster. Soon after this Newman interview, Peterson had another interview with an outlet called Geen Stigel. I think that's how it's pronounced. During this interview, Peterson commented on the Newman interaction and said that she was animus possessed. She had irrational opinions. Now, as for a man being anima possessed, the best example I can think of comes from a video game called Silent Hill 2. Spoilers ahead for those who haven't played the greatest horror game of all time. The protagonist of Silent Hill 2 is a man named James Sunderland. During the game, he encounters the physical manifestation of his inner anima in the form of Maria. You can tell by Maria's choice of clothing and her flirtatious behavior that she is a form of wish fulfillment for James. The only problem is, she isn't real. Because James has made bad choices in his life and finds himself in a dangerous place like Silent Hill, Maria represents everything he wishes he could escape to. To use Jung's words, the imperfections of real life with its laborious adaptations and manifold disappointments naturally cannot compete with such a state of indescribable fulfillment. As I said before, possession by the animus or anima is usually instigated by negative experiences with the opposite sex. They can be instigated by positive experiences, like if a man has been overly protected by his mother for all of his life and develops a semi-Oedipal complex. Nonetheless, it seems like negative experiences tend to spur the possession. Once one becomes possessed, one successful way of counteracting this possession, according to Jung, is to recognize other variations of male and female imagos. Now, what does that mean? Well, if you're a man and you have a bad experience with a woman, if someone tells you that not all women are like that, it's in your best interest to recognize that. By continuing to surround yourself with other women that are more mature, wise, and integrated, the possession tends to lose its grasp. This will be difficult because possession can give people a sense of righteousness. For instance, Kathy Newman must have felt powerful taking on this man who she must have perceived as a purveyor of the patriarchy. Energy. James must have felt justified in conjuring his anima in physical form after having to deal with his wife's death due to illness. Nonetheless, these benefits are illusory, temporary. If this fact isn't recognized, one will suffer the consequences. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, make sure to give it a like. Make sure to subscribe so you can see future videos in
the South. Okay, they're loading instantly now.
In the past few chapters, one process that has been discussed frequently was the integration of unconscious contents into consciousness to bring the traits we hide in our shadow, the traits bound to the anima and animus, under the ego's control. What I teased back in chapter 1 was what the end of this process would look like. What would happen to us when the totality of our psyche was brought into balance? In Jung's mind, this state would be referred to as the self. When we bring what we are in the present moment into harmony with all the things we could be, then the purpose of life is fulfilled. We become the highest version of ourselves. We become synonymous with the imago Dei, or the God image. The self is another archetype of the unconscious, like the shadow, the anima, the animus, and many others. Like those aforementioned archetypes, the self also has the ability to possess the ego and bend it to its will. In this chapter, Jung goes on to outline two potential scenarios where the relationship between ego and self can turn sour. The first scenario I will present to you is what I like to call the crime and punishment scenario. For those of you who have not read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky, the story is about a man named Raskolnikov who commits murder and gets away with it. However, he suffers a lot of psychological consequences for having committed the murder. What seems to happen to Raskolnikov is he has offended the part of his psyche that strives toward a higher ideal. There is some unconscious force within him that tortures him, constantly reminding him that what he did was a crime against nature. For all intents and purposes, that unconscious force might as well be the Jungian self. For all intents and purposes, the self in this case can also be referred to as one's conscience. The second scenario is what I like to refer to as the ego inflation scenario, because that is literally what it is. In this case, the self doesn't subsume the ego, but the ego subsumes the self. The ego sees the image of the self from within and assumes that the self is them. The person will assume that they are the totality of the self and act out in arrogant, holier-than-thou ways. We see this in celebrity culture, for example. When a famous person is lauded as the second coming of Jesus, they might let it go to their head. They might begin to believe that they are this great person already, when in many cases, they have just as great a need for personal development as anyone else. In order to prevent these two scenarios from happening, the ego must not be overcome by the dictates of the self. Nor can they assume that they already are the self. Instead, one must grant the image of the self its own autonomy. We already do this in a sense because moral people grant their conscience autonomy. Both mean the same thing. By being obedient to the image of the self and how the self works through one's conscience, unconscious contents can be integrated properly. At the end of this process, one's conscious side will come into alignment with one's unconscious side and thus become the Jungian self. Now, what I just laid out is sufficient enough to understand the archetype of the self. However, to understand the archetype's relation to the rest of the book, Jung lays out a new problem. Jung understands that this abstraction known as the self does not necessarily work in the realm of science. To use his own words, the purely biological or scientific standpoint falls short in psychology because it is, in the main, intellectual only. He goes on to say that while science is obviously useful and, by extension, our intellect, both are not entirely sufficient when it comes to psychic phenomena. When we describe psychic phenomena to others or in psychology textbooks, we are describing feelings and emotions, which cannot be entirely grasped by the intellect or by measurement. Here's a good way to think about it. What makes a good piece of art? Can one determine the quality of art through measurement and rationality? No, because art is subjective. By extension, what is also subjective are the feelings and emotions which art produces. Because science doesn't tend to dabble in the realm of the subjective, but seeks to define objective reality, concepts like the self are incompatible. Yet, as we have elucidated with scenario 2, the image of the self has its utility, despite its unscientific basis. If one doesn't recognize the self and the inner psychic processes it symbolizes as autonomous, one might mistake those processes as the rational will. I'm going to repeat that. If one doesn't recognize the self and the inner psychic processes it symbolizes as autonomous, one might mistake those processes as the rational will. In that case, the ego becomes inflated. Even though Jung acknowledges that his concept of self is incompatible with science, it seems, nonetheless, to be describing a psychological truth. It is an abstract representation of one's inner psychic processes, ones that cannot be grasped by science and measure. One recognizes the presence of the shadow when a movie character enters a dark chthonic underworld, for example. One recognizes the presence of the syzygy whenever they see a union of a divine ideal couple. The self is no different. The self has been symbolized in many ways by images that denote completeness, in the form of mandalas, quaternities, the Greek eidos or eidos, I don't know how it's pronounced, the modern superhero, and the highest form of all being religious deities. This is why Jung refers to the self as the imago Dei, the God image. What do people do with gods? They worship them for their completeness, their elevated state, and simultaneously, they try to emulate the gods. The concept of the self is what all people strive for, the best version of themselves. Billions of people have struggled for millennia to determine what the best representation of the self is. Entire religious systems have been built around this concept, and the quote-unquote best ones have lasted for thousands of years. Now, as for what the best representation of the self is, in Jung's mind, that would probably be Jesus Christ, a figure that has held sway over billions of people for being, supposedly, the ideal man. We will discuss this matter further in the next video. Before we conclude, I want to address the issue of science again, as it will set up the contents of the next few chapters. Needless to say, there is a conflict between science and religion. This conflict has been intensifying for the last few centuries, with science turning many people away from religion. As a result, the religious symbols and images that many people once worshipped have begun to lose their meaning. They forgot that what these things were trying to represent was that higher ideal to strive to. But what does one do when that image of the self breaks down and loses its meaning? What does one do, as Nietzsche would say, when God is dead? If the light half of the self represents God, what happens when that light half is consumed by the dark half? This will be a key focus of the next few chapters. Thank you all for watching. If you like this video, please make sure to For the past couple of weeks, people have been messaging me saying that they don't understand what is so terrifying about the book so far. In response, I've said that the first 4 chapters of this book are merely the foundation for the terrifying contents that will follow. With the first 4 chapters, we established Jung's model of the psyche. With chapter 5, we will see Jung try to legitimize his model through the symbol of Jesus Christ. Once his case has been made that Christ is a symbol of the self, we will follow the logical implications of that case. That is where the horror begins. First of all, let us summarize what we learned from the last chapter. In Jung's mind, the self is the state of being that all humans strive for, that apex of perfection, of completeness. That highest state is achieved by integrating unconscious contents into conscious territory, by bringing all the things that we are now into harmony with all the things that we could be, by making the utmost use of all of our strengths and corralling all of our weaknesses. This hypothetical state of being known as the self is symbolized across many religions, but in regards to the Western world, the self is most widely recognized in the symbol of Jesus Christ. Christ represents a totality of a divine or heavenly kind, a glorified man, a son of God, sin macula peccati, unspotted by sin. The reason why Christ has had such sway over billions of people across 2 millennia is because people recognize the archetype of the self, the person they want to be, in Christ. The reason why people strive for this apex of perfection in Jung's mind goes back to the notion that people are made in the image of God, not as gods, but in the image of God. It is by going through the individuation process of integrating unconscious contents into consciousness that we can eventually become synonymous with the God image, with the self. Before we continue, I need to elaborate on what it is about human beings that makes them in the image of God. How did our religious forefathers come to that conclusion? Jung cites St. Augustine in order to explain what it means to be made in the image of God, and in doing so, Jung simultaneously gives legitimacy to his model of the psyche. Quote, "But where man knows himself to be made after the image of God, there he knows there is something more in him than is given to the beasts." According to St. Augustine, it is the power to discern, to distinguish between things, that makes us like God. In other words, the fact that we are conscious, whereas beasts are not, gives human beings that status of being made in God's image. This notion becomes important when we look at the life of Christ and how he went through his own individuation process. Just as human beings have to confront the horrors of the world and themselves, Christ had to do the same, namely with his descent into hell following his crucifixion. Quote, "The scope of the integration is suggested by the descensus ad inferos, the descent of Christ's soul to hell, its work of redemption embracing even the dead. The psychological equivalent of this is the integration of the collective unconscious, which forms an essential part of the individuation process." For those of you who have been following this series from the beginning, this should remind you of what was said in chapter 2. In order for the human being to achieve this highest state, it will need to confront the greatest darkness and survive. It is only by confronting this great darkness, symbolized by hell, that our inner light can shine its brightest. Jesus achieved his divine status by confronting that darkest part after his crucifixion. Upon doing so, he brought his entire being into perfect balance, being able to transcend death itself. There was no other way that Jesus could have become the symbol of the self unless he triumphed over that darkness. Otherwise, he would not have achieved that completeness. He would not have become the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Without his darkness, his light would have no dimension. This goes back to the necessity of opposites, as we laid out in the last 3 chapters. Even the Apostle Paul comments on the necessity of opposites in Romans 7:21. "I find then a law that, when I would do good, evil is present within me." Now that we have laid out Jung's hypothesis that Christ symbolizes that perfect union of opposites, and that humans are striving to emulate that perfection through the individuation process, we can now list the various pieces of evidence that support Jung's thesis. First of all, the idea that the union of opposites is a transcendental divine concept isn't actually unique to Christianity. This concept has been symbolized by the likes of the Ouroboros, which you all know as the snake eating its tail. It is the state of being that supposedly existed at the beginning of time, before anything existed. This state is paradoxical, unable to be perceived by human minds. Yet it is the very notion that it is a paradox that makes it transcendental. The union of consciousness and unconsciousness, known as the Jungian self, is also paradoxical, also transcendental. What would you be like, feel like, when you reached the apex known as the Jungian self? You can't know. It's a transcendent, impossible concept that is so impossible that supposedly only one person has ever achieved it. Nonetheless, despite this impossibility, we strive towards it, because it is only through the concept of the self that we can reach that eternal state of perfection. To quote John 14:6, "No one comes to the Father except through me." Now, if this paradox has been symbolized by the likes of the Ouroboros in the past, how is this paradox symbolized in regards to Christ? Well, get ready to have your mind melt. According to Jung, this paradox was symbolized with the cross. In Chapter 5, Jung uses two diagrams of a cross to describe both the dogmatic figure of Christ as well as his psychological conception of the self. As a historical figure, Christ is both unique and unitemporal in the sense that he was a man. However, he was also universal and eternal, being that he was the Son of God. In the second diagram, Christ is symbolized as the union of good and evil, as well as the material and spiritual worlds. Both diagrams symbolize the perfect union of opposites. Now obviously, the question that arises in our mind is why these cross diagrams work so harmoniously with the fact that Christ was crucified on a cross. Moreover, why was Christ crucified between two thieves, one who was repentant and one who was not? Another pair of opposites. Jung would likely suggest that this is an example of another one of his theories commonly known as synchronicity. This concept will be discussed more in Chapter 6 and 7. If you'd like to learn more about it now, however, feel free to watch the first 5 minutes of my video titled Silent Hill Mythology, the Multiple Dimension Theory. Now, as I stated at the beginning of this video, we would discuss the terrifying elements of Chapter 5 after we have established that Christ is a symbol of the self. These terrifying elements would be the logical implications that come from Christ being a symbol of the self. So what are those terrifying elements? Well, if Christ is a perfect union of opposites, and opposites must exist in order to give each other dimension, what logically follows is that Christ must have his opposite. Now put aside whether you believe in Christ as your Lord and Savior, or even as a historical person or as a supernatural being. I ask you solely to focus on Christ as a symbol of the self. If we accept that people strive for that apex of development, that state of perfection and completeness symbolized by Christ, one must logically deduce that there is an opposite apex that one can strive to, an opposite to the self, an opposite to Christ. If billions of people have strived towards emulating this apex for the last 2,000 years, what must logically follow is an equal and opposite striving. That opposite is symbolized and anticipated in the symbol of the Antichrist. As we established in Part 1, Christ is a union of opposite elements. This is what confers his status as a divine being. We have also established, since the beginning of this series, that in order for certain things to exist, like light, there must be an opposite element to give it dimension, like darkness. Based on these two maxims and everything else discussed in Part 1, the logical conclusion is that there must be an opposite for Christ, namely, the Antichrist. Every spirit that dissolveth Jesus is Antichrist, of whom you have heard that he cometh. To the atheistic members of our audience, the notion of an Antichrist induces an eye roll. But remember what I said at the end of Part 1. For the time being, ignore Christ and the Antichrist as supernatural beings and focus on them merely as symbols. If opposites are a precondition to existence, and the past 2 millennia have been defined by worship of Christ, at least in the Western world, is it irrational to deduce that there will inevitably be an opposite to the self, an opposite symbol that will be worshipped? Now, as for what form that symbol might take, at the beginning of Chapter 5, Jung links the advent of the Antichrist with the development of science and technology in the last few centuries. Note that this isn't a condemnation of science and technology, by the way. It is self-evident that science and technology have produced wonders for our civilization. However, despite this positive element, there has to also be a negative element, an opposite element. Namely, that science and technology have demonstrated a capacity to challenge religious doctrine. While some secularists and atheists might deem this dissolving of religion as a triumph, there are others that foresaw what would happen when the moral systems that sustained Western civilization, for better and for worse, came crashing down. One such person was Friedrich Nietzsche. Some mistake his famous proclamation of God being dead as being positive, but to quote Jordan Peterson, Nietzsche thought all hell would break loose on account of God's death. Like I just said, even though there is a positive element to science and technology, like with everything, there is also a negative element. The negative element, according to Jung, was that it doesn't necessarily offer a coherent moral system. Now, some might argue that it could, and that's fine, but that argument is not the focus of this series, and that would take up too much time. Anyways, given the fact that science and technology had so effectively challenged religious doctrine from the end of the 18th century to the end of the 19th century, the loss of religion would be the inevitable outcome, that loss of a higher state to aspire to. There is a problem here because if people lose the symbol that they have tried to emulate for thousands of years, the symbol their culture was predicated on, that would have drastic psychological consequences. In the mind of Nietzsche, as well as Jung, there would be 2 consequences to the loss of that symbol of the self. 1, the advent of nihilism, and 2, the advent of totalitarianism. The former denotes a worship of nothing, and the latter denotes a worship of the state. As we saw in the 20th century, worship of the state in regards to Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union, Maoist China, Pol Pot's Cambodia, and many others resulted in hundreds of millions of painful deaths. If that doesn't sound like a good alternative, nihilism isn't much better. The notion that life is meaningless can make the suffering inherent to life become unbearable. The consequence of this for a large number of people will be stagnation, or in the worst cases, suicide. To Jung, the anti-Christian sentiment symbolized by science and technology had its benefit, but also has its deficit. In regards to Christianity, or religion more broadly, the purported benefit is that it can civilize and give purpose to legions of people. However, it also has its deficit because it will sometimes ignore the truths and benefits of science in order to maintain the integrity of the religion. Jung felt that the only way that either side could control and heal their respective negative elements is if they recognize the existence of the other side, the benefits and deficits that they bring, and integrate them. In other words, by bringing the unconscious repressed elements into consciousness and confronting them, they will develop to a higher state of being. Now, whether or not this is a legitimate way of looking at things is not the purpose of this video. As I said from the beginning, I am not here to pass judgment. I am only trying to present what Jung is saying in a coherent way. Emphasis on the word trying. If you want to discuss the legitimacy of Jung's view, that is what the comment section is there for. With that being said, I will continue summarizing the remainder of this chapter. So far, Jung has demonstrated that he is not afraid to find utility with the symbol of Christ, but he is also not afraid to criticize the broader religion. In fact, a major component of this chapter is Jung's highlighting of a negative Christian tendency. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, in certain religious circles, the Christian God is conceptualized as the summum bonum, an entity that is only good, without any negative element. All that comes from God is good, and anything that can be considered evil is merely the absence of good. Evil in itself supposedly has no existence. Now, the notion that evil in itself has no existence or substance is a doctrine defined by Jung as the Privatio Boni. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Many religious scholars have upheld this doctrine, and Jung goes on to list them in this chapter. Number 1. Basil the Great was a highly influential theologian in the 4th century. He is viewed as a saint in the traditions of both Eastern and Western Christianity. He believed that God does not author evil, and that evil is merely the privation of good. Number 2. Dionysius of the 1st century is also venerated as a saint in the Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches, being the first bishop of Athens. 3. The aforementioned Saint Augustine from the last video states the following in the Liber Sententiarum ex Augustino. Evil is not a substance, for as it has not God for its author, it does not exist. And so the defect of corruption is nothing else than the desire or act of a misdirected will. The Privatio Boni doctrine denies the necessity of opposites. Naturally, Jung took issue with this because the foundations of religious morality are predicated on the existence of both good and evil as equal opposites. One cannot exist without the other. Yet the Privatio Boni doctrine not only denies evil its existence, but that it can come from God. There are many criticisms that Jung lists in this chapter, but for the sake of time, I'll only cite a few. He concedes that evil can be represented as the absence of good, but with this kind of logic, one could just as well say the temperature of the Arctic winter, which freezes our noses and ears, is relatively speaking only a little below the heat prevailing at the equator. He also offers more serious arguments. Quote, one could hardly call the things that have happened and still happen in the concentration camps of the dictator states an accidental lack of perfection. It would sound like mockery. Jung does not only use rational deduction and psychological experience to criticize the Privatio Boni doctrine, but even cites the Bible to prove his point. Granted, he already did this when he cited Paul in Romans, but he drives the point home when he observes the God of the Old Testament. To Jung, the God of the Old Testament is incommensurate with the Christian conception of God as the summum bonum. In fact, it seems that Jung favors the Jewish conception of God in Yahweh, where he is not just the sum of all that is good, but also of evil. We see the wrathful side of God many times in the Old Testament, in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, in the story of Job, in the story of Noah, but for the purposes of this discussion, we will focus on God's wrath in Egypt. In the book of Exodus, Moses attempts to free the Hebrews from Egyptian slavery. When the Pharaoh refuses to do this, God sends many plagues on the land of Egypt in order to get Pharaoh to change his mind. The last of these plagues was the killing of the firstborn sons by Yahweh. There was a way for people in Egypt at this time to prevent their firstborn sons from dying at the hands of Yahweh, and that involved painting their doors with lamb's blood. When studying this part of the story, Jung reached out to a rabbinical scholar named Zwei Werblowski, who put together a number of passages from Hebrew literature. He wanted to understand why the people of Egypt had to paint their doors with lamb's blood. Quote, Our Joseph taught, what is the meaning of the verse? And none of you shall go out the door of his house until the morning. Once permission has been granted to the destroyer, he does not distinguish between the righteous and the wicked. Indeed, he even begins with the righteous. This depiction of God, or Yahweh, as an unconscious destroyer, whose wrath is synonymous with the indiscriminate destruction of a tornado, doesn't seem commensurate with the Christian conception of God as pure good. This is one of many reasons why Jung advocates for the Yahwehistic conception of God rather than the summum bonum conception. Every aspect of this discussion comes down to Jung's tendency to view all of the universe in pairs of opposites. He believes that the only way a person can develop is by viewing the world in these terms. After all, it is only by recognizing the opposite of something that cognition is possible. If this opposite is ignored or denied, it is repressed into unconsciousness, a la the shadow. However, the consequence of this repression is that the repressed element will come roaring back, seeking horrific revenge. By repressing the history of religion with the death of God, its opposite took its revenge with the death of hundreds of millions, something that Nietzsche predicted in his book The Will to Power. By ignoring the dark element of both Jesus and God, Jung believes that Christianity will continue to decline, and its adherents will never achieve that perfection symbolized by the Jungian self. Worse yet, that repression will exacerbate the anti-Christian sentiments in the new ion. That will be the focus of the next few chapters. To conclude, it's understandable why these opposite elements remain ignored and unconscious. It's the same reason why there will be many Christians and atheists that react negatively to this video. To use the words of Edward Edinger, a famous Jungian analyst, that negative reaction indicates that the reality Jung is pointing out is so horrible that it has to be denied. In order to bring our conscious being into closer approximation to the Jungian self, we must confront the greatest hells that are within and without. Otherwise, we may lose all the benefits that reside in that dark side and suffer all of its deficits. That is what is terrifying. To quote Edinger once again, the Jungian standpoint meets my complete intellectual without. Otherwise, we may. That negative reaction indicates that the reality Jung is pointing out is so horrible that it has to be denied. In order to bring our conscious being into closer approximation to the Jungian self, we must in his book The Will to Power. By ignoring the dark element of both Jesus and God, Jung believes that Christianity will continue to decline, and its adherents will never achieve that perfection symbolized by the Jungian self. Worse yet, that repression will exacerbate the anti-Christian sentiments in the new ion. That will be the focus of the next few chapters. To conclude, it's understandable why these opposite elements remain ignored and unconscious. It's the same reason why there will be many Christians and atheists that react negatively to this video. To use the words of Edward Edinger, a famous Jungian analyst, that negative reaction indicates that the reality Jung is pointing out is so horrible that it has to be denied. In order to bring our conscious being into closer approximation to the Jungian self, we must confront the greatest hells that are within and without. Otherwise, we may lose all the benefits that reside in that dark side and suffer all of its deficits. That is what is terrifying. To quote Edinger once again, the Jungian standpoint meets my complete intellectual agreement. It is flawless so far as its logic is concerned, but emotionally, it is a horror, and I don't like it at all. And what's worse, we have 10 chapters left to go. Thank you very much for watching. If you like this video, make sure to give it a like. If you want to see more content like this, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Also, if you like the work I'm doing here and want to support me, please consider donating to my Subscribe Star campaign. Depending on how much you donate, you will gain a certain number of rewards, including access to a private Minecraft server, my gamer tags, and much more. If you don't have the ability to donate,
Yeah, I think I already am getting sick. It's like I don't know, it's like just achy feeling. It's not like sick, so it's weird.
For the past 5 chapters, we have discussed various things: Jung's model of the psyche, Christ's symbology of the perfect man, and the necessity of opposites. What has not been given much focus thus far is the subject that this book is titled after. The concept of an ion was briefly discussed in the preface for this series, but we haven't really touched on it since then. The time has come to elucidate the real meaning behind the book's title and its relation to all that has come before. Let us first review what was said in the preface. Some of you might remember this picture, which I described as a basic diagram of the universe. The dot in the middle represents the sun. The dots surrounding the sun represent the Earth at different points in time, and the big circle surrounding both the Earth and the sun are the constellations in the sky. Note the astrological names surrounding the big circle. In regards to the dots that represent Earth, note the two labeled 1 AD and 2000 AD. At any time between these 2,000 years, if you were to look up at the sun during the spring equinox, the constellation of Pisces would be in the background. This period of 2,000 years was defined as the Ion of Pisces. For the majority of this book, Jung studies the defining figure of the Ion of Pisces. That figure was Jesus Christ, the symbol of the perfect man that all human beings wished to emulate. In the last chapter, we analyzed why Jesus was a symbol of the perfect man. For chapter 6, we will begin to see how Jesus' influence manifested over the last 2,000 years throughout the Ion of Pisces. In order to make sense of that influence, we need to start by analyzing what is arguably the most influential, pervasive, well-known symbol of Jesus, the one we have seen on the backs of cars all of our lives, the fish. Now, why is Jesus symbolized as a fish? We'll give the simple answer first. During the early days of Christianity, it was illegal to be a Christian in certain parts of the world, namely the Roman Empire. In order to protect the lives of Christians in the Roman Empire and maintain worship of Jesus, Christians would signal to each other by wearing the symbol of the ichthys. Ichthys, in ancient Greek, translates to fish. One of the reasons why the ichthys was chosen to symbolize Jesus was because the Greek spelling of ichthys serves as an acronym. For simplicity's sake, the first letter means Jesus, the second letter means Christ, the third letter means God, the fourth letter means Son, and the fifth letter means Savior. The acronym literally translates to Jesus Christ, God's Son, our Savior. The appropriateness of symbolizing Jesus as a fish is not limited to the ichthys acronym. There are several references to fish in the Christian Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Jesus had 12 disciples, several of whom were fishermen. Jesus intended to make his disciples, quote, fishers of men, meaning they were to seek converts. In John 21:11, Jesus' disciples were having trouble fishing with their nets, until Jesus suggested they cast their nets on the other side of the boat. Upon doing this, they drew in hundreds of fish. There was also the miracle known as the feeding of the 5,000, where Jesus took 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish and multiplied them to feed a crowd of followers. There are multiple other references beyond this, but we won't go into them for the sake of time. Now that the simple answer has been given as to why Jesus is symbolized as a fish, we must now give the complicated answer, the Jungian answer. As I stated a moment ago, the fish symbol is relevant to the Ion of Pisces, but I didn't elaborate much beyond that. This is where things get weird. As I said before, the constellations in the sky are given astrological symbols. You might recognize some of them. Aries is symbolized by a ram. Taurus is symbolized by a bull. In regards to the constellation of Pisces, it is symbolized by fish. Let that sink in for a moment.
Yeah,
According to Jung, we have no reason whatever to suppose that the stories of Jesus are disguised as astrological myths.
Yes,
Edward Edinger
it's
confirms
pretty
that there was no general knowledge that the sun had moved into Pisces. So, what does one do with the knowledge that both Pisces and Jesus are symbolized by fish? Well, to Jung, this is exemplary of his theory of synchronicity. Again, I won't go into too much detail as to what synchronicity is for the sake of time. I will just give a brief definition and then point you towards one of my videos that expands on the synchronicity theory. Synchronicity occurs when an inner image matches up with an outer image and produces a meaningful experience. For example, maybe you have a dream about a person that you haven't seen in 10 years, and the next day, you run into them. That is what synchronicity is. For more explanation on what synchronicity is, please refer to my video titled Silent Hill Mythology, the Multiple Dimension Theory. Link in the description box below. Let us now apply the synchronicity theory to our current fish conundrum. What first started off as an inner image in the minds of ancient astrologers was projected onto the sky. They saw the constellation, and then their inner voice, their unconscious minds, confirmed that it would be best to symbolize that constellation with fish. When the Ion of Pisces began, that inner phenomenon of fish became manifest in physical reality, or at least in the reality of the Gospels. While one is welcome to deny the historical validity of the Gospels, one cannot deny the prevalence of the fish symbol since the 3rd century AD. Like I said in the last video, I am not here to pass judgment on Jung's theories or their scientific validity. I am merely presenting what he said. You can say that the products of synchronicity are mere coincidences, and that is an argument we should all be willing to hear. But what we should also be willing to take into account are the increasing number of quote-unquote coincidences that tend to occur when projecting inner images onto the stars. The primary example this chapter focuses on are conjunctions of the planets, and the significance that astrologers have projected onto this phenomenon. Sometimes the planets in our solar system will align in the sky. When this happens, the people who observe it project their inner thoughts and images onto it. Because these planets are aligning with such mathematical precision, people project a belief that something significant will happen. Once again, I am not here to pass judgment on anything Jung says, including the scientific validity of astrology. I am simply going to list the examples Jung provides when planets have aligned and something significant supposedly happened. The majority of the examples that Jung lists involve a conjunction of the planets Jupiter and Saturn. In many cultures, such as the Greeks, the Sabians, and the Iranians, Saturn was a black star, one that signified death, and was the source of many sneaky spawn. In contrast, Jupiter signified life. Jupiter signifies a black star, one that signified death, and was the source of many sneaky spawn. In contrast, Jupiter signified life. It was the king of justice. If we have learned anything about the necessity of opposites and their interplay in the last 5 chapters, it would make sense, from a psychological point of view, to place importance on these two planets aligning. For example, there was a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn in the year 1396 BC. According to legend, it was around the time this conjunction happened that Judaism, as a religion, was born, because Moses was born 3 years later in 1393. Now, of course, even Jung admits that this is legendary and isn't based in anything concrete, but let us look at a few other conjunctions before we dismiss this all outright. In the year 7 BC, there were no less than 3 conjunctions of Jupiter and Saturn in the sign of the Fishes. The greatest approximation occurred on May 29th of that year, the planets being only 0.21 degrees apart, less than half the width of the full moon. From the astrological point of view, this conjunction must have appeared especially significant, because the approximation of the two planets was exceptionally large and of an impressive brilliance. It is theorized that because there was a conjunction of these opposite planets in the sign of the Fishes, right when the Ion of Aries was ending, that this signaled the birth of Jesus Christ. This wasn't merely inferred by Jung, but actually cited in the Bible, specifically Matthew 2:1 and 2. After Jesus was born in Bethlehem in Judea during the time of King Herod, Magi from the east came to Jerusalem and asked, "Where is the one who has been born King of the Jews? We saw his star when it rose and have come to worship him." According to Jung, this extraordinary constellation inferred an equally extraordinary birth. This anecdote proves that Christ, possibly even at the time of the apostles, was viewed from the astrological standpoint, or was at least brought into connection with astrological myths. Now, let us take a step back from conjunctions for a moment. Before we move on, it is necessary to address a potential discrepancy that some of you might have picked up on. If Jesus is symbolized as a fish and was born under the sign of the Fishes, why aren't there 2 messiahs? Isn't it reasonable, going by the logic of astrology, to assume that if one projects 2 fishes into the sky, that would indicate 2 messiahs in the Ion of Pisces? This is an important observation, and in order to address it effectively, I will use an illustration from Edinger's Ion Lectures. What you see here is the way the constellation of Pisces looks like in relation to the path the sun takes through the heavens. Look at how the vertical fish is positioned. The first fish is labeled as Christ, because the years of Christianity's development run parallel to the sun's position in relation to the first fish, which is roughly 1,000 years. But that leaves the second fish. What is the second fish? Once again, Jung evokes the necessity of opposites. The second fish represents Antichrist. As we discussed in the last chapter, there is an opposite element for pretty much anything, for without it, there is no dimension. For Christ, he too needs his opposite. Jung backs up his assertion by listing the important Christian events that happened in the age of the first fish, and the anti-Christian events that happened in the age of the second fish. Oddly enough, these events tend to follow a somewhat mathematical procession, with each key event happening every 500 years or so. Nothing is quite precise, but nonetheless, the key events cluster around the nodal points of 500 years. For example, in the year 529 AD, there was the establishment of the first monastery by Saint Benedict, a very important moment in the development of the Christian faith. The importance of this event is heightened when one takes into account that, like with Christ's birth, a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn happened roughly 2 years later. Around the midpoint of the Ion of Pisces, when the age of the second fish was just beginning, were the beginnings of Christian heresies and cults, the challenging of Christian doctrine. The instigator of these was Joachim of Flora. Joachim was an Italian theologian and an apocalyptic thinker. After experiencing a religious vision, Joachim was motivated to conceive of the Christian Trinity as an historical process. To him, the 1,000 years which preceded Jesus Christ was the age of the Father. The 1,000 years that followed after that, naturally, were the age of Jesus. For the period of 1,000 years that would lead up to 2000 AD, Joachim conceived of this as the age of the Holy Spirit. Where the prior ages were based on a subordination
Sorry,
of oneself
it's
to
too slow.
God, Jesus, and the church, this new age would be like a subordination to the forces of one's unconscious mind. The Holy Spirit that lived within each person would govern one's thoughts and actions. The natural consequence of this notion was that people didn't need God, that they constituted heaven, that they were supermen who could enact a critical approach to the Gospels. Jung attributes these movements as the beginning of the anti-Christian sentiment which would define the next millennium, a sentiment that was brought about by an unconscious vision. In Jung's mind, Joachim was seized by an archetype. His unconscious contents directed his conscious actions. If this weren't the case, Joachim would not have ushered in a doctrine that was so heretical and subversive, so thoroughly condemned by his contemporaries. The only way a pious man like Joachim could have done this is if he was seized by the spirit, the archetype that would define the new anti-Christian era. While Joachim's perspective was modern in its outlook and is more or less adopted by many religious people today, it was also the precursor to something malevolent. The belief that one did not need God and could be critical of the Gospels was the top of the slippery slope. Even though the Spirit of God animated these movements, the Spirit became non-spiritual, and that vitalizing archetype gradually degenerated into rationalism, intellectualism, and doctrinarism. This is what constitutes the nodal point of 1500 AD. The movements that cropped up around this time were increasingly anti-Christian in their orientation. The Renaissance, the Reformation, the Enlightenment, the French Revolution, the emergence of science, and the theory of evolution. All of which brought about their positive elements, obviously, but also brought about their negative elements, vis-a-vis the necessity of opposites. The key negative element that Jung takes issue with is what was illustrated in the last chapter. Though these anti-Christian movements had their value with criticizing superstition, technological advancement, and the like, it also resulted in what Nietzsche referred to as the death of God, the decimation of the moral structures that had bolstered billions of people for thousands of years. The consequence of the death of God was the advent of nihilism and totalitarianism. Without that higher state to aspire to, symbolized by God and Jesus, people would either revert to a worship of nothing or replace their worship of God with worship of the state. In order to solve what Jung referred to as this tragedy of modern times, the human species would have to bring these irreconcilable opposites into balance. They would have to recognize the positive and negative elements in the symbolically Christian and the symbolically anti-Christian stance, and bring them into a state of wholeness. The process of unifying the opposites is theoretically what will follow in the next ion, the ion of Aquarius. Aquarius is symbolized as a water bearer, and this makes sense because what do fish swim in? Water. When the Christian and anti-Christian forces have been fully established, they will need to come together somehow in the water they both occupy. Now, when that will happen is dubious. It's also dubious whether the anti-Christian age is completely done, given the unprecise nature of astrological measurement. This is why I said the Antichrist might be still coming at the end of the last video. If Jesus was birthed at the beginning of the Ion of Pisces, maybe the Antichrist will be birthed at the end. However, this is predicated on one's belief that these sentiments can be personified in the human body. Nonetheless, this pair of opposites will need to be brought into balance. Otherwise, we suffer the negative consequences of one or both sentiments. If Jung's point of view on this has any validity, that the opposites need to come together, one should be rightly terrified. After all, given the state of our public discourse, how willing we are to vilify the other side for merely having an opinion, it doesn't seem like unification is going to happen anytime soon. In the last chapter, Carl Jung introduced astrology as a potentially prophetic practice. The conjunctions of Jupiter and Saturn, for example, coincided with many important events in the history of Judeo-Christian tradition. In this chapter, Jung addresses one particular astrological prophecy by a man named Nostradamus, arguably the most famous astrologer of all time. I'm sure most of you have heard the name Nostradamus thrown about in your lifetime. For example, somebody might call you Nostradamus if you accurately predicted the winner of a sports match or the direction of the stock market. But beyond this, many people don't really know what Nostradamus is all about. Before we address the prophecy at the heart of this chapter, a little bit of history. Nostradamus was born in 1503 AD, right on the nodal point of 1500 AD mentioned in the last chapter. During his time alive, Nostradamus was a brilliant medical student, spending many years of his life as a successful wandering physician. He was widely known for his courageous treatment of plague victims, for example. His life of achievement was unfortunately complemented, for lack of a better word, by tragedy. The aforementioned plague wiped out everybody in his family, including his wife and 2 daughters. Despite this tragedy, he continued to fight against major outbreaks of the plague until he settled down in 1547. It was in this year that he began writing what he would be remembered for centuries later, his prophecies. In his most famous book, Les Prophéties, he wrote 942 prophecies. The contents of these prophecies were allegedly produced by astrological projection, by viewing conjunctions of planets and the movements of the heavens and determining what the future held based on this. Jung believed that Nostradamus' projections were complemented by the same force that motivated Joachim of Flora in the last chapter. That would be the unconscious. This belief is backed up by biographers of Nostradamus, noting that he would be seized by a maddening fever and that the prophecies would be revealed by the subtle spirit of fire. He would then project the products of his various fevers onto the stars. Now, obviously, Nostradamus' prophecies should be taken with a huge grain of salt. His prophecies were often so obscure and unspecific that they could be molded to fit the actual events that came to pass. But having said this, there is one prophecy that Jung cites that nonetheless seems frighteningly accurate. The following prophecy was written in a letter to Henry II of France on June 27, 1558. Then, the beginning of that year shall see a greater persecution against the Christian church than ever was in Africa, and it shall be in the year 1792, at which time everyone will think it a renovation of the age. And at that time, and in those countries, the infernal power shall rise against the church of Jesus Christ. This shall be the second Antichrist, which shall persecute the said church and its true vicar by means of the power of temporal kings, who through their ignorance shall be seduced by tongues more sharp than any sword in the hands of a madman. The persecution of the clergy shall have its beginning in the power of the northern kings, joined joined by the eastern ones, and that persecution shall last 11 years, or a little less, at which time the chief northern king shall fail. To those of you who watched the last video and have a general knowledge of history, Nostradamus citing the year 1792 should send a chill up your spine. To those who don't know their history, it was around 1792 that the French Revolution occurred. Specifically, July 14, 1789 is when people tend to attribute the starting of the French Revolution, Bastille Day. When Jung tried to determine what might have motivated Nostradamus to give this date, he cites another French astrologer named Pierre Dailly, I think I'm pronouncing that right, whose works were based on the Persian Muslim astrologer Abu Masar. In Pierre's Concordantia, he noted that in the year 1789, a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn would occur, and with this conjunction, the Antichrist shall come with his law and his damnable sects. This deduction was based on work done by Abu Masar in his Magna Conjunctionis. Abu Masar's astrological work noted a Saturn period ended in 11 BC. This lines up with what Jung observed in the last chapter about a major conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn in 7 BC, supposedly predicting the birth of Jesus Christ. Abu Masar went on to note that a revolution of Saturn would complete every 300 years, and with it would come a significant event. If you continuously add 300 years onto 11 BC, you eventually add up to the year 1789 AD. As we discussed in the last chapter, the Ion of Pisces, ranging from roughly 0 AD to 2000 AD, would be characterized by Christian and anti-Christian sentiments. During the first millennium, the Earth would fall under the first Christian fish of Pisces, and the other millennium would fall under the second anti-Christian fish of Pisces. The French Revolution fell well into the reign of the second fish. There were many anti-Christian acts and events that occurred around the time of the Revolution, including the renaming of Notre Dame in Paris to the Temple of Reason in the year 1793. In that same year, on November 23rd, the Commune ordered all Christian churches in Paris closed. The anti-Christian events that occurred during the French Revolution complemented those that occurred during other anti-Christian periods, like the Reformation, the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the emergence of science, and more. All of them fell under the reign of the second fish. Aside from Nostradamus' primary prediction of the French Revolution, there are two other elements to his prophecy that Jung noted. The first is the reference to northern kings and how it would be them that persecuted the clergy. One could simply infer from this that France is in the northern hemisphere, but Jung introduces a whole new dimension to the notion of evil coming from the north. He cites several instances in religious history where the force of the unconscious descended upon prophets and stated that evil originates in the quote-unquote north. There is the case of the hostile brother gods, Horus and Set, from Egyptian tradition. Set, the evil brother, supposedly had his fiery abode in the north. Aside from this one non-Christian example, the other examples are primarily Christian. In the biblical story of Jeremiah, God said, "The north is where disaster is boiling over for all who live in this land." In the biblical story of Isaiah, it is said that the devil would set his throne in the recesses of the north. In the biblical story of Ezekiel, the titular character had a divine vision of a powerful windstorm coming out of the north. In regards to Ezekiel's vision, the Anglo-Scottish theologian Adam Scotus, quote, imagined that there was a dragon's head in the north from which all evil comes. From its mouth and snout, it emitted smoke of a triple nature. There was also a Benedictine monk named Rabanus Maurus who believed that the north wind signifies the devil, as is evident from Job 26:7. He stretcheth out the north over the empty space, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. The final aspect of Nostradamus' prophecy is his mentioning of a second Antichrist. This is a strange utterance. As I stated before about Nostradamus' other prophecies, they are usually so obscure and undefined that they can be molded to fit past events. This trend continues with the prediction of a second Antichrist. Even Jung's speculations into the notion of a second Antichrist feel inconsistent. For example, while commenting on this prediction, Jung looks into the history of the Christian religion at people who were given the title Antichrist for their challenging of Christian doctrine. He cites the Roman Emperor Nero and the Prophet Muhammad, but these two didn't fall under the eye of the second fish. One person who did, however, was the Protestant reformer Martin Luther, a man who rejected several teachings and practices of the Roman Catholic Church and was referred to by many as the Antichrist. Jung cites him as a possible first Antichrist because of his possible relation to the second Antichrist, which Jung explains with this sentence. We should not omit to mention in this connection how much capital the Nazis made out of the idea that Hitler was continuing and completing work of reformation, which Luther had left only half finished. To conclude, I would like to emphasize one important point about the contents of this chapter and all that has come before. Jung is not pointing to these astrological predictions as an expression of belief in their validity. He is not saying that Luther was the first Antichrist or that Hitler was the second Antichrist. He's not saying definitively that evil springs from the north or that Nostradamus' predictions were legitimate. What he has expressed a belief in is the existence of a collective unconscious, an autonomous unconscious, that works through each human being with the exact same laws of operation. What Jung is trying to identify are points throughout history where the unconscious has possessed significant historical figures and supposedly revealed underlying facts not just about life and the universe, but about how the unconscious functions. The supposed facts he is trying to illustrate are the existence of good and evil as equivalent opposites and how that fact has manifested through our inner and outer realities. He is not saying that the events he lists are irrefutable proof of his thesis. He is just pointing to patterns he has observed. Whether or not the patterns he observes in religious tradition, in astrology, or psychology are real are for you to decide. Thank you all for watching. If you like this video, give it a like. If you want to see more content like this, at the end of the last video, I attempted to clarify Carl Jung's beliefs. Though he has analyzed topics such as religion, astrology, and the supposed prophecies inherent to both, he is not expressing a belief in their validity. What Jung has expressed a belief in is the existence of the unconscious, one that is personal to each of us and one that is collective. Jung believes that the unconscious force is autonomous and is trying to make us conscious of certain patterns inherent to human existence. These patterns include the aforementioned necessity of opposites, the universal human striving towards self-improvement, and more. When Jung analyzes religious and astrological material, he is trying to find those unconsciously produced patterns. He is not saying definitively that these patterns patterns are pointing to some transcendent meaning, he's merely just pointing them out. For this chapter, I will present more of the patterns Jung has observed. On top of this, I will present how these patterns relate back to two key topics we have discussed in previous videos. 1, Christ's opposite in Antichrist, and 2, Christ's symbolism as a fish. Jung sets the stage for us by citing the Bible, specifically the Book of Revelation. The Book of Revelation is the last chapter in the Bible. It was written by a man named John on the island of Patmos, who supposedly received a series of prophetic visions from God. These visions detailed what would happen during the apocalypse, when Jesus would come back to earth and the world would end. At the beginning of chapter 8 in Ion, Jung cites a verse from Revelation. Quote, "A great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars on her head. She was pregnant, and cried out in pain as she was about to give birth. Then another sign appeared in heaven, an enormous red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns on its heads. Its tail swept a third of the stars out of the sky and flung them to the earth. The dragon stood in front of the woman who was about to give birth so that it might devour her child the moment he was born. She gave birth to a son, a male child, who will rule all the nations with an iron scepter, and her child was snatched up to God and to his throne." Already with these verses, we see references to the aforementioned concepts of astrology and the union of opposites. She has the 12 stars at her head, which may represent the 12 signs of the zodiac. She also has the moon at her feet. These two represent a conjunction of opposites, analogous to the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, which I mentioned in chapter 6. Like with Jesus, who was supposedly born when Jupiter and Saturn aligned, this male child was born with the conjunction of the moon and the 12 stars. In regards to the Book of Revelation as a totality, Jung would once again suggest that John's visions, correctly interpreted or not, were a product of the unconscious mind. Whether the contents of Revelation were produced due to a fever, psychedelic drugs, or a legitimately divine force, the contents found their conduit through the unconscious. Jung's evidence for this lies in the archetypal composition of this birth myth. And what do I mean by this? Well, the structure of the story is very similar to other birth myths, specifically those of other gods. It is similar to the Greek god Zeus procreating with Leto, who birthed Artemis and Apollo. When Zeus's wife Hera uncovered Zeus's infidelity, she sent a monstrous serpent named Python to kill Leto before she could give birth to her twins. This mirrors the dragon's pursuit of the woman of the apocalypse and the man-child. These similarities continue in Greek mythology with the goddess Aphrodite and her son Eros. When the monstrous serpent Typhon threatened the Olympian gods, Aphrodite and Eros had to escape. In respect to Egyptian mythology, the mother god Isis was forced to protect her son Horus from his hostile brother Set, who sought the throne of Egypt. There's also a Jewish legend detailing the birth of a Messiah that shares many similarities to the Revelation myth. Quote, "Elias found in Bethlehem a young woman sitting before her door with a newborn child lying on the ground beside her, flecked with blood. She explained that her son had been born at an evil hour, just when the temple was destroyed. Elias admonished her to look after the child. When he came back again 5 weeks later, he asked about her son. He neither walks, nor sees, nor speaks, nor hears, but lies there like a stone," said the woman. "Suddenly, a wind blew from the 4 corners of the earth, bore the child away, and plunged him into the sea. Elias lamented that it was now all up with the salvation of Israel, but a voice said to him, 'It is not so. He will remain in the great sea for 400 years, and 80 years in the rising smoke of the children of Korah, 80 years under the gates of Rome, and the rest of the time he will wander around in the great cities until the end of the days comes.'" Finally, the birth myth of Revelation, of course, reflects the birth of Jesus Christ, who had to be carried away to Egypt after his life was threatened by King Herod. Now, what do all of these birth myths share in common? 1, a divine child is born to a woman of divine distinction. 2, that child's life is threatened. And 3, the child's life is protected by either the mother or is swept away by a divine force. To those who aren't familiar with Jungian concepts, they might ask why these similarities are there. One might argue that these cultures subtly influenced each other, and that's an argument we should all be willing to hear. However, Jung believes that these stories are similar because they follow an archetypal pattern, a pattern inherent to the unconscious. In other words, these 3 elements are part of what makes a good birth myth. The writers of these stories and myths are prompted by the forces of the unconscious to write these stories this way because they are most effective when using these elements. To those who disagree with this notion, I ask that you look at the structure of most action and adventure movies. They tend to follow an archetypal pattern known as the hero's journey, a story template originally authored by Joseph Campbell, who was heavily inspired by Carl Jung. In the hero's journey, the hero goes about their normal life, then there is an inciting incident that puts that hero on an adventure. That hero goes on to become a better person, defeat the bad guy, save the love interest, and make his community better through his efforts. There are other elements to the hero's journey, but those are the most essential elements of it. Now I ask you to take that template and think about all of your favorite movies. How many of them follow a similar path? The reason why they have that template is because it is archetypal. It is a pattern that people unconsciously identify with. Even though the hero's journey will differ in detail from story to story, the underlying pattern is the same. This is what Jung is trying to illustrate in this chapter with the birth myth. The birth myth, along with the hero's journey, are both archetypes of the collective unconscious. With all of this being said, we have yet to relay it back to the title of this chapter. There is yet to be a mention of Christ's symbolism in the fish or Christ's opposite in Antichrist, all of which were promised at the beginning of this video. All of these details are present in the aforementioned stories. Let us begin with Jung's commentary on the nature of the Messiah in the Jewish and Christian stories. Jung notes that in the Revelation myth, along with several other messianic prophecies in the Bible, there are different depictions of the Messiah, one who is meek and humble, and another that is demonic and conquering. In Revelation 5, there is a lamb with 7 eyes and 7 horns. This lamb is supposed to be analogous to Christ, who was often symbolized by a lamb, a ram, or a shepherd. From an astrological point of view, this is pretty appropriate, because at the time of Christ's birth, the Ion of Aries, symbolized by a ram, was expiring. This lamb of the apocalypse is a bellicose lamb, a conqueror. The mighty ones of the earth will have to hide from his wrath. This lamb is just about everything that Jesus appears not to be. It is reminiscent of the Messiah promised in Psalm 2. Quote, "Ask and I will give you the nations for your heritage, the ends of the earth for your domain. With iron scepter you will break them, shatter them like potter's ware." This form of Jesus is a stark contrast to the suffering Messiah presented in the Gospels, the one prophesied in Isaiah 52 as a man punished by God. So, what do we make of these dual depictions of Jesus? To Jung, the repetition of the birth of the Messiah from the Gospels to Revelation indicate the birth of the Messiah's light side and the Messiah's dark side. Jung speculated that at the end of time, this dark side will unite with the light side, and thus bring forth the totality of the Jungian self, the union of opposites. Granted, this is just Jung's speculation, but his speculation will be backed up further in the next video. These two sides of the Messiah are often overlooked by Christian circles because it threatens their conception of the God image, the Jungian self. This goes back to what we discussed in chapter 5 with the Christian Provatio Boni doctrine, where Jesus is supposedly exclusively good, and nothing bad or evil emanates from him. They are trying to protect Jesus' conception as purely good because anything that challenges that would, in turn, challenge their faith. In order to do this, they try to cast his dark elements onto something else, hence the demonic lamb of the apocalypse. This extends to the Christian conception of God as well. In Jung's eyes, he too has a dark side. Once again, this topic will be discussed in depth in the next video. However, I will lead into that topic by finally addressing the symbol of the fish. The symbolization of gods with fish extends cross-culturally. It is also a product of the unconscious. For example, the first avatar of the Hindu god Vishnu was a fish, who saved the first man, Manu. The aforementioned Aphrodite and Eros, when threatened by Typhon, transformed themselves into fish to hide their identity. The aforementioned Jewish prophecy of the Messiah being wafted into the sea is also suggestive of fish. These are just a few of the examples Jung cites, and a few in the totality of world religions. The final example of fish symbolism that I would like to cite from Jung is his citing of the Book of Tobit. The Book of Tobit is not a book you will find in Protestant or Jewish Bibles, but in Catholic Bibles which take their contents from the Greek Old Testament. The following summation of the Book of Tobit is taken from Edinger's Ion Lectures. The book features the titular man, Tobit, a man who is old, blind, and praying for death. One day, Tobit asks his son Tobias to go to a city named Medea to fetch his deposit of silver. Tobias sets out to Medea with a fellow traveler named Raphael. On the first night of their journey, they camped out by the Tigris River, or is it Tigris? I can't remember. All of a sudden, a great fish leapt out and attempted to swallow Tobias' foot. Raphael told Tobias to catch the fish and extract its gall. After retrieving the silver and returning to his father, Raphael instructed Tobias to apply the gall to Tobit's eyes. Upon doing this, the father's sight was restored. When this happened, Raphael revealed himself as an angel and flew away. Jung cites this story because it represents all of Ion's key teachings up until this point. Like Jesus, who is a symbol of the Jungian self via the union of opposites, and is also symbolized as a fish, the fish in this story both has a light side and a dark side. It threatens Tobias, but it also contains the cure for his father's blindness. It is simultaneously good and evil, just like the Jungian self. The story is also symbolic of Jung's theory of the shadow. Tobias confronts the threatening fish, which is analogous to the unknown threatening shadow, and then takes its curative contents, which is of course analogous to integrating the unconscious contents. As we have stated from the beginning of this series, there is an opposite to all things, for without it, there is no dimension. It is an archetype of the unconscious. Even a fish is not exempt from this rule. To use Edinger's words, it is an image of the cold-blooded, undifferentiated, primordial infantile psyche, the original concupiscence. The other side of its meaning, in its identification with Christ and the whole Ion, is as a symbol of the self. If the God image, the Jungian self, is a union of opposites, and these opposites are latent in fish, one might be motivated by unconscious forces to symbolize that God with fish. One thing that Jung left out of this chapter was how the highest God, the father of Jesus in Christian tradition and Yahweh in Jewish tradition, may also be symbolized by fish. If Jesus has his necessary dark side, symbolized by the Antichrist fish in the Ion of Pisces, what about the nature of God? Jung theorized that God too has his second fish, his dark side. This fish is mentioned throughout the apocalyptic writings of Jewish tradition and briefly in the biblical story of Job. That fish has a name. It is a monstrous fish that resides in the deep and will only reveal itself at the end of the world. That fish is Leviathan. Thank you very much for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share. Also, if you like the work I'm doing here and want to support me, please consider donating to my Subscribe Star campaign. Depending on how much you donate, you will gain a certain number of rewards, including movie night. At the end of the last video, we laid out why it might be appropriate to symbolize gods with fish. In Jung's mind, all of existence is made up of opposites, for without them, there is no dimension. The union of opposites is best found in the God image, or Jungian self. As we have laid out throughout the series up until this point, the Jungian self is the highest state that human beings wish to emulate because that state is a perfect union of opposite elements. We recognize this pinnacle state of being, at least in the West, as Jesus Christ. Jesus, along with the Christian God and many other gods, have been symbolized by fish because the fish too is somewhat a union of opposites. We briefly illustrated in the last video how the fish shares that ambivalent nature of the God image, of having good and bad attributes. I will now present some more religious examples from Jung that illustrate the fish symbol as having an ambivalent quality. In Egyptian mythology, the fish was sometimes used as a symbol for the soul. Jung's evidence of this was a painting on a late Hellenistic sarcophagus. In this painting, there lies a mummy, and above it, there floats a fish. What is interesting, however, is that even though the fish is a symbol for the soul, it also has a negative element to it. Jung notes that the fish on this sarcophagus is a barbel, which is one of the most abominated fishes in Egyptian mythology. The reason for this is that apparently a barbel devoured the phallus of Osiris, the highest Egyptian god, after he had been dismembered by Set. In paragraph 185, Jung references a story that should be familiar to many of you Jordan Peterson fans, the Babylonian creation myth of Marduk and Tiamat. For those who aren't familiar, the basic idea of the story is that Tiamat is the goddess of the salt sea, a type of sea monster, a fish. Tiamat had been tyrannizing the gods, so Marduk went to battle with Tiamat and killed her. Then, Marduk took Tiamat's corpse and split it into two halves. With one half, Marduk formed the sky and formed the earth with the other half. This echoes the story from the Book of Tobit in the last chapter, where Tobias faced off with a threatening fish and then extracted its healing property for his father's blindness. One quick thing we should note is that the Babylonian myth echoes the Egyptian creation myth. As Edward Edinger notes in the Ion lectures, the Babylonian tale of Marduk and Tiamat is a variation of the primitive Egyptian creation myth of the separation of the world parents, in which the god Shu came in between them. They were in a state of continuous cohabitation, and lifted the two apart so that one became the sky and the other the earth. Jung makes other brief references to the ambivalence of the fish, but for the sake of time we will move on to the key example from Judeo-Christian mythology. In respect to the good side of Judeo-Christian fish symbolism, the obvious example is that Jesus, the symbol of the perfect man, is symbolized by fish. It is all the more appropriate that the body of Christ is meant to be symbolically eaten during Mass. If you're Catholic, you know what I'm talking about. You go to the priest, and he offers you a wafer that is symbolic of Christ's body. When the Mass eats the Eucharistic food, they are ritually integrating the body of Christ into themselves. Now granted, you are not eating a piece of fish when you go to Mass, but the underlying meaning is the same. You are eating the body of your deity, and fish, too, can be eaten. This is the good side of the fish in regards to Judeo-Christian symbolism. What about the often ignored bad side of the fish? I will cite the very first paragraph of this chapter where Jung details a different type of Eucharistic food, one that was prophesied in the Syrian apocalypse of Baruch. According to the Syrian apocalypse of Baruch, the time preceding the coming of the Messiah falls into two parts, and the Messiah will appear in the 12th. As a time division, the number 12 points to the zodiac, of which the 12th is the fishes. Leviathan will then rise out of the sea. The two great sea monsters which I created on the 5th day of creation, and which I have preserved until that time, shall then be food for all who are left. I briefly alluded to Leviathan at the end of the last video as this enormous, monstrous fish. In regards to the Jewish texts, there is a legend of this great banquet that will happen at the end of time, when Yahweh will kill this enormous sea monster and serve it to his pious followers. This legend is echoed in Isaiah 27:1, where the Lord will slay this monster of the sea. It is also mentioned, probably most famously, in the story of Job, where God asks Job if he can catch Leviathan with a fish hook. Now, one might be inclined to ask as to where this giant fish came from, what its purpose is, and why God would supposedly have a giant battle with it at the end of time so he may feed it to his followers. As I said at the end of the last video, the Leviathan represents the dark side of God. It is the irreconcilable opposite to God's goodness, the one that God broke off with at the beginning of time. It is the devil. It is Lucifer, whom God casted down to the greatest depths of hell. It is whom God battles at the end of time. It is the shadow that Yahweh will integrate at the end of time. As the problem of opposites is represented with the two fishes in Christ and Antichrist, logic dictates that this applies not just to God the Son, but also to God the Father. Some of you might have noticed a slight inconsistency with what I just said and the actual text of the Syrian apocalypse. That is the mention of two great sea monsters. This mention of two Leviathans extends to Isaiah 27:1 as well. Depending on which version of the verse you read or which book you read, it suggests there might either be one or two Leviathans. Well, you can't have two shadows split off from you, so where did this extra monster come from? There was a potential explanation to this extra monster split off. Well, you can't have
Yeah, dragon. It's a sea dragon. That's what I said before.
Two shadows split off from you, so where did this extra monster come from? There was a potential explanation to this question, and I will use a diagram to explain it. In past videos, I have made reference to the Ouroboros, the famous symbol of the snake eating its own tail. This paradoxical state of being represents the state of the world before the beginning of time, when all of existence was contained in one seed. This state of being is represented appropriately as a circle, a shape that is analogous, especially in alchemical tradition, to unconsciousness. When time began, this unconscious state of being became conscious, forcing the seed to hatch, and all of existence to spring forth. This coming to consciousness is symbolized by squaring the circle, another concept from alchemical tradition. No longer unconscious, it has firm, tangible edges. Now, in order for existence to come into being, this Ouroboros state must separate so that the universe can have dimension. This separation is symbolized by drawing a line from one corner of the square to the other. If you separate them, you have two triangles. One triangle represents the Holy Trinity of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The other triangle represents Devil, Antichrist, and the Antichristian spirit. In order for that original perfect state of wholeness to be realized once again, the irreconcilable opposites must come together. Both trinities must acknowledge that fourth element that they both lack, that fourth element that they have tried to ignore and push into unconsciousness. As I stated before, this reunion will supposedly happen at the end of time when the Messiah comes. God will battle with Leviathan and serve him as food to be integrated. Just as God will integrate his dark side, so too must his followers. Now, admittedly, as interesting as this is, this still doesn't answer why there might be two Leviathans, two shadows. Well, just as Christians try to deny that any evil emanates from the Godhead, and just as we try to deny the dark parts of ourselves, God too tries to ignore that dark side of himself. If there were two Leviathans instead of one, that would remove the singular Leviathan's identity as God's opponent, as the evidence of God's dark side. Quote, its original opposition to God takes a back seat, and the monster is now in conflict either with itself or with an equivalent monster. If we embrace the notion that opposites are a necessity, as well as the logic of our shape diagrams, we can draw a line down the dark trinity and split it into two triangles, two Leviathans. There is also the possibility that the other triangle could represent Behemoth, the opposite to Leviathan mentioned in the story of Job, a monstrous land animal to complement the sea-dwelling fish. But at the risk of overcomplicating things, we won't pursue this for now. The core point that Jung is trying to illustrate is that the dual aspect of God is anticipated by the psyche. It is an archetype of the unconscious. It is projected by our unconscious minds onto our myths. While the details of these stories might differ and contradict, the underlying pattern is the same. In order for a being, be it a human or a hypothetical god, to achieve wholeness, one must integrate its opposite. From a psychological point of view, one must integrate the contents of one's shadow in order to achieve wholeness, that unity of opposites. This whole process is symbolized by catching a fish from the primordial depths of the water and using it for its beneficial qualities. For humans, it's food. For Tobit, its innards are curative. For God, it's his other half. If the world continues to ignore these unconscious contents and refuses the painful process of integration, we can count with absolute certainty on the existence of complementary, or to be more precise, compensatory developments in the unconscious. In other words, if we deny those irreconcilable opposites their place, they will fester and grow into something much more terrifying, something that threatens to consume us all, like a giant beast of the deep. I would like to conclude by referencing something that was briefly mentioned in Chapter 7, the idea that evil emanates from the quote-unquote North. In Chapter 7, I provided several sources ranging from Christianity to Egyptian mythology, suggesting that some evil force emanated from the North, that Lucifer, the Antichrist, and Set have their abode in the North. What I have neglected to mention up until this point is that just like the Godhead has two opposite elements, the force of good also emanates from the North in many religions. Quote, according to Babylonian tradition, Anu has his seat in the northern heaven. Likewise, Marduk, as the highest god, world creator and ruler of its courses, is the pole. In like manner, the Sabaeans and Mandaeans, when praying, turn towards the north. What is most remarkable, however, is that in Arab tradition, the region round the heavenly pole is seen in the form of a fish. Kazvini says, the pole can be seen. Round it are the smaller Benatnash and dark stars, which together form the picture of a fish, and in its midst is the pole. I also neglected to mention that when I quoted Ezekiel in the 7th video, when he saw a whirlwind coming from the north, that wasn't a force from the devil. It was from God. All of these examples suggest that the North, which is supposed to be the abode of evil, is also the abode of good, a place where the opposites unite, a God image. When Edinger commented on why the North, like the paradoxical fish, combines the opposites of good and evil, he says the following. I think the basic reason for this is that the cosmic axis is rooted at the North Star, and it is the center of the universe. The center of the great cosmic mandala is located there. The great cosmic mandala Edinger refers to can be demonstrated with this video. If you do a time-lapse video of the sky at the North Pole, this is what you will observe. The cosmic mandala, the symbol of wholeness, which Jung says represents the perfect union of opposites. A circular, wholesome union that reflects that Ouroboros state, that God image at the beginning of time. This is where God resides, in the center of that mandala. Thank you very much for watching. Make sure to For the last 4 chapters, we have been analyzing the symbol of the fish and its relevance to religious tradition. In this chapter, we will take our knowledge of the fish symbol and apply it to a medieval tradition, one that Carl Jung was particularly interested in because he felt that it validated his theories regarding the human psyche. That tradition was alchemy. For the sake of time and clarity, I will provide a basic definition of what alchemy is, so we can move on to Jung's analysis. In medieval times, before the advent of scientific chemistry and medicine, the alchemist sought to transmute lesser elements into greater elements, such as lead into gold. The primary goal of the alchemist was to discover the philosopher's stone, a supposedly perfect substance that could turn all base metals into gold and give its wielder eternal life. Clearly, alchemy wasn't like science in the sense that it was grounded in a purely objective, materialist worldview. It had many spiritual, supernatural aspects. These aspects, in Jung's mind, were projected by the unconscious psyche onto the alchemical recipes. After all, where else could one get the idea that a rock could give somebody eternal life? Now, in respect to the fish as a symbol, where various religions have projected divine significance onto fish, the alchemist did the same. Jung starts this chapter by citing an alchemical text called the Turba Philosophorum, written circa 900 AD. This text is our earliest source for the alchemical fish symbolism. I am about to read you the fish recipe this book contains, but before I do, I want all of you to guess what fish is being talked about. Quote, there is in the sea a round fish, lacking bones and cortex, and having in itself a fatness, a wondrous virtue which, if it is cooked on a slow fire until its fatness and moisture entirely disappear, is saturated with seawater until it begins to shine. This recipe is repeated in another alchemical text called the Enigmata Philosophorum. Both recipes share the same conclusion. Quote, when the citrinitas, xanthosis, yellowing appears, there is formed the collyrium, eyewash, of the philosophers. If they wash their eyes with it, they will easily understand the secrets of the philosophy. Clearly, this recipe is cited because it is reminiscent of the Book of Tobit, which we discussed in the last 2 chapters. Both the book and the recipe prescribe applying the contents of a fish to one's eyes in order to provoke something miraculous. However, both stories differ in regards to the type of fish. The fish in the Book of Tobit clearly wasn't a round invertebrate, so what fish is a round invertebrate? One potential answer to this question is the jellyfish. The jellyfish, like the fishes described in the past 4 chapters, has both positive and negative qualities projected onto it. To the alchemist, the jellyfish could be cooked in order to obtain curative qualities. However, in its natural environment, it is obviously quite dangerous. Pliny the Elder, an ancient Roman alchemist, wrote about the jellyfish, which he described as the Stella Marina, the star of the sea. Quote, this fish was said to be hot and burning, and to consume as with fire everything it touched in the sea. This could only be in reference to the painful fire of a jellyfish sting. Nicolas Cossin, a French Jesuit born in the 16th century, wrote about the same fish. He described it as a starfish, but not because of its shape. Rather, because like a star, the jellyfish generated so much heat that it not only sets fire to everything it touches, but it also cooks its own food. We now have positive and negative descriptions of the jellyfish, echoing the ambivalent nature of fish described in the last chapter. What separates those fish from the jellyfish, however, is that the jellyfish was seen as a perfect union of these opposite elements, rather than a mere bearer of multiple descriptions. Jung references another commentary on the jellyfish by an alchemist named Pacinellus, who describes the fire of the jellyfish as the fire of the Holy Ghost. The miraculous fact that the fire of the Stella Marina does not go out in the water reminds him of the Divinae Gratia Efficacitas, action of divine grace, which sets on fire the hearts that are drowned in a sea of sins. In other words, the jellyfish is the perfect union of the opposites of fire and water. Just like the Jungian self, the God image, is a perfect union of opposites, so too is the jellyfish. It is this quality that gives the jellyfish such divine significance to the alchemist. The fire of the jellyfish is fire and water at once. The philosophers name it the living fire in honor of God, who mingles himself with himself in the living water. The union of opposites in the jellyfish does not stop with fire and water, but also in regards to love. Love, like the God image and the jellyfish, has its positive and negative elements. The aforementioned Nicolas Cossin said that the fire of the jellyfish, which resides in the water, signifies the inextinguishable power of true love, just like the fire of the Holy Ghost represents true love. Pacinellus says that this starfish is the hieroglyph of a lover's heart, whose passion not even the entire
His
sea can
voice
extinguish.
sounds
As romantic
different.
as this is, we still have to acknowledge, just like Pisanillis does, that love can take on both a divine and profane quality. And so too can the jellyfish with its symbolism of love. Pisanillis goes on to quote Saint Basil, who some of you might remember from chapter 5 when we discussed the Provatio Boni doctrine. Quote, "Then conceive in your mind a deep pit, impenetrable darkness, fire that has no brightness, having all fire's power of burning but without any light. Such a conception describes the fire of hell." I'm sure that anybody who has ever felt true love in their lives will know that it will bring you infinite joy, but it will also bring you infinite pain. That is what love is. One cannot feel the infinite joy without having the infinite pain to give it dimension. Just as Jung has stated from the beginning, the reason why the jellyfish has these qualities is the same reason why the constellation of Pisces was symbolized by fish. Our unconscious processes motivated us to project these qualities onto these various things. Just like our religious ancestors have projected the God image onto fish, the alchemist projected the libido onto the jellyfish. To use Edward Edinger's words from the Ion Lectures, the libido is simultaneously sacred, divine fire, divine love, and at the same time, purgatorial hellfire. On the one hand, libido energy manifests as primitive desirousness that consumes when it manifests in its primeval intensity, unconsciously. On the other hand, in its conscious differentiated form, it manifests as transpersonal love, the highest function of the human psyche. Unfortunately, I had to split this chapter into 2 videos because there's just too much information to go over. Before we conclude this video, I want to cite one last part of this chapter. On page 134, Jung details a dream he had at the age of 20. He doesn't say that this dream was his in this book, but it is confirmed in his autobiography, Memories, Dreams, Reflections. Quote, "He dreamt that he was walking in a wood. Gradually, this grew more and more lonely and wild, and finally he realized that he was in a primeval forest. The trees were so high and the foliage so thick that it was almost dark on the ground. All trace of a path had long since disappeared, but driven on by a vague sense of expectation and curiosity, he pressed forward, and soon came to a circular pool, measuring 10 to 12 feet across. It was a spring, and the crystal clear water looked almost black in the dark shadows of the trees. In the middle of the pool, there floated a pearly organism about 18 inches in diameter that emitted a faint light. It was a jellyfish. Jung said that upon waking from this dream, he decided there and then to study science, and he kept to this decision. When interpreting this dream, Jung said that the round pool with the jellyfish in it represents a 3-dimensional mandala, the self, wholeness as the goal to which the archetic appetite points, the magnetic north which gives the traveler his bearings on the sea of the world. First of all, Jung's evoking of the mandala is important for 2 reasons. As we've discussed in previous chapters, and as Jung points out here, the mandala is a symbol of the Jungian self, of wholeness. The pool itself is a mandala. That is the obvious part. What is not so obvious is that there is a second mandala staring us right in the face. As Edinger points out, if you look at the head of a jellyfish, what does one see? The jellyfish head is a living mandala. No wonder the alchemists were unconsciously driven to give the jellyfish such divine significance. Second of all, Jung describes the jellyfish as the magnetic north which gives the traveler his bearings. Why would he say that? Well, if one looks at the underside of the jellyfish head, one sees this, a cross, like one would see on a compass. However, this is not where the symbolism ends. Jung draws a connection between the infernal fire of the jellyfish and the attraction of steel to magnets. In an alchemical text titled Introitus Apertus, steel is described as having a hidden center, an archetic appetite, to use Jung's previous words. It's the part of the steel that is drawn to the magnet. The magnet
viciously reminding, and I am certain, no, that you and I are crashing course, driven by a holy force. I know you can see
that watch these videos. If there are, I look forward to somebody commenting that the jellyfish, which we discussed in part 1, is not actually a fish, at least not in the traditional sense. Of course, to the rest of us who are not zoologists, it seemed reasonable to interpret the round fish described in the Turba Philosophorum as a jellyfish. However, problems arise with the jellyfish interpretation when one looks closer at the round fish recipe. It says to remove the fish gall from the round fish. Jellyfish do not have a gall. Now, this doesn't render the entire last video as irrelevant or useless, mind you. The whole purpose of Ion is to discover the patterns latent in the unconscious mind, to see what human beings were motivated to project onto various things like fish, jellyfish, what have you. Even if the round fish is not the jellyfish, the fish we are about to discuss nonetheless shares many parallels with the jellyfish and what the alchemists projected onto it. The next book that Jung cites is called the Sirenides. According to Wikipedia, the Sirenides is a compilation of magico-medical works in Greek, first put together in the 4th century. The book describes the round fish as follows. The Sirenian fish lives in the sea on the shores of Syria, Palestine, and Libya, is 6 fingers long, and is a Pisciculus rotundus. It has 2 stones in its head and another one in the 3rd vertebra of the tail, or notochord. This stone is especially potent and is used as a love potion. The Sirenian stone is practically unknown because it is very rare. It is also called obsidianus. Obsidianus, translated from Greek, means obsidian. This stone is twin or twofold. The one is opaque and black, but the other, though black, is brilliant and shining like a mirror. This is the stone which many seek without finding it, for it is the dragon's stone. Before we go on, I just want to ask all the Minecraft players out there, how do you make obsidian in the game? Yeah, you pour water over lava, a union of opposites in one stone. Moving on. This stone was named by Pliny the Elder and many alchemists as draconite. This draconite stone that resides in the Sirenian fish is apparently the same stone that one could find in the head of a sleeping dragon, at least according to Pliny the Elder. What's interesting, however, is that the draconite stone that resides in a dragon's head is apparently of a white color. So which is it? Is the draconite stone black, like the one inside the Sirenian fish and described as such in the Sirenides, or white, like the one inside the dragon's head and described by Pliny the Elder? Jung says the following on the matter. Quote, the Sirenian stone has a double nature, though as the text shows, it is not at all clear. One might almost conjecture that its double nature consisted originally in a white and a black variety, and that a copyist, puzzled by the contradiction, inserted niger quidam, though black. But Rulin distinctly emphasizes that the color of the draconite is white. Its affinity with Saturn may shed light on this dilemma. Saturn, in astrology, the star of the sun, is alchemically interpreted as black. It is even called sol niger, I think I'm pronouncing that right, and has a double nature as the arcane substance, being black outside like lead, but white inside. Quicksilver, says Milius, comes from the heart of Saturn, in fact is Saturn, the bright silveriness of Mercury contrasting with the blackness of lead. Once again, we see a projection of opposite qualities. Not only that, but we see a union of those opposite qualities in the Sirenian stone, the draconite. The similarities don't stop there, however. In the last chapter, we discussed how the jellyfish could be seen as a symbol of the inextinguishable power of love, for it unites the sacred and profane loves, fire and water, inside one living being. In regards to the draconite that resides inside the Sirenian fish, it is used, as we just said, as a love potion.
Oh, yeah,
now let me ask all of you
so.
this question. What does a love potion do? We've seen movies and cartoons where a character takes a love potion and then becomes hopelessly in love with somebody. The magic takes over the conscious mind and will of the victim. An alien will rises up in the bewitched and proves stronger than his ego. Jung compares the effect of a love potion with an unconscious force that rises up and possesses the conscious ego. If you remember all the way back to chapter 2 and 3, we discussed the archetypes of the shadow, anima, and animus, and how they tend to possess the ego if one isn't careful. What does one do to prevent this type of unconscious possession? You integrate these archetypes, the contents of one's shadow, until one's conscious side comes into balance with one's unconscious side, and you resemble the self. And how appropriate is it that our religious and alchemical ancestors projected the Jungian self, the god image, onto fish? In regards to the Cnidian fish, this projection is all the more appropriate. The word Cnidian comes from the Greek word kinio, meaning to set in motion. It is the basis of the word kinetic and cinema. What does one see at the cinema? Moving pictures, right? Edward Enninger of the Ion Lectures comments on this interesting coincidence. This Cnidian fish that contains in its brain and in its backbone these remarkable stones is shown by its very name to have a moving function corresponding to the motor function of the celestial pole, which we discussed a fair bit in the last chapter. The Cnidian fish is the mover, the originator, and this image reminds us of Jung's very pregnant statement that the self is the source of energy. In other words, it is the power of the self and its grip on our conscious ego that guides us to greater horizons. Just like the magnetism of the North Pole guides the steel or the compass, it is the grip that the unconscious, unrealized self has on the conscious ego that moves us, like the Cnidian fish moves. And if we pay attention to its guidance, we will find the most precious of gems at the end of the process. In this case, it's the draconite inside the Cnidian fish's head. In the greater alchemical tradition, that would be the philosopher's stone. In the grander scope of life, it is the self, which, like draconite, the philosopher's stone, or the fish, is a perfect union of opposites. Brought that around full circle, didn't I? There's one question I'm sure some of you will have. What is a Cnidian fish? What makes it round? Does it actually exist? Well, apparently, yes, it does. According to a treatise of the 17th century by an anonymous French author, the Cnidian fish is identified as the Echeneus remora, the common remora or sucking fish. Look at the top of its head. There you go. The Echeneus has no blood or spiny bones and is shut up in that deep mid-region of the great universal sea. This little fish is extremely small, alone, and unique in its shape, but the sea is great and vast, and hence it is impossible for those to catch it who do not know in what part of the world it dwells. Like the precious Jungian self which resides in the depths of the unconscious, the Echeneus with its precious dragonite resides in the great depths of the ocean. Naturally, an incredibly small fish which resides in the infinite, dark, terrifying expanse of the ocean would be very difficult to catch. Then again, anything of divine value is usually very difficult to catch. As we have said before, one can only achieve infinite joy if there is infinite pain to define it. To use Jordan Peterson's words, one can only obtain the mounds of gold hoarded by the dragon if one goes to the trouble of slaying it. I will conclude this video with one more example of fish symbolism, but before I do, I must acknowledge something. People have been telling me that they have been reading Ion while watching my series at the same time. I'm sure those who are reading the book might have noticed that I have left out one or two things over the course of this series, such as, just off the top of my head, the 3 sonships of Basilides from Chapter 5. I have 2 things to say on that matter. First of all, I wish to remind all of you that what I'm trying to do with this series is simplify really complicated material. I'm trying to illustrate what Jung's core points are and how those points might pertain to Jordan Peterson. In doing that, I might leave out 1 or 2 parts of a chapter for the sake of clarity and time. Secondly, I do intend to do a video once I go through all the chapters addressing those things I missed. That final extra video will be for those who are especially interested in everything being discussed. I bring all this up because I will be omitting one part of this chapter from this video, the part where Jung discusses the fish symbol of the Cathars. There is important information here regarding the vision of the 2 fishes that John supposedly had, but it doesn't pertain to the core message of the chapter, especially because the Cathars weren't alchemists. But don't worry, I will discuss this in the quote-unquote extras video at the end of this series. Jung concludes this chapter by retelling a dream that was told to him by one of his patients. It is an example of how the symbol of the fish springs out of the unconscious autochthonously. Quote, I came to the bank of a broad flowing river. I couldn't see much at first, only water, earth, and rock. I threw the pages with my notes on them into the water, with the feeling that I was giving something back to the river. Immediately afterwards, I had a fishing rod in my hand. I sat down on a rock and started fishing. Still, I saw nothing but water, earth, and rock. Suddenly, a big fish bit. He had a silver belly and a golden back. As I drew him to land, the whole landscape became alive. The rock emerged like the primeval foundation of the earth. Grass and flowers sprang up, and the bushes expanded into a great forest. A gust of wind blew and set everything in motion. Then suddenly, I heard behind me the voice of Mr. X, an older man whom she knew only from photographs and from hearsay, but who seems to have been some kind of authority to her. He said, quietly but distinctly, the patient ones in the innermost realm are given the fish, the food of the deep. At this moment, a circle ran round me, part of it touching the water. Then I heard the voice again. The brave ones in the second realm may be given victory, for there the battle is fought. Immediately, another circle ran round me, this time touching the other bank. At the same time, I saw into the distance, and a colorful landscape was revealed. The sun rose over the horizon. I heard the voice speaking as if out of the distance. The third and the fourth realms come, similarly enlarged, out of the other 2. But the fourth realm, and here the voice paused for a moment as if deliberating, the fourth realm joins onto the first. It is the highest and the lowest at once, for the highest and the lowest come together. They are at bottom, one. Here, the dreamer awoke with a roaring in her ears. To Jung, this entire dream can be seen as a symbolic representation of the individuation process, of integrating unconscious contents into consciousness. Let's go through this dream piece by piece. First of all, when the woman throws her notes into the water, this is a sort of sacrifice. Edward Edinger says the following. This is an image of the sacrificial action of paying attention to the unconscious, of working on one's dreams, scrutinizing one's complexes, doing active imagination, and offering those efforts to the waters out of which the dreams and the complexes come. By acknowledging that unconscious shadow side, the work can begin. This is why the fishing rod appears in her hand out of nowhere. Upon making that sacrifice to the water, she gains the ability to obtain the precious fish that lies within, the precious self that resides in the unconscious. The fish she catches has a silver belly and a golden back, a conjunction of opposites that signifies sun and moon. When she catches this, the landscape around her starts to spring up with life, which Edinger views as an image of the original creation. Finally, the voice of Mr. X explains what has transpired. The patient ones he refers to in the first circle are like the woman having the dream. They are the ones who can make that relation to the unconscious. The ones in the second circle, where the battle is fought, symbolizes the struggle between the ego and the shadow. The woman has passed through that second circle already and is in the first circle, hence why she was able to catch the fish. The third realm is not given much explanation beyond what we just interpreted, but the fourth realm is described as joining onto the first. If this dream is an encounter with the Jungian self, it makes perfect sense that the fourth realm joins onto the first. They are both the same as well as different. It is a paradox. Just like the self is highest and lowest, conscious and unconscious, light and dark, the fourth circle joins to the first. Thank you very much for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share. It helps out my channel a whole lot more than you might realize. Also, if you like the work I'm doing here and want to support me, please consider donating to my Subscribe Star campaign. Depending on how much you donate, you will gain a certain number of rewards, including access to movie night, access to my gamer tags, and more. Finally, if you want more discussion surrounding Ion, make sure to subscribe to Uberboyo and Young to Live By. They provide a lot more insight into these concepts and find ways to make the subject less terrifying and much more fun. Links to their channels in the description box below. Until next time, just remember, stay yellow.
Gamer tags. Like, it's not nonsense, it's the unconsciousness is connected to the consciousness, like it's
We have now established that the alchemical fish, the Echeneus remora,
just the
was supposedly
psyche
difficult to
like
catch, for it
processing
resided in the
stuff, but it
deepest,
just
most
looks like
dangerous
weird
depths of the ocean.
symbolism.
If someone knew how to catch it, it could extract the precious gem, the ambiguously
your
colored dragonite
brain
that resided
doing
within. But how
things
does
and
one lure
stuff.
this fish to the surface, like one lures a loathsome thought out of one's unconscious mind? Well, one might humorously say with a fishing net or a rod, and they would be correct, but keep in mind, the alchemist was not as concerned with physical processes, at least later on in the alchemical tradition. Rather, it was the philosophy of alchemy that was important. To use Jungian terms, it was more about transforming one's ego so it could reach a closer approximation to the Jungian self. Upon reaching that higher state, one would not have need for rods or nets. Rather, the fish would come to you. Here's how the alchemist would bring the Echeneus remora to the surface. As we pointed out in the last chapter, the Echeneus has a round head. It uses this odd appendage to stick to either larger fish or ships. This way, it could travel greater distances. In ancient times, this tiny fish was given such importance and feared so heavily by sailors because it was believed that it could stop a ship dead in its tracks. To the alchemist, they viewed the remora's ability to attach to a ship as, conceptually, the same as iron attaching to a magnet. There is an intrinsic, invisible, arcane property to both the magnet and the thing it attracts. The remora bears an arcane union with the ship or larger fish, just as the iron does with the magnet, the man with the woman, and light with darkness. In order to bring forth the Echeneus, one must become a living magnet. One must figure out how to isolate that invisible arcane substance that resides within the magnet and possess it within oneself. As for what that arcane substance is, Jung says the following, quote, "The magnet of the wise, which is to draw the wonder-working fish to the surface, can, our text says, be taught." The content of this secret teaching is the real arcanum of alchemy, the discovery or production of the prima materia. The prima materia is commonly understood in alchemy as the state of the universe before the beginning of time. Often, the prima materia is thought of as the first substance from which the entire universe was created. Now, of course, this material doesn't exist, but that's not the point. The point is that the alchemist was trying to illustrate an initial psychic situation. To understand this best, let me ask you the following question. What was the universe like before it came to be? Our ancestors have used such descriptive terms as heaven, shadow, mother, mother nature, dragon, chaos, dragon of chaos, and more. For myself, I picture a formless void, which is what I'm sure a lot of you think of. One name that is often given to the prima materia is magnesia, not to be confused with magnesium oxide, by the way. Magnesia is the complete or conjoined mixture from which this moisture is extracted, i.e. the root matter of our stone. This moisture, the magnesia, is the arcane substance, the invisible aspect of iron or steel that the magnet is drawn to. This quote-unquote moisture, interestingly enough, is white. Once again, the colors of black and white and the morality they represent are projected onto something. The prima materia is both the black void as well as the white magnesia. Now, the magnesia is the prima materia that lies within the stone, the object that the magnet wishes to attract. This doesn't answer, however, what the prima materia of the magnet is. What must one extract from the magnet in order to attract the magnesia? This substance is known by many names. Jung, among many other alchemists, referred to it as the sal sapiente, or salt of the wise. Another alchemist, named Dorn, who Jung cites frequently in this chapter, calls it veritas. Veritas is Latin for truth. For Dorn, veritas resides in all natural things, including the human body. It is a metaphysical substance which needeth no medicament, being itself an incorrupt medicament. It is the medicine improving that which is no longer into that which it was before its corruption, and that which is not into that which it ought to be. This is the sal sapiente, the prima materia of the magnet. By liberating that substance from its physical corrupted body, one could use it to draw the Echeneus to the surface, the philosopher's stone from nature, or the Jungian self from the unconscious. The question that follows is, how does one liberate the veritas, the sal sapiente, the prima materia, from the natural object? Well, the answer to that question reflects the nature of alchemy as more of a philosophy than a chemical science. One discovers how to liberate the veritas when the doctrine enters the consciousness of the adept as a gift of the Holy Ghost. When taken literally, one might pass these words off as superstitious gibberish. However, if one takes these words psychologically, they suddenly make a little more sense. As Jung has pointed out, the conscious ego is driven by unconscious forces. Sometimes those unconscious forces can compensate the conscious ego with knowledge it did not previously possess. If one recognizes the existence of their unconscious mind and pays proper attention to it, one can extract the knowledge they require from it. Just as one extracts the quicksilver from the black obsidian, the Echeneus from the dark ocean, or the universe from the formless prima materia, one can extract the self from the unconscious. I want you all to keep in mind that the alchemists existed during a time where they could not conceive of something like the collective unconscious. Therefore, they needed to project these unconscious processes onto the outside world. While the alchemical doctrine is not literally true in a scientific materialist sense, it does point to psychological truths. Whereas the alchemist might integrate the sal sapiente to attract the Echeneus and the precious black and white jewel in its head, the ego would confront the unknown, integrate the unconscious knowledge it needs, and eventually attract the precious black and white Jungian self. The aforementioned Dorn had some intimation of this. Jung believed he was the first person to realize that the chief goal of alchemy, the philosopher's stone, was both a physical and psychic reality. One could only achieve that end perfection by bringing one's inner being, to use Jordan Peterson's words, into perfect alignment. Only then could they attain their reward externally in the philosopher's stone. According to the Rosinus ad Saratantum Episcopum, the philosopher's stone was described as below thee as to obedience, above thee as to dominion, therefore from thee as to knowledge, about thee as to equals. Jung clarifies what this description means. Quote, "The alchemical adept can expect obedience from it, but on the other hand, the stone exercises dominion over him. Since the stone is a matter of knowledge or science, it springs from man, but it is outside him, in his surroundings, among his equals, i.e. those of like mind. In other words, the philosopher's stone was a paradoxical unity of opposites, just like the Jungian self. The former is what the alchemist tried to obtain physically, but could only do so if he first attained the inner reward, the Jungian self. As for how one's ego can become one with the Jungian self, we addressed part of this early on in the series. You integrate the unconscious into consciousness, the contents of one's shadow, anima, and animus. One piece of unconscious information that Jung and Dorn believed was key to that perfect alignment was the realization that we were formerly one with the universe. Before the universe came into existence, all of creation was contained in one seed, a seed planted in the prima materia, the formless void. When the Big Bang happened, or whatever creation myth you believe in happened, that seed split, and all of the opposites latent in that seed sprung forth. This echoes what we discussed in Chapter 9, when we talked about how the universe, or God, used to be in an Ouroboros unconscious state. Once God became conscious of his shadow, he split off from it. From that point, all the opposites that lay between infinite light and infinite darkness came forward. Once you realize that your consciousness was created to the end that it may recognize its descent from a higher unity, they can begin to work their way back to that higher state. They work their way back to that state by paying due and careful regard to the source from which they came, and by executing its commands intelligently and responsibly. One pays attention to this source by following the dictates of one's conscience. That is the Jungian self that resides in your unconscious, guiding your conscious ego. If one does this, they thereby afford the psyche as a whole the optimum degree of life and development. Before I conclude this chapter with Jung's final argument, I'd like to try to do something that I haven't done enough of throughout this series: link this book back to Jordan Peterson. One thing Peterson has been given a lot of flack for is his defense of religion, particularly his inability to answer whether or not he believes Jesus actually rose from the dead. I'm not about to try and answer definitively what he believes. What I will say is that Ion might give us some intimations as to what Peterson believes. As I just said in regards to the Philosopher's Stone, the alchemist could only obtain it as a physical reward once his inner being was brought into perfect alignment. Jung, among many others, drew a parallel between the Philosopher's Stone and Jesus Christ. As he pointed out in Chapter 5, Jesus brought his entire being into perfect alignment by descending to hell following his crucifixion. It was by confronting the greatest darkness that Jesus was able to have his light shine its greatest as well. When both his inner light and inner darkness were fully saturated and balanced, he, like the alchemists, were given the physical reward. In Jesus' case, his physical body resurrected. Jesus' being was no longer, to use Dorn's words, corrupted by the physical world, no longer bound to it. Now it could transcend. I think Peterson has a problem with answering definitively whether or not Jesus resurrected because he doesn't know what might happen if a human brought their entire physical and psychological being into perfect alignment. Moreover, he doesn't know if the story of Jesus was just people projecting psychic truths onto physical reality. Nobody knows. But there is one thing we know for sure. The notion of a transcendental being, a perfect being that we strive to emulate, holds enough psychic power that it can hold sway over billions of people. This is why Peterson feels compelled to defend religion. Within not just the story of Jesus, but the entire history of global religion are insights into psychic truths. If we cast these symbols away, condemning them as only superstition and stupidity, we lose what knowledge we have of the unconscious. And that knowledge includes how to stave off its wrath when it has been ignored. Thank you all for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share. Also, if you like the work I'm doing here and want to support me, please consider donating to my Subscribe Star campaign. Depending on how much you donate, you will gain a certain number of rewards. If you can't donate, that's totally fine. I understand with everything going on. What helps me out most of all, actually, is just sharing this video. Share it in a Jordan Peterson Facebook group or something. It helps me out more than you.
Jordan Peterson Facebook group.
In the last two chapters, Jung evoked the symbolism of fish in alchemy. Jung had two core reasons for doing this. The first reason was, of course, to further demonstrate the psyche's tendency to project the god image onto fish. However, there was a second reason, and that second reason is the primary focus of this chapter. To Jung, one of the main reasons why Western alchemy emerged in the 16th and 17th century was because the Western mind was attempting to understand the external natural world on the basis of Christian dogma. It was trying to synthesize a unitary vision of the world in which the physical and the mystical aspects played equal parts. Naturally, with the advent of science and the theory of evolution, the alchemical tradition died off. This seemed perfectly appropriate. After all, we know that many of the alchemical concepts we discussed in the last couple of chapters are not true in the objective materialist sense. So, the alchemical tradition was replaced by something that was viewed to be better. Though this replacement served the world greatly in many respects, something was lost with the death of alchemy, when existence started to be viewed purely in physical, external terms. With humanity's increasing mastery over the external natural world, the internal psychological world was perniciously ignored. Moreover, the religious systems that tried to make sense of that inner psychological world began to die off. For instance, Western society began to forget what the symbol of Jesus was trying to represent in the first place, that being the Jungian self. Instead of Jesus representing our psychological tendency to strive to higher states of being, he became superstitious folly. This disregarding of the inner psychological world went so far that science began to convince the world that what we regarded as psyche was merely a symptom of chemical reactions, an epiphenomenon of biological processes in the brain cells. Indeed, for some time it did not exist at all. As we laid out in Chapter 5, this replacement of religion with science, though it had its benefit, also had its deficit vis-a-vis the necessity of opposites. That negative element was, to reuse Nietzsche's words, the death of God. And with the death of God came the loss of those symbols which tried to represent our inner psychic realities. When psychic reality is passed off as mere chemical reactions and religion as childish superstition, what necessarily followed was the dissolution of the Jungian self. We forgot why we worshipped symbols of the Jungian self in the first place. Without that higher ideal to worship, our unconscious minds were left with two choices: nihilism, which denotes the worship of nothing, and totalitarianism, which denotes the worship of the state. Though religion has had its fair share of bloody conflict, nihilism and totalitarianism weren't much better, if the 20th century is anything to go by. The problem we are left with is the irreconcilable fundamental conflict between religion and science, between the Christian and anti-Christian sentiments. In Jung's mind, this will be the fundamental conflict which will define the new Ion. If the previous Ion, the Ion of Pisces, was about establishing both the Christian and anti-Christian energies, the new Ion, the Ion of Aquarius, will be about trying to resolve this opposition. This is worrying because the world seems increasingly antagonistic to dissenting points of view, not just on the basis of science and religion, but anything. Every viewpoint we hold is absolute and perfect, and our opponents are always wrong. To admit any ignorance or wrongdoing on our parts would equal a ceding of ground to people we view as pure evil. Nazis, communists, alt-right, far-right, leftists, far-left, and so on. Worse yet, there are no solutions regarding how these conflicts can be resolved in the new Ion. However, in regards to the conflict between science and religion, Jung provides a template. Though alchemy failed, for obvious reasons, it serves as a prototype to solve the conflict between religion and science. This is why Jung evoked alchemy in the first place, because it tried to marry psychological reality with physical reality of religion and the natural world. By accepting the benefits and deficits of both science and religion, of the Christian and anti-Christian sentiments, one can bring about that unified vision of the world. Instead of viewing the world exclusively through a scientific or religious lens, it could be done through both simultaneously. However, this can only be done when certain requirements are met. First of all, both science and religion must recognize and validate their shadow sides. These shadow sides include the information that their conscious sides lack. By integrating the unconscious contents of their respective shadows, they can reach closer approximation to not only the Jungian self, but also that unified vision of the world. Let us discuss what science and religion need to do in order to achieve that end state. Jung believed that the message of religion could work if one knows how to combine the church's language, ideas, and customs with an understanding of the present. The fact of the matter is, many religious circles continue to make use of a language and outlook that have become alien to our present way of thinking. If one can present a new dogma, a refinement of what came before that maintains the psychological truth of Christianity with the scientific psyche of the modern man, then the conflict may begin to be resolved. In order for the new dogma to come about, Jung states that religious texts should not be concrete. Instead, like a snake changing its skin, the old myth needs to be clothed anew in every renewed age if it is not to lose its therapeutic effect. The Bible cannot be simply believed. It cannot be hypostatized, as the Protestants hypostatize the Bible, illegitimately making it the supreme authority regardless of its contradictions and controversial interpretations. If dogma continues to be a tenet, accepted in and for itself with no basis in any experience that would demonstrate its truth, then humanity will continue to drift away from religion. Now, as for science, Jung believed that it needed to take the psyche seriously. Science's fundamental flaw was that it believed fervently in absolute objectivity, and assiduously overlooked the fundamental difficulty that the real vehicle and begetter of all knowledge is the psyche, the very thing the scientists knew the least about for the longest time. Science cannot dismiss the psyche as the mere result of chemical reactions or the unconscious as a useless concept. They must be accepted as transcendentally real. At the moment, science is unable to give an adequate understanding of what consciousness is, where it comes from, or how it operates. Religion can potentially fill in this gap by giving abstract representations of these inner unconscious processes. This is why the symbol of Jesus is effective. It is representing a transcendent state, a paradoxical state that the human mind cannot understand, but is nonetheless striving towards. And we know this is true, for had there not been an affinity, magnet, between the figure of the Redeemer and certain contents of the unconscious, the human mind would never have been able to perceive the light shining in Christ and seize upon it so passionately. It is only when we assimilate the traditional myth to the modern scientific world that the conflict will resolve. To do that, science must recognize the psychological value of the God image, and religion must allow their core myths to take on a new skin, to change the details of their appearance but maintain their essence. It is this very thing that both Jung and Peterson are trying to do. This is why Peterson will speak about religion and God while also talking frequently to atheists. This is why he speaks about our evolutionary history as chimps while simultaneously calling himself a very religious person. He, like Jung, is trying to complete what the alchemists set out to do. He is trying to unite the soul of religious tradition with the knowledge of science. He is trying to reawaken the truth latent in the myth. He is trying to draw the divine fish from the deepest depths. He is trying to unite the opposites. Thanks again for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share. Also, if you like the work I'm doing here and want to support me, please consider donating to my Subscribe Star campaign. Depending on how much
Ion 13 is 15.
Throughout this series, we have investigated numerous religious and mystical traditions, including Christianity, astrology, and alchemy. Though we are reaching the end of this book, we still have one religious tradition that we have left to investigate: Gnosticism. Once again, I will be simplifying the nature of the topic for the sake of time and clarity, with a focus on how the topic relates back to Jung's concepts. Gnosticism emerged in the 1st century AD. It was a religious system that was rooted in Christianity, but differed in many respects. The most important difference between the Gnostics and regular Christians were the nature of their religious books. In Christianity, the holy books in the New Testament had a traceable history, from Jesus to his disciples to apostles and other various locations. In regards to the Gnostics, their books didn't have this level of verification, but they weren't bothered by this. Instead of basing their entire religion around orthodox teachings, they emphasized personal spiritual knowledge. Edward Edinger of the Ion Lectures explains, quote, Jung speaks of the Gnostics as really the original psychologists. They took the imagery of scripture and myth empirically, not dogmatically, and used it to exemplify their own themes, which are basically psychological themes. In other words, they tried to marry the core truths of Christianity with psychological experience. Obviously, you can see why the Gnostics were of particular interest to Jung. For the first part of this chapter, Jung refers to a book titled Outlast, also known as The Refutation refutation of all heresies. This book was written by Saint Hippolytus, a Christian Roman presbyter. His intention with this book was to attack the quote-unquote heresies of the Gnostic tradition. His attacks, along with those of other Christians, were largely successful, as most Gnostic material from that period has been destroyed. Hippolytus's book is one of the few texts on the Gnostics that remain from that period. Ironically, Jung will try to present some of the Gnostic teachings laid out in the Elenkos as psychologically valid, thereby nullifying Hippolytus's original attacks. Jung cites 3 specific images from the Elenkos. Before I detail the nature of these images, I would ask that all of you think back to our discussion of the magnet and the iron in chapters 10 and 11, and how that parallels the attraction between the self and the ego. The images that follow originate from an ancient Gnostic sect known as the Gnosens. The first image is known as the Paradise Quaternio. In the first book of the Bible, Genesis, there was a paradise known as the Garden of Eden, of which I'm sure most of you are well aware. In Eden, there were 4 rivers: the Pishon, even though it's written here as Pison, the Gihon, the Tigris, and the Euphrates. The Gnosens taught that these 4 rivers correspond to the human eye, the ear, the sense of smell, and the mouth. The mouth, which is synonymous with the Euphrates, had special properties compared to the other 3 senses. The mouth is where prayers go out and food goes in, a symbiotic relationship which reflects that of the ego and the self. Much like one prays to Jesus for spiritual nourishment, the ego pays attention to the guidance of the self. The water of the Euphrates River also had special properties. Jung equated it to a concept known in alchemy as the aqua doctrinae. The aqua doctrinae is much like the sal sapiente, which we discussed in chapter 11, the material that is extracted from an organic magnet and used to draw the echinus remora to the surface. Except, unlike the sal sapiente, which is unique to the magnet that it is drawn from, the aqua doctrinae pervades all things. It is the stuff of life. I think it can be aptly understood as the blood of God. In Jesus' case, if one were to extract his sal sapiente, one would find the aqua doctrinae. This is the water that came out of Jesus' side when he was pierced with a lance in John 19. The aqua doctrinae came out of Jesus because the self, which Jesus symbolizes, attracts all living beings, and not just that which is particular to it. This is likely because Jesus, like the self, is the highest state, inferring that they contain all that is needed. Where the flower attracts the bee because it contains pollen and nectar, Jesus attracts all humans because he possesses all which humans need, at least on the spiritual level. The water that went out of the garden through the Euphrates perfected every nature in its individuality, just as Jesus perfects every individual. We all have a portion of the aqua doctrinae within us, and it is that portion that is attracted to the source from which it came, so that being God. The second image is known as the signs of the Father. It bears a striking resemblance to the Euphrates River metaphor, except in this case, it is a serpent. If the magnetic connection between the ego and the self was generated by the aqua doctrinae, it is generated by the serpent in the second image. The serpent is the magnet that draws to itself those parts or substances in man that are of divine origin. Those would be the signs of the Father, or as we just said, the aqua doctrinae, and carries them back to their heavenly birthplace. The serpent functions in much the same way that the Jungian self does. The more that the ego follows the guidance of the self, like the man follows the guidance of the serpent, the faster they will arrive to heaven. What is interesting about this image is that the serpent is equated with the quote-unquote son, or Jesus. This equation was inspired by John 3:14. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. This might seem odd to many people, especially Christians, because the serpent is often equated with Satan. There might be 2 reasons for this. This might be another example of the unconscious mind revealing the true nature of the God image, being both good and evil. It also might have something to do with Jesus' symbolism as a fish. Just as a fish rises from the unknown depths, a serpent comes mysteriously out of the darkness. This of course reflects the nature of the unconscious, where a potentially frightening or redeeming content might appear out of nowhere. In this case, the redeeming content that appears out of the unconscious is the Jungian self. This might also be why the Gnosens worship the serpent as their main god, but we will discuss that later. The third image is known as the ray of light. In this image, a ray of light comes down from the light region above and gets all mixed up in the dark waters. After this happens, the Logos descends as a dividing sword and separates the mingled mixture. Then the rays of light which have been all mixed up in the dark waters separate themselves and are attracted, like iron filings, to the Logos, to their proper place. For the 3rd time in this series, we see a reference to the splitting of the Ouroboros state, discussed in both chapter 9 and 11. The Godhead, containing both light and darkness in one mixture, splits into 2, and between these 2 opposites lies all of creation. The Logos, which serves as the dividing sword, is very like the aqua doctrinae. Just like a human is drawn to the aqua doctrinae to find his or her fulfillment, the content of that original light and dark mixture hastens to the Logos more quickly than iron flies to a magnet. After that hastening, the Logos determines what the content's proper place in the universe is. It is both the Logos and that miraculous water, the aqua doctrinae, from which the olive draws its oil, and the grape, the wine. It is that thing that gives us purpose, that guides us, that makes us whole. The Euphrates, the serpent, and the Logos are cited by Jung because they all emerge from the same source, the one that existed at the beginning of time. To find his or her fulfillment, the content of that original light and dark mixture hastens to the Logos more quickly than iron flies to a magnet. After that hastening, the Logos determines what the content's proper place in the universe is. It is both the Logos and that miraculous water, the aqua doctrinae, from which the olive draws its oil, and the grape, the wine. It is that thing that gives us purpose, that guides us, that makes us whole. The Euphrates, the serpent, and the Logos are cited by Jung because they all emerge from the same source, the one that existed at the beginning of time. While that source is obviously God, the Gnostic images paint a possible picture of the Christian God that is quite frightening. In the Euphrates image, the water is the source of all things, a shapeless essence that nonetheless pervades all creation. In the serpent image, the source from which the serpent emerges is a source that is substanceless, but yet produces all substances. In the Logos image, all of creation is bound together in a mixture of light and darkness, a picture that reflects the nature of not only the self, but also the unconscious. The source, the God which Jung and the Gnostics are trying to illustrate, is the unconscious. What that implicates is that the Christian God, which the Gnostics assimilated, is an unconscious God. This harkens back to what we discussed in Chapter 5 when the god of Exodus forced his adherents to paint lamb's blood on their doorposts to stave off God's wrath. If the destroying aspect of God cannot discriminate between the righteous and the wicked without this sacrifice, this suggests that some aspect of God, if not all of him, is unconscious. Let us not forget that when God created human beings initially, he saw what miserable unconscious creatures we were, so miserable that humankind required a flood to reset what God had originally created. As well, if human beings are made in the image of God, it makes sense that we too have some degree of unconsciousness built into us. One theologian that Jung cites frequently in Ion is Meister Eckhart, a German theologian from the 13th century. In regards to how one should love God, Eckhart says the following, quote, "Love him as he is, a not God, a not spirit, a not person, a not image, as a sheer, pure, clear one, which he is, sundered from all secondness. And in this one, let us sink eternally, from nothing to nothing. So help us God. Amen." When Eckhart says we should sink into the one, this can be interpreted psychologically. Let us assume that the God of the Gnostics and maybe the Christians is an unconscious God. Let us assume that the unconscious God is synonymous with the ego's unconscious. What happens when the ego immerses itself in the unconscious and integrates all unconscious contents? It becomes indistinguishable from the self, from God. That is the one. There are several names given to the source which produced the water, the serpent, and the logos. Some of these names include the demiurge, the first man, and the new, or light. One name which will become important for the remainder of the book is Anthropos, but we will address that more later. For the Gnostics, their central deity was the serpent we discussed in the Signs of the Father. It is the visible form that came from the demiurge, a creature which they appropriately called Nos. Nos pervades everything, and contains within himself the beauty of all things. It is the aqua doctrinae that permeates and originates all things, just as the unconscious pervades all things, including the human mind. Though the Gnostics had temples set up to worship many gods, there was always an underlying assumption that Nos preceded all of them. Nos was the primordial stuff that is the essence of divinity. He was the numinosum that lies behind all religious phenomena. Putting it simply, Nos might have been one of the first attempts in human history to acknowledge and give form to the unconscious. However, even with the image of Nos, one fails to take the meaning behind such images as the aqua doctrinae, the logos, and the like, and include them inside one image. This is because there is no single possible way one can give form to the unconscious. It is a union of all opposites, of all possible images. The nature of God is, as Meister Eckhart would say, of forms formless, of becoming becomingless, of beings beingless, of things thingless. This is what makes both God and the unconscious the same. This is what gives them the quality of being a sheer, pure, clear one. Jung lists Gnostic symbols because the nature of the unconscious, or of God, is so comprehensive and so difficult to visualize in itself that a great many different expressions are required in order to bring out its various aspects. There is one other name given to this source which permeates everything, the universal ground. Where the Paradise Returnio described the source as water, the Signs of the Father with the serpent, and the Ray of Light with the logos, the universal ground tries to give a more accurate picture of the source and, by extension, the unconscious. Quote, "For the Gnostics, the universal ground is the original man, Adam, and knowledge of him is regarded as the beginning of perfection and the bridge to knowledge of God. He is male/female. From him come father and mother. He consists of three parts, the rational, the psychic, and the earthly. These three came down together into one man, Jesus, and these three men spoke together, each of them from his own substance to his own, i.e. from the rational to the rational, etc. His soul is of three parts, and yet one, a trinity." Hippolytus describes the universal ground as the blessed nature at once hidden and revealed, of everything that has come to be, and will be, the kingdom of heaven which is to be sought within man. If this ground can be found within, and contains everything that we are now and everything we could be, I do not see how this can be any different from Jung's conception of the self. Returning to the concept of the logos, the Gnostics gave unusually reverent attention to this concept. The attention is unusual in terms of the level of reverence as well as the type of reverence. For the Gnostics, the logos was the procreative seed which brought forth the procreative nature of the whole. For example, when God said, "Let there be light" at the beginning of the Bible, those words were the procreative seed. This is why the logos is referred to as the Word of God. The nature of that seed was given special attention not only by the Gnostics, but also by those outside of the Christian space. In regards to Osiris, the key Egyptian god, the logos was likened to the phallus of Osiris. This was because both contained within them the procreative seed. For those that might have forgotten, this was the part of Osiris that was devoured by the barbel, which we discussed back in chapter 9. The logos was also likened to the Greek god Hermes. Hermes bore a role much like that of the serpent, which we discussed in the last video. He was the messenger of the gods. He could move freely between both heaven and earth, like the serpent, as well as the Euphrates. He was also the one that guided the souls of the dead into the afterlife. Like Osiris, he was often depicted with an erect phallus, indicating his procreative ability as a conjurer of spirits and a begetter of souls. The Gnostics were motivated to equate Hermes with Christ because of the golden wand he possessed. With that wand, Hermes drops sleep on the eyes of the dead and wakes up the sleepers. The Gnostics referred this to Ephesians 5:14, "Awake, O sleeper, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give you light." The Gnostics were unconcerned with offensiveness when equating the logos with sexual symbolism. To Jung, it was as if they were stammering in their efforts to express the elusive meaning that grips the dreamer's attention. Not even the embodiment of the logos was exempt from this sexual symbolism. That embodiment was, of course, Jesus. Saint Epiphanius of the 5th century wrote about Christian heresy in his book titled Panarion. One heresy he discusses in that book was the Interrogationes Maiores Mariae. Jung relays the content of this story. Quote, "It is related here that Christ took this Mary, not the Virgin Mary, with him onto a mountain, where he produced a woman from his side and began to have intercourse with her. It says that Mary received such a shock that she fell to the ground. Christ then said to her, 'Wherefore do you doubt me, O you of little faith?' This was meant as a reference to John 3:12. If I've told you earthly things and you do not believe, how can you believe if I tell you heavenly things? Taken at face value, such a story seems purposefully formulated to shock, as well as tarnish the name of the celibate Christ. However, if one takes the story as a vision, a projection of an unconscious process from within Mary, some sense can start to be made. As Edinger states in the Ion Lectures, visions of sexual experience often have nothing at all to do with concrete sexuality. Rather, it is as though the unconscious which generates dreams is rooted in biological nature and, therefore, expresses ideation in terms of natural images. To put it simply, because the fundamental unifying act of nature is sexual intercourse, the unconscious will symbolize that union with the act of intercourse while being unconcerned with the taboo surrounding it. This is why the Egyptians, the Greeks, and the Gnostics were not bothered with equating their gods with these types of images. On an unconscious level, they felt that the equation was the most natural thing that was possible. If this form of psychological reasoning does not adequately prove Jung's point, one can also use the logic laid out in the Bible. When God first made man in his image, he created Adam, from the book of Genesis. When Adam desired a companion, God removed part of Adam's rib from his side and birthed a woman named Eve. If God could do this with Adam, it stands to reason that the embodiment of God could do the same if he wished. Just as we said while discussing the universal ground in the last video, Adam was supposed by various traditions to be male and female, and with Mary's vision, Christ also demonstrates his androgyny in a drastic way. There are other aspects of this vision that share congruence with Egyptian and Greek mythology. The Hieros Gamos, or sacred marriage on the mountain, is a well-known motif, such as with the Greek gods Zeus and Hera on Mount Gargaron. The idea of self-copulation is familiar in the Egyptian mythologem of Amun as Kamutef, which means husband of his mother, or of Mut, who is the mother of her father and daughter of her son. Even the Indian Prajapati has intercourse with his own split-off feminine half. For all of these cultures to influence the Gnostics seems unlikely, especially in regards to the Indian tradition. Jung felt it was better to assume that these images of self-copulation were a product of the unconscious. The key point of fascination that Jung had with the Gnostics was their tendency to draw links between their own images and images that had been established in other denominations. This very tendency is what Jung has been doing for not only this entire book, but for a large part of his career. Both Jung and the Gnostics took the imagery of scripture and myth empirically, not dogmatically, and used it to exemplify their own themes. It is this approach that made the Gnostics the original psychologists, and it is this approach that Jung was trying to continue. That approach was a mapping of the unconscious and its various attributes. The Gnostic images we have seen thus far have all tried to give form to the most precious gem that resides in the unconscious, that being God/the self. They have tried to describe the source from which the Aqua Doctrinae, the serpent, and the Logos proceed. Whether these descriptions are valid mappings of the psyche or faulty abstractions produced by random chemical reactions in the brain, well, that is for you to decide. Before you make a decision regarding the reality of the unconscious God or self, I ask that you take in the other pieces of evidence that Jung provides. The Gnostics draw a comparison between the Logos and the Cup of the King in Genesis 44:5. Edward Edinger summarizes the story, quote, Joseph's brothers are sent home after their visit to him, and following Joseph's orders, the king's cup is deposited in the young brother Benjamin's seed sack. He is set up by Joseph. When the brothers are gone, but not far off, Joseph tells his men to follow and search them. Then, Joseph asks the brothers why they have stolen his cup. The servants remark that this cup is used by the king to cast his omens. The cup has the same power as the Logos. The drink that resides within the cup is the same as the Aqua Doctrinae that resides in the body of Christ. Those who wield it send forth a creative and destructive power. They can bend nature to their will. They can send out their omens. This cup is synonymous with another chalice, the beaker of Anacreon. Anacreon, a Greek poet, says the following about his cup. My tankard tells me the sort I must become. In the last video, we noted that both the Aqua Doctrinae and the Logos are the things from which the olive draws its oil, and the grape, the wine. Anacreon's beaker contains something akin to the Aqua Doctrinae and Logos because it tells him his purpose. Both the king's cup and Anacreon's beaker are synonymous with what is possibly the most famous cup of all, the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail, of course, is the cup that Jesus used at the Last Supper, as well as the cup in which Joseph of Arimathea received Christ's blood at the cross. At the Last Supper, Jesus asked his disciples to drink from the cup, saying that it represented his blood. Jesus' reason for doing this is laid out in John 6:53, quote, If you do not eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you will not have life in you. The Elinkos of Hippolytus said that when Jesus gave the disciples the blood or Aqua Doctrinae that resided in the cup, he was conscious of the individual nature of each of his disciples, and also of the need for each to come to his own special nature. Edinger explains that each disciple was nourished by that blood in his own unique way. It nourishes the individual nature. From one and the same river that waters a certain area, the olive tree draws oil, the grapevine draws wine, and other plants draw what suits them, each according to its own genus. As I said in chapter 10, some aspects of this book will be omitted. This is because I'm trying to present the core message of each chapter in a simple, coherent way. Emphasis on the word trying. The images I am omitting in this chapter serve the same function as the images I've included. They are all trying to describe the existence of an unconscious God, as well as Jung's possible belief in that concept. I also said in chapter 10 that the parts of Ion that I am omitting will be included in an extras video after the main series is done. For now, I have one last image I would like to present to you. Jung references Homer's Odyssey towards the end of this chapter. At one point in that story, the character of Menelaus recalls the time he was marooned on the island of Pharos, a small island off the coast of Egypt. When Menelaus was trying to find a way home, a goddess, or a nymph, appeared. She told Menelaus that he should try to catch her father, Proteus, son of Poseidon and fellow god of the sea. When Menelaus manages to grab a hold of Proteus, the sea god begins to shapeshift in order to try and escape Menelaus' grasp. After much struggle, Proteus relents and tells Menelaus how to return home. To Jung, the struggle between these two characters is akin to the individuation process, the integration of unconscious contents into consciousness. This interpretation is strengthened by the fact that Proteus resides in the sea and can shapeshift. The sea, or water in general, is often used as a symbol for the unconscious. The ability to shapeshift is congruent with the nature of the unconscious as well, in that it has no single form but can produce many. By grabbing hold of the unconscious, one can draw from it what knowledge the conscious mind requires. This will require significant moral effort, so significant that it can seem like one is in fact struggling with a god. Nonetheless, it might be the key to one's salvation. There is one final thing I would like to point out in regards to the story of Proteus, and it follows the Gnostic Jungian ethic of linking everything together. The nonsense had a different name for the god Proteus, Ipolos. Ipolos was the universal ground, the original
Never
man
heard
or
of this.
Adam in his latent state. Proteus was given the name Ipolos not because he feeds he-goats and she-goats, but because he is the pole that turns the cosmos round. And this, of course, recalls the idea mentioned in chapters 7, 9, 10, and 11 that the unconscious god resides in the magnetic north, in the pole. There was a reason that I chose to end this video with the story of Proteus. A very unsettling reason. Before I tell you what that reason is, I would like to warn you that there are incoming spoilers for the movie The Lighthouse. As some of you may know, the most recent video I put out on this channel was an analysis of The Lighthouse. The movie is dripping with Jungian themes and images as confirmed by the movie's director, Robert Eggers. When I decided to do this video, I was not conscious of the fact that the movie was influenced by Jung whatsoever. I did the video because so many of my viewers asked me to. In the movie, there was a character named Thomas Wake. Robert Eggers hinted that the character of Thomas Wake is the personification of the god Proteus and, by extension, the unconscious mind. Not only of the general unconscious, but also the unconscious mind of the movie's other character, Thomas Howard. The creepy thing about all of this is that out of all the times I could have chosen to do a video on The Lighthouse, I chose to do it right before I did my videos on chapter 13 in Ion. I was not aware that both the movie and this chapter included references to Proteus. I swear upon the graves of all my ancestors that this is the truth. As I said before regarding the validity of Jung's mapping of the psyche, whether or not this has any greater meaning is up for you to decide.
Is he eating the dirt?
Thanks for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe.
Wait. What the? Wait, he had two 13s and two 12s.
Before we address chapter
two
14's
14s.
titular structure and dynamics of the self, I would like to quote Edward Edinger's interlude.
He
In the
doubled
Ion
up.
Lectures, Edinger reminds us of what Jung has been trying to do with this book all along. He states that Jung is trying to excavate the contents of humanity's collective unconscious, and he does this just like an archaeologist excavates the contents of an ancient civilization. Quote, he has to dig them out, and then order, classify, and present the artifacts, the data gathered by his excavation. In the case of the collective unconscious, the archaeological data that Jung is trying to derive is found in religions,
it's
myths,
definitely a
and fairy
different
tales, which
video.
correspond to collective dreams and fantasies. By excavating these psychic contents, Jung is trying to determine patterns. He determines these patterns by looking at the similarities between cross-cultural dreams and fantasies, and draws conclusions on how they reflect the nature of the psyche. One such example I will cite is a concept we have been discussing for the majority of this series, Jung's conception of the self. This isn't a concept that Jung came up with out of nowhere and attempted to justify. It was something he deduced after looking at various pieces of religious material. Allow me to cite as an example a piece of Gnostic imagery from chapter 13,
Yeah,
an
maybe
example
it's like
that
a
I omitted from the
part
last
two.
two
It doesn't
videos
say
and that
part
I'm
two
only
for
mentioning
this
now.
one.
This image is known as the monad. It is provided by 2nd century Gnostic named Monoimos. If I were to illustrate the monad, it would
Oh,
look
no, it
like
does say
this,
part two.
a single
Yeah, you're
dot.
right.
Monoimos believed that this single dot is uncompounded and indivisible, yet compounded and divisible, loving and at peace with all things, yet warring with all things and at war with itself in all things. The quotation goes on to describe the monad's various contradictory qualities. To Monoimos, this monad is the Godhead, the source of all things, similar to the Godhead we discussed in chapters 9, 11, and 13. Moreover, Monoimos believed that if one sought the monad from out thyself, and learned that it is the monad
There's
that taketh possession of
15
everything in thee,
altogether.
thou wilt find him in thyself, the one and the many, like to that little point, for it is in thee that he hath his origin and his deliverance. It is from this concept that Jung derived the notion of the Jungian self. The dot which contains all things and that resides in us is the self. It is from the self that we have our origin and our deliverance. It is a remarkable psychological statement considering it was made almost 2,000 years ago, long before the notion of the psyche was conceived. But as I said before, Jung had to find parallels to the monad concept before he could even think about putting forward a concept that he could confidently call empirical. Another image Jung cites comes from the ancient Hindu scriptures known as the Upanishads. I know I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, just bear with me. These scriptures were heavily influential on people like Ralph Waldo Emerson, Friedrich Nietzsche, and especially Schopenhauer. In regards to Jung, the Upanishads are where he derived the term self from. Edinger cites the passage from the Upanishads where the term self is used. Quote, the self is ear of the ear, mind of the mind, speech of the speech. He is also breath of the breath and eye of the eye. Him the eye does not see, nor the tongue express, nor the mind grasp. Him we neither know nor are able to teach. Different is he from the known, and different is he from the unknown. That which is not comprehended by the mind, but by which the mind comprehends, know that to be Brahman. He who dwells in all beings, but is separate from all beings, whom no being knows, whose body all beings are, and who controls all beings from within. He, the self, is the inner ruler, the immortal. Everything that is said here is consistent with what has been said about the self up until this point in the book. Everything that Jung has authored into his concept of the self has been deduced from not only these two images, but also the various dreams, stories, and images authored in Ion, and addressed throughout Jung's other works. When Jung makes his abstract conceptions, he is not trying to impose any sort of religious or mystical bias into his conclusions. He is attempting to study psychology and metaphysics from a purely empirical perspective, and he does this, as I said before, by noticing patterns in the products of the unconscious mind. It is fair to disagree with his conclusions or with the patterns he points to, but to suggest that Jung's abstractions are merely the products of a psychotic mystic is simply inaccurate. For the remainder of this chapter, what Jung attempts to do is link a series of unconscious images into a single chain. Once he fully illustrates this chain for us, Jung hypothesizes that this chain not only describes the structure and dynamics of the self, but also the structure and dynamics of our reality. When I use the word chain, I don't speak purely in metaphor. I mean a literal chain. Here is an illustration. What you see here are a series of 4 double pyramids, a series of cones linked together. Each cone represents a different stage in not only the ego's development, but also the world's development.
Yeah,
that probably doesn't make sense now, but things will become clear as we address each double pyramid step by step. The Gnostic sect of the Gnostics, which we discussed in the last chapter, conceived of an image known as the Moses Quaternio, also known as the Anthropos Quaternio. This is the double pyramid you see at the top of the chain. At the top is a single dot that is labeled Anthropos, or higher Adam. At the bottom is a single dot labeled man, or lower Adam. This bottom dot can also be psychologically referred to as the ego. In between the top and bottom dots is a square. The top and bottom dots are linked to this square, thus forming the double pyramid. The edges of the square are labeled as the higher Moses, the higher Jethro, the positive Miriam, and the wise Zipporah. It is difficult to say how and why the Gnostics conceived of this image, but what I can do is demonstrate the image's function. The lower Adam, as I said before, is the ego. It is you. The higher Adam is, for all intents and purposes, the Jungian self. Like the ego strives towards the self, the lower Adam is striving to become the higher Adam. Before the lower can become the higher, though, it has to confront the Moses Quaternio. The 4 names of Moses, Jethro, Miriam, and Zipporah are derived from the book of Exodus in the Old Testament. I have to trust that those who are listening to this chapter are familiar with the story of Moses from Exodus. To try and recap the entire story now would take way too much time. It isn't necessary to know the story in order to understand the basics of what I am about to say. However, there will be a couple of valuable details you will miss out on if you don't. If you want to hear the story of Moses, you can learn the basics by watching the DreamWorks animated movie The Prince of Egypt. I highly recommend it, by the way. It's a great movie to watch regardless if you are religious or not. Here are the basic things you need to know. At one point, the biblical Moses went out into the desert after killing an Egyptian slave driver who was beating a Hebrew. At this point in the story, he is the quote-unquote ego, or lower Adam. In order for him to begin to approach the higher Adam, he must come into contact with greater personalities. These personalities are actual people, but they also represent archetypes of the unconscious. These personalities are Zipporah, who became Moses' wife. To Jung, she represents the archetype of the Great Mother. He also encounters Jethro, Zipporah's father and a Midian priest. He represents the archetype of the wise old man. When Moses returns to Egypt to free the Hebrews after God commanded him to, he meets up with his long-lost sister, Miriam. To Jung, Miriam represents the anima. As Moses interacts with these 3 people, he's figuratively confronting the contents of his unconscious. He is integrating the contents that he needs in order to become a higher version of himself. After he marries Zipporah and rescues the Hebrews from Egypt, he fulfills the Quaternio. He is no longer the lower Adam, but a sort of great father archetype, to complement Zipporah as the great mother. Though Moses becomes a greater man, he is still nowhere near to the self, though he does strive towards it for the rest of his life. Now, in order for Moses to progress to become closer to the higher Adam, or self, Jung says that he must continuously interact with the 2 parts of the Quaternio that are higher. These are Jethro and Miriam. From this, we thus get a gradual progression, a series of steps leading from the lower to the higher Adam. In other words, when Moses interacts with Jethro and Miriam in the physical world, he is simultaneously interacting with the wise old man and the anima in the psychic world. Whilst doing this, Moses is continuously integrating the masculine and feminine traits that he needs so that he can reach a closer approximation to the self. The more Moses does this, the more steps that are built from the Quaternio to the higher Adam. To summarize, this Gnostic image can be viewed as a take on Jung's process of ego development. Moses, or the ego, must confront the shadow, which is symbolized by his flight out of Egypt into the desert. There, he meets the contents of his unconscious, both in physical and mental form. After doing this, he becomes synonymous with the archetype of the Great Father. Moses continues to do this for the rest of his life, integrating the contents of his unconscious mind so that his ego can reach closer approximation to the self. Though he did not reach the self, he developed so efficiently that he became the most important prophet of Judaism. Now, let us address the second double pyramid, the one that lies below the Moses Quaternio. Jung calls this double pyramid the shadow Quaternio. This image is not a Gnostic image, but its construction derived psychologically from the first, namely that there must be an opposite to everything. I want to remind you what was said in chapter 6 about how the last 2,000 years featured a striving towards Christ and Christian sentiments, and a striving towards Antichrist and anti-Christian sentiments. If opposites are a precondition to existence and one can strive to either or, then naturally Moses could have chosen to strive towards a quote-unquote Adam that was lower than the lower Adam in the Moses Quaternio. Directly opposed to the lower Adam in Jung's shadow Quaternio is the serpent, or Satan. Based on the good and bad decisions you make, you can strive towards the self or God, or strive towards its opposite, the devil. It all depends on how one interacts with the archetypes. The archetypes of Jethro, Miriam, Zipporah, and Moses are not exempt from the necessity of opposites. In the shadow Quaternio, we have the lower Jethro, the negative Miriam, the lower Zipporah, also known as the Ethiopian woman, and Moses as the carnal man, also known as the lesser father. Jung points to various examples from the Bible to justify characterizing these people with positive and negative traits, but we won't go into them for the sake of time and clarity. All you need to know is that the ego interacts with these archetypes and chooses to integrate their positive or negative contents. Depending on their choices, they can strive either upwards or downwards, to God or to the devil. Now let me remind you that the lower part of the shadow Quaternio is not labeled devil. it is labeled serpent. Remember, as we pointed out in chapter 13, that there are positive and negative qualities associated with the serpent. It can be a negative symbol in that the serpent is often equated with the devil, but it can also be a positive symbol in that it is equated with Jesus. Here's a quote from Jung: that the snake, contrary to expectation, should be a counterpart of the anthropos, the higher Adam, is corroborated by the fact of special significance for the Middle Ages that it is on the one hand a well-known allegory of Christ, and on the other hand appears to be equipped with the gift of wisdom and of supreme spirituality. To use a better example of how the serpent can represent positive qualities, recall the Gnostic god Nos from the last chapter. Nos pervades everything. Nos brings the signs of the Father down from heaven so that humans can become closer to God. Let us not forget also that the devil's real name is Lucifer, which means light bringer. Prior to Lucifer's fall from heaven, he was the highest angel in God's kingdom for his immense wisdom. The point that I am trying to make is that the serpent is much like the Jungian self in that they both represent positive and negative qualities. Even though the serpent rules the shadow contains all the repressed material we need to confront, for better or for worse. If the shadow represents our unconscious contents that can and must be integrated, then the serpent would correspond to what is totally unconscious and incapable of becoming conscious, but which, as the collective unconscious and its instinct, seem to possess a peculiar wisdom of its own and a knowledge that is often felt to be supernatural. This is the treasure which the snake or dragon guards, and also the reason why the snake signifies evil and darkness on the one hand and wisdom on the other. If you are a fan of Jordan Peterson, this quote must seem awfully familiar. To put it simply, the positive and negative contents represented by the serpent and the self must be integrated by the ego. The only problem is in distinguishing which positive and negative elements belong to the self and which belong to the serpent. The answer for this lies in something we discussed back in chapter 5 when we discussed the conflict of science and religion. In order for the human race to progress beyond its current state, it must confront the positive and negative qualities inherent to both the Christian sentiment, represented by religion, and the anti-Christian sentiment, represented by science. Once we integrate these truths, we will evolve. This process is reflected in the Moses and Shadow quaternios. By confronting the archetypes that bring you closer to Christ and the ones that draw you away from Christ, you will integrate greater levels of darkness and light until you become synonymous with the unity represented by the Jungian self. There is one last thing I would like to link these quaternios to. As I said before in chapter 6, Jung discussed how the 2,000 years which defined the Ion of Pisces could be split into two. The first 1,000 years could be defined as the Christian era, and the second 1,000 years that followed could be defined as the anti-Christian era. In regards to the first 1,000 years, Jung tries to link this to the two quaternios. To use Edward Edinger's words, the first 500 years up to 500 AD would correspond to the Moses quaternity, the spiritual realm which reflects the collective attitude of that period, pneumatic, spiritual, and not of this world. The period from 500 to 1000 AD would correspond to the shadow quaternity, referring to the animal realm, including carnal man. Jung says that this period corresponds to the time when the church became worldly, losing its strictly spiritual approach. It descended, so to speak, into relations with carnal man. Without even saying a word, I am certain that you have already made the correct assumption regarding the following 1,000 years, and the relation to the other two as yet undiscussed quaternios. If the first 1,000 years involved the spreading of the Christian sentiment, starting with Jesus as the higher Adam, and spreading out to even the most loathsome men, the following 1,000 years would be a continuation of that descent from the highest high to the lowest low. We will discuss more of this in part 2. That descent from the highest high to the lowest low. We will discuss more of this in part 2. I will be taking a different approach with the remaining double pyramids in this chapter. I will be describing the next two from the bottom up. The bottom double pyramid is known as the lapis quaternio. The very bottom dot in the chain is labeled as rotundum. The top of this double pyramid is labeled, naturally, lapis. And the edges of the middle square are the four classical elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. The rotundum can best be understood as the chaotic state of being at the beginning of time. It is the prima materia which we discussed back in chapter 11. It is the starting point from which all other creation stems. In order for the known universe to be brought forward from the chaos, it needs to be done in steps. The first step, according to Jung and the alchemists, was to bring forward the four classical elements. It is from the formless intangible rotundum, or void, that the tangible form is extracted. To those who have watched my Silent Hill 2 video on the red squares, you will remember this process as the squaring of the circle in alchemy. The circle is the rotundum, and the square is the four elements. The next step involves a unification of these four elements into one seed. Though the four elements coexisted inside the rotundum, they were not united. They were merely coexistent and had to be combined through the alchemical procedure. These four elements are united in the lapis. The lapis is not the philosopher's stone, even though it is often referred to as the lapis philosophorum in Ion. As I said, it is merely the seed with which God brings the universe to life. The lapis is also referred to as the prima materia, except unlike the prima materia of the rotundum, the lapis represents a unity of the elements instead of a chaotic disunity. The third step involves the remaining double pyramid, which is known as the paradise quaternio. Yes, this is the very same Paradise Quaternia which was discussed in Chapter 13. The 4 edges of this double pyramid, of course, correspond to the 4 rivers of paradise, and they all flow from the same source of unity, the lapis. Because the lapis is a unity of all things, the water that flows from it is also a perfect unity of a different form. This is the Aqua Doctrinae, which we also discussed in Chapter 13. It is the blood of God that poured from Jesus' side. All of creation that exists in the paradisal realm stems from the nourishment of these 4 rivers. Eventually, creation evolves until it culminates in its highest possible state, the serpent. As I said before, the serpent had its positive qualities and negative qualities. It is the highest in the animal kingdom, but the lowest in the shadow kingdom. It can be seen as the highest because, as we said in the last chapter, it appears to be equipped with the gift of wisdom. However, it was the lowest because, to use Jordan Peterson's words, they were hell on our primordial ancestors. It may be a being of supreme wisdom in the animal kingdom, but a human being should not strive to have its morality mirror that of an animal, and especially a snake. Let us now summarize what we have learned thus far with these 4 double pyramids. These 4 images represent a process of development for the living being, a series of steps from the formless chaotic beginning described in Genesis to the highest development of the ego, culminating in the self. In each double pyramid, we see a conjunction of sorts that separates into a square, and then unifies again on a higher plane. This is the alchemical squaring of the circle. In addition, Edinger and Jung viewed this alchemical process as synonymous with the individuation process. It is by integrating an unconscious content from that lower unity, symbolized by the intangible circle, into the level of consciousness, symbolized by the tangible square, that a higher unity can be achieved. The living being continuously does this until all unconscious contents balance out with conscious contents, and they become indistinguishable from God. There are no squares left to integrate. There is only a perfect circle. These 4 quaternios are Jung's attempt to arrange systematically the almost limitless wealth of symbols in Gnosticism and its continuation, alchemy. Like we said using the archaeology metaphor in the last video, Jung investigated not only Gnosticism and alchemy, but many other religious traditions and found their patterns. He united those patterns through logical inference and brought forward this chain, a chain that portrays the structure and dynamics of the self. Or rather, the structure and dynamics the ego must go through in order to attain the self. For those who might be wary of Jung's abstraction here because it might be overly complicated and not relevant for the scientific age, I have saved one final example that will demonstrate Jung's empirical method. Once one reaches the highest point of the developmental chain, where else is there for the ego to go? It can't go higher. The only place it has left to go is back to the beginning. Thus, Jung takes the tail of the chain and puts it into the mouth of the head of the chain and creates an image indistinguishable from the Ouroboros. The only thing the ego can do once it reaches the perfect unity of the self is disunify and start again in the void. Jung makes this inference because the difference between the higher atom and the rotundum is invisible. This is because the higher atom and the rotundum contain all the necessary components of ego development. The rotundum contains everything that God derives the universe from, and the higher atom is a perfect unity of all those elements. The only thing that distinguishes the two of them is that one is an ordered unity, and one is a unity in chaos. Unfortunately, the mortal man is frequently unable to tell which is the dark unity and which is the light. As we said in the last video, the first 1,000 years of the Christian Ion could be linked to the first 2 quaternios. If the Moses quaternio reflected a spiritual period, and the Shadow quaternio reflected a unity of the carnal man with the spiritual, the lower 2 quaternios reflect a further descent from the spiritual into the material. In regards to the Paradise quaternio, this reflects the period between 1000 AD and 1500 AD. Jung associates it historically with the emergence and development of alchemy. This is the time when the spiritual realm moved beyond the church, and human beings tried to interpret the functions of the natural world through spiritual terms. In regards to the Lapis quaternio, this is the period between 1500 AD and 2000 AD. This is when the spiritual element becomes almost completely eliminated. This period is the age of scientific materialism and the deification of matter. To quote Edinger, Jung's idea is that the whole ion, that is the Christian ion, the ion of Pisces, has been a circulatio process through these 4 quaternities. If there is any truth to Jung's idea, then there are 2 possibilities. These possibilities are ones that we discussed back in chapter 5 and 6. One is that we are coming to the end of the Christian ion and are experiencing the extremities of the anti-Christian millennium. Those extremities are the zenith of science, but also the zenith of anti-spiritualism. The other possibility is that we have already passed the anti-Christian millennium and are now in the new ion, the ion of Aquarius. We'll discuss which of the 2 possibilities is more likely, but let us first justify Jung's conclusions about the anti-Christian millennium. The worship of matter in the latter half of the anti-Christian millennium reflects the Gnostic myth of the Nu, who, beholding his reflection in the depths below, plunged down and was swallowed in the embrace of Physis. Physis is another name for the void which birthed the natural world. In other words, the descent of Nu into Physis is much like the descent of the human mind from the realm of the spiritual into the realm of the natural. Throughout the last 500 years, there have been several key points in this drift away from God. In chapter 7, we referenced the French Revolution, a heavily anti-Christian era. After that, the 19th century was marked by scientific materialism, and the 20th century was marked by political and social realism. To use Jung's words, it is 20th century realism which has turned the wheel of history back a full 2,000 years and seen the recrudescence of the despotism, the lack of individual rights, the cruelty, indignity, and slavery of the pre-Christian world, whose labor problem was solved by the ergastulum, the convict camp. The transvaluation of all values is being enacted before our eyes. While Jung's relation of his chain to the ion of Pisces is certainly debatable, what isn't arguable is that there certainly has been a drift towards anti-religious sentiment in the last 500 years. The most recent century has arguably been the bloodiest in human history, with the various genocidal campaigns of the dictator states, all of which was justified via the aforementioned transvaluation of values. While the present has not seen this level of bloodshed, what we continue to see is the transvaluation of all values. Jordan Peterson has pointed this out with his criticism of postmodernism. The postmodern ethos asserts that there are no values, and that all human beings are doing is, quote, trading power games. This ethos has pervaded the universities, influencing the core curriculum in order to reflect this ideology. We only need to look at the news to see this ethos being acted out in real time. Very often we see pundits, politicians, and perpetrators immediately drop their ideological positions if it allows them to punch their ideological opponents. At this point in time, humanity is becoming increasingly divided over ideological grounds. For example, in America right now, with the protests and the violence, we see one side saying that America is an evil, racist place, and the only thing that can be done is to rip it out from the roots and start over. The other side says that America is a wonderful, free place, and those that say it isn't are either evil or ignorant. With the COVID-19 pandemic added into the mix, we see both sides dropping their belief in self-isolation and social distancing if it means advancing their particular agenda. The transvaluation of values that occurred in the 20th century that justified the killing of millions never went away. It has only simmered in the collective unconscious for the past few decades. If we, as a species, refuse to confront that content and integrate it, it will bubble over. The violence and division we see now will only continue to get worse. That is the nightmare Jordan Peterson wishes to prevent. As for what the solution is, I refer back to chapter 6. If the first 1,000 years of the Christian Ion can be symbolized by the Christian fish of Pisces, and the second 1,000 years can be symbolized by the anti-Christian fish of Pisces, then what we see before us are two fully formed sentiments in direct opposition to each other. The solution to this, in Jung's mind, comes with the symbol of the following ion. Aquarius is symbolized as a water bearer. I gave one interpretation of this back in chapter 6. Seeing that fish swim in water, I said that the fish need to come together in the water that they share. They need to integrate the contents of their opposite in order to create a greater unity, one that is indistinguishable from the Jungian self. However, there is another way of interpreting this, one that is more worrying, but also more hopeful. If humanity continues to polarize across ideological lines and eliminate the values of our past, there will need to be people that will carry those values forward through treacherous times. We need to preserve the nourishing water, the alchemical aqua doctrinae, the blood of Christ. We need to carry it forward in the new ion. The ones that are able to do this will be the ones who can be Christ-like, but not Christ-like in the Protestant sense. We need to discover the truths latent in the Christian and anti-Christian sentiment and convince our fellow man to take up this burden. To use Jordan Peterson's words, we must pick a weight and carry it. Our weight will be the water. With this book, Jung offers a potential first step forward in the new ion. Jung tries his best to unify psychological, metaphysical concepts with occurrences in the real world. He tries to unify the spiritual with the material. He is trying to unify the psyche with matter. To many, this might seem like a pointless, misdirected exercise, but to that, Jung responds, quote, "Psyche cannot be totally different from matter, for how otherwise could it move matter? And matter cannot be alien to psyche, for how else could matter produce psyche? Psyche and matter exist in one and the same world, and each partakes of the other. Otherwise, any reciprocal action would be impossible. To conclude, I would like to address the question I posed before. Are we already in the ion of Aquarius, or are we still nearing the end of the ion of Pisces? Is there still a greater anti-Christian hell that awaits us? Are we still awaiting the advent of the Antichrist? Is now the time that we need to take the responsibility of picking up the water and carrying it forward? Well, I can't predict the future, but what I do have is the ability to observe, and I do find it curious that Jordan Peterson's message of personal responsibility would resonate on a global scale at this moment in time. Whether or not that is a sign of some transcendent order telling you to be the water carrier, to pick up your load and move it forward, well, that's for you to decide.
Whoa.
Normally, at the end of the video, I give a spiel about liking the video and going to my subscribe star. Instead, I will ask you to click on the image you see on screen now. That will take you to the final part of this series. If you have enjoyed the series, I kindly ask that you go watch it. It will be short, but important.
Didn't it's like never mind, maybe that's a stupid question, I won't ask it. I was gonna say, didn't it start with Aries being the head or whatever, but I mean, maybe that's just a dumb question.
The final chapter of this book is only 4 pages long. Most of it is a simple repetition of the book's key points. I will outline those points in a moment, but before I do, I would like to read you the very last paragraph of the book. Paragraph 429, quote, "I am well aware that this work, far from being complete, is a mere sketch showing how certain Christian ideas look when observed from the standpoint of psychological experience. Since my main concern was to point out the parallelism or the difference between the empirical findings and our traditional views, a consideration of the disparities due to time and language proved unavoidable. This was particularly so in the case of the fish symbol. Inevitably, we move here on uncertain ground, and must now and then have recourse to a speculative hypothesis or tentatively reconstruct a context. Naturally, every investigator must document his findings as fully as possible, but he should also venture an occasional hypothesis, even at the risk of making a mistake. Mistakes are, after all, the foundations of truth. And if a man does not know what a thing is, it is at least an increase in knowledge if he knows what it is not." To Jung, This book was only a sketch. What to many of us is a wealth of knowledge concerning religious and psychological symbolism was only the tip of the iceberg to Jung. If this is a statement of fact from Jung rather than an attempt at humility, then who knows what else can be discovered that can be fit into the Jungian framework. I suppose that the discovery of this new material will be the work of the water carriers in the new Ion, a sort of movement filled with Jungian disciples. Granted, some might wince at this classification because it sounds like Jung was the forerunner of a cult, and I can understand that. Even Jordan Peterson understands that. However, to use Jordan Peterson's words, accusing Jung of starting a cult is like accusing a serial killer of stealing a loaf of bread. As I said from the beginning, I am not trying to pass judgment on Jung's findings with this series. I am merely trying to present them while also following Jung's logic. If you think Jung started a cult and that his conclusions are faulty, we should be open to that argument. If you think that Jung was onto something when trying to reconcile science with religion, we should also be willing to listen to that argument. If I can comment on one thing that Jung said that I personally think is true, it is that being open to opposing points of view is never a bad thing. By saying that, I'm not validating Jung's theory regarding the Christian and anti-Christian fish coming together in the water. I am validating that sentiment on a purely secular level. In that vein, I would like to cite one final image that we can ponder over. At the beginning of Ion, there is a picture of the Mithraic god Ion, a human figure winged with a lion's head encircled by a great serpent. I cite the god Ion not because of his relation to the book's title, but because of the god's personal relation to Jung. According to Edinger, Jung held a seminar back in 1925 where he described an encounter he had with his unconscious mind. This is a process that Jung partook in regularly, detailing many of his encounters in Liber Novus, otherwise known as the Red Book. In this encounter, Jung met with the biblical figures of Salome and Elijah, and there was also a serpent with them. Here's what happened. Salome became very interested in me, and she assumed that I could cure her blindness. She began to worship me. I said, "Why do you worship me?" She replied, "You are Christ." In spite of my objections, she maintained this. I said, "This is madness," and became filled with skeptical resistance. Then I saw the snake approach me. She came close and began to encircle me and press me in her coils. The coils reached up to my heart. I realized as I straggled that I had assumed the attitude of the crucifixion. In the agony and the struggle, I sweated so profusely that the water flowed down on all sides of me. Then Salome rose, and she could see. While the snake was pressing me, I felt that my face had taken on the face of an animal of prey, a lion or a tiger. In case you didn't guess, we see Jung transform into the Mithraic god Ion in this dream. Now, as for what this dream means, Edinger offers an interpretation. Quote, I think that one of the things it means is that Jung is the first representative of the new Ion, and it was his experience to go through the initiation of being identified with the god Ion. Jung is the new Ion. He is the harbinger of the new Ion. What I call and what I think will in the future be called the Jungian Ion. Now I ask the question again, is Edinger a willing participant in a baseless cult? Or is there something to Jung's observations? It all depends on whether or not you are willing to accept the autonomous existence of the unconscious psyche, which Jung tries to prove throughout this book. Let us recap. In Chapter 2, Jung tries to demonstrate how the shadow and its unconscious contents can sometimes possess the human ego and manipulate it to its will. Chapter 3 discusses the archetypes of the anima and the animus, and how both can aid and possess the human ego. Chapter 4 introduces us to the concept of the self, the god image that all human beings strive to emulate, and that works through us via our conscience. Chapter 5 equates the Jungian self with Jesus Christ, because both symbols have exerted a similar level of power over humanity and our collective egos. As well, both figures represent a perfect union of light and dark qualities. Chapter 6 through 9 present the history of projecting this god image onto fish, particularly because fish represent both positive and negative qualities. Jung also attempted to use the fish in the Pisces constellation to demonstrate the evolution of Christian and anti-Christian sentiments. In Chapter 10 and 11, the symbol of the fish in alchemy is analyzed. We see how alchemical symbolism shares common patterns with the fish symbolism discussed in the previous chapters. In Chapter 12, Jung reaffirms the purpose of the book, about how he is trying to reconcile the psychological, metaphysical world with the natural, material world. Jung concludes these attempts at reconciliation with Gnostic imagery in chapters 13 and 14. I suppose if you are trying to determine if Jung was starting a cult based off of superstitious nonsense, you need to ask yourself two questions. First of all, did anything in this book ring true to you? Did any of it speak to you on a deep, intangible level? If so, then you must ask yourself the second question. Does that feeling point to some transcendent, unconscious reality? I hesitate to answer that question at the moment, but what I will do is reassert my faith in my previous statement. We should all be willing to listen to the arguments presented to us. It is only by doing this that we can cast aside our tribal tendencies, mend our current divisions, and unite under one common banner, one common value.
None of
and
this
that,
stuff
of course,
makes sense
is the
unless
value
you
of truth.
Apply the information on a subjective
Ladies and gentlemen,
level
before you
to
go,
actually
I want to
get
leave
it.
you with a personal
Otherwise,
message.
it just sounds
Doing this
like
series
nonsense.
has taken a lot out of me, emotionally
no way
and
for it to make
intellectually.
sense.
As I type these last words into my script, a relief is flowing through my
Are we
veins.
in
I
his
feel like
cult
I've confronted the
now?
literal Jungian shadow and come away bearing deep psychic scars.
Yeah, it
I'm glad
really
I made the
doesn't
journey,
make
but
any
I am
sense
nonetheless
unless you
exhausted.
actually
I
do
kindly
the
ask you, if you have enjoyed this series at all, to please consider going to my subscribe star page. Now, before you click away, let me tell you about the special offer. If you donate $2 a month to me, you will get the full Ion series in audio form. That way, if you have...
What is this one?
Boyo redacted alert.
This
I
is
was
in
a
the
terrible
same
Irish accent.
playlist.
I should have just done the Canadian thing. You know, I do have some
it's
Irish
Uber
blood in me,
Boyo.
so.
But it came out there, sir. It came out there just briefly. I could see it glimmering. I could see it screaming. Like, release me.
I'll work on it. See, you know what the problem is? I'm a conjunction of opposites. I'm half Irish and half English, so I'm like.
Oh my Jesus. Yeah, right, dude. This is a good idea, but I gotta go. I'm sorry. That's just not right. That's just not right.
Come on, that's what you're supposed to strive to. You know, I'm the higher ideal.
Wait. Oh my God. Wait. There's one.
This was the one Rhoda recommended.
I cannot help but think that a few of my viewers are gluttons for existential dread. Worse yet, I feel that many of my viewers might think that I am a member of this crowd. Though I often speak about existential topics, it is not because I delight in their torturous effects. It is because I, like many who have dealt with these questions, wish to cry out into the ether for an answer. Today, I am compelled to present yet another repetition of this nightmarish exercise. But be forewarned, if you truly understand the question I am about to ask you will most likely be tortured by it.
Just him talking to
Imagine yourself in the most vulnerable, lonely state. Then imagine a demon appearing out of nowhere just to speak to you. This demon says the following: "This life as you now live it, and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain, and every joy, and every thought, and sigh, and everything unutterably small or great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence. Let us hypothesize that what this demon says is true, that the life you are living now, you will have to live again, and again, for all eternity. With this knowledge, you are seemingly left with two choices. Do you curse your fate and the life you lead, or do you embrace fate and life, despite all its tragedy? Do not answer so hastily. Please contemplate your personal answer to this question for the next few minutes. To enhance the quality of this discussion and the quality of your opinion, I would like to relate this concept of eternal recurrence to a piece of underrated and somewhat forgotten fiction. There is a series of games that were released roughly 2 decades ago, a series known as The Legacy of Kain. The 5 games in this series made powerfully eloquent use of not just the eternal recurrence concept, but many other concepts made by the same progenitor, that being the 19th century German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. The Legacy of Kain deals with Nietzsche's philosophical quandaries seriously. It doesn't answer them from a place of ideological bias. Instead, it puts forward the best arguments one could make for both sides. This ethic maintains itself when it comes to the game's discussion of eternal recurrence, and whether or not one should curse or embrace fate. In the case of the eternal recurrence, the Legacy of Kain games depict a universe where this concept is real. In the land of Nosgoth, all living beings are subjected to what is known as the Wheel of Fate, the inexorable, agonizing cycle of life, death, and rebirth. It is a cycle that was created by a being known as the Elder God, a character that was undoubtedly inspired by the demiurge of Gnostic tradition, a malevolent god whom the Gnostics viewed as the true creator and ruler of the earth. The Gnostics invented the concept of the demiurge in order to explain the existence of evil, why life was permeated with death and suffering. They surmised that, like the Elder God, the demiurge was not concerned with the suffering of lowly beings. It was primarily concerned with maintaining its rule, and it could only do that by continuing the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The existence of the Wheel of Fate ensured that all living beings were not capable of free will, that their lives were fated to a determined course from the beginning, that all life would begin, end, and then begin again in the same way, in perpetuity. Though Nietzsche's actual belief in the concept of eternal recurrence is debatable, what is not debatable is his belief in the concept of free will. He believed that human beings were deterministic creatures, who were never fully in control of their lives. There are strong arguments to be made for determinism, arguments which might make one contemplate the reality of the eternal recurrence. The suggestion that free will is an illusion and that we are doomed to live the exact same life over and over might be too much for some to handle. Some might ridicule those who seek desperately for proof that human beings have some degree of free will. The Legacy of Kain games respond to these trolls with vociferous displeasure. I ask those of you who are zealots of determinism to consider the case of Raziel, the main character of Soul Reaver 1 and 2, and one of the main characters of Legacy of Kain Defiance. Consider his fate, and then I dare you to express the same level of enthusiasm for determinism. The audience is introduced to Raziel at the beginning of Soul Reaver 1. That game takes place 1500 years after the events of the first game, Blood Omen. At the end of Blood Omen, the character Kain was left with a choice. He could choose to restore or condemn the 9 pillars of Nosgoth, pillars that were symbiotically connected to the health and well-being of Nosgoth. If he were to choose to restore the pillars, he would have to sacrifice himself. Canonically, Kain chose not to sacrifice himself, and he left Nosgoth to become a desolate wasteland. For 1500 years, Kain ruled Nosgoth as the most powerful being in existence, aided in part by the curse of vampirism. In that 1500 years, Kain adopted several vampiric lieutenants to help maintain his rule, the first of whom was Raziel, who had served Kain a millennium. At the beginning of Soul Reaver 1, Raziel unwillingly committed a transgression against Kain. Raziel grew wings before Kain did, rendering his physiology greater than the master of Nosgoth. In an act of seeming jealousy, Kain rips the bones out of Raziel's wings and orders him to be cast into the lake of the dead. Given the vampiric weakness to water, Raziel was left to tumble into the endless abyss for 500 years. He suffered unspeakable pain, relentless agony, but nothing was worse than the hatred he felt for the hypocrisy that had damned him to this hell. Though he was brought back from the precipice of death by the Elder God, the agonizing pain he experienced for centuries, falling into the abyss, would forever remain in his heart. The only satisfaction he would gain would be to have revenge on Cain. I would hope that such a fate would give pause to the zealots of determinism, even if this example is fictional. If not, maybe consider the tragic fates of those who have existed in real life. Fates that were not related to one's weakness, one's lack of will to power, but were simply random tragedies. This is not to say one should dispense with the concept of determinism because of its emotional difficulty. Rather, it is a condemnation of those who wield the potential truths of determinism to promulgate misery, to satiate their own resentment. But let us not turn away from determinism and its discussion in the Legacy of Kain games. Cain, in some ways, is a mirror image of Nietzsche. He not only views free will to be an illusion, he knows that it is. He already knows his fate. It was foretold to him by the character Mobius by use of a device called the chronoplast. Not only that, he, like Mobius, is conscious of who manufactured his fate, the Elder God. Though one is led to believe that Cain is corrupted and evil, primarily throughout the events of Soul Reaver 1, the reality becomes much more complicated as the story continues. Let me ask all of you to put yourself in Cain's position. Imagine you were given the binary choice that he was given. You could sacrifice your life to restore Nosgoth, which would perpetuate the rule of the malevolent demiurge, or you could leave Nosgoth to ruin and embrace your will to power, just as Nietzsche suggested we should. I'm certain that in both cases you could easily point to numerous benefits and deficits present in both decisions. The only thing that would be consistent in either case is the continuance of suffering. I imagine most of us wouldn't want to make such a decision. On the one hand, you'd let an evil god continue the cycle of suffering, and on the other hand, the land and all its inhabitants wither away. I think that many of us would try to find a third solution to this problem, which is exactly what Cain attempted to do. In Soul Reaver 2, Raziel confronts Cain. At this time, Raziel is still driven by hatred for what Cain did to him. Moreover, his hatred has been encouraged by the Elder God, the one who brought him back to life. However, it is during this confrontation that Raziel begins to suspect that Cain's role as villain and the Elder God's role as benefactor might not be accurate. This suspicion comes when Cain expresses his desire to restore the Pillars, to bring Nosgoth back to a state of health and prosperity. He then acknowledges his binary dilemma, one that he likens to a two-sided coin. Raziel is confused. How can Cain want to restore the Pillars if he won't sacrifice himself? He only has the two choices. The game is rigged. In response to this, Cain says the following.
Apparently so. But suppose you throw a coin enough times. Suppose one day it lands on its edge.
The impetus I had to analyze the Legacy of Kain games manifested from this quote. There's something indescribably numinous about it. I should know. Due to the fact that I've built my channel around the discussion of profound moments in video games, my viewers have been compelled to share this quote in my comment sections, inadvertently begging me to discuss it in a video. Within this quote, there is a realistic sense of hope. It grants human beings a sense of power, the one that Nietzsche encouraged his readers to seek within themselves, so they can forge their own paths, much like Cain chose to do. Though the possibility of a coin landing on its edge is extremely unlikely, it is not impossible. A computational model provided by the American Physical Society estimates that the chance of an American nickel landing on its edge is 1 in 6,000. Therefore, a coin flip is technically not a binary choice. This might come as a shock to many of you. It might make you wonder what other false binaries there are, ones that can be disproven by human ingenuity. Take cause and effect, for example, the physical law upon which all of existence is supposedly understood. Keep in mind, however, that while this law is virtually bulletproof, it might not be completely bulletproof. Who is to say that physical phenomena cannot be the cause of random chance, rather than cause and effect? The only reason that cause and effect exists as a law is because random chance exists to define it, just like light cannot exist without darkness. In the simplest terms, just because there is a rule, there are always exceptions, no matter how unlikely. In the case of Cain, he sought to be the exception. Instead of accepting the binary choice presented to him, he sought a third option. He sought to destroy the being that gave him that choice in the first place. Though the world he was born into was determinist, he was unable to accept those conditions. He felt there was a better option, even if that better option was near impossible to achieve. Even if he could achieve that third option, it would bring about drastic consequences. In the case of Raziel, Cain threw him into the abyss because he knew his future via Mobius and the chronoplast. Cain knew the Elder God would turn Raziel against him and try to kill him in order to restore balance to Nosgoth. But in this, Cain saw an opportunity. By condemning Raziel to the Lake of the Dead, Raziel shifted from the land of the living into the spectral realm, turning him from a vampire into a wraith. Wraiths, in the mythology of the Legacy of Kain games, are exempt from the Wheel of Fate, for they are not technically living beings. If Raziel were outside the Wheel of Fate's control, he could possibly have free will, and if Cain could convert Raziel to his side, then maybe, just maybe, the rule of the Elder God could be terminated, allowing the cycle of life, death, and rebirth to cease. Unfortunately, we'll never know because the series never had a final game. With all that said, I figure I have given you enough time and information to consider my previous question. If the concept of eternal recurrence is true, do you curse fate, do you embrace fate, or do you seek the third option? Do you seek free will? Thank you very much for watching this video. I'm glad that there are still people out there who are interested in keeping the Legacy of Kain games alive. Please hit that like button if you liked this video. When you do that, it tells the YouTube algorithm that not only this video, but all the other videos on my channel are worth watching. It will then share it in people's recommended feeds.
Because it is not a prayer or subjective once, but a prayer for the needs of the unseen in us all. Continuing in Scripture, Jesus describes how to pray. This, then, is how you should pray. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we also have forgiven our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. This prayer begins with an acknowledgement to the unseen it speaks to, and its will be done on earth, say the subject's conscious awareness, as it is in heaven, in the unconscious. Give us today our daily bread, that bread of which we need, and not just The goal is important only as an idea. The essential thing is the opus, which leads to the goal. That is the goal of a lifetime. In its attainment, left and right are united, and conscious and unconscious work in harmony. Individuation, the inner opus, Carl Jung's psychological concept of an at-one-ment with oneself, reminds me of a fingerprint. We're all born with one, yet each fingerprint is unique to the individual. Your journey, your opus, your art is unique to you and you alone. And because of this, the only way to unfold it all is through thyself. This video series on individuation is not designed to explain to you how to individuate, as this would be rather heretical, but to speak on alchemical symbols that objectively point to the same bridge which lights the way. That collective eternal bridge which provides us all our unique fingerprints and the intelligence behind our unfoldment. A truly eternal path because it is the same elusive essence that crosses space, being in both you and I. In time, as we will see, it was in Jung as well as the alchemists. If you're just dipping your feet into this inner reality, or achieve the white tincture on the way to the red stone, this plunge into individuation is tailored for all interested or aware of this natural, instinctual unfoldment of consciousness. Throughout the video series, we will explore all 20 woodcuts from the Rosarium Philosophorum, beginning with the 10 woodcuts that Jung interprets in his psychology of the transference. And while he does use these symbols to describe the transference, there's a deeper psychological truth linked to individuation that I'd like to focus on. The woodcuts, as I said, were derived from the Rosarium Philosophorum, or in English, the Rosary of the Philosophers. Within this 16th century text, as the title hints, lies alchemical and philosophical sayings. And for those familiar with Jung's own alchemical work, you'll notice that he refers to the Rosarium quite often. But this series will not focus on the text, but the symbolic side of the Rosarium, which seems to portray an arrangement of images capturing certain sages along the way of the opus, all culminating to the creation of the Lapis Philosophorum, the Philosopher's Stone. And as everything is symbolic in the woodcuts as we will explore, you will see our journey takes us into the spiritual side of alchemy. On this, Carl Jung adds, we find that alchemy did not merely change in the chemistry by gradually discovering how to break away.
I noticed both these YouTubers keep using the word spiritual. I'm confused by that. I don't understand. It's psychology. Am I not understanding what spiritualism is? Is it the same thing? I'm not getting it.
From its mythological premises, but that it also became, and has always been, a kind of mystical philosophy. Throughout this series, we will explore consciousness transmuted away from its mythological alchemy. On this, Carl Jung adds, we find that alchemy did not merely change in the chemistry by gradually discovering how to break away from its mythological premises, but that it also became, and has always been, a kind of mystical philosophy. Throughout this series, we will explore consciousness transmute itself from its childlike, subjective, inflated or possessed egotistical state to a true, objective, balanced and aware account of reality. Just as the alchemist hundreds of years ago entered his or her mystical great work to actualize the Philosopher's Stone, an opus of which a goal of a lifetime is achieved, we will be seeing how the ego enters its own great work, its own opus of individuation, to unfold and actualize the self, just as the alchemists create the Philosopher's Stone. It's a universal symbol that awaits unfoldment in each individual. There's only one problem with what is to come throughout this series, a problem linked to unfolding the spiritual concept of the Philosopher's Stone. Individuation, the unconscious, the soul, the ego, all that will be discussed in the space of psyche are invisible. They're in a space beyond the physical. But one can never forget, the beauty of any problem is that there's always its opposite, a solution. And just like evaluating a dream, our solution to this problem is through the symbols, where we can begin to see, feel, grasp the inner invisible realities. They allow them to come to life. These symbols in the Rosarium, just like any symbol, act as if a myth or story. They all point to something of which the words or images are representing, but this is all that they're used for, pointing elsewhere. It's wise not to become fixated or attached to words, or in this case symbols, as it's not the forms, the images, but that which creates the forms and images which is real and requires our attention. Any instinct arising from within the unconscious is always outside the ego's beliefs and will. It is what it is, regardless of your opinion, which is why I like to call individuation a partaking in the instinctual unfoldment of consciousness. The instinct is this other part of being which comes through rather unconsciously, and the partaking of this instinctual unfoldment is as simple as the ego reflecting on this material to allow it to become wholly as it is, not possessed and acting it out, projecting it elsewhere, distracting oneself with a stimulant, or repressing it away into shadowland, but purely looking at it, With consciousness contained in such an environment, the grounds of transformation are fertile. And what is rather interesting to reflect on, for those who haven't made this deeper connection, is that an instinct and the spirit are all of the same reflexive essence. When you get an intuition, there's no reasoning. When you're provided that synchronistic sign that you're on the way, it all just comes, unconsciously. On this, Jung writes, we know that it is possible to interpret the fantasy contents of the instincts either as signs, self-portraits of the instincts, i.e. reductively, or as symbols, as the spiritual meaning of the natural instinct. In the former case, the instinctual process is taken to be real, and in the latter, unreal. In any particular case, it is often almost impossible to say what is spirit and instinct. Together they form an impenetrable mass, a veritable magma sprung from the depths of primeval chaos. So we're not taking this journey to extract knowledge from the symbols, but to feel the essence, the energy that instinctually, spiritually arises. Jung himself says it best. The remarkable effects produced by unconscious contents allow us to infer something about their energy. All unconscious contents, once they are activated, i.e. have made themselves felt, possess as if it were a specific energy which enables them to manifest themselves everywhere. This is an important focus of this series, to feel the energy behind the psychic instincts, just as one's own inner opus should proceed, not only knowledgeable in the physical, i.e. words or images, but also intelligible to the spiritual, i.e. the essence. And this is especially true when discussing the idea of individuation, because anytime a logical ego gets its hands on something, it enters the world of time and space, the world of creation. But we are here dealing with a phenomena that's not only in time and space, but outside it. And it's important to remember that individuation is not a linear path, but circular. As we will come to see, it's all about an expansion of awareness. And to expand awareness isn't a line, but a circle. At one moment, it seems white, but then it's black. To believe you know your way, to believe you figured out individuation, to feel confident after we explore these 20 woodcuts is something I'd advise you from. Because as I said, it's not something to be figured out, and this pride will only distract you from the way. As we proceed into each of the 20 images, the formula will be simple and condensed. First, I'll show the woodcuts as a whole, introducing it briefly, and then we'll dive into the parts, the symbols, with interpretations provided by Jung. Jung helps us bridge the connection from alchemy to psychology, and as we close out each image, I'll generalize what it all means for individuation. This will be the formula for the first 10 images. The final 10, we don't have Jung's specific interpretation of the symbolism. In the psychology of the transference, he only discusses, as I said, the first 10. So the final 10 I'll briefly discuss, as well as bring forth what Jung may add to the symbolism using his other alchemical works, such as Mysterium Connotationis. So with this brief introduction, I'll leave you with a quote Jung begins his psychology of the transference with, a quote which leads us into this medieval symbolic journey of individuation. I inquire, I do not assert, I do not here determine anything with final assurance, I conjecture, try, compare, attempt, ask. We are the metal's first nature and only source. The highest tincture of the arts is made through us. No fountain and no water has my like. I make both rich and poor, both whole and sick. For healthful can I be, and poisonous. Jung begins the chapter on this first woodcut. This picture goes straight into the heart of alchemical symbolism, for it is an attempt to depict the mysterious basis for the opus. The basis for the opus, or individuation, is portrayed throughout the symbolism of this image, and the key word to grasp from Jung is that it's all mysterious. The title of this image, all provided by Jung, hints at what the mystery is all about, and it's of course named Mercurius, which you'll come to see is known in Jungian terms as the self. Before continuing into this woodcut, I want to read a quote from Jung's Spirit Mercurius to get a feel for this elusive, mysterious essence. Our center of focus for both this image and what is to come throughout the series. On it, Jung wrote, because of his united double nature, Mercurius is described as hermaphroditic. Sometimes his body is said to be masculine and his soul feminine, sometimes the reverse. The Rosarium Philosophorum, for example, has both versions. As Vulgaris, he is the dead masculine body. But as our Mercurius, he is feminine, spiritual, alive, and life-giving. He is also the husband and wife, bridegroom and bride, or lover and beloved. His contrary natures are often called Mercurius, sensu strictori and sulfur, the former being feminine, earth and Eve, and the latter masculine, water and Adam. In Dorn, he is the true hermaphroditic Adam, and in Kunrith, he is the begotten of the hermaphroditic seed of the macrocosm, as immaculate birth from the hermaphroditic matter, i.e. the prima materia. Jung then connects this idea of Mercurius to the anthropos, or first man, and links it all with his concept of the self. Nevertheless, I would like to emphasize once again that the anthropos idea coincides with the psychological concept of the self. The Atman or Purusha doctrine, as well as alchemy, gives clear proofs of this. Mercurius is a name which coincides with the anthropos and the self, so this essence that all these names are pointing towards is one and the same, something eternal. And just like anything eternal, the beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning. Yes, the goal for the alchemist is the philosopher's stone, the lapis philosophorum, actualizing the self. But it all begins with the prima materia, or the raw, crude, unactualized consciousness. It is all truly paradoxical. Jung, in his magnum opus Mysterium Connotationis, speaks on alchemists and their paradoxes, writing, The tremendous role that the opposites in their union play in alchemy help us understand why alchemists were so fond of paradoxes. In order to obtain their union, they tried not only to visualize the opposites together, but to express them in the same breath. Characteristically, the paradoxes cluster most thickly around the arcane substance, which was believed to contain the opposites in uncombined form as the prima materia, and to amalgamate them as the lapis philosophorum. Thus the lapis is called on one hand base, cheap, immature, volatile, and on the other hand precious, perfect, and solid, or the prima materia is the base and noble, or precious and parvii momenti, of little moment. A footnote on this section in the Mysterium furthers, by lapis is meant both the initial material, the prima materia, and the end product of the opus, the lapis in its strict sense. This is important for anyone interested in consciousness as a whole, or any inner work. Everything's all there in the beginning. It's a bit of a massa confusa to the ego. And even though it's all there, it's still not a process of grabbing knowledge to create a self, but to see it, realize it, and allow it to come through, using what the ego's true functioning is, that being awareness. The awareness allows the unfoldment to proceed, because it is the unconscious which is seeking consciousness, and the end product of it all is still the same whole self as the beginning. The only difference is that it is actualized. To view this in terms of energy, one can see how the prima materia is an undifferentiated state of potential energy, whereas the lapis philosophorum would represent a differentiated and actualized state of kinetic energy. So before we proceed into the parts of this image, the symbols, it was wise to get a perspective of what the whole represents. That being the arcane substance, the all-in-one, the thousand-named, Mercurius to the alchemist, the self to Jung, or another way to see it, the essence of consciousness, both personal and collective, conscious and unconscious. I like to call this image the manifestations of Mercurius, of thyself, not only because of its elusive essence weaving through its various forms, but also how we will see the essence throughout the symbolism in this woodcut show up throughout each stage of the opus. Everything's intertwined in and through it. Now let's take a look at the parts of this first woodcut, the specific symbols, and Jung's interpretation of each. At the start of the chapter titled The Mercurial Fountain, Jung begins with the symbol of the stars. It, the image as a whole, is a quadratic quaternity characterized by the 4 stars in the 4 corners. These are the 4 elements. Above, in the center, there is a 5th star which represents the 5th entity, the one derived from the 4, the quinta essentia. We see a trademark for the world of creation, the conscious realm, with the quaternity and the 4 stars. This can be viewed as the 4 elements, the 4 seasons, any pair of 4 related to time and space. A psychic connection to the 4 which Jung notes in this chapter is his own 4 functions of thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition. As for the 1, the quinta essentia, or 5th essence, this represents in Jungian terms the self. The connection of the 4 and the 1 hints at the idea of unfoldment through the 4 and enfoldment through the 1. It's also connected to another symbol that Jung was interested in throughout his entire life, that being a mandala. So the realm of the ego, the conscious in the 4, and the idea of the 1, the whole self, have been highlighted, which brings us to the opposite side of consciousness, or 95% of consciousness, the unconscious. It is represented in the circular basin below the star, at the base of the fountainhead. The basin below is the vas hermeticum, where the transformation takes place. It contains the mare nostrum, the aqua permanens, or the divine water. This is the mare tenebrosum, the chaos. This basin, in contrast with the surrounding square, is circular, because it is the matrix of the perfect form into which the square, an imperfect form, must be changed. In the square, the elements are still separate and hostile to one another, and must therefore be united in the circle. Squaring the circle is a symbol for wholeness, a symbol connected to the alchemists as well as the goal of the opus, the philosopher's stone. In psychological terms, this is an integration of conscious and unconscious, that mysterium conjunction. And it is the symbol of Christ on the cross which deepens this connection of the 4 and the 1. The square, the 4, represents the cross, and the 1 is Jesus on the cross. Throughout Jung's work, he connects the idea of the self with Jesus, while the 4 are related again to the 4 functions of the ego. So when those 4 are united in the water, the 1 emerges. Think about it. Jesus doesn't only bleed blood, but also water. This will come back shortly, so let us return to the basin which holds the aqua permanens, the divine water. Around the rim, one notices Latin writing. Jung comments, it runs, unus est mercurius minerales, mercurius vegetables, mercurius animales. Vegetables should be translated as living, and animales as animate, in the sense of having a soul, or even psychic. This inscription is a nod to the 3 separate manifestations of this same essence, mercurius. Jung adds a footnote that has 2 separate alchemical quotes which expand on the meaning of this inscription. Hence the parts of the world are infinite, all of which the philosopher divides into 3 parts, namely mineral, vegetable, animal, and therefore he claims to have the 3 parts of the philosophy of the whole world, which parts are contained in the single stone, namely the Mercurius of the philosophers. And this stone is called perfect because it has in itself the nature of mineral, vegetable, and animal, for the stone is triple in one, having 4 natures. You see Mercurius run through all worlds, and I was drawn to Jung's own work in Ion as he portrays the self using geometrical shapes, octahedrons, in its various forms throughout the universe. Continuing on the outside of the basin, we find 6 stars, to which Jung adds, on the outside of the basin, there are 6 stars which together with Mercurius represent the 7 planets or metals. They are all as it were contained in Mercurius, since he is the Pater Metallorum. When personified, he is the unity of the 7 planets, and Anthropos whose body is the world, like Aamart from whose body the 7 metals flow into the earth. Owing to his feminine nature, Mercurius is also the mother of the 7, and not only of the 6, for he is his own father and mother. That idea we spoke on earlier, the anthropos connection to the alchemical Mercurius, is remarked here. It's truly impressive to reflect upon the transcendental range attributed to Mercurius. Continuing up to the top of the fountain, we find 3 pipes. While we've highlighted the 4 and the 1, it is now the triad which will be in focus. Jung writes, out of the sea then arises this mercurial fountain, triplex nomen, as is said with reference to the 3 manifestations of Mercurius. He is shown flowing out of 3 pipes in the form of lac virginis, virgin's milk, estum fontes, spring vinegar, and aqua vitae, water of life. These are 3 of his innumerable synonyms. The aforementioned unity of Mercurius is here represented as a triad. It is repeatedly emphasized that he is the Trinity, Trinus or Trinus, the chthonic, lower, or even infernal counterpart of the heavenly Trinity, just as Dante's devil is 3-headed. As for more specifics on the 3 pipes, I'll leave this for you to explore, as many interpretations may arise from this, such as the mercurial, divine water flowing through the body, soul, and spirit. What I will note is that idea of action, of flowing, of movement through the pipes, as well as the virgin's milk leaning towards the feminine side of Mercurius, whereas the spring vinegar leans towards the masculine. And speaking of the masculine and feminine, we find a timeless symbol of each just above the phallic-like fountainhead. The masculine sun and feminine moon stand opposed and looking at each other, a pair that'll show up throughout the series, as the masculine and feminine are traits eternally connected to the nature of consciousness. On them, Jung writes, above the 3 pipes we find the sun and moon, who are the indispensable acolytes and parents of the mystical transformation. The parents of mystical transformation, or individuation, will be with us throughout the series, so there's no need to dwell upon them now. And because of that, at this point, we've covered just about everything in this first woodcut. All that remains is the twin-headed serpent and the hazy, misty vapor emanating out of their mouths. On this, Jung says, at the top of the picture is the serpens bifidus, the divided or twin-headed serpent, the fatal binaris, binary, which Dorn defines as the devil. The serpent is the serpens mercurialis, mercurial serpent, representing the duplex natura, double nature of Mercurius. The heads are spitting forth fire, from which Maria the Jewess derived her duo fumi, 2 smoke. These are the 2 vapors whose condensation initiates the process, which leads to a multiple sublimation and distillation for the purpose of purifying away the maleodores, bad smells, the fultor spectrolum, the stench of the graves, and the clinging darkness of the beginning. Of course, Jung says it is connected to the devil, but that devil is us. Some say the ego is the devil of consciousness, and the key feature of subjectivity of the ego, of consciousness, is our brain. And the brain, just like the serpent, is dual. There are 2 hemispheres. And this is not a reach on my part, as Jung himself adds in a footnote from Mysterium Connotationes. Penotis therefore correlates the brain with the snake, to whom the first parents owed their first independent action. The Gnostic Gnos and the serpents mercurialis of the alchemists play a similar role. The brain can be seen as the body of the work, that physical basin in which the divine water, the spirit of Mercurius, moves through. And it is the brain, through our conscious awareness, which is in need of purification from the bad smells, bad habits, the ignorances, false beliefs, distorted opinions, all that darkness in the beginning that must go through a process of sublimation and distillation. Jung adds to this idea in the footnotes of the psychology of the transference, calling in us what is to be sublimated and distilled as evil odors and vapors that infect the mind of the labyrinth. Again, it is this mercurial fire whose condensation stimulates the process which leads to sublimation, or transformation, and distillation, or purification, both purifying the odors and vapors and transforming consciousness to a higher level of awareness. With all this said, I want to use the remainder of this chapter in the psychology of the transference to summarize and conclude this image, before we visit the next woodcut of the king and queen. This image attempts to capture the archetypal beginnings and thus endings of individuation. The ego, on this journey of expanding consciousness, must first open up to the eternal grounds it lies on. The focus is on the all-in-one, Mercurius, the self. And to the mere ego, it is all a massa confusa, to the point where we in our civilized society have not a clue about the psyche. Our modern behavioral psychology is focused on the ego, both how to make it safe and meet its wants, its needs, as well as the various complexes it twists itself into. But rarely a faint whisper is heard about the psyche itself, its own wholeness, its own instinctual movements, and the reality of it in itself. And these whispers turn silent on what happens when the subject gives the unconscious space to be known. Jung captures it best. Most human difficulties, including neurotic and psychic disassociation, are linked with an ego that is not functioning in accordance with the total disposition of the psyche. There is a kind of disharmony between it and the makeup of the psyche. The conscious personality is in disharmony with the wealth of vitality of the unconscious. The overflow of the unconscious falls into too narrow a vessel. One of the main tasks of therapeutic treatment, therefore, is to try to enrich the range of emotional reactions so that the vessel is larger and more solid and can receive the emotional impulses from the unconscious. Therefore, one of the most essential problems of the human race is to build an ego which functions in a healthy manner, that is, in accordance with the instinctive makeup of the total anthropos. On one hand, we are distinguished from other animals by having a strong ego complex, and on the other, our greater consciousness presents us with the danger of a split. When the vessel of consciousness is too narrow, unable to catch itself through projections, because, as I said earlier, our psychology is there to please the ego and not the soul, then there is that great danger of a split. But you see, this is the purpose of inner alchemy. It is what the allegory of the Philosopher's Stone alludes to. It's a cracking open of that ego and healing that split between conscious and unconscious. But before conscious and unconscious union, before cracking the ego open, it begins with what this first image depicts, the awareness of the wholeness and reality of the eternal nature of consciousness. Now, I want to revisit the end of this chapter from the psychology of the transference, as Jung summarizes this first woodcut, as well as provides us a general ground plan for individuation. He writes, "The structure reveals the tetrameria, the fourfold nature of the transforming process, already known to the Greeks. It begins with the four separate elements, the state of chaos, and ascends by degrees to the three manifestations of Mercurius in the inorganic, organic, and spiritual worlds. And after obtaining the form of Sol and Luna, i.e. the precious metals gold and silver, but also the radiance of the gods who overcame the strife of elements by love, it culminates in the one and indivisible, incorruptible, ethereal, eternal nature of the anima, the quinta essentia, aqua permanens, tincture, or lapis philosophorum. This progression from the number 4 to 3 to 2 to 1 is the axiom of Maria, which runs in various forms throughout the whole of alchemy like a leitmotif. If we set aside the numerous chemical explanations, we come to the following symbolic ground plan. The initial state of wholeness is marked by the 4 mutually antagonistic tendencies, 4 being the minimal number by which a circle can be naturally and visibly defined. This, as Jung puts it, is the ground plan for the journey of individuation. To individuate is to stand as a one, just as the alchemical formula of the 4 leads to the one, the lapis philosophorum, the self. Jung continues on this idea. The reduction of this number aims at a final unity. The first to appear in the progression is the number 3, a masculine number, and out of it comes the feminine number 2. Male and female inevitably constellate the idea of sexual union as the meanings of producing the one, which is then consistently called the philis regis, or philis philosophorum. Following the progression of numbers, Jung notices a masculine and feminine tied to the above-mentioned transformation formula. Without the opposite genders in their union, there is no production of the one. The same goes for the 4. As Jung adds, the quaternity is one of the most widespread archetypes and has also proved to be one of the most useful schema for representing the arrangement of the functions by which the conscious mind takes its bearings. It is like the crossed threads in the telescope of our understanding. The cross formed by the points of the quaternity is no less universal and has its addition in the highest possible moral and religious significance for Western man. Similarly, the circle, as the symbol of completeness and perfect being, is a widespread expression for heaven, sun, and God. It also expresses the primordial image of man and the soul. 4 is the minimal number by which order can be created, represents the pluralistic state of the man who has not yet attained inner unity, hence the state of bondage and disunion, of disintegration, and of being torn into different directions, an antagonizing, unredeemed state which longs for union, reconciliation, redemption, healing, and wholeness. The triad appears as masculine, i.e., as the active resolve or agents whose alchemical equivalence is the upwelling. In relation to it, the dyad is feminine, the receptive, absorbent, or the maternal that still has to be formed and impregnated. Information impregnatio. The psychological equivalent of this triad is want, desire, instinct, aggression, and determination, whereas the dyad corresponds to the reaction of the psychic system as a whole to the impulse or decision of the conscious mind. Here, Jung is expanding on the idea of upwelling and impregnating, another eternal pair tied to consciousness. The upwelling is the active masculine, the instinct, desire, impulse, whereas the impregnating is the receptive feminine, and reaction to an active upwelling, to the impulse or decisions of the conscious mind. Through these reflections, we can see how consciousness moves in and through itself, unfolding and enfolding. One can also notice how these actions both separately work in their own manner, yet work together as a one. It is a great symbol to capture the movements of consciousness, as well as apply it to your own life, in your own upwellings and impregnations. Ultimately, this is what the symbol of the fountain displays. The upwelling of the mercurial water through, out, and back into itself provides a symbolic view on what the alchemists were hinting at. And speaking of symbolism, Jung provides an essential insight into this idea, connecting back to the initial text we began with that's attributed to this mercurial fountain. The text that follows the picture of the mercurial fountain is mainly concerned with the water of the arts, i.e. mercury. Here I will only say that this fluid substance, with all of its paradoxical qualities, really signifies the unconscious which has been projected into it. The sea is its static condition, the fountain its activation, and the process its transformation. The integration of unconscious contents is expressed in the idea of the elixir, the medicina catholica, or universalis, the arum potabilis, the cibus sempiternis, everlasting food, the health-giving fruits of the philosophical tree, the vinum ardens, and all the other innumerable synonyms. Some of them are decidedly ominous, but no less characteristic, such as succus lunarae, or lunatica, juice of the moon plant, aqua saturni, note that Saturn is a baleful deity, poison, scorpion, dragon, son of the fire, boys or dogs' urine, brimstone, devil, etc. Although it's not expressly stated in the text, the gushing up and flowing back of the mercurial fountain within its basin completes a circle, and this is an essential characteristic of Mercurius, because he is also the serpent that fertilizes, kills, and devours itself, and brings itself to birth again. We may mention in this connection that the circular sea with no outlet, which perpetually replenishes itself by means of a spring bubbling up in its center, is to be found in Nicholas of Acusa as an allegory of God. Nicholas of Acusa's allegory of God reads, God is the source, river, and sea, which contains all the same water. The Trinity is a life that proceeds from itself, to itself, by the way of itself. So we're beginning to see the grounds of individuation take shape. And while a lot of this series is on the instincts, on the unconscious, and all of that which eludes the ego, it is through the ego that the work's carried. And without it, there is no work. As Jung says, this, speaking of the movement of the fountain, would of course perish of inanition if it did not succeed in overcoming the inertia of the merely natural man and achieving its object despite his laziness and constant resistance. But by dint of compulsion or persuasion, the conscious mind is able to carry through its purpose, and only in the resultant action is a man living a whole and a unity. In the beginning was the deed, as Faust says, provided that the action is the mature product of a process embracing the whole psyche, and not just a spasm or impulse that has the effect of suppressing it. So as I like to say, the unconscious, thyself, Mercurius is there, and all that's required is you. This is a key aspect to the alchemists, not only the divine and psychic, but also the physical and matter. And to wrap up this section, Jung describes the individuation process as an experience of a subject who discovers that what he has projected into the retort is his own darkness, his unredeemed state, his passion, his struggles to reach the goal, i.e., to become what he really is, to fulfill the purpose for which his mother bore him, and after the peregrinations of a long life filled of confusion and error, to become the Phyllis Regis, son of the Supreme Mother. Fundamentally, it is the same theme, the same axioma Mariae, telling how Rosencreutz is transformed out of his former unenlightened condition and comes to realize that he is related to royalty. But in keeping with its period, the beginning of the 17th century, the whole process is far more projected than the withdrawal or any inner work. Everything's all there in the beginning. It's a bit of a massa confusa to the ego. And even though it's all there, it's still not a process of grabbing knowledge to the essence of consciousness, both personal and collective, conscious and unconscious. I like to call this, but also water. So when those four are united in the water, the one emerges. And the one is Jesus on the cross. Throughout Jung's work, he connects the idea of the self with Jesus, while the four are related again to the four functions of the ego. So when those four are united in the water, the one emerges. Think about it. Jesus doesn't only bleed blood, but also water. This will come back shortly, so let us return to the basin which holds the aqua permanence, the divine water. Around the rim, one notices Latin writing. Jung comments, it runs. Sermon 3, February 1st, 1916. The following night, the dead approached like fog from a swamp and exclaimed, "Tell us more about the highest God." So my listeners, you who are standing in dark rows along walls, let's speak further about God. Jung begins Sermon 3. Abraxas is the highest God who is difficult to grasp. His power is greatest, because man does not see it. From God, he draws the sonum bonum. From the devil, infamum malum. But from Abraxas, life. Altogether indefinite and indeterminable, the mother of good and evil. Life seems to be smaller and by far weaker than the sonum bonum. Therefore, it is also hard to conceive that Abraxas' power transcends even God's, who is the radiant source of all vital force. Abraxas is God, and at the same time the eternally sucking gorge of emptiness, of the diminisher and dismemberer, the devil. Thus the power of Abraxas is twofold, but you do not see it, because in your eyes the warring opposites of this power are cancelled out. Sermon 3 highlights the essence of Abraxas, and we begin again with the relation between Abraxas, God, and the devil. We remember from the previous sermon that God represented fullness and the devil emptiness. Here Jung adds the term sonum bonum to God and infamum malum to the devil. These are Latin words meaning the highest good and lowest evil. On the sonum bonum and infamum malum, a footnote adds, in his later writings, Jung argued that the Christian God image was one-sided, in that it left out the factor of evil. Through studying the historical transformations of God images, he attempted to correct this, especially in Ion.
Hey, Matashi. Oh no, I accidentally moved it. It's on my face. Ah! No. I was trying to move myself, not the thing. Why is this not loading now? Oh my god, Boongo, you just wait. I was just about to end. Oh my god, we're so opposite right now. That's funny. You missed our lectures. Just kidding. And what did we learn? No. Oh my god, it's almost 2 a.m. Oh my goodness. Lovesick girls. Oh, can you tell I'm tired? Good to do assignments too. It's on my head! Yay! Oh, 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 oh! Wow, everyone's getting home from work and waking up now. It's 2 a.m. for me. Wait, you have to redo them? I want to consume more Jungian. Oh hi! Thank you for the follow. How are you doing, Carter? Yay! I was just binge watching some Jungian videos. I'm good, I'm good. I'm getting, well I don't feel tired yet, but I mean I should be getting tired soon. I'll hydrate. I gotta get rid of my gum. Yes, I have water. Water. Do I watch anime? I mean, I do, but I haven't watched, I haven't watched anime in quite a while, I guess. The last, anime I watched was, I think, or actually I forgot the name. But I watched, Jujutsu Kaisen, I think it's called. Jujutsu Kaisen? I'm a big Dragon Ball fan as well. That's my fave anime. Yes. But yeah, I don't watch it as much as I used to. Wait, you're watching Dragon Ball Super in Discord right now? Wait, is the new season out yet or not? Oh, they haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I watched Super and I watched pretty much all of Dragon Ball. I didn't watch all of GT though. I watched some of it. Gohan being an actor. I love Gohan, he's my favorite. It's so funny when I play Dragon Ball Fighters, I have 3 Gohans on my team. Adult Gohan and then like Teen Gohan and wait, what's the other one? Now I'm getting confused. Is there a Kid Gohan? Wait, now I'm trying to remember, what was my team? Wait, let me see. I really want to play that again. Dragon Ball Fighter Z. Oh my god, I have so much DLC for it too. I forgot. Wait, what was my other Gohan? I know I had 3 Gohans. Oh no, I know what it was. It was Videl, because Videl has a Gohan that comes out as a assist. Oh, now I want to play fighters. Oh, I just read what you said that GT's being canonized. I mean, I kind of view it all as canon anyway. That's why I watched all of it. Like and all the movies too. I tried to watch it in best chronological order as possible. Yeah, it was adult, teen, and then Videl with Gohan as the assist. I haven't played it in ages. Yeah, some of it's like hard to put in like perfect order because it doesn't quite fit, but you can do it as best you can. There was like this one can't remember what it was. I had it bookmarked and it shows you like the best order to do it in with the movies in between each like season and stuff. And it worked pretty well. Yeah. Okay, we almost hit 10 hours. It was almost another 11-hour stream. But I suppose I should get ready for Betty. Ready for Freddy? Oh, I want to get Freddy on Dragon Ball... not Dragon Ball, Dead by Daylight. He's one of the only kills I don't have yet. I don't know if I'd like him though. Freddy on Dragon Ball. I keep calling DBD DBZ by accident. I got a desk. Although I don't actually have a handheld IRL. Oh my god, can you imagine if they did a Dragon Ball crossover with DVD? I mean, it wouldn't be that far-fetched because they're already doing the Tokyo Ghoul. I want to play that killer when he comes out. Oh my god, this plushie is so cute. I have to post a picture in the Discord. It's so adorable. Wait, do I have... Let me see if I can post one. Super Saiyan 4 is canon now. Ah, so cute. Wait, I gotta post my shoes too, since we're talking about Dragon Ball. I'm just getting it off my phone. Oh no, I haven't seen that. That sounds cool. Oh man, I haven't played VR Chat in a while. Okay. I'm just trying to get the photo off my phone. Oh, it's midnight for you now. Yeah, I keep forgetting I'm 2 hours ahead. It's really not much though. I posted the little guy too, my little plushie. It's the little alien from Toy Story. The claw. I have been chosen. Little pizza planet. Little bed, or what do you call it? Sleeping bag? I don't know. I fell asleep, woke up, and you're still streaming. Yeah, everyone's waking up now. Oh no! My sleep schedule's opposite now. Damn. And it's only gonna get later and later, like I'm supposed to be in bed now. Damn it. No, stop it, Arcade! You can't say things like that. You can't say time like that. 0500, I don't know what that means. 5 AM? I don't know. You can't say it like that. No. It's 0502 to be exact. Stop it! Just say 5 AM like a normal person. And you have to say the AM PM too, otherwise no one's gonna know what you're talking about, because there's time zones exist. 0003 right now for me. Stop it! No. What do you mean nah, Dot? You can't say nah. You can't do that. Yeah, but you still have to say AM PM because that could mean 5 PM. Or I don't understand. I'd never seen that, to be honest. I don't know what that is. Nope, Dot. Making me do math. It's not easy. But I don't know. 11 AM, 11 PM. So that 17.5, that's 10 o'clock. But again, 10 AM or 10 PM. Congrats on another 10-hour stream. Oh, thank you. Yay! It's about to hit 10 hours right now. It says 9:59 for me. I have the little stats thing up now, so I can actually see it. Anything past 1200 plus is PM. That's too hard! Just say it normally. Oh, he sent the gifts.
Yeah.
Wait, does it play the audio too?
Want Android 21.
Or is that you guys watching it? Oh, it's Broly! Oh, it's you guys watching in the background, I guess. Whoa, that's so cool! That's dope. I did, didn't I? I said 10. Wasn't it 10 what you were talking about? No, there's still confusion. Yeah, but you said, didn't you say 50, or what did you say before? You said something that made me think you were saying 22 o'clock. I don't know, I already forgot and now I'm getting confused. I am Confucius. I posted my shoes and my plushie in the Misk channel. Dragon, dragon, rock the dragon. "22 o'clock. Is that not how you say it? I don't know, I don't use that. My birthday? It's not my birthday. My birthday's next month. Oh wait, oh jeez, it's already the 30th. What the frick? Oh, my birthday's kind of soon. It's in a couple weeks. God damn. Where does it say early birth? Oh! I forgot that I said that. Bungo. I totally forgot that I typed that in the Discord. Yeah, someone gave it to me as an early birthday present because my birthday's in a couple weeks. I didn't know what you were talking about. Like, it's not my birthday. A few weeks in advance. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've never owned Crocs before. This is a first for me. They're really comfy though. Oh, yours is in the middle of the year. Yes, I'm in Aries. Yes, the crabby. You're the crabby. Yeah, I like mine too. I'm not like super into zodiac or like star sign stuff, but it's kind of funny because when people do those things where they read descriptions and stuff, like personality descriptions of zodiacs, mine sounds like the complete opposite of me, like the exact opposite. Or at least the ones that I've heard. I don't know. like spontaneous, impulsive. I'm none of those things. The anti-Coco. Wow, the birds in the background. The birdies. It's funny because this background's like so sunny and bright, but it's 2 AM. It's kind of funny. Well, I have this one too. I know my desk doesn't match it, but this one's more nighttime. But it's morning for some of you guys. The evil Coco. Wait, I don't remember how to get rid of that. Those hairpins don't work on this one. Oh, there we go. Oh yay! The third arm. Yeah, it was supposed to be like someone else's arm, but it doesn't really work that well. Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Yeah, it's supposed to be. Looks like it was intended to be my arm. Yeah, I tried looking for another one today, but I couldn't find any other ones. Not free ones, at least. Yeah, technically. Yeah, I intended it to be well, I think the asset itself was intended to be my arm, but I meant for it to be like the person giving the rose, it's their arm. But that doesn't really work because it's the wrong way around. I don't know. I'll upgrade it at some stage. See what I can do. Actually, I don't think the head pats work on this model. Like the head shape is different or something. Or like this edit of the model. It's the same model, just different edit. I don't know how much they cost. There was like there's like heaps of different assets. Some of them just cost like a bit of money. Like some of them cost like $2, some of them cost $13. Like they're all pretty different. But I just get the free ones. But I always credit if they say that they want you to credit it if you use them. Let me see if this works. Yeah, it's like slightly off center on this model. It's still kind of head petting my own ear. The chicken screaming? Oh, is it a rooster? Wake up. Eat. Oh yeah, no, it's like on my my forehead. I think it's because the hair is different shape. Or maybe the face is different shape or something. Impaled by the horns. Are you sure it's a chicken? It might be a rooster. Is it like... Oh, it's just a chicken screaming? Sounds like a death scream. Oh my god. Chicken thinks it's a rooster. Trying to wake everyone up. Oh, you've seen it? It's just a little chicken. That's actually pretty funny. Crow back at the chicken. That's kind of cute in a weird way. A screaming chicken. That's such a good answer, because I woke up. I just did. It's true, it's very true. I wake up at like 11 lately. 11 AM. Or sometimes 10. Gosh. Oh, I should put some more medicine in my ear tonight. I think this is the last day that I'm supposed to use the medicine. Yeah, it says to only use it for 4 days. But I feel like the tiniest bit of hearing is coming back now. I could, like if I take my right earphone off, I can hear the tiniest bit out of it. Oh, Ito! Hi, Ito. Oh, it gets stuck sometimes on the screen. Oh, okay, I never want to end, but I suppose I should get ready for bed. One of these days, I bet I'm gonna just start all-nightering on on stream. Wouldn't be surprised. Thank you, Sophie. I hope you do too. Yeah, this is Do Piano. I love this channel. Very cozy music. It actually doesn't let me change the category. I have to do it twice for it to work. It's like they don't want me playing Outlast Trials. Oh, it's like them singing in the background, but in like a creepy echo. I couldn't tell what it was. Okay, I'm just updating the game. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Gosh, why does it take so long to update this game? Okay, it's working now. It's done. Now just remember, I have one ear. Stupid.
MK Ultra Easterman.
Good luck hearing half the game, thank you. Oh, you can see my cursor even when I'm tabbed out. That's a scary thing to wake up to. It's me! That's the same face I have. Are you talking? Because you're not using the right key. Hello?
No.
You were, weren't you? No.
I think every female character has that face.
No, I saw a different one. It's me!
Oh look, this guy's a pirate.
Oh.
How you doing?
Maybe we should play with them.
Good one. Okay, thanks.
Can we invite them? Can we? Where did he go? Moon walked out of there. Yeah, what the hell?
They are console
Hello?
noobs.
Yeah, I kind of suspected they'd be console noobs, but...
I'll be right back.
Oh god. Okay.
Oh shit, help! I need help. Help me.
What the heck? He just messaged me. He just invited me. Oh my god, he's typing. He can see, you can message people that aren't on your friends list on Steam. What the heck? I've never seen a game do that. Yeah. I'm having a conversation with this guy even though he's not on my friends list.
All identities are false.
Oh wait, did it bring him too? Still, his name's still green for me. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, it says you sent me a group invitation. Are you in this same group
Yeah, they invited me.
We're on the same thing.
Oh god, I can't hear you guys.
Okay.
Okay, I turned voice up. I'm playing with one ear.
New follower Blazy9501.
Thank you, Blazy. Is that you?
Get together, come
Are you Blazy?
I'm not blazing, no.
Oh, I can't hear you guys. Hang on, I need to like...
Hello?
Can you hear me, Jerome?
I can hear you.
She can't hear us apparently.
I put the voice volume to 100%, but it's not changing.
Did you not hear me earlier?
No, you sounded fine before.
What the fuck did you do?
Why is it quieter now?
You're the best.
Oh, you're Kenobi. Hi. Thank you, Kenobi.
Yes, I speak English too.
See, I hear Kenobi better.
Wait, you can't hear me at all?
Yeah, no, I hear
Am I,
you,
like,
but
too
you're just really
quiet?
low.
Fuck man, thanks.
Check it out.
I'm sorry. Also, I saw you and I was like, man, look, she got part of my outfit, but I still look cooler.
Oh yeah, I forgot I had the same shirt.
I think you can turn them up in the menu.
Nice, thanks.
You definitely should.
Okay,
So
put
how
your
long have
auto
you guys been
100.
playing?
Oh, this is my first time. No, just kidding. Only like a few
there's no way.
times.
Okay. I've been playing before the game officially released, so.
Okay, well, you're gonna carry us then.
He's a pro.
I'll do my best. Here, if you want more proof here, I'm using the pre-order outfit thing.
Oh damn. Wait, how long has it been out for? I don't even...
It's been out on Steam way longer than it's been out on consoles, but it's officially been a year since it's been released.
Oh damn. We're
Crossplay
newbies.
Oh, good.
So embarrassed.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I
it's okay.
I only have one ear, so like directionally I can only hear my right side. I have a clip where
Wait,
I
how
was
come?
getting shocked by a security camera, but it was to my left. I couldn't hear it, so I was just standing there.
How come you ended up playing with one ear?
My ear's just blocked really badly. Because I got sick.
Wait, you can't hear out of your other ear?
Yeah, I can't hear out of it at all.
Have you
That's
gotten
not
that
true.
checked?
He said it was getting better.
Yeah, I got medicine. Well, I started hearing out of like the tiniest little bit, but it's not really like hearing. I don't know.
Give me 1 second, and then we can start. I'm gonna set it to...
I mean, it's not
just
hurting
2
anymore.
seconds.
That's a good sign that it might be getting better.
Anyway, the reason why I have myself so quiet is because if I don't, you'll just hear fans.
Oh.
I can definitely attest to that. I'm his older brother.
I'm Coco's older brother.
It tracks. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Yep.
Jerome, you like that jammer?
Yeah.
Trust me, it is the best thing in the entire game. Everything else sucks compared to it.
Heck yeah.
The fact that you can hack literally everything and enemies, making them stunned, and you can revive all your friendlies one time and yourself, can't convince me to use anything else. Unless it's a challenge. Come on, Kino. I also highly recommend all the perks that I have equipped when you get to that level.
I'm a full noob.
It's okay. Everyone I play with is full noob. I'm the only one that actually plays.
Stay alive. Just a few more trials.
This is the event one. I believe we're doing... Did I select the poison one? I did, okay.
I don't like watching this. Can you tell me when it's over?
No. you'll figure out when it's over.
Just puke on me.
I still feel like for this intro part, they need to reduce the audio because it's so loud. For me, I just open up my loadout because it halves the audio and makes it like sort of deaf
It was
in the
fine for
background.
me. But I'm half deaf.
Well, you probably don't play at max volume.
I just turned it up just then a
Also,
little bit.
you only have one ear.
Yeah, exactly.
Your one ear is probably very sensitive.
When I say I have one ear, it makes it sound like I literally don't have another ear. It's just
you
gone.
do?
Yeah, I haven't. I have 2 ears, but I just
Well,
can't
you
hear
didn't
it.
tell me anything about it. Well, I didn't know. Yeah, I think you've done this one with me and Paul.
Wait, I haven't done this one
Oh,
before.
Jesus Christ! I did not even see him. I am... Okay, I'm being a retard right now. Hold on. Oh, wait, sorry, I can't say that. I'm sorry.
Oh god.
That's a big bitch.
Oh god, I'm aggroing this guy too. I'm scared. Yeah, I'm deaf in one ear because I was sick.
Kino, get on the other side of the door.
I've been shot!
Coco!
I ran through a laser! I saw that the last second.
Go, go, go.
Oh god.
No.
No, open the door.
I'll take B. You'll never catch me. Oh, maybe you will. I'm coming. Ow.
Yeah, we haven't done this one before. Never seen this
Yeah,
map.
I already slid past you. He's also here. I don't know if you guys did the event challenge, but there's one of the graffitis if you need to ping it. I'm stuck. Uh-oh. Excuse me.
Damn, I was trying to help you because I thought he was gonna grab you.
Alright, guys.
You're not looking too good.
Yeah, I do hear out of it a tiny bit now, but the last time we played, it was 100% hearing loss. So I
Wait, Kino, are you talking in Discord? Okay.
That's cheating?
No.
I'm
This
gonna
ain't
have to
Dead by
report you.
Daylight?
Dead by Daylight.
The game where you're literally not allowed to talk? I'm coming! Come this way, hurry.
I'm leaving you.
I'm? No. Dead balloon?
I could help.
I'm not sure.
Kenobi, you have to talk in game with Discord.
I'm sorry if I die, but sometimes I don't usually do it, but at least today I've been in a real speedy mood.
Oh, jeez.
What are you doing down there?
Ow.
Yeah. Do you need this?
I go.
No, I got
go
one.
now.
Thank you.
Wait, is it disappearing already? Should I take it? Whatever.
What is what?
I was like going crazy.
Dude, it's just like Breaking Bad. Jesse! Oh, Jesus! Ow! It gassed me.
Oh, well, I wasted my gas thing, so.
I need someone to come push the button right here. On there, on your guys' side.
I'll go with you.
No, on the other side. There we go. No, you I am no dumbass. Alright, there's one more.
Watch your ass.
Wait, were we supposed to get something from this room?
I cannot get him off of me. Like, it's not my choice. You have to lose him. this other one that's right here. Coco, can you grab this one?
Oh, there's a guy trying to get on me again.
Oh, thank you.
Oh. Does he see me? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I'll bait him.
No, he locked me in.
Watch out, Coco.
God damn it.
Make your way back over here and come to me.
Oh.
Ran right through the cans.
That was me.
So this is probably one of the two that are the most confusing. In this next area, we get very lost, so try not to get lost.
Good job. Look out!
If the camera spots you, it will do damage to you over time, but you can stand right underneath it to use side of it. But you can hack them with the jammers, or you can break them with throwables. So each of us will need one of these little scanners. We'll need to find the symbols that we need. Like right here, I need the I symbol for the I container. The code is 109. That's the wrong number. I'm done. Anyway, we need to do this 3 more times.
And I'll skin, salt, and fuck any rough-jet scumbag that tries to take it.
Alright, so we need... Okay. Oh, watch out, baby man.
Make me look like a bum?
Yeah.
Wait, I don't understand what the numbers scanner thing is. Oh. Oh no, I lost connection. Is my stream still up? Oh no. You're kicked. Oh, they said the server went down because they got DC'd too. How do I look at the friend requests? I don't know how to view the friend requests. Or do they send you a friend request on Steam, or is it in the game? I don't know. I haven't seen it. They still want to play.
MK Ultra Easterman.
Hello?
Is there an Jesus? Is there an in-game friend request, or did you just mean Steam? Because I accepted on Steam, I guess.
I think there is, because Kagami Musashi, the guy we played with the other night, he invited me, but
Oh yeah. Wait, how do I see the friend request then?
I don't
Well, I
know
already
how
accepted
to.
on Steam, but
I don't know how I accepted it. I don't remember.
yeah, it's in the tab
Yeah.
thingy. Okay, he's gonna invite me. Who the fuck's this?
Yeah, I'll be right there. Yep.
Alright, just invite me to it once he invites you.
Okay. Wait, it brought you with me last time. For the chess gameplay?
Bluebird.
Yeah, get it just for that.
You're on PC? Right. Go pause, go to loadout, and then rig is your first option. You can change it. Hello, Coco.
Hello.
Coco's back.
Wait,
Hello.
did it bring him with me?
No,
No,
you
it didn't
have to
take
invite
Jerome
him
with you.
again. Sorry
I
about
love
that.
your
I
model,
don't
by
know
the way.
what just happened.
Thank you. Yeah, I saw that message.
Yeah, I know I'm two different people. I used to be Kenobi, and then I changed to Blazy. But I can't change it on here, because I was a child.
Oh, he's in.
I'm gonna just mute in Discord if you're able to talk
Is
to
he here?
me.
There
Yeah,
he
he's
is.
over there.
The green man. Go chase the green. Go find the green man.
Hey, Kino, can you mute in Discord while we're talking to you?
Go ahead. Go. He wants me to leave the Discord call.
Okay. We're all together now, yeah?
We about to get stupid.
Hell yeah. Look at this guy, Sam. He's a jester. He's on like a jester outfit. He's gone.
Jester
I'm gonna be on stream. Hi, stream.
I could stream,
Famous
but I'm-
streamer.
Yeah, number one.
Have you guys done any of the anniversary
Kill the
challenges yet?
snitch. Oh, great. We switched from that
have we?
one to that one. What is Jerome doing? Oh, I was like, what is Jerome doing? I don't want to
doing the
see that
street
underneath
test.
my. I don't want to see that underneath there.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
terrifying.
look, kill Andy's here.
Like a goblin.
Are you guys
He's a
fine
goblin.
with going to the intensive difficulty, or do you want me to just leave it on standard?
Probably standard to be honest, because I'm pretty new with the game.
Okay.
I'm down for whatever.
Dang, he was just there.
I won't be a turd.
I mean,
I'll
you can
just
if you
add-
want to, but you'll probably have to revive
can
me a bunch
probably
of times
handle
because I will
intensive.
die. Yeah, you just have to revive me a
Yeah.
lot.
Nah, we'll just use
Hide in a barrel till it's
Sorry.
over.
I'd rather you be able to play instead of die 24/7.
What can I play as?
Oh,
What
someone
did
in
you
my
just
stream
say?
said make it very hard. Well, I guess the next one.
Oh, Kino, you
we have
forgot to
make it
swap to
hard.
the jammer if you have it.
Oh, I still have stun, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, but
I have a
jammer's still better.
stun.
Stun is probably second best.
We'll probably do that next match then. But it's just gonna be them
as I was
reviving me
saying
the whole
last
time.
I highly recommend the perks that I have equipped because they're the best in my opinion. If you want to live and be able to like speed through trials, no problem. Noise reduction because it makes your sprinting quieter and.
Ew. Hey, look, it's a jump rope.
Spaghetti, guys.
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
The key.
It's in his stomach, believe it or not.
That's actually a pretty good stress, Heavy. Just do challenging until you get
Have you gotten any warnings from Twitch from streaming this game?
No, I think they censor it at the start or something. That they have like a automatic
like
warning.
Rated 18 plus.
Also,
Yeah, probably.
what have you been doing?
Sorry,
for
mature rating stream is what it was, I think.
What have you been streaming for 21 hours?
Okay, I streamed for 11 hours and then I went to sleep and then I woke up and now I'm awake. That's what happened.
You do know there is a limit for how long you can like, be live for, right?
I didn't quite catch that because I turned away for a second in my left ear.
There's like a timer limit. My buddy streams and he tried doing like a donathon. He didn't realize there's like
There's not a timer limit, is there? Don't people do it for like days?
There is. I think it's like 80 hours or something.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that's not bad. That's not that crazy.
We dig.
It might be a higher number if you're verified or whatever.
People can sub. You get the emotes. You get gifted subs. How much is 1 bit?
I don't know, like the conversion.
Come here,
How much is a bit?
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?
Oh,
Where is your brother? Over here, over here, over here. Oh. Oh, he's not. Oh, we're climbing. Okay. The conversion. And then I don't want to know what kind of gimp suit you're wearing.
How do we let him in? Oh. Uh-oh.
You're wearing like a comfy...
The hell? Did he just hit nothing?
Oh yeah, in here. Oh, on my foot.
But it's about 1 cent. Oh, I thought it was something like that, yeah.
Oh my god!
Ooh.
A bit is about 1 cent. Did they just send you a penny?
They sent me a penny.
It's just like the smallest envelope ever with like your real name, your address. There's a tiny stamp, and it's just like a single penny.
Wait, but doesn't Twitch also take it like a half cut of that too? So it's half a penny?
You can't get half a cent. I don't know what 1 penny is equivalent to in like other currencies. Like what? Are they British pounds? What is that? Like half a pound?
They probably take
They
like
take
0.4
0.4
cents.
cents. Wait, a fourth of a cent.
You're getting like...
To break everything open
You're getting like a penny. Oh hey, Coco, look at this.
Oh yeah, I've seen this one.
But you may need to blur this out for the Twitch chat.
No, I've already seen this one.
Goes into electro player.
We are lost! Oh god.
Confetti!
So we got Blood Shower by Maybelline. Follow my brother, he knows what he's doing. Hey, you go, bro. Ooh, Band-Aids. Blick. Okay, so he's pushing the snitch. Now we need to get... Okay, wait. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so this is a guy like right there. Yeah, I got this.
I'm in.
One more.
I'm just preemptively opening that door. That's the quickest exit.
Once the trial's over, basically.
Better hurry up there.
You're so strong.
Thank you, I work out. I lift Pokemon cards for a living. Gonna fall. Alright.
Here you go.
So we need to be here. Oh, that's why we need to be here. Oh, don't lock this. I don't lock this. Don't do that. What? Thank you. Thank you for the shot. I can't wait to jam this in my. Well, I was gonna say something weird, but I keep remembering you're on Twitch, so I'm not trying to get you. You built up something.
Wait, are we
good.
supposed to go over there?
We just met. I don't know where we're supposed to go. I believe maybe we're there. Yeah, actually we are. I remember now. This is the snitch, so we have to go down here. We need to reactivate the power. Also walk right past the bifurcated pieces of a body. Also, why do I run like that? Here, go. I got it. It wasn't gonna drop on you. Something.
Well, I just looked at it.
Oh, well, he saw something.
I don't know.
Yeah, you crouch.
Thank you, Buck.
Alright,
Oh, I'm like
Yeah,
permanently
the zombie bird over there is freaking out. Ooh, somebody didn't have pets.
Uh-oh. I'm scared.
I am too.
He's gonna arrest me. Oh, you're still busy. Don't be scared, bumhead. I'm not going for that. Oh, that was like delayed. I saw that in the chat before it popped up. And thank you. Who's laughing? The fake drone.
Doggies.
It's the.
Oh, it's hacked. Yeah, I should get running. I couldn't tell where he was. I just heard like a little laugh.
Ooh, secret door here.
Wait, secret door?
Yeah, there's one secret door per trial. Someone hold
Where's
that
the
button.
secret door in here? What's this?
Hold the button, I think. Yeah, now we can go. Can I steal the master key? Thank you. Oh, and the recharge because I'm greedy. This one that I pinged over here is a health upgrade. There's a stamina upgrade next to that, and then Jerome already took the battery upgrade.
I want that one. I want the stamina booster at least.
Ooh.
Take that.
Yeah, I need this
Orange
one.
medicine.
Oh, whoops. Okay. Wait, is this the same thing?
A little
Reach
different.
behind you.
I have wick.
No, I don't need that.
Or be very careful when coming around the corner. He's like right over here. Right where I just marked. You're gonna leave for any friends.
I wasn't careful.
Yeah, no shit.
He's like, be very careful. And I was
Nothing holding stopping the balls. Not the. That's fight. Once you get past this door, he can't get you, Coco. Coco, get the fuck over here. Run past him.
I'm looping him.
Run past him. This ain't the idea.
Okay, you can do it.
Run, run.
You can do it, you can do it, you can do it. Yeah, nice. Alright, let's go.
There's another graffiti there. Someone needs a ping that.
Wait, so what do you do with the graffiti?
We can make this snitch. Let's mark it. So, like, challenge.
Yeah, so, like, whatever.
Do I need to explain anything to you guys that you might want to know? Or you guys rather learn it yourself?
No, I think they're fine.
Everything.
You know the concept of not dying? Alright, so we need the heart key, which is from now. Okay, so when you get the heart key.
Have you wait?
Yeah, I got it.
This one before?
Yeah, we did this one, but I'm still noob, so.
Yeah, this is like the first one everybody does.
Bodies before you search them, right?
Yeah, so make sure you know the symbol before you.
Look at the TV in the top left. It'll be question marks beforehand, but if you look at the TV, it will show that it's hearts.
Wait, do I search him
and
too?
you can see the symbols on. Yes. Also, quick little snippet. If you have X-ray, you can see the key inside the body.
Wait, I've never searched him.
So you know that you'll need it.
Was I supposed to be doing that?
Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, that's why. Because someone always searches him first, probably.
Sprint, Jerome, sprint. Get him as far as you can. I'll stun this person up here. Oh, so close.
Out of my way, bitch.
Keep going, keep going.
Out of your way.
Alright, look at the TV.
He's a real VTuber.
We need to find the body that's gonna move.
She's a real cat girl. Hey guys. Didn't know you were with me.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
The radio sounds so weird.
Guys, Big Bertha's on me. He's dying.
Big Bird?
He's getting his face smashed in. Very big woman.
Wait, so what did you say about the searching the body? Oh.
Somebody push the cart. I get it. Alright, we need star key. Can somebody come over here and help me break this?
Somebody help me!
Thank you, Coco.
We need another one.
If you hear that breathing, crouch. That guy's a screamer. He will stun you if he hears you.
I thought you said
Stun you
streamer.
with screaming. No.
Wait, did you say he's dead?
Okay, you found star. I'll go figure out what the last one we need is. Unless Jerome's got it.
You need spades. Or no, you need clubs.
Oops, I did not even see that trap. Oh, I just
It's fake Coco.
Where?
She bailed. She went this
It's
way.
me. I'm real.
On.
keys while we have a chance. The keys, the posters.
Star. Are we looking for Star? No.
On the collectible over here. I found one poster as well. You guys know about the trapdoors?
Nope.
So, okay, come here real quick. I've already disabled it, but I'll show you anyway. So, okay, you see the door? If you see anywhere on the frame, you see that little thingy on there?
Oh, yeah.
It usually has a red light on it. It'll be anywhere on the door frame if there's a red light. If you open the door, you know, the traps that'll fling at you.
Oh.
If you hold the interaction button and do it slowly, you do it slow, it doesn't activate it, and you can disarm the trap and take the battery out of it.
Taking on.
Okay. I'll go through the last key in right now, sorry. What? Okay, I need everybody over here.
Stop doing that to my face!
Sons of bitches.
Go straight to one of the turn levers after you push them in.
Alright, yeah. Everybody get to a spot.
No, they won't stop us from spawning.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Make sure you're looking around. He's behind you, know.
He's got me. Oh, he's got me.
Make sure the lever doesn't go in the red area, because it'll shock you after it does. Uh-oh. Watch out, drone. Watch out.
Oh, I thought he was gonna stay on there.
Are you? This guy is so...
Follow me. This leads straight to the entrance. Go. There's a hiding spot here if someone wants to sit through it. Alright, hack them. Get in there.
He's shocking nothing.
He won't shock you.
We did it.
Congratulations. I got an A. I
Yay.
suck.
I got an A minus.
I got an A minus.
I know,
What?
but I'm talking my
No, I got a B
standards.
plus.
I should be
kept
getting
getting
A
hit.
pluses every single one, but I sometimes when I'm too speedy, I just run into everything. No, we ran into the bug where the
Okay, we
siren's
gotta-
infinitely going again.
We gotta do the hardest difficulty now.
Not even I've done the hardest difficulty
Jesus.
because
Ah!
it is that hard.
Oh, well, dude, the one you said before.
Intensive, the next one up.
Yeah.
All I have to say is, don't sprint at all. Because if
sprint
you
at
do,
all.
you will be spotted, like, instantly.
Oh, shit, I don't know if I can do this.
No matter where you're at. Because, the next difficulty up, makes their awareness higher. And, I think they do more damage. Instead of 1 bar, they do 2 bars of damage. There was other things. Hold on, let me check.
Seth is saying in the chat to do the hardest.
I can't help if you don't talk to me.
Enemies are stronger. Oh, there's more enemies in the trial, and there's more traps.
Oh god. I hope you got a lot of
Man, you
revive
should have been around
needles.
during the Prime Asset event.
You're so brave.
Hey, this is why we have the jammer. We can revive everyone once, including
Oh, nice.
ourselves. So if everyone ran it, we could all revive each other one time. Peace.
Do I have it? Or no, I don't. Wait, I could buy it.
You have to have your tickets to buy.
Good luck.
You also need to get the to the second stage, which is called Pacemaker.
Okay, I got pacemaker. Is it equipped though?
Alright.
It says active.
It's automatic. Okay, if you my brain's not working. So you got it, you've upgraded it, you just need to back out of there and then push tab or escape and then go to your loadout and change your rig out from there.
Careful out there.
Whoa, 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 what the heck is this?
What's what?
Like a blue line. Not
Blue
everybody
line?
can see it. And I saw it.
Oh, you want a computer?
Computer.
It might be a problem with your computer.
Me.
'Cause that is not a thing.
You booped my snoot. Blam. How you doing, Phoenix? Wait,
Yeah,
which one do I
was
watch
saying,
for
you should
the...
have been around during the Prime Asset event. That shit. Oh crap.
which one do I watch for the
Hey,
thing
what
I
was
just
that?
bought, the jammer?
Oh, it's on the opposite side of the room. Turn around.
This thing?
That one.
Why is it over here?
It doesn't, because it was the newest one they added recently.
Oh.
Well, not recently, but it was the last one that was added. Anyway, that video doesn't really tell you much. You can hack all the traps. You can hack alarm doors. You can hack cameras. You can hack gates. You can hack.
I'm good, Phoenix. I just woke up not
If you
that
get
long
the
ago.
upgrade too, you can hack enemies and
How
they'll
you
start
doing?
vomiting randomly, which will kind of stun them for.
Oh yeah, so that's the
like,
thing Jerome
3
was already
seconds.
using.
Yeah. Very good.
You'll have to tell me how to use it, Jerome, when we're in. Why are you not talking? You're just nodding.
He's being funny.
He probably has been talking this whole time again, but then forgot. Forgot to press his key.
You sure you want to do the next difficulty?
Aw, you can...
'Cause I was
Yeah,
gonna say, I
let's
wouldn't
try
recommend
it.
that until you have at least a full loadout of perks. Are you sure?
Yeah, but I mean, you could carry. I believe in you.
Okay, I'm scared.
Do you
Alright.
do you lose anything for doing it?
No, just time.
Can you hack these redacted?
Because each trial can be up to half an hour.
What's this one? Cleanse the orphans. I don't like the sound of that at all.
Should have seen the one where we were, which I think it's in the event right now. You have to like kidnap a child thing or something, a doll.
Oh.
It says bring them back to their family or something, but you're throwing them in the van. Come on, Kino.
I am
Yeah,
Kino.
this game's pretty fucked.
I am
You're garbage.
Kino.
I am garbage.
What they don't know is that's exactly how we're getting out. You hit rock bottom. Your life is nothing but opportunity. Be ready.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'll live, but I'll do my best to make sure none of you die, and if you do, I'll make sure to revive you.
I'm gonna die instantly.
I will always carry a syringe. That way I don't have to use
God,
it. Okay?
I've never seen this one. Ah! Ah. Wait, have we seen this one?
Real bitch.
True, baby, true. Okay, this is the hardest difficulty.
Can I ask one personal
Keep
question?
tell me, yeah. Maybe not.
It was just, how old are you?
Oh yeah, no, I don't
That's
for
the
my
only thing I was
stream
gonna-
since I'm a VTuber.
Yeah. I understand, I was just asking.
Over 25 though, I'll say that.
Oh,
yes.
damn.
I am immortal.
Oh my gosh.
Oh damn, I did not see that guy. Nor did he make any sound. Oh my god, I am... Okay.
Wait, was this the one you said don't sprint at all before?
What were you saying?
Yeah, Foxy, was this the one that you said not to sprint?
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't care myself.
Oh, but you're not answering the question.
Uh-oh.
That didn't scare me.
Be very sneaky is all.
Okay.
Don't do what I do because I don't currently care on what I'm doing.
Watch out!
Oh, thanks.
What the heck? Good luck. No, you're not supposed to sprint.
What?
No, you're not the deaf
You're
one.
not supposed to sprint.
Okay, come in here to make sure you know where we're going instead of full sprinting randomly somewhere. We have to go to the rooms that are lighted. So, there's one in that room to our right over here. If you wanna... Here, you wanna come with me?
Yeah. Should I keep it sealed?
Okay, crouch.
I'm scared. Watch your ass. Oh right, my hacker thing.
She's on the way.
That static sound, by the way?
No!
It's
dancing time!
Can I hack her?
She's on the way.
Oh, how did she see me kick her?
Girl, my wooden sprint.
Thank you.
Can I hack her? Oh god, oh. Oh no. Oh god, what's happening? Oh no.
Oh, Coco, I'm coming.
Ew, she's puking on me.
Oh, I thought she was finishing you. I'm so stupid!
Oh no.
Why can't I sprint?
Children! I have something to say.
Oh god, I'm gassed now.
I'm dead.
Okay, I've already been down twice.
Little darling!
Oh, I'm dead.
Are you able to kick him? Thank you.
I will teach you about dental hype! Daddy, we have to save the children!
This pain.
I'll bait the killer away if you want to revive.
You saved me for a second. Thank you. Thank you for your moral sacrifice. But I'm still gonna die.
Run, boys, run! Oh my god, you're wrong.
I would run that word.
We need... Oh shit. We need two in this room this way.
I don't know how to hack.
Letting you die.
Anyway, Kino, I highly recommend evasive maneuvers, but you won't get that until you're level 75.
You like that?
Yeah, because you notice how I got him off me instantly without taking any damage.
Here.
Uh-oh.
Battery.
Give me health.
Sure.
Oh, do you need this more than me?
This is for you.
Thank you. Don't look at.
Oh, I did not see her. I am going to die.
Hey.
Okay, watch a movie, be back after it's over.
No,
Okay,
you're not.
enjoy your movie.
Yeah, I should have told you about the bomb.
I'm sorry,
Don't go near
I'm
the
blind.
ducks. No, you're fine.
That'll heal.
I just was running away from her, and then that guy went and got me.
Guys.
Okay, Jerome, make your way back this way. Coco, take a left, or sorry, a right. We need to go this way. Watch out for the guy next to you.
I don't know how to hack. Oh god, I just ran into it. They're both over here.
Coco, you can crawl away. I don't know if you know that or not.
I'm crawling backwards away from this area.
No. Darkness.
Oh god, she's there.
Kino, pick him off. I'm dead.
Bitch.
Oh god.
I hate this bitch.
Give him the goose grease! Give him the smalls!
She's worrying me.
I'll crawl to you.
Children are so sweet. I think you might get cavities.
Yeah.
No, I don't want.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Alright.
My god.
If you run a
Oh, it's a fake
distractor, I
Kino.
can revive them quicker. Oh, okay. I did not even hear her.
You're alright.
Jerome, thank you. Oh, we gotta help him.
You're getting out of here.
No, I'm helping. Nope, I'm not letting you die. We're all covered in blood. I don't know whose blood this is
Oh god,
anymore.
there's an enemy.
Not mine. Okay, get out of here.
Yeah, I've not been able to hack. I don't get how it works.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing this.
Okay, we have to go back and save him.
There's a gas guy coming. Oh god, he's on me.
Only trying to help. Come here, you.
Oh my god, she's right there.
Oh, come on. Really?
Turn around.
This is hell.
You're alright.
Yay.
I'll get Kino if you want to try hacking this thing. Or no,
I don't
drones,
know how to hack. It's not working.
You don't what?
I can't hack.
Help me.
Oh, you have to hold the button for a while, and it's only certain. When
Which
your
one
guy
is it?
Lifts
Because
it up.
I was doing it before. Oh, now it's on. What the hell?
Yeah. See,
So it's
like,
only
this
when
door,
you're
you
looking
can
at?
hack this door and open it.
Oh.
I'll get the revive here in a sec. Hold on, there's somebody right there.
But why can't I hack people? I tried hacking people too.
It's not upgraded enough.
He definitely isn't.
He won't hurt anybody anymore.
Damn. This is the hardest difficulty. Maybe it was a bad idea. I'm gonna die.
Alright, we're done here, so let's get out of here.
Okay.
Follow me. Yeah, that's why I don't jump down. I don't like to keep surgeons.
It's time for morning lessons. Please report to your homeroom class.
Snatched it.
Alright, so I need somebody on the other side of this over here. I'm gonna pass all the little things we need to do.
Wait, do I go down this hole? Or... Oh no. Just wanted...
Alright, come over here and I'm gonna transfer these things to you. Alright, here's the last one.
Just to where do I go?
Now, you need to find the room that has the singing. Whoops. I did not mean to do that.
Coco, watch out. Coco?
Coco, wait right here.
Yeah, find the room that has the singing.
I'm gonna go put a thing there and you're gonna take it.
Return wheel
Yeah, we...
for that room.
Should I open it or should I keep it? I got the hunchback badge.
It was just those two?
Oh no, I think we just need one in here.
So this is the dark side.
Oh, please. He's in our game.
Oh shit, I totally forgot the flash counts. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wait, did you take that thing?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we don't need it in here.
You know, I said crawl away while you're still sitting.
No, put it back.
Oh.
I can't go. No.
Because we can't leave this room.
I can barely hear you.
That way, yeah. Oh, we're dying.
Good box here.
On your feet. Gotcha.
Quick.
Go for it. Go for it.
I know.
Uh-oh, better do.
Oh damn! I didn't think you saw me.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I can't hack people. What's up with that? Is it because I don't have it upgraded or something? I can't hack people.
You have to upgrade it, yeah.
Ugh, I've been trying to hack people this whole time. Well, it's kind of meh.
Did you have that thing?
Well, I thought that it already.
Oh, you already put it in there. I didn't see you do it. I'll get you, Kino. Just don't move.
Oh no, he grabbed me as I went to run away.
This is the worst.
Which way do we go? No, I didn't read it. I don't read stuff. That's the problem. I just know that he can hack people, so I thought that mine could automatically hack people too, but apparently it's not upgraded enough.
I need a battery.
I got nothing.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
There's a small medicine here, Kino. Gonna use it. No, I need it. Where you go? Right there, behind you. Look for the
This?
Alright, Coco, don't look directly at the dude hanging over here. Yeah, don't do that. There's another small healing item over here. There's a penis. Make sure to look at the TVs. Bye. Not fun.
Pingus, pingus.
Pingus?
Pingus?
What am I holding? What is this?
It resets your rig cooldown. Here, come over here. Like that.
Oh, I'm supposed to let go?
Dude, she's a hacker.
Oh no, it did hack? Okay. There's a battery in here. And another one of these things. Oh, what does it do? I don't know what it is.
It resets the cooldown on your rig.
I don't know how this game works. Just trying not to die so much. And failing.
I don't think I'm going the right way.
Then why am I following you?
Hey, Kino, are you by that hack door over there? No.
Acquired the gas. Uh-oh. Ow.
Run away. I need someone over here with me.
Is that the only way out? Oh. Oh my god.
I have both the keys, by the way, so if you guys want to go down to the base. I'm getting gassed. Oh!
Damn it, I don't have a lockpick.
Oh, what the hell? Why did you lock the door? Why did you lock the door?
I don't think I'm supposed to be down here. I thought it was another way around. Wait, I am supposed to be down here. Am I supposed to be down here?
What happened?
I'm at the generator.
I guess I must have kicked it. Wait, I'll bring the gas. I'll bring the boom. You know, are you running by me? No. That guy just... I'm opening up the secret door right now. Oh god, it's night vision guy. Oh god.
Wait, do you need me to come down there?
First one.
I was just down there.
Alright, Kino, there's a battery and a health booster, and then the infinite... I don't have a battery. Wait, this is a speed key.
I took a poster. Is that part of the thing?
Secret room's right here, by the way, if one of you guys wants to go down. I'm gonna go help Jerome.
Little cock.
Can I take the health upgrade? Wait, this is a health upgrade, right? I'm so confused in this game.
We should grab that.
What's up behind you, John? Perfect timing. Alright, run! Oh, how did you run past that, Kino?
There's fake. There's a fake me right there.
Can I drink this?
Don't. Trust me.
Alright.
Coco, come here. This is a perfect.
Yeah, I saw it before.
Oh, he's not there anymore. He was there, but there's another. There was a fake me.
Is this a health upgrade? Can I drink this?
If it's the yellow one, then yes. If it's not, then no.
Like
Well,
gold.
probably still do. Yeah, that's the health upgrade. Use it.
Yeah, I wouldn't look directly at that.
You need help with that?
He's not having a good time at all.
Somebody could help me.
Put him out of his misery, man.
Yeah. Go the opposite way every time.
This is disturbing.
Alright, everyone. Oh, Jerome.
Okay, well, we need to regroup in the chapel up here.
Jerome, this way. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Take a right.
Right.
Take another right. Alright. Be careful, Mother Gooseberry spawns at this door over here.
I don't have the stock.
This is my body, which is broken for you. And also, he took the cup, saying, this cup is the New Testament in my blood.
Could I open it? Could I keep it sealed? And Mother Gooseberry, I'm going to kill her.
Reset, my thing reset.
Run, bitch. You just shut the door in my face, you dick.
I got left behind and they're both here.
Kino, you're going the wrong way.
They're in the doorway.
Oh wait, he sees me? I didn't know. Oh, take him off me, please.
Oops.
Thank you.
I want to go that way.
Back.
Oh, it's so close.
Alright, run past, run past. Oh, Mother Gooseberry.
Fucking whore.
If any of you die, we'll try to revive you. I've got 4 syringes on me.
I'm fucking bleeding. I sacrificed myself for you.
Get in the thing!
I'm safe. I'm alive.
Are you all?
That's all that matters.
Okay.
I'm alive.
I mean.
See, okay, it's doable, but we're all gonna have
Wow,
like the
actually
worst
lived.
rank. I managed to
I
get.
knew I was gonna get a D.
Hell yeah.
I know that you weren't really around. You were hiding the whole time, basically, and then getting the revives.
I'm covered in blood.
Wait, why am I? I'm so clean.
Yeah, I'm drenched.
Foxy the goat.
Anyway, yeah, you see why I say it's ridiculously hard?
I thought it was easy.
Oh, I
mean,
wanted.
Sure,
I feel like
if
I
you took my
died.
advice at the beginning and just hid them. I'm kidding.
Wanted to have fun. You little goober.
Okay, if we're gonna keep doing this though, I'm just gonna run a healing build.
Wait, that was the hardest.
I am teleporting.
Wasn't
What the heck is going on?
That's why I got downed like 50 times. Oh, it gives me my D tier right in front of me. Oh, damn it.
Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, I was confused on why no one was saying a word.
Wait, did you just invite me just then?
No, I did not.
Dun, 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 dun.
No, I'd have to swap my incognito.
That's weird, I just got an invite from you just then.
Coco cats.
That's weird.
Oh, never mind. It was a different notification that didn't come up. I have to tab out to see it for some reason.
Anyway, did you want to keep doing that difficulty?
No. I don't.
Yeah, I don't mind.
What about you, Ramon? Hello?
Hello?
Jerome?
Why is she no talk?
Wait, me?
Huh?
It's me.
I was saying, do you want to still do that difficulty?
Yeah, I don't mind.
I don't want to do that difficulty.
Is my mic not working in game?
Ooh, I have all the evidence once again.
Let's do the hardest, even harder.
Oh, best.
Insano mode.
Yeah.
Did you get your slippers?
No. Oh.
I'll get your slippers.
I need them.
And be sure to equip it.
Always a pleasure.
Okay, so...
I'll be right back. I got a piddle.
I guess we'll do the difficulty again. It's just, we're gonna take it a lot slower this time.
Okay, Jerome's be right back.
Yeah,
Just wait till he gets back.
gonna figure out what type of build I wanna run. I'm gonna get rid of my
Well, I don't like the hack thing. I guess I'll put something else on.
You'll appreciate it more when you get later in the game.
Yeah, when
I guess.
when I upgrade it.
I mean, even still at level 1, it's really good. Just having all the upgrades definitely makes it a little more. Okay, I'm gonna run the double doses medicine perk. That's the only one I'm gonna run though. Double doses will make it to where I can use revive syringes twice instead of once, which is handy.
Hi.
No one but you can say what you deserve.
Damn.
Wait, where's my room? Oh, it's up there.
I guess just let me know when you guys are ready.
Alright, I'm back.
Perfect time. I'm tired.
Yeah.
You guys want to do all the trials on the second difficulty? We did the second one. We did the other one on the lower difficulty. Do you want to do that one again or not?
Let's do the hardest.
Yeah. We work hard. We play hard.
Get out of here.
And get nothing in return. So they become even more deadly and even more enemies. More doors are barricaded, trapped, and blocked. There's even more traps, and there is very limited items. Rig cooldown extended, less inventory space, no player names, no intel. That is not something you would play, like starting on the game. If you want to get used to stuff like that, do escalation, but I also don't want to do escalation. Getting to 10 was hard enough.
Apparently we were already doing that difficulty with the other people.
Let's go ahead and do this one.
That explains why I was dying so much.
There's hardly any benefit from going up difficulties unless you go straight to the max one. Well, it's nice to meet y'all.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I heard this questionable yeah.
No, it's because I'm tired, and I was getting tired, and I was like, why am I so tired? And then I realized I have caffeine that I'm not drinking. It's right in front of me.
Can you just wake up?
Yeah, I wasn't drinking it though. So I was like, why am I so tired?
Stay alive. Just a few more trials and wait for my signal.
Yeah, that's hydrating.
So I will be a medic this time. It'll make it a little bit easier not to be almost dead. I will just need every single rig recharge we come across.
You can have all the rig recharges.
Thank you. I'll also try to carry 2 syringes, just in case.
I got a pink rig.
Or maybe I could just carry 1. I don't know.
Hey, you look like me now. I just noticed.
What's that?
Same top. Oh wait, no, you always had that top on. For some reason, you looked like the girl character when you were leaning back.
No.
And I couldn't see your name, so I thought you were Kino. Oh god.
So pay attention to all the doorways, they're traps.
I'm gonna forget that really quickly, I think.
Well, not all of them, but most.
I have not done this one yet.
I should have brought the breaker. Or I...
Okay. What the hell? Stop. Thank you for that.
Coming back to you guys.
Oh god.
Pretty little.
Success. Ah. Oh.
That's psychosis.
I can cue that from here.
What the fuck? Huh?
Need silky.
Oh no, he's back. Guys, he's back.
Alright, Coco and Jerome, come here. Kino, where did you go? Did you already run past everything? No.
Oh, my
I can throw
slippers
you
are
over
good.
if you want. Yes, they are. I ran them when I first started, 24/7. And one of you opened the door to the side.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it.
Fucking taps. Watch your ass. Blood. Fucking bolted. My neck.
My neck.
You what? Ah! Here I come. Ah! Can't see a fucking thing. God, these things are amazing.
Oh no.
We need to go around. Yeah, this way.
It sounds so weird with my ear. I can't hear it on one side. It's like,
You can't see in the light, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
seeing the dog, does it?
You know, and Coco, do you know where you're going?
A ghost just threw a book at me.
Watch out for night vision guys.
No, knowledge hurts.
Can I run past him? Go in there. Run past Kino, run past her.
Where?
That was kind of a waste, but alright. Alright, come on, Coco, get in.
I'm blind.
No.
Give me that.
It's a goddamn doll!
Where's the first note? Okay, so it's 0261.
Got it.
Watch it, there.
What?
I need help.
Come on.
Alright, two of you, I'm gonna toss up both. Just so you know, you see the acid symbol that's with the hand over there?
Yeah.
You're gonna look for a room that has that symbol on the outside of the room.
Okay.
The chemicals should be in the room with that symbol. Should be.
Yeah, don't fuck it up.
I probably will. Oh, scared me.
Go look.
Ah! That scared me. Okay, so this is the room. Wait, what are we looking for again?
I see the warden. Room has been deactivated.
It's not in here. There, close that door behind you, Kina.
What are we looking for again?
This right here.
Don't make break this.
Careful, it's
I'll
acid.
carry it.
Okay. No, I'll go back. Oh. What an idiot. Oh.
My acid! Ah, it's
That-
burning me!
Yeah, you can't run while holding it. No, get out of there. Go, go, go. I'll cover you.
Can't heal someone who doesn't want to get well.
Okay, I found it.
I'm guessing it would kill me if I keep running because it burns me.
Quietly drop
Can I-
down here.
Can I?
Oh, never mind. Don't go.
Yeah, quietly.
Yeah, thanks for almost killing me.
Careful. Oh, no.
I almost died for
I
that.
got this for.
Wait, can I use that wall?
I think they found the acid.
Here, hold on. I'll take him away.
Let's go. Something, something, 1, 2.
Hey, asshole.
Oh, he
Oh my
teleported.
god, he
I saw that.
teleported.
I saw that. He teleported.
Instant transmission.
Something, 0, 1, 2.
I just looked at it, damn it.
Dazzle.
Happy birthday. Hey, happy birthday.
It's gonna be great on stream. Oh wait, right there.
Find my Coco. Behind you.
Huh? Wait, what?
Over here.
Oh wait, you can see me.
Do I have to find more?
And then no wait, now turn around and do it for me. Get me out of here! Oh!
I'm doing it.
No, you help me! Help me!
You can't destroy what's true.
Oh, it grabbed me. I got 8 seconds on my stun. Oh, he can't. I can't stun him though, because he electrocutes
well,
my.
you can when you get hit.
Oh god, he's fast. Oh god, I'm mine. Okay. Hi, hello. Oh, I know it. I know who it is. Kaiser. Is that how it's pronounced? Kaiser? Kaiser? I've been saying it like Kaiser.
Man, I cannot find this first number for my life.
Why can't I jump over this? Kaiser, yeah. Oh god, I'm scared. It's right there. Huh? Attacking nothing. I got the big guy over here. Blocking my way. Wait, I can sneak past him. Okay, I'm good.
Might need someone over here to help me find the first number because I can't find it. Don't go in the room yet, Coil's in there. Something 012, and I can't find the first number anywhere.